Chapter hashtag number 701 goes against heavens will changes to a sign/life. Li'in consciousness, the confusion, disregards the pain, exudes to cry to hell. Sharply, the domineering killed the past. Li silent/solitary angrily roars fiercely, in the consciousness is crazy. Killing intent, must counterattack again, but his injury was too serious. Even the body cannot stand firm. Tittered. Li'in kills, the sharp claws like the grinding pan, the cold light twinkle. Pierced Li silent/solitary body, greatly cruelly. Li silent/solitary eyes drop blood, is looking angrily at Li'in, sends out. Hoarse roaring, the whole body shivers fiercely, but also in subconscious. Stimulation sword air/chi. Li'in is looking angrily at Li silent/solitary, the pair of eyes hyperemia. Cried to Hal sharply. Then. Li'in opened sharp big mouth, bit Li silent/solitary head ruthlessly, in. Grating in the sound, bites. Sudden, lets the distant place Jiangyi excitedly look changes. Li'in wields the pair of wings, the sharp claws tears, the head sways from side to side, in dark void, the swallow alive is eating Li silent/solitary. Exactly. Li silent/solitary struggling is getting more and more weak, finally did not have the sound. The Jiangyi vision rocks, shock looks at the bloody scene. Li didn't eat Li silent/solitary? Meets goes crazy. Loses drives the opposite party sanely to commit suicide. Then. Winner swallow alive, defeated? This is hunting and killing of unconsciousness. This is their fate. Two strong meets, the winner is the king. The voice of Pil Sovereign resounds in the Jiangyi mind. The Jiangyi complexion is quite ugly, this anticipates with him complete. Different. Li'in, who are you? In this world, how many Li'in? The voice of Pil Sovereign makes a sound, I have a fearful speculation, Li. In ate Li silent/solitary, not only ate the body. Jiangyi sinking sound said, spirit mark. After Li'in cruel eating uncooked, retracting human form, fainting was void. Jiangyi hugs on him the chains, careful observation. Li'in whole body is the fishy smell red trace, is wriggling strangely. Probably is deriving Li silent/solitary, the air/chi of flesh. The twinkle that spirit mark flickers, is symbolizing the trace of phoenix in proliferation. A brand new sword mark is reappearing. Li'in face muscle is also vibrating in the distortion, from time to time. Reveals the evil expression, from time to time reveals the arrogant. Appearance, from time to time restores cold handsome, probably the souls of. Two people are fusing. Oh. Pil Sovereign sighed lightly. This is not a weapon. This is a person. Living person. Master, Li'in is very possible is a puppet. The Jiangyi light language, the expression is dignified. Should. Some people emitted the puppet, duplicates others' spirit mark. Duplicates others' destiny. When some day, after the puppets will be mature in the future, he will appear, takes away them, fuses them. If among puppets unexpected meet, through slaughtering the way, decides the victory and defeat, the winner swallows the weak one, sharing each other. Spirit mark and destiny, then. Continues to wait for the master. Praise on. Jiangyi shakes the head slowly, the sound is low and deep, in the memory of. My previous generation does not have such spirit mark, without like this evil. Life. Pil Sovereign sighed lightly, our time, no. Jiangyi and Pil Sovereigns are unbelievable, what bloodlines this is. What special secret technique? Was who emitted the puppet? can plunder Food World Spirit Mark unexpectedly in this manner. Some of the even common premonitions, the puppet number likely imagines them, are more than I keep him, killed him. Jiangyi facial expression complex looks to remain unconscious Liyin. If Liyin knows oneself as a puppet, is others is used to collect the spirit. Mark duplication destiny the vessel, will be painful. If Liyin knows all efforts that oneself make, experiences, offer to prepare for the final sacrifice, can be how desperate. Pil sovereign is silent, to suggestion. Kills him, does not have the heart. Does not kill him, he lives as being a tragedy. Diligently, is more pitiful. Happier, is more dismal. The Jiangyi moved the remnant blade, fell on Liyin neck. The blood mark of Liyin whole body and tranquil, the expression also restored. Cold handsome ordinarily. The fusion basically ended. Spirit mark or golden phoenix on forehead, but carefully observes, will discover that the beast mark deep place sword mark is also glittering. Jiangyi makes an effort to grasp the remnant blade, the facial expression. Struggles, how being able to get down blade. Pil sovereign has not taken a stand again, killed, perhaps is the best. Processing mode. Is good to Jiangyi, is also good to Liyin. However, does not have the heart. Jiangyi hesitated, was very long, sighed lightly, received the remnant blade. On this day, does not have the established destiny. Even has, I accompany him to fight to the end. I believe that I have that ability. I will also try my utmost, making me have that ability. Even if that bastard ate him finally, I can also dig up exactly him. Who lets me with him, meets, masters, and disciples. The Jiangyi facial expression returns to normal, made own decision. As the puppet, is Liyin fate. But runs into him, fate that is also Liyin. He is accompanying Liyin, goes against heaven's will changes to a sign/life. Next day, Liyin regains consciousness from the stupor. Master? Li Yinling hurried to haunch the body. Awoke. Jiangyi sits on the chains, in the hand is holding appreciatively the jade bottle. You how in this? I how, Li Yin bewildered, looks at the surroundings. I remember that I am practicing, then has a bewildered familiarity, has. Probably anything to summon me. Then, Li Yin tries hard to recall, but anything could not record. What thing in memory had? No. Your spirit essence. My spirit essence? Li Yin investigates with rapt attention, the expression is splendid immediately. How many 3 swords? What is this? Weapon? Spirit essence? Moreover, the sea of qi expanded one time compared with before unexpectedly. Much also. Jiangyi reminded, feels the subconsciousness again. Consciousness? Li Yin changes countenance again, the consciousness opened. Unexpectedly deducted the consciousness sea, was vast and bright, felt the God. Who whole person knew is powerful. Consciousness into the sea, nautical mile unexpectedly dense and numerous float. Large number of sharp swords, not only huge quantity, but also is sharp. How was my? Li Yin stimulates the spirit strength immediately. Roaring flame shoots up to the sky, the blazing violent, turbulent surges. Changes to the magnificent phoenix in the top of the head, spreads the wings. To cry to howl, is filling the fearful ominous prestige. The sharp sword that Li Yin stimulates the sea of qi, the sharp sword leaps. Violently the sword air/qi immediately, has curled the whole body meridians. Attacks the forehead. The partly visible sword mark is clear immediately. In an instant, the sword air/qi surges, attacks the roaring flame. The roaring flame rises suddenly, boiling hot, is also sharp. The phoenix whole body appears the dense and numerous vortex in the vortex. The sword air/chi spurts thinly, the sharp hot sword is partly visible. Li'in shocking looks firebird of own upper air. This what's the matter? I many spirit essence? Moreover, the firebird power and influence was obviously stronger, seemed. Spirit mark, to transform the new level. Doesn't your what remember? Jiangyi is strange, only fuses spirit mark. Doesn't fuse the memory and soul? Li'in disperses the spirit strength, probably, suddenly felt oneself. Remember that in has anything, cannot hold. Probably anything. The feeling of not being able to say. Li'in was really ignorant, this what's the matter? You just fused, the self-awareness is too strong, several days later will be calm, these memories may infiltrate slowly. What memory? Several days later will understand. Jiangyi throws to the Li'in 2 brocade boxes, one is 9 revolutions of Spirit Essence Pill, strengthens Spirit Mark, breaks through the soul boundary. Time uses again. One was Quasi-Excellent Works Elixir, Taichu Life Soul Pill. After standing firm the boundary of soul boundary, can stimulate the bloodline strength with this, helping you grow. Master, this was too precious. Li'in hurries to give Jiangyi to push. Accepts, gives you to prepare. Jiangyi gives Li'in the brocade box stopper. Taichu Life Soul Pill was planned to keep to use, but considering Li'in's situation, gave him. Li'in hesitated, took in the space ring, deeply salutes to Jiangyi. Chapter 702, Eastern Bright Magnificence is clear. Jiangyi, I may calculate that found you. You know how many people are looking for you? You know that you were dangerous outside? We also think that you encountered the mishap. Lin Nan found Jiangyi, cannot bear one ridicule. Jiangyi said, seen your sister Forest, so should not be anxious. I initiate meet. Kill my opportunity to them frankly and uprightly, before then they're not under. Evil behind the scenes manipulator. To kill your person to be possible the continuing chaos purple mansion. Returns to the temple, with me quickly. Lin Nan Strange looked at Li'in. Did you know? Jiangyi pats Li'in, goes to the hot spring fairyland to treat, calms the mind to feel the situation of body. Fires off the arena, I look for you. Li'in said goodbye. Jiangyi moved toward the Dark Kingdom along the chains. Do not tell me, you had known. The Lin Nan expression is strange, these days. Dark Kingdom most conspicuous beautiful one, was this Li'in. Keeps the secret for me. Real understanding. Lin Nan shakes the head, pulls up Jiangyi to walk, everyone asked you to look. Insanely. You also are really, before returning to the Dark Kingdom, did not. Greet, comes back not to go to the palace to register, we hear the news, knows. That you came back. Jiangyi does not know whether to laugh or cry, I was not a child. I reminded you, my master was angry very much. Had an accident? You said that had an accident. Child's matter? Haha, joked, I may not have the thoughts to have a child. You or you make are playing, do you know the face regarding the royalty? Important? You said that must challenge the chaos purple mansion. They wish one could to tow you in more than 1 year to the practicing martial arts stage on, you delivered unexpectedly. Lin Nan really cannot bear, deliberately created trouble simply, completely reckless. Deliberately creating trouble. You are worried that Yu Chanchi will come? How do you know Yu Chanchi? I went to the greatly comfortable palace to consult, probably endured compared with the bloodlines of Day Mark. I do not know before, but the master knows. The bloodline's inheritance of Chaos Purple Mansion is divided into 3, first is the ordinary inheritance. Second is the excellent works inheritance, third is a day of inheritance. Yu Tianqi is a day of inheritance, and is the bloodlines. I give you to explain a concept, the Chaos Purple Mansion, call the Chaos Purple Mansion, because they have the Chaos bloodlines. The Day bloodlines are the Chaos bloodlines. Before Lin Nan thinks that what the Chaos Purple Mansion is strongest is Yu Qingsong now knows that outside the person has the person, there can with have two that Yu Qingsong appraises, and is stronger. Even her master raised Yu Tianqi time, was extremely worried. If the Chaos Purple Mansion really sent Yu Tianqi, Jiang Yi must defeat. Without doubt. I anticipated very much he can come. Were you insane? When you this is compares notes, if he really comes, was to abandon you. Haneo? Do not shift the topic. You know that the master does worry? You successfully opened great wilderness to imprison day, became the hope of Holy Land if you had left what accident surprise in the Dark Kingdom, the master was the Holy Land criminal. Senior sister can't the senior sister, to my a little confidence? That is day of bloodlines. Is the chaos bloodlines. How do you make me to you? Confident? The meaning of forest senior elder is surrounds you. Lin Nan finishes speaking, Jiang Yi turns head to run. Hey! Jiang Yi. Lin Nan is startled, quickly pursues. When Li Yin rushes to Hot Spring Fairyland, Jiang Yi has been ahead of time. Handed over the crystal coin, hid. An enchanting woman stands in front, Lin Nan, that the stop of happy expression is pursuing where a look of, entered the Hot Spring Fairyland, receives us to protect. Forest miss, but also please respect our customs. Jiang Yi, you come out to me, we for your own good. If Yu Tianqi really came, you abandoned. Can't you say the dessert? Lin Nan is anxious and angry, was actually being blocked, being able to go. Moonlight Tianbao. Which did Jiang Yi run? Donghuang Xingjia surprised looks elder who comes to report. That elder smiles bitterly to shake the head, Jiang Yi left after the greatly comfortable palace vanished, no return Holy Land arrived seeks, finally was stopping up him void, finally he took to one's heels the running hot spring. Fairyland. Because of what? Challenge Chaos Purple Mansion matter. No return Holy Land opposed probably. Forest Tianlu arrived at the Hot Spring Fairyland important person personally. But also sent for the Chaos Purple Mansion. They prevent to compete evidently. At the same time with every effort, on the one hand wants to avoid the Chaos Purple Mansion delivering Yu Tianqi. Did this old fogies personally stop? Rare. Donghuang Xingjia assumes Dark Kingdom so many years, saw that, for the first time Forest Tianlu worried. And I feel a little fishy. Opposes to turn over to the opposition, some that. But they display extremely. They are feared that Yu Tianqi discards Jiang Yi. Donghuang Xingjia waves, hints the elder to get down. Before front spacious window, a man crosses the hands behind the back, too. Stand, is throwing over the cloak clothes, brings the mask, even the aura is reserved. At first sight, the feeling is very ordinary. However waits for the elder to leave, after closing the door, as 9 heavenly. Palace Lord Donghuang Xingjia actually to man good a ritual, we with some Hot Spring Fairyland relations, if you want to see Jiang Yi, I can arrange. Man light language, greatly comfortable palace that Day Fox has observed. Closely here, I little take a walk to well. Donghuang Xingjia said, after that and other competitions ended, I think the means to direct here to come Jiang Yi. The Chaos Purple Mansion really adjusts. Yu Tianqi, Jiang Yi will be more unfortunate than fortunate. The men said, Jiangyi leaves Guhua time, is soul boundary first heavenly layer? Truly yes. Short a half year, he can unexpectedly continually the cross twofold day. Boundary promotion is too quick, the easy foundation is not steady, this not necessarily is the good deed. Also, might be him truly obtain the big chance. Jiang Yi, since had come, but also please indicate clearly, what we must observe his, what also wants to know from him. Dong Huangxingjie is really curious, this Jiang Yi has what secret, being worth the vice-founder arriving personally. Before suspected, that is the antique exceedingly high tower, afterward associated to that mysterious feather, afterward the feeling was Jiang Yi. Spirit mark. Until greatly comfortable palace, there observed closely them, making him suspect that this inside has a deeper secret. Should know, you knew. However by that time. The men are looking at out of the window, shakes the head, said, when is Jiang Yi with the martial arts contest of Chaos Purple Mansion? The day after tomorrow. Dong Huangxingjie is helpless. It is not willing to raise with him, doesn't oneself, this palace lord, have the qualifications to understand? I will separate a wisp of soul to read, you bring in the side, I must look at his martial arts contest. The man is 9 days of God vice founders, Eastern bright magnificence is clear. Although he as follows orders the investigation, but the order from founder is fuzzy. He even suspected, the instruction that the founder obtains is not clear. They are suspecting the Jiang Yi status, is considering to treat the Jiang Yi attitude. Therefore, the Eastern bright magnificence clear wants to have a look at Jiang Yi with own eyes, best to be able, the direct contact, makes an exchange. Prize. Chapter 703, Yu Tianqi. The fifth, largest comfortable palace, first develops the martial stage. The agreement time has not arrived, develops the martial stage, to be fully occupied. No return Holy Land still stops up Jiang Yi in the hot spring fairyland, can he today? Can. The greatly comfortable palace went to the person to meet, probably Xiang Wanqing vice, palace marriage, go, from going. Haha, this small martial marquis has the individuality. You do not feel boundary promotion of Jiang Yi is unusual? Martial Marquis Challenge Tournament time, Jiang Yi, or 7th Heavenly Layer. Now, already soul boundary, 3rd Heavenly Layer. More than 1 year, simply are the miracles. Does he eat elixir, to soak the spirit spring daily? Actually he is the normal breakthrough, the taking a drug top, at today's challenge tournament can look. Whom will Chaos Purple Mansion send to come? Yu Qingsong now is not the Jiang Yi opponent. Chaos Purple Mansion outside, but royalty, not only a Yu Qingsong such talent. Several tens of thousands of people converge to develop the martial stage, the enthusiasm surge upward, discuss spiritedly. They are waiting for Jiang Yi, but develops in the side building of martial stage, all influence waiting is actually Chaos Purple Mansion Yu Tianqi. If the Chaos Purple Mansion sends Yu Tianqi, Jiang Yi lost. I only anticipated that Jiang Yi can compel the Yu Tianqi real strength, making me have a look at the chaos bloodlines of this Purple Mansion most powerhouse to stimulate to what degree? Jiang Yi boundary promotion is too quick, perhaps has the suspicion of improvement forcefully. If so, young Lady Yu Qingyao of Chaos Purple Mansion can suppress Jiang Yi. Dark Kingdom situation is complex, is hiding the eyes of too many influence. I looked that the Chaos Purple Mansion is not necessarily willing to deliver to demonstrate Yu Tianqi publicly. I anticipated actually Yu Tianqi can come. The bloodlines of Chaos Purple Mansion are expanding, was not limited like Spirit Mark severely, in the past. Was the excellent works bloodlines awakens most, then slowly to higher level. Sublimation rarely awakens as day, this indicates that in the future will be higher a more terrifying talent. Pitifully, he is the collateral branch bloodlines. If Yu Qingsong and Uncle Yu Extended can realize the bloodlines to sublimate before age 30, Yu Tianqi even. Again strong, still can only be the Chaos Purple Mansion protector, if they could not achieve, Yu Tianqi ordered by the Emperor personally for Chaos Purple Mansion new head of the clan. At this time, the palace gate bang opening, Jiang Yi entered develops the martial stage, opened the porch, to move toward along the stone directly. Develop the martial stage. Han Ao, Lin Nan and other disciples followed behind him, but Forest Tianlu and the others moved toward the side building in stage. Jiang Yi, did the last chance, consider again? We do not fear you to lose, was. You cannot lose. Lin Nan was still insisting. Han Ao has given up, Jiang Yi you feel relieved, does not need to be worried about the things to do after death. Yi Anren, they are so attractive, is very young, will soon find appropriately. You are not proper. Lin Nan is helpless, shoots a look at his one eyes. Jiang Yi sits on the practicing martial arts stage, contemplates the recuperation. The anticipation somewhat is also intense. His very clear excellent works and disparity between the disparity between 6th rank and excellent works is bigger. Has the day, means that in the future can true transcending the mortal world grow to the sage level. Such person from starting the growth is unusual, related to aspects. But Jiang Yi really wants to try him now, and between day also many disparities, wants to try under the limit, can oneself challenge day. This fights to him truly is a unrestrained gambling. But this fights regarding him of present this stage, is imperative. His boundary fluctuation is very steady. In the stage side building, many people are investigating Jiang Yi with rapt attention. Really was he sold boundary 3rd heavenly layer? In the supreme Jin Cheng's side building, permits to Thagata complexion is ugly. As once opponent, he was unbelievable, to be hard to accept. More than 1 year, among them really had huge difference, he does not have the qualifications of challenge now. Truly is 3rd heavenly layer. Supreme Jincheng came in head permits Yongshou of Dark Kingdom personally, he is investigates the Jiang Yi situation, is waits for Yu Tianqi. Yu Tianqi as the day bloodlines of Chaos Purple Mansion, from starting is their supreme Jin Cheng's key investigation target. The Chaos Purple Mansion, good, that very Yu Tianqi hidden, they had not had the opportunity. Is unexpectedly hopeful today sees here. If their Jin Cheng Lord, because was little good, happened to have a look together. What a pity their Lord Thorough C was little informed and experienced, for a short time does not come back. He is Jiang Yi. Dong Huang Xingjia holds the brocade box, hidden that wisp of soul that to read the introduction to inside. Jiang Yi, in brocade box, spreads the spooky sound, the weak soul read is actually surging the terrifying power and influence, is investigating Jiang Yi. On arena silently. Time 1 minute / share 1 second passes by, the Chaos Purple Mansion has not arrived. Many people do not start patiently, some people anticipated, because the Chaos Purple Mansion attaches great importance to this competition very much, the late reason only then one, is they in and the others, waits for the true powerhouse return. After entire 5 hours, the closed palace gate opens loudly, the imposing Manner that compels the person seems like the cold wave, cold wind to sweep across the main hall. The lively developing martial stage are rapid, several tens of thousands of. Both eyes light, neat, looked at the past. Outside the broad palace gate, is gathering several hundred Purple Mansion powerhouses, has the successor of Purple Mansion bloodlines completely. The purple skin, 3 to 5 meters high exaggerating figure, the cold eyes. Take to the audience suffocates the oppression. Close to the stage in Palace Gate Place, countless people keep silent, the atmosphere does not dare to leave. So many people? Did new generation of Chaos Purple Mansion all arrive? This weaponry is a little big. Yu Qingsong? He also came unexpectedly. On various stands, people set out one after another, extend the neck to look into the distance. Jiang Yi. More than 270 Purple Mansion successors, Jiang Yi on indifferent. Fixed arena, make an effort to get hold of the fist completely, walked with stride. Developing the martial stage is continually peaceful, people expression is splendid and strange. Looked that this stance Chaos Purple Mansion was really angry, Jiang Yi played in a big way. Hiss, Han Ao raises the cold air, but actually, hurries to turn head in. Jiang Yi, toward arena to shout, hurries to elect, is concerned about face. Awfully. Vertical will, runs. Jiang Yi from contemplating wakes up, sharp vision, in more than 200 combative. Giant and walks back and forth, falling, on man who is biggest most. Overwhelming power. The male height about 5 meters, pressed surrounding many high, the purple. Flesh is glittering bright dazzling gold/metal min, an eye cold ruined star. Passes is sending the substantive cold light. The chest is horizontally extravagant, the arm is sturdy, the whole body is sending out the terrifying strength feeling, as if natural king, is filling the fearful power and influence. Yu Tianqi. Chaos Purple Mansion really sent him. In the side building, the representatives of all influence all set out, look. Swift and fierce observed closely that 5 meters high majestic giant. Right, that is the Chaos Purple Mansion new generation strongest bloodlines. Yu Tianqi. The day bloodlines, mean the Chaos bloodlines. Abandoned him. Any consequence, our Chaos Purple Mansion can undertake. After. Yu Jingxiu reminded, leading some clansmen to move toward the side building, assumed personal command personally. More than 200 successors all move toward by the arena, their crowd retrocedes. Rapidly, Spontaneous vacates the big piece seat. 3-4 meters many giants sit forefront, respectively, is Chaos Purple Mansion eldest son Uncle Yu Quan, young lady Yu Qingyao, 5 young master Yu Qingsong. They are the direct line juniors, and bloodlines are powerful, has the aloof position in the Chaos Purple Mansion. Especially Uncle Yu extends, and Yu Qingsong, if who can the awakening Chaos bloodlines, become the Lord of Future Royalty, controls a side domain. You are Martial Marquis of Dark Kingdom, Jiang Yi. Yu Tianqi steps onto the arena, the overwhelming power is grand, the footsteps are serious, the cold star eyes are locking Jiang Yi. You were Yu Tianqi, day bloodlines of Chaos Purple Mansion, new generation. Jiang Yi sets out, is confronting Yu Tianqi. He felt the oppression, heading on, soaked, the oppression of soul. However, the intense oppression also stimulated his bloodlines, a boiling hot heat flowed in the whole body. As if each drop of gold/metal bright blood is moving restlessly, cheering and roars. What day? Yu Tianqi? Who has heard? I drop a day, do the bloodlines have the day? How this also hits. The stand resounds the large expanse of screams many people could not bear. Stand. The Chaos Purple Mansion worthily is the royalty, bloodlines thing is very terrifying, can unexpectedly birthday. Chapter 704, The Boundary Challenges. You is Qingqing good? Yu Tianqi, majestic, overwhelming power, but stands there, gives the race the mountain powerful imposing manner. Two palms seem like the grinding pan to be gigantic, is conspicuous, gold/metal min a palm. Place is most radiant, most crowded, as if each fingerprint is shining. Jiangyi notices, Yu Tianqi both hands, she wants to come, but body universe. But also needs to recuperate. You're bastard. You thousand another clansmen set out angrily, the hyperemia. I looks angrily at Jiangyi, dares to shame them in this situation, courts. Death. You know consequence that does that? Yu Tianqi, both hands tighten slowly, the crowded gold/metal min sending out selling person is startled the aura that palpitates, in 2 kilometers wide developing martial stage silent filling the air. She is my spoils of war, how I want to use how to use. If I care about the consequence, at that time will not lead her to walk. Such grief and indignation of not displaying, the winners become kings, while the losers become bandits, since old times so, if fell to your hands and initially. He, the dog was possibly inferior. Jiangyi both hands make an effort to get hold, in the both hands both arms the quiet war zhou energy starts to recover, stimulates the powerful strength. Yu Tianqi eye ground flashes the corridor cold light, I listen to them too. Introduce, competition in greatly comfortable palace, each must put the gambling stake. What do you detain? I put 3 gambling stakes, first, Yu Qingqing freedom. Second, your destiny. Third, Chaos Purple Mansion does not die a day of tablet. I meet your 3 gambling stakes. You also meet my 3, first, Yu Qingyao. Freedom. Second, I want the Qilin to fight the technique. Third, the Chaos Purple Mansion must accept unconditionally does not die any movement directive. Of day of tablet, and percentage 100 are completed. Jiangyi, did you really live enough? The Purple Mansion people get angry. Again, this bastard each words are challenging their breaking points simply. You does Qingqing actually also want their young lady Yu Qingyao? What the woman of Chaos Purple Mansion did he work as? Also the Qilin fights the technique, this is their inheritance fights the technique. Jiangyi confronts Yu Tianqi, gambling stake is big enough, suffices to be exciting. I meet your 3 conditions, do you dare to meet my these 3? Yu Tianqi has not looked at following Yu Qingyao, direct statement, I meet. Please, the greatly comfortable palace testify. Yu Qingyao sits under the stage, is tranquil and indifferent, she believes that Yu Tianqi will definitely win, does not have any suspense. She comes. Today personally, looked how Yu Tianqi punches Jiangyi oppressively, is takes Yu Qingqing to go home. Xiang Wanqing appears in the stage personally, announced that develops the martial stage, greatly comfortable palace will draw up the gambling stake. Hands over the no-return Holy Land Chaos Purple Mansion head by Bloodstain. Signing. Jiangyi, with Yu Tianqi confrontation moment, lifts the hands simultaneously. Shouted loudly, please. Xiang Wanqing sound clear, spreads over the audience several tens of thousands of people, develops the martial stage to contend in martial arts, formally. Starts. No return Holy Land Jiangyi, meets Chaos Purple Mansion Yu Tianqi. 2. The Sage Mark, Confrontation Day Bloodlines. To the Sage Mark? The crowd that is preparing to cheer immediately in an uproar. Did Jiangyi transform to the supreme excellent works? No wonder is so rampant. Before he once by the Mahayana saint Mark challenged to sage Mark permits. Tianqi, successive defeats supreme excellent works bloodlines, Yuqing Song. Spirit Mark transforms now, was definitely stronger. However, the excellent works eventually are the excellent works. With the disparity of day, is bigger than the sixth rank excellent works. Competition formally starts. Xiang Wanqing announced that the imposing matter that Jiang Yi and Yu Tianqi are ready is released externally violently. Yu Tianqi floor collapses to split open seam, the whole body, golden light. Rises suddenly, the flesh ballooning, is surging the terrifying imposing matter, killed outrageously to Jiang Yi. The Jiang Yi both arms both legs change to the beast claw, the chain blows. Ground, killed speedily to Yu Tianqi. Bang. Yu Tianqi has not made a fist, but as a round of palm advances to strike, the palm tracery is fierce, is surging the remarkable fluctuation. The boxing external skin, the palm strikes too. Clang. Thunders, the grinding pan palm front surface racket flies, Jiang Yi unexpectedly does not have any suspense. Jiang Yi flew face up, even he himself is unbelievable. However, the right arm shivers violently, might break to pieces, was the same. Yu Tianqi, that hit. Strength, actually has the strange fluctuation, the infiltration external. Skin, goes directly to his flesh bone. Yu Tianqi is majestic, exceptionally, is vigorous. In Jiang Yi flying upside down in an instant, holds his claw, the arm shakes fiercely, a strong fluctuation attacks the Jiang Yi soul, sweeps across the whole body, hard. Fresh scattered Jiang Yi to strike an attitude to launch the counterattack. That. A stuffy roar, you haven't set sail, Jiang Yi, to pound ruthlessly to the ground. The Jiang Yi prompt counterattack, both hands strike with force the ground. The domineering work loose. However, Yu Tianqi instantly is near the body, the lifted palm has the powerful fluctuation, rumbled ruthlessly in the abdominal cavity of Jiang Yi. A Jiang Yi less than 2 meters body, seems very petite in front of the gigantic fist, this palm almost covered the Jiang Yi trim chest and belly. Bang! Jiang Yi shivers all over the body, the skeleton internal organs. Drastic fluctuation, the blood overflow, his opens the mouth, spurts the blood. Bend/bow the body to depart beyond several hundred meters. Wish. The audience in an uproar, countless people call out an alarm set out. Such relaxed? Ends oppressively. The Jiang Yi surges falls to the ground, will set out, Yu Tianqi arrives. Again, in an instant raises over 100 palm shades, not only holds the potential to be verve, but also is surging the cotton supple fluctuation, the comprehensive violence strikes Jiang Yi. The Jiang Yi fierce resistance, was actually hit more than 30 palms, the whole body seemed like broken, generally, spurted the blood to flutter. Who? Yu Tianqi catches up with Jiang Yi again, was too quick. He can the vertical step dash about wildly in 500 times of gravitational field territories, let alone the environment of this normal gravity. His offensive clean strength. Vigorous like wind and thunder, the palm that brandishes raises the violent strength, ruthlessly racket to the Jiang Yi surface gate, once hits, is very likely to break the skull, making Jiang Yi be killed violently. At a crucial moment within, Jiang Yi whole body ebullition roaring flame. Probably putting golden lotus, centered on him, blasts out fierce. Bang! The golden lotus puts, Yu Tianqi, who the roaring flame rebellion, the annihilation kills. However, Yu Tianqi completely disregarded the roaring flame, the palm solid. Bang of advancement in the Jiang Yi surface gate. Jiang Yi stimulated promptly fought Zhou, but this struck hits ignorant him. Instantaneously, consciousness the sea fierce surges, the twinkle of flickering. Almost on stupor. Hits. Hits. Hits ruthlessly, hits. Abandoned him. Abandoned him. The chaos purple mansion one's blood bubbles up to the brim, is this feeling? Is this fighting method? The audience are shocked continually, was too strong, what speed is this? Probably the shadow is simply same. Yu Tianqi daily in drop hammer heavy. Informed and experienced? Also only then that pinnacle gravity space, can break through the body limit one after another, forges the extraordinary. Speed. Jiang Yi. Lin Nan covered the mouth, unbelievable looks to strike the field. Although guessed correctly that Jiang Yi will be very passive, but has not thought such distressedly. This is not the fist strength, this is in one type the vigor. Han Ao saw the issue, this purple mansion talent practiced the pinnacle the strength. Integrated in the vigor. Several 100,000 over 1,000,000 strengths, coordinate the extraordinary. In vigor again, the lethality was too terrifying. Yu Tianqi is unemotional, the offensive non-stop. The opponent who so long as he recognizes, wholeheartedly, will fight, is not forgiving. Jiang Yi sees one after another, distressed hit struck a barrier, powerful. Shockwave let his body violent force rebound. On this skill? Yu Tianqi comes, sticks out suddenly instantly, the double. Palm glare writings, rush the vortex that probably surges, passes sends out. The terrifying strength. A palm locks the Jiang Yi surface gate, the followed closely second palm takes the Jiang Yi chest cavity. The life and death checks, the Jiang Yi chaotic consciousness restores the pure brightness forcefully, for the first time roaring flame that the eye ground cold light presently, the tight sharp claws, rebellion has the terrifying, the domineering opens the vermilion bird to wrestle a day of technique, takes the Yu Tianqi double palm. Bang! A explosive, just like the thunder, resounds through develops the martial stage, has pressed everyone's cheering. Yu Tianqi retreats finally, sees one after several other times, numerous. Falling on the ground. His both hands covered with blood, revealed the bone. Jiang Yi also exploded powerful instead, shakes rumbles to the barrier in. Again, the both arms shiver, the whole body is more like breaks to be the same. Is this Yu Bichu Qingsong martial law who? Truly a little might. Yu Tianqi both hands fling, the wound heals rapidly, including selecting the trace has not stayed behind. 1,000,000 extremely boundaries? The Jiang Yi big mouth coughs up blood, knits the brows to look at Yu Tianqi. His 800,000 boundary is extremely proud, can resist with the chaos purple mansion self-confidently hardly, never expected that this fellow can suppress him unexpectedly completely. This is not only in the vigor might, but as the Yu Tianqi true strength has achieved the new level, in can coordinate vigor, no suspense oppressive he. You with my strength are not a level, you with my spirit mark are not a level. If you know special style, this war can end. Yu Tianqi whole body strength. Surges, is flooding to both arms, gold/metal min of arm palm is even more radiant, this is the symbol of bloodlines. You are very strong, imagines me as stronger. Hee, Jiang Yi scratches the corners of the mouth blood, reveals to wipe the smile. Under wants to probe each other fist strength, and never expected that Yu Tianqi really has the vigor, moreover, probably wild animal, once acts, dies, to nip, does not put. Chapter 705, The Boundary Challenges. What do you smile? Yu Tianqi is very disappointed, before coming, some Anticipations, never expected that Jiangyi collapses at the first blow. I am very excited. This fight that I anticipate. Jiangyi deeply raises the tone, closes the eye, the whole body severe pain is stimulating the nerve, is stimulating his war intent. Yu Tianqi treads the cracked ground, killed again, to Jiangyi. I will never contend in martial arts, I will only kill people. The Jiangyi, creeping motion shoulders, get hold of both hands, in an instant. The imposing manner that the eyes open rises suddenly. Bellows, if the sound. The thunder, killed in an instant to Yu Tianqi. He does not have the incarnation vermilion bird, but stimulated in the inner world self. Rumble. The courage vigor is torrential, gushes out the heart, attacks the whole body. Blood vessel. Courage vigor, violently boiling hot, probably the magma of galloping, sweeps across the whole body, the ignition fights intent, head/left. The potential of whole body exciting. The Jiangyi whole body injury heals rapidly, the aura continues to rise. Suddenly. Yu Tianqi comes, is pushing the palm in an instant, startled realize the change of Jiangyi. Jiangyi angrily roars, the short hair flies upwards, the strength rises. Suddenly one time. In the boundary, drastic fluctuation made great strides. Forward fourth heavenly layer outrageously. The arm ballooning, sharp claws. Tearing, turns the strength after time to achieve 1 million extremely. Boundaries strongly. Bang. 1 million pairs, 1 million, fist vigor, internal vigor. The Jiangyi arm shivers all over, flutters again. However, Yu Tianqi also by containment offensive. Well? Did Jiangyi break through? The Jiangyi boundary changed. What's the matter? The Jiangyi boundary changed, the aura changed, did he eat elixir? Cheats. This is cheats. Develops the martial stage, to cause a stir rapidly, felt the change of Jiang. Clearly. In the side building, many people frown. The boundary truly broke through. Moreover, the drastic fluctuation must draw back, probably momentarily, in. Stubborn is maintaining. This stimulates the potential to enhance the battle efficiency obviously. The situation. However, what can elixir advance fourth heavenly layer third heavenly layer? This is as preliminary as span of middle rank. Enough qualifications? Jiangyi flying high surges, landing in an instant, sticks out suddenly again. The both arms ballooning, the strength surges, was crazier than before. Did you eat elixir? Yu Tianqi changes countenance slightly, bellows, rushes. Over again. Jiangyi pair of claws ties tight, the courage vigor transpiration, the auspicious sign winds around, the wild bang approached Yu Tianqi. This is the tyrant blade type style, was evolved the skill at martial arts by him. Bang. The second collision, such as the thunder explosive, resembles the Rocky Mountain to the bang, the acoustic shock strikes the field, thunders unceasingly. The Jiangyi arm shivers all over, second retreating. Yu Tianqi was also contained again. However, again come. The Jiangyi appearance is frantic, the both arms blush, hits. For the third time. Accompanies. Yu Tianqi whole body golden light twinkle, both arms both hands. Are especially flaming, the strength rapidly grows stronger unexpectedly. Bang. Bang bang bang. Collisions, thundering. Retreating fluttering. The eighth time. The fist strength that Jiangyi hysteric roaring, raises crazily brings the frigid auspicious sign, advances the same place with Yu Tianqi palm. Ruthlessly. This time, the fluttering of Jiangyi now suspense, but Yu Tianqi actually does Not stop, but staggers the retreat. The audience changed countenance. Is Jiang Yi also stiffening unexpectedly? What elixir this is, did not fear that the drug efficacy was excessively fierce, exploded him? Kills. The Jiang Yi ninth stimulation attacks the bloodlines, the exciting body. Fights in Zhou arm, both hands to release the boiling hot heat. Kills. Yu Tianqi bellows, stimulates the bloodlines, is coordinating the fist. Strength, the violent that raises the terrifying strikes. Bang. If the startling thunderclap resembles the landslide. Their ninth collision, the space exudes the mighty waves. The 10th time. The 11th time. To the bang, is violently aggressive and barbaric, actually lights the audience fervor. Many people stand, one's blood bubbles up to the brim, shouts loudly to come. Again. Bang. The 15th collision, two people imposing manners reaches the peak, probably. Two going crazy beast wild collision, same places. Is accompanying deafening thundering, Jiang Yi and Yu Tianqi, all retreats. After seething one after another dozens meters, no one can halt, reverses. Directly on the ground. However, in the Jiang Yi surges sets out fiercely, the whole body roaring. Flame turns wells up, thorough incarnation vermilion bird monster body. The golden light is fierce, the saint flame ebullition, the solar Saint Mark. Surrounds the whole body. He flutters to cry to howl, at the maximum speed. Stimulates Sea of Qi 100 beast seal. In an instant, the roaring flame is dreadful, beast roar in groups. 100 beast of prey emerge strongly, as if the bath fire lives, the momentum is astonishing, seems like spans the space to come, the beast prestige is enormous and powerful. The audience atmosphere surges upward, raises to look at that lifelike roaring. Flame beast of prey, completely. They excitedly more shocking. What is this displays the speed? Martial does law deduct, can achieve this degree? Almost in an instant, molds so the monster beast shape of quantity. The Jiang Yi forehead spirit mark twinkle, the domineering controlled 100. Beast of prey, killing of blotting out the sky approached Yu Tianqi. The fierce tigers, lions and great shape, weight etc., as if vast beast tide. Raises the terrifying the momentum. However, they do not have to attack Yu Tianqi directly, but is dashing about wildly the rapid collision, the barbaric junction strikes, sudden rise, that the power and influence also continues, the beast of prey star, is dragging the shocking, overwhelming power finally. Probably, to destroy all powerful imposing manners, the bang approached Yu Tianqi. After Yu Tianqi ceased to fall to the ground, takes advantage of opportunity to set out. His very accidental slash surprised Jiang Yi's sudden strength, but also stimulated his war intent. This war, but also calculates some anticipations. The Yu Tianqi long body, the whole body muscle wriggles, the figure rose. Suddenly unexpectedly again, was 8 meters height, a violently auspicious sign tied turbulently. The overwhelming power is stronger. Yu Tianqi arm shakes, gold/metal min shines, the auspicious sign is enormous and powerful, raises air/chi of the crazy tyrant. Roar. Sound of the tiger's roar, resounds through the audience, has pressed the Jiang Yi 100 beast sound tides unexpectedly. Everyone loses one's voice to call out an alarm, saw clearly the Yu Tianqi. Surrounding auspicious sign, gathered a fierce tiger, majestic dignified. Fierce fearsome, that aura was too simply terrifying, as if extinguished the world ominous beast to be the same. As Yu Tianqi violence wield strikes, the fierce tiger roared, shoots up to the sky. White tiger. In the side building many influence representatives call out in alarm. This is not ordinary fierce tiger martial law, but condensed white tiger. Yu Tianqi is day of bloodlines, achieved the chaos bloodlines. The chaos, the myriad things source air/chi, can through the evolution of pinnacle, form the ancestors of myriad things shape, even can have similar power and influence. This absolutely is white tiger. Develops on the martial stage, the fierce tiger roared, soars to the heavens. Dashes about wildly, the terrifying fluctuation swept across the audience, was away from the barrier to stimulate all beast spirit mark, felt including outside Han Ao oppression that compelled the person. Bang! 100 beast shocking fists, blast open accordingly, the roaring flame. Avalanche, the angry volume expansive sky, 100 beast empty shades. Reappear, large expanse of annihilation, scene frigid to shocking. White tiger runs amok, collapses extinguishes all. The powerful imposing manner, startled absorbs the audience. Fourth heavenly layer how? You are the saint mark, cultivates the saint law. I am day, uses a day of law. Yu Tianqi bellows, fighting intent is soaring. He treads the auspicious sign to soar to the heavens, right arm sturdy. Exaggerating, the white tiger arm, strikes probably violently, shakes the space drastic fluctuation, raises the terrifying the auspicious sign tide. Submerged Jiangyi. This truly is the white tiger shape, moreover had the strength of very subtle. White tiger, powerful incomparable. Day law? Jiangyi one's blood bubbles up to the brim, fighting intent is torrential, he has not avoided, but spreads the wings, to cry to hell, before. The body, appears rapidly huge mysterious rune/symbol array, unfolds dozens meters, a symbol roaring flame is torrential, the golden light is flaming like the scorching sun, the middle actually blood glittering, condenses the phoenix. Outline. Bang. Rune revolves, forms terrifying the air/chi of swallowing. In an instant, the trim sky pure brightness, exploded the fierce tiger. Auspicious signs and 100 beast roaring flame that are defeated and dispersed before, vanishes completely does not see, was swallowed by law. The audience call out in alarm, what martial law is this? A law ray rises suddenly, fierce revolving, in inside intense evolution. Returns to the air/chi of source. Jiangyi flutters the dive, strikes front rune/symbol array crazily. A loud sound, rune/symbol array evolves fiercely, the compression, surrounded. On Jiangyi pair of claws, continually. The vermilion bird wrestles a day of technique, the coordination turns over to the terrifying energy that the Yuan technique derives, the power and influence. On rise suddenly again. Yu Tianqi feels the intense threat, but has killed the upper air, evades not. To be possible to evade, has not been thinking must avoid. He stimulates the courage vigor, wields the white tiger arm outrageously, attacks fiercely. Powerful sharp claws, that heads on. A loud sound, the sharp claw surrounding roaring flame rebellion, a sea of fire releases, probably violently, sweeps across the upper air. The Jiangyi sharp claws are surging the terrifying power and influence of tearing, hits the same place with the slaughtering arm that Yu Tianqi sticks out suddenly solid. Among the moments, Yu Tianqi shivers all over the body, right arm covered with blood, the majestic body drops from the clouds, pounded ruthlessly in the arena. The arena sways violently, might crash general. The audience change countenance, calls out an alarm rises from all directions. Everyone unbelievable is looking at Jiangyi of upper air. What martial law is this? Is he plundering Yu Tianqi offensive? Chapter 706, The Boundary Challenges. Even/including Yu Qingsong, they were startled. Jiangyi enhances the strength forcefully, they have not been serious. Because Yu Tianqi is day, under a rep's full power, can definitely counterbalance the boundary disparity. Moreover, the improvement duration of this cross-boundary is very short. The time arrives, Jiangyi rapid weak, when the time comes will not have the strength to hit back. However, martial law who Jiangyi uses suddenly, was really startled they. The person in greatly comfortable palace died? In the supreme Jin Cheng side building, permits Rolai shouted loudly. Suddenly, Jiangyi eats elixir, the promotion strength, were you forcefully blind? He has not eaten elixir. In the greatly comfortable palace broadcasts the old sound, reverberates the audience, passes to near the ear of everyone clearly. No? He just started third heavenly layer, now fourth heavenly layer, you are really blind, pretends to be blind intentionally? Invited permits Yongsho, Tadong clansman. Hasn't let's say especially, permits Tathagata was angry. But, what is strange, various side buildings are very silent. Because these representatives of influence look to have problems, vision brilliant as staring at Jiangyi, did not have anxiously the judgment. Develops on the martial stage, the fight continues, does not have any idle time. Really a little skill. After Yu Tianqi falls to the ground, sticks out. Suddenly instantaneously, the sturdy right leg seems like the iron whip to shell upwards. Gold/metal min glitters, the auspicious sign surges, just like the almighty troops treasure, the space was started the mighty waves. Jiangyi has killed, wants to seize the chance to cause heavy losses, never expected that Yu Tianqi responded so swiftly and fiercely. In an instant, the Jiangyi tight pair of wings seemed like a day of blade to divide. Bang! The terrifying explosive surges to develop the martial stage, starts the space mighty waves. Jiangyi flutters, Yu Tianqi retreats. Yu Tianqi, with the aid of the opportunity of retreating, spreads out rapidly. The whole body, golden light winds around, is healing rapidly the tattered both arms. Jiangyi stands firm, the body in the midair, forcefully, spreads the wings, too. Thunder, the roaring flame rebellion, the pair of wings like the blade, killed. Again to Yu Tianqi. Two people fight intent to surge upward, one's blood bubbles up to the brim. Made the feeling, made the violent disposition. Yu Tianqi shoots up to the sky, piece of enchanting rune spreads in the under foot, each step falls, erupts the terrifying the destruction power and influence, full submergence, Jiangyi. The Qilin fights the step. By the day bloodlines, the air/chi of chaos, the true Qilin that stimulates. Fights the technique. The gravitational field territory rapidly strengthens, goes directly to 300 times. The ground crawls to split open seam. However, Jiangyi angrily roars wildly, astonishing power and influence. Surging bloodlines, attack the both arms. Burns a day of secret art, the first type, cholera world. Rumble, terrifying roaring flame surging audience, along with destruction. Myriad things, the great power of cholera universe, at rebellion kilometer. The powerful gravitational field territory disintegrates instantaneously. The Jiangyi speed does not reduce, shoots up to the sky, faces directly Yu Tianqi. The audience in an uproar, shocks again. What martial law is this? What imposing manner is this? Where Jiangyi comes so many terrifying unique skills. Even Han Ao Lin Nan, they stare the big eye, in do these months, have the matter that what they did not know? Jiangyi cried to hell, the pair of wings stimulated the vermilion bird to wrestle a day of technique, the bang approached Yu Tianqi outrageously. Although Yu Tianqi is accidental/surprised, the offensive has nothing to stop. The whole body auspicious sign is enormous and powerful, the back Qilin hells. resonantly, is real and powerful, rumbled toward Jiang Yi in the past. The vermilion bird cried to howl, the Qilin shouted. The picture that shocks is attacking everyone's vision. It explodes violently, Jiang Yi and Yu Tianqi both retreat. Good. Yu Tianqi, killed to be excited, after has not waited to fall to the ground, stood firm, his whole body auspicious sign was enormous and powerful. Started the auspicious sign raging tide again. The raging tide rebellion, the air/chi of chaos surges. A huge Kunping spread the wings to soar to the clouds, appears in him behind. That power and influence was too terrifying, is surging extremely strong. Destruction raging tide, attacked the space, drastic fluctuation. The barrier creaks. Jiang Yi flutters in the upper air again and again, stands firm the same time. Of body, raises the vermilion bird to turn over to the Yuan technique again. Golden law unfolds in front, mysterious complex, gorgeous bright, the blood. Color phoenix trace revolves, toes law, to strike the plundering energy, to the trim. The Qilin auspicious sign of roaring flame and avalanche that before were defeated and dispersed, went turbulently. The phoenix revolves, the courage vigor surges, making all energies belong to origin force. The audience changed countenance, the shocking vision appears on all faces. Although has seen, witnesses again, is unbelievable, what martial law is this? After law refining up the energy, threw over the Jiang Yi pair of wings. Directly. The pair of wings energy surges, presents the dense and numerous vortex, in. Each vortex seems like some vermilion birds to cry to howl, is surging the fluctuation of energy of terrifying. The vermilion bird wrestles a day of technique, achieves the pinnacle. Yu Tianqi fights, intent to surge upward, drags to entrain the Kunping energy. To pour into the whole body. In an instant, the golden light rebellion, the whole body muscle becomes twists, his as if incarnation genuine Kunping, by astonishing passed over gently and swiftly to strike the field speedily, wild. Killing approached Jiang Yi. The ray of Jiang Yi pair of wings, dazzling, to letting the person is hard to look straight ahead, he cuts void, sweeps the fearful trace, to tear the prestige of myriad things, meets the approaching enemy Yu Tianqi. Rumble. This strikes, shakes void, twists like the tattered battle drum, exudes the strange bellow, the fluctuation impact strikes a barrier violently, making the invisible barrier appear, the drastic fluctuation, as if must crash. Momentarily, is startled the people on stand to retrocede flurriedly. At this time, the people inside building stood, unbelievable looks to strike. Battle of field. Yu Tianqi great strength is expected, the air/chi of chaos develops the air/chi of myriad things, displays the strength of subtle monster ancestor, powerful. Natural. However, they are hard to accept Jiang Yi actually to resist with you. Tianqi up front hardly, does not drop the wind. At this moment, they some judgment, Jiang Yi did not eat elixir, likely used some secret technique. Otherwise is impossible to continue to retain the fourth heavenly layer. Strength, but can also meet head-on, calmly, uses strong martial law one after another. However, can let the secret technique that the boundary breaks through? Where? This, does Jiang Yi obtain? Develops on the martial stage, Jiang Yi and Yu Tianqi all back up several 100 meters, the mouth and nose overflowing blood, has hair disheveled. Whole body uncontrolled shivering gently, suffered the heavy losses obviously. However, they look in the eyes, saw each other crazy war intent completely. Jiang Yi not disappointed, the strength of day bloodlines was too truly strong. Yu Tianqi is crazily more excited, due to the bloodline's reason, the chaos. Purple Mansion is always sealing him in the secret, he except for slaughters. With these monster ants, compares notes with the elder, has not run into such opponent in same level. Chaos War Body. Yu Tianqi rave, the whole body skeleton wriggles fiercely, grew a brand new head unexpectedly, two sturdy arms. The audience in an uproar. Everyone can look, this is not the energy evolves, but is the genuine flesh and blood. The clansmen of Chaos Purple Mansion show the facial expression that proud envies, this is the genuine Chaos bloodlines, the myriad things source air/chi. That can stimulate the chaos, evolves the subtle ancestor strength, but can also stimulate the body potential, self-evolution. The Chaos bloodline's strongest condition even can grow 3 heads and 6 arms. Roar. Yu Tianqi kills outrageously to Jiang Yi, the front both arms eruption golden color glare, raises the shape of white tiger, is surging the terrifying energy. Following head and both arms, then the air/chi of control chaos. Deducts similarly powerful martial law. Jiang Yi felt suffocates the pressure, actually also stimulates soaring war intent. Since must inspect own potential, that has not dreaded and retreated. He flutters strikes crazily, unprecedented. But persistent war intent and crazy, stimulated the strength of pure Yangde. Hot war soul finally. Vermilion bird spirit essence cried the howling sea of chi, is combining the ominous fierce and overbearing imposing manner sweeps across the whole body. Is stimulating the gold/metal bright blood, is more exciting the stimulation. Potential self-dash. Chapter 707, The Boundary Challenges. Bang! Jiang Yi has turned time of strength, in an instant increases sharply again. If not the vermilion bird monster body extremely in the specialness, this continued sudden rise really might detonate Jiang Yi. However, this continued enhancement also gave the body to bring the strong load, the pain was hard to endure. Jiang Yi roared in the pain, the violent and crazy walked. Powerful war intent, stimulates pure Yangde fire again. His aura? In the side building various parties changed countenance again, now. Can definitely determine, Jiang Yi is using the secret technique to stimulate the potential, rather than elixir. How does he achieve? In the no-return Holy Land side building, many elders are unbelievable. Jiang Yi dives speedily, kills racing Yu Tianqi. His whole body roaring flame. Rebellion is condensing the fierce roaring flame vortex behind. The vortex revolves speedily, quickly, is more and more plundering the energy of Jiang Yi. Whole body continuously. Yu Tianqi foot treads the auspicious sign, the double-headed roars, for arm. Dance, fight intent to boil the pinnacle. Distance of previous kilometer, 2 people, but in a flash. The vermilion bird monster body ominous prestige is boundless, that tears all. Powerful power and influence, fills entire, to develop the martial stage. The Yu Tianqi crazy strength is torrential, the front pair of fist wild. Impact, the strength of white tiger surges, the both arms almost must blast out. Meanwhile, the powerful Qilin of both arms deduction fights the body. Because the Purple Mansion inheritance Qilin fights the technique, he is exceptionally familiar with the Qilin, at this moment almost seems like a true Qilin by the Qilin of air/chi of deduction chaos, is filling the vast power and influence. Bang! The vermilion bird wrestles a day of technique. Jiang Yi pair of claws energy suddenly slash violently to strike, shakes the Yu Tianqi white tiger, both arms hardly. Almost the same time, the roaring flame vortex blasts out loudly, glare as dazzling as pinnacle, Tangchong one after another, reached 8. In each is surging the vermilion bird monster fire, slaughtering fire, the Yin spirit wicked fire, the solar fine fire and land beast spirit flame, pure. Yang day fire. They appear the shape respectively, the common deductive vermilion bird. Outline, haunch the solar saint fist full power. 8 sun, interlocks, the bombardment. Whole wide world fierce yang fist. I, homemade. The Jiangyi appearance is fierce, the vermilion bird wrestles the day of technique violence strikes the white tiger, both arms in an instant, shapes of the 8-part essay fierce. Yang bombardment chilance, formed the frigid destruction tide, submerged him and Yu Tianqi. In the later period of this as his 2 months closes up, the cultivation burns. A day of secret art time was inspired, the strong Tao law that fusion. Warehouse day collapse fist and solar saint fist and strength, deducted, can stimulate completely the potential of all roaring flame vermilion bird spirit. Essence swallowed. Bang, terrifying explosion, again shocking audience. Many people adapted to the strong Tao law of emerging one after another. Incessantly even, felt that rouses with excitedly. This fights, this is martial law, this is the war of peak. Jiangyi flutters face up, the whole body feather flies upwards, covered with blood, after crash ground, sees one after another. However, he flutters too. Cry to howl, soared to the heavens again, goes crazy results in charged into. Yu Tianqi. 8 bound the Saint Day secret art to have the time limit, he quickly to limit. The vermilion bird turns over to the Yuan technique. Jiangyi strikes forward crazily, crashes in the explosion outrageously the energy deep place unfolds powerful law, frenzied plundering the energy of being in the rebellion. This inside has the powerful energy that he releases, has the air/chi of chaos. The energy abates like surging tides, turbulent fierce injection method. A law, great strength, can make the myriad things turn over to the Yuan, including the air/chi of chaos. Yu Tianqi was rumbled to draw back several hundred meters, stops distressedly. Raising the head time, happened to seize one that this shocks. Is good your Jiangyi? The Yu Tianqi first feeling shocks, this person of great strength has surpassed his imagination. This is not the strength that the supreme excellent works can show, is not the saint law that he understands. Jiangyi flutters, dresses up chart, killed outrageously to Yu Tianqi, the speed was too fast, as if cut directly void, the pair of wings ray was boundless, the powerful energy of surging almost must exceed the Jiangyi withstanding limit. Yu Tianqi evades not to be possible to evade, stimulates the white tiger both arms extremely in a short time strongly. The air/chi of white tiger surges, the arm inflated one time, the courage vigor of whole body looked like here to gather. Bang! The vermilion bird that but Jiangyi instantly, the wild impact, this strikes. Wrestles a day of technique, fully achieved the beforehand 3 times. The Yu Tianqi both arms shiver all over, the scrap, the terrifying impact fluctuation. Sweeps across the whole body accordingly, has the lift off, retreats the kilometer, numerous pounding in the barrier, collapsed, the striking purple blood. Yu was Tianqi injured? Everyone is not calm. The successors of Chaos Purple Mansion all set out, gather front. Very powerful. Yu Qingsong Vision rocks, was shocked. Before guessed that Jiangyi grew 3rd heavenly layer, what depended was elixir and ichor, but also refused to accept to disdain very much, but at this moment, he was finally calm. Jiangyi obtained certainly the extraordinary chance, not only, this type has gone far beyond him intrepidly, is not the boundary. Disparity is so simple. If he also wants to challenge Jiangyi again, only if completes the bloodlines. To sublimate, opening chaos bloodlines. Hanao is absent-minded, Jiangyi severe wound, Yu Tianqi? He felt that own head humming sound, has a dream to be the same probably. After Jiangyi repels Yu Tianqi, must follow up a victory with hot pursuit. However, the pair of wings withstands 3 times of strengths, the limit. Under the wild impact, had cracked the bone, caused heavy losses. Moreover, the persistent squeezing potential, the state of mind reached the limit. Yu Tianqi double-headed simultaneous/uniform hell, the both arms dance, he bursts with joy, the strongest auspicious sign tide, in the surrounding crazy proliferation. When Jiangyi stops there, reveals the weak stance time, he releases the auspicious sign raging tide beyond the kilometer, the whole body golden light. Twinkle, the trace wants the exomatized to fly probably, air/chi of the chaos. To welling up, surging auspicious sign tide. Chaos, the source of myriad things. World myriad things, from this however comes. World outline, from this breeding. Yu Tianqi is stimulating the strength of bloodlines forcefully, ignores the deduction of consumption, he strongest inheritance. Chaos seal. The auspicious sign fierce rebellion, the momentum shocks, inside presents all kinds of images unexpectedly. Has the monster beast, to have human race, has mystical powers, also has the demon, even forest and mountains and rivers. Various images are partly visible, actually collides rapidly, avalanche. Cholera. The auspicious sign tide condenses before his body, the turnover. The domineering evolution, turned into a light ball speedily finally. Under air/chi of package chaos, as if a new student/life world. The picture that shocks, making the audience change countenance. This surpassed their cognition to the military law completely, dominates above all saint law. Even some people of absent-minded, this is the true strength of royal heavens. Chosen, was too terrifying. Chaos seal? Forest Tianlu the first time was witnessed the chaos purple mansion to high deep meaning. This was only soul boundary, third heavenly layer has also evolved, if arrived. At the nirvana boundary, even higher level, this deduction such is terrifying. To what degree? Chaos seal. I saw the chaos to print unexpectedly. The influence. Representatives in various side buildings carefully observe. Uncle Yu Quan and the others are also proudly dignified, before the clan Yu Tianqi sends, the most worry is the release full power that Yu Tianqi can be compelled, then shows chaos seal. The Dark Kingdom converges too many influences after all, the release was equal to exposing Yu Tianqi all strength's full power and kills to incur. However, finished finally. The chaos print one, Jiangyi must defeat without doubt. However, after Jiangyi, there hesitates slightly, releases to strike finally. Reason that hesitant, is he does not know that own condition can release what effect, can die here. However, this hesitation flashes to pass, today fights tooth and nail. Finally strikes, deductive pinnacle strength. Bang! The Jiangyi whole body auspicious sign rebellion, from covering the war zhou. Inside violent release of skeleton and flesh, shoots up to the sky, blade. Astral who continuously, changes to the terrifying. The soul strength, courage vigor, soul whole body weight, etc., comprehensive. Rebellion, changes to the powerful energy, attacks purple blade astral. This opens a day of type, the potential of whole body, in an instant complete. Stimulation. Comprehensive fusion, pinnacle release. Beforehand time needs the remnant blade guidance, to be powerful now, the bloodlines regain consciousness, he can definitely by fighting Zhou releases. Reason that dreaded, is because the present condition is too special. The soul of peacock plume feather fights vigorously the clothes also in the soul. The gold/metal bright blood is moving restlessly in the whole body. The soul receives to fight the soul, to be exciting, is seething with excitement. The potential is turning time of release, continually profound huangshi and sea of qi surges. Once stimulates comprehensively, that might fears the meeting to injure too. Jiangyi, even is in danger. Chapter 708, The Boundary Challenges. Bang! Blade astral thunders, is 50 meters, continuous strengthens the strength of Jiangyi whole body, wins the terrifying trace above. Moreover, really appeared the trace that is similar to the peacock, pesters with the shape of vermilion bird, presented the endless invincible might, came from the gold/metal bright blood, has profound Ms. Huang, who profound huangshi releases air/qi. Spatial warping absorbs the person heart and soul. Everyone's vision shifted to Jiangyi, completely, unbelievable. Does he have stronger martial law? Is this as burning oneself? Chaos Seal. Yu Tianqi double-headed simultaneous/uniform hell, controlled Chaos Seal 2. Hit to Jiangyi. The chaos impression is the asteroid of breeding, is surging the terrifying aura. The place visited, the space seems like act drop, generally fierce. Fluctuating, had the mysterious induction with this stretch of the world. Opens a day of type. The Jiangyi whole body cracks, the bloody water crossflow, encounters the statue that hits hard to be common, probably, horrible to look. But he crazily and stands firm blade astral who rocked fiercely tenaciously, the violent will cut, chops to Chaos Seal. Blade astral rebellion, instantly however. Glare dazzling, the auspicious sign is torrential, inside is surging the vermilion bird monster fire, peacock soul and the gold/metal, bright blood, the air/qi of yellow and black, moreover receives the self-stimulation, this struck almost drained the Jiangyi complete potential. Bang! The blade chops the seal secret art, the instant violence strikes, the energy. Raging tide that raises the terrifying. Looked at the past from afar, looked like a peerless day blade to cut to. Extinguish the planet, terrifying visual impact, startled palpitation. Audience. Rumble, Chaos Seal cracks, blade astral rocks fiercely, almost annihilation, but the domineering chops to cut, dragging the blade air/qi of participation, the bang to approach, Yu Tianqi, several hundred meters away. Yu Tianqi changes countenance finally, unbelievable looks at Chaos Seal of avalanche. Yu Tianqi. In the side building spreads Yu Jingxiong angry roaring. Yu Tianqi awakens instantaneously, transfers the whole body golden light toward the both arms gathering, at the entire life quickest speed, condenses. The purple soul blade. Gold/metal, min twines, proliferates the cutter body. The auspicious sign turns. Wells up, the courage vigor surges, this is the strong Tao law that the successors of each chaos purple mansion can use, by Yu Tianqi bloodlines, the power and influence is stronger. However, he really does not have to think Chaos Seal that oneself display wholeheartedly was broken out unexpectedly. This is the birth the most unexpected fight sentences absolutely until now in advance. Therefore, he counterattacked at this moment is slow. Purple soul blade formation in an instant, but also without stable, opens the day of blade astral then front surface hit, the terrifying impact, shattered. The purple soul blade in an instant. The purple soul blade detonates instantaneously, the powerful power and influence blasted out the Yu Tianqi both arms, the disintegration the chest. Cavity, the huge body exsomatize, flew face up. Meanwhile, opens Chaos Seal that a day of blade breaks out to lead to the energy raging tide, sweeps across toward him. The scene shocks, the cholera energy that probably the planet avalanche forms can destroy the frontal. Yu Tianqi stands firm distressedly, the whole body ties tight, hard anti-energy tide. Finally it can be imagined, his majestic body drastic fluctuation, the flesh and blood flying in all directions, the front surface flutters, just fell to the ground, tumbles again, ruthlessly hit barrier. Did Jiang Yi break out Chaos Seal? Influence representatives rapid breathings. In various side buildings, the complexion exceptionally is dignified. Even Jiang Yi is fourth heavenly layer, but that is Chaos Seal. Some practicing martial arts place people stand, anxious as looking around the developing martial stage of energy rebellion. Some boundary low people, even does not see clearly inside picture. Yu Tianqi admits defeat, suffers to death. Jiang Yi condenses law, unfolds. 100 meters, is plundering again energy tide that is in the rebellion. Yu Tianqi whole body covered with blood, in an extremely difficult situation. His fierce respite is staring at Jiang Yi. I admit defeat. What? Is preparing to the Purple Mansion clansman who Yu Tianqi encourages. Is shocked. Admits defeat? Hit ignorant? What nonsense that spoke. Yu Tianqi, you can also hit. Why can admit defeat? Uncle Yu extends the sinking sound to berate. I admit defeat. Yu Tianqi deeply inspires, is restoring the tattered body. Admitted defeat? He lost unexpectedly. Jiang Yi won, by the supreme excellent works, one day? Jiang Yi displays what martial law is? He was too initially more. What did Jiang Yi experience in this year? His all military laws can resist you. Tianqi inheritance secret technique, directly. The audience are shocked, although with own eyes testimony, actually. Unbelievable, somewhat could not accept this result. In the side building in stage completely silent, they look dignified. Yu Tianqi their expected is outstanding, but Jiang Yi can suppress unexpectedly. Directly. This is hard war, moreover two people have not used the special weapon, purely is the mortal body with the competition of military law. Jiang Yi dispersed law, by his injury and condition, actually refined these energies, now blusters. Moreover, self- has started to abate, re-enters the bloodshed, his aura in rapid weakening. Well, many powerhouses noticed this, had the suspicion that most started, did Jiang Yi eat elixir of some stimulation potential? But, why hasn't all influence inside building raised the objection? Although admits defeat, but bets approximately does not calculate. Yu Tianqi stands in the arena, is repairing the injury, is restoring the imposing manner. Do you want to act shamelessly? Jiang Yi knits the brows. I admit defeat, is not because you really won me. If I insisted, today is mutually wounded. I admit defeat, because you can put together my day. Bloodlines by the supreme excellent works blood. Enjoying oneself to the full. That Yu Tianqi hits, loses, confidently. If Jiang Yi is very ordinary, he did not mind that is livingly oppressive he. However Jiang Yi was too strong can pray with him directly, strong can cause heavy losses to him, strong makes everyone shock. If in this situation, he also pesters continuous, even if one finally, still has nothing proudly. Jiang Yi looked at little while Yu Tianqi, suddenly a little appreciation. This person also calculates a little stance of day. Gambling makes, I want. Third. I accept for the Chaos Purple Mansion. Yu Tianqi turned around to leave, went down the arena. Yu Tianqi. U-1000 they are just about to advise, was actually lifted. The hand to break by Yu Tianqi, he can take on the name of Martial Marquis. 1. Han Ao Lin Nan some of they not real feelings, returned probably for more than 1 year wars of the beforehand Martial Marquis. In situation that Jiang Yi in everyone does not favor, created the miracle. In the stage side building, Forrest Tianlu and the others were silent and dignified. They do not have the least bit to be excited, has nothing proudly, but is a not being able to say complex feeling. They saw the great strength of Jiang Yi, saw Jiang Yi adventurous and crazy. That from the bone shows, as well as ambition. Holy Land does not suit him, cannot accommodate him. Some Forest Tianlu feelings, perhaps, this was Jiang Yi most starts to reject. The Holy Land reasoned suddenly repeatedly, this child was very clear not suitable Holy Land. Martial Marquis does not know that was who shouted one, the audience atmosphere rapid. Ebullition. Martial Marquis. Martial Marquis. This is Martial Marquis of Dark Kingdom, such talent such strength, can be joined to the name of Martial Marquis. Jiang Yi turns over to the name, to the reality. Under the Jiang Yi clothing / taking elixir, after restoring some courage vigor. Goes down the arena, reveals to wipe the light smile to Han Ao, what kind of splendid? Does not spell, how to know own limit. Any matter, did said again. Do not suggest themselves ahead of time, I was not good. What martial lawyer is, when studies, learns from whom? The Han Ao half step catches up with Jiang Yi. I have told you, leaves, true chance outside. Chapter 709, leads him to walk. My small Martial Marquis, Yuan. Yuan Yu Tianqi. Yuan the day bloodlines. In the room and attic, Xiang Wanqing is charming and sultry, to Jiang Yi. Blinks. You know you win, charming? To the palace lord, restrains. Jiang Yi is helpless. What restrains? The Xiang Wanqing red lip licks white / shell tooth lightly. Bewitches to seize the mortal form the feeling long jab soul. Jiang Yi whole body dry and hot, has consumed the similar life sweet due to have an effect, probably. My beautiful? Xiang Wanqing is teasing Jiang Yi intentionally. Beautiful. Jiang Yi acclaimed heartfeltly, this woman really beautiful. Beauty that typed beautifully and blended charmingly, from appearance to look. From flesh to physique, beautiful impeccable. The mature flavor is more like the old wine, is away from the wine pot beam energy spread to send out the rich fragrance and mellowness, making one not be oneself. Simply is the source of trouble. Jiang Yi felt that even the body of previous generation cannot control such woman. Do you like? No one does not like. Do you still remember among us the agreement? Do we have the agreement? Do not play the fool, you have accepted my 3 conditions. Right, this still remembers. I want to use one today, appropriate? The Xiang Wanqing corners of the mouth. Have a smile, the sound is attractive. Jiang Yi awkward light coughs several, this atmosphere, I feel that at present is not quite a little appropriate. Aren't you like? I said like, appreciates, purely. That has not liked in the bone. To the palace lord, that side replied. Jiang Yi hurries to shift the subject. Was for fear that fluttered soul sits, I told you. The Xiang Wanqing packed the white jade beautiful leg, the delicate hands fluttered, bumped side, hinted Jiang Yi to sit. Does not want. Does not think, doesn't dare? Cannot think. I feared that I cannot dominate. Xiang Wanqing smiles tenderly, tries. My recent condition is unsatisfactory, cannot bear the stimulation. To the Palace Lord, looks at your appearance, there should be the reply. Jiangyi is. Nipping the tip of tongue, avoid smelly. Xiang Wanqing giggled a chuckle, no longer teased him, does not die a day of. Tablet to make the guarantee by the greatly comfortable palace, the greatly comfortable palace has the responsibility to guarantee its right. However the matter is truly special. Chaos Purple Mansion Supreme Jinqing attacks a royalty simultaneously, the influence is too big, the consequence is unpredictable, therefore our suggestions are you use two not dead. Simultaneously a day of tablet. I can use two, but they must kill the 9th lunar month Imperial City to me. They will break through the barrier, the vibration Imperial Palace. Was okay. Jiangyi nods, such confusion, should be able to give Qiao Wu a to create the opportunity. Specific time? Era, in September 3rd 9. Xiang Wanqing gives a Jiangyi stone notepaper, writes your order on this. Seals. Then visits the Chaos Purple Mansion and Supreme Jinqing personally. Turns over does not die a day of tablet. After Jiangyi writes, gives Xiang Wanqing, is defending for me, by time. Please greatly comfortable Palace Inspector General. You could rest assured that this is the Marshal Marquis first use of dark. Kingdom does not die a day of tablet, we will seriously treat. When the time comes, I can also lead you to the forefront, with own eyes the war of testimony that royalty. I do not go, cannot go. Why? I am dying. What? I want to go to the samsara mystical place to be informed and experienced, by Supreme Jinqing. With my contradiction, I estimated that they will kill me in that. The Chaos Purple Mansion, they also possibly clash to chase down me. You can heavy live from the drop hammer, but also fears the samsara mystical place? Then, what you do want to make me make? Xiang Wanqing thinks that. Jiangyi said intentionally, then asked her to strike too big royalty. I will try hard, if not come back, you also leave think of me, I look at you. Probably to my a little that meaning. Xiang Wanqing was startled, titters the sound to smile, thoroughly ripe. Body shivered all over, swings the soul-stirring curve. Next life says goodbye. You're this little fellow also will tease happily. If you are worried dead in that why can also go. I like the stimulation. The Jiangyi corners of the mouth, bring back wipe the strange curve, turned around to leave the room. Xiang Wanqing looks at the door that closes, the charming smile disperses. Gradually. Is this as cracking a joke? What profound meaning has? Which three matters do you want quite to make him help you do? The sound conveys from the room hammock together, unexpectedly, is that only pure white. Such as the small fox of jade. Now has not worried. By his potential, will be in the future, more valuable. Xiang Wanqing chuckle, good front piece, elegant and charming entering room. He eventually is excellent work spirit mark. Watches today's martial arts contest, you also felt that his limit is the supreme excellent works? His bloodlines have started to regain consciousness. Definitely will affect spirit mark, makes great strides forward day. Beast spirit mark, it presents the bloodlines to awaken, really may affect spirit mark, but most is the promotion in excellent works level, wants directly to affect the excellent works today, his beast spirit mark must, if that extremely special monster beast. His isn't spirit mark special? Elder sister, I make a bet with you, how? What bets? I won, do I wait on a husband? Giggle. Do not crack a joke. Did the matter of Moonlight Tianbao investigate thoroughly? 70% possibilities are 9 days of God Vice Founders, Eastern Bright. Magnificence is clear. 9 days of God is going to battle with 100 clan battlefields, made imposingly, even their ancestors' axe. In such important time, Don Huang Xingjia continues to assume the Dark Kingdom, Eastern, bright magnificence. Clear and comes secretly, definitely has any important reason. Do they want to control the Dark Kingdom? Dark Kingdom does not need the master, does not need to control by whom. Absolutely, now the situation without doubt is the best condition. They should not come for the Dark Kingdom, but comes for somebody. It is not my small martial marquis. Xiang Wanqing hugs the fox, in a soft voice joke. Hot Spring Fairyland. What recalled? Jiang Yi arrives at Li Yin room. Li Yin facial expression is somewhat excited, 2 sets of martial law. 1 set is the small bright saint law, 1 set is the cleverness sword standard. Is the saint law levels? Jiang Yi congratulates with a smile, actually felt strange at heart, why does not have the memory of fusingly silent/solitary. These 2 sets of military laws are very mysterious, but what? I actually feel very familiar, has mastered inside neck, probably. They integrate your body with sword spirit mark, familiar, should also be. Master, I after that day loses the consciousness, exactly had what? Li Yin is really curious, even is somewhat vigilant. He was why bewildered on the stupor, spirit essence sea of chi. What's the matter? These were too unthinkable. You prepared, I will tell you. I prepared. Believes me, perhaps you also arrange. Come, regards the Golmi, is familiar with your spirit mark with the fight. Right, master, did you win? Li Yin then responded. 1. Come, I accompany you to practice for several days, later must leave. Master, please grant instruction. Li Yin shouts. 1. Stimulating spirit mark. To kill. Does not need to fear that the wound to me, many strengths shows many strengths. Jiang Yi accompanies Li Yin to deduct martial law, is observing his certain facial expressions and conditions. For 3 days later, Li Yin integrated in the Chanyang sword mark Phoenix. Spirit mark finally, spirit mark also stable in Mahayana excellent works. Martial law who is beforehand martial law, as well as integrates newly. Becomes because of the overlay of double spirit mark more powerful. The overall strength, to promote 3 times. However, Jiang Yi has not truly seen any Li silent/solitary trace from Li Yin. Except that spirit mark changes, the strength changes, Li Yin that Li Yin. Pil sovereign guest, Li Yin should only include the mortal body and spirit. Mark to Li lonesome swallowing, and does not include the soul. Li silent/solitary soul, possibly dissipated, possibly hidden in the most deep place of Li Yin body. Should be this. Jiang Yi looks at Li Yin, who sits cross-legged to contemplate, suddenly some worries. Keeps the Dark Kingdom him really appropriate? Really wants, Li Yin from producing realizes the present, the short 3 years, are equivalent to 3-year-old child, crucial phase that the character fosters. Now in the body, hides the arrogantly silent/solitary soul. Although has not appeared, if there is influence in invisible? Jiang Yi must leave after all for about 10 years, what by that time Li Yin will turn into, but also recognizes his master? Leads him to walk. In the Jiang Yi mind flashes through a year suddenly. The tour of hell, takes Li Yin. He wants, when seeks for the medicinal herb, taught Li Yin, trained Li Yin. The duty of true master completely. Observes Li Yin while convenient, understands Li Yin. Thinks of here, Jiang Yi brings to light to Li Yin directly. I must go to a Dangerous place, possibly many years, are you willing to go with me together? Is master willing to lead me? Li'in accident/surprise anticipated. Very will be dangerous. I do not fear the danger. Good. I lead you to go. Jiang Yi takes in the bronze tower. Li'in introduced that to inside monster. Child then leaves the hot spring fairyland, visits the chaos purple mansion. Chapter 710, turns over does not die a day of tablet. Dark deep space, in chaos purple mansion broad palace. Jiang Yi is with smile on the face, self-possessed sizes up is standing tall. And erect, grandly, the main hall, that combative purple mansion clansman. Don't you really fear death? This place also dares to come. You thousand are. Grasping the fist, clenching jaws is looking angrily at Jiang Yi. Yu Tianqi, Uncle Yu Quan, Yu Qingyao, Yu Qingsong and the others, have not left the Dark Kingdom, knew that Jiang Yi pays a visit, caught up completely. Whole family, do not be noisy such anxiously. Jiang Yi said with a smile. Lightly. Dissolute. The purple mansion clansmen and guard, shouted angrily completely. The rumble-tide shake palace, many furniture, shivered slightly. Eldest son Uncle Yu Quan looks at Jiang Yi dignifiedly. You have not hit. Enough, coming to here to look to punch? Jiang Yi said, this time hit to enjoy oneself to the full, later had the opportunity to hit again. The Uncle Yu Quan brow slightly wrinkle, does not like Jiang Yi this type. Seeming like it will actually the arrogant stance very much, do not think that. One Yu Tianqi, can be supercilious. You are spirit mark, high also this. We are the bloodlines, does not stop this. Yu Qingyao said, he has not one Yu Tianqi, is Yu Tianqi, does not want to bully. The person enjoyed his face. Jiang Yi shakes the head with a smile, royalty on a little stance of royalty. Can win must be able to lose. I one have not cheated, two have not acted. Shamelessly, one frankly and uprightly, you can refuse to accept, but does not need to work as the personal enemy me. You cheat, yourself clearest. You thousand felt Jiang Yi the strength rose. Suddenly to have the major problem at that time. Solemn royalty, leaving is so ignorant, the means of promotion strength do not have elixir, martial law. What martial law, said listens. He, did we discuss your little nephew's matter? You court death. The people strike the table to angrily rebuke, remember you. Qingqing to be humiliated by him, are forced to give birth, cannot repress the anger. Their solemn royalty, never has such vexed, but this bastard is the Holy Land disciple, but also bore the name of Martial Marquis. Cannot grasp, cannot kill. Yu Qingsong sinking sound said, Jiang Yi, you speak the truth, beautiful woman. How? Live well. Did she really have a child? Do you suspect my ability? Chaos Purple Mansion can tolerate you to take away Yu Qingqing, but cannot tolerate you to humiliate her, to harm her. Your best anything not to have done, which day otherwise you fell to fall to our hands, exerting that all that she withstands, can double on you. This does not threaten you, this is the warning from royalty. You felt relieved although, I will not fall to your hands, on the day of if really has, I die at the scene. Jiang Yi, are you iron calm down, must oppose with us? Probably you are opposing with me. From me announced that challenged Marshal Marquis on that day starting from, you have not worked as the opponent me, but was a damn enemy. Oneself do not make that like the victim, appearing you are very weak. You really want Yu Qingqing, open and aboveboard fights me, or brings the gift to go to Holy Land to apologize, the method are many are, but you clamored hear the threat. Good. We fight you. Lots of clansmen set out, combative. Sufficed. Yu Jingxiong stops in the high place, dignified as overlooking. Jiang Yi, are you to do what? Request Chaos Purple Mansion, doesn't matter for me. Wants us to work, you must use, not dead a day of tablet. Naturally. Jiang Yi incurs not dead from bronze inside the tower a day of. Tablet, flung front. Bang. Does not die a day of tablet to be heavy, is shivering the palace. The purple mansion people change color slightly, really can use? This thing. Does not keep the shock and awe, remains as maintaining life? If Jiang Yi really used, their chaos purple mansion does not have cannot kill. Marshal Marquis the limit, can that starting today, make a move to Jiang Yi? You determined that can use? Yu Jingxiong is very accidental/surprised. Then. Doesn't 1 year, keep it to protect oneself? No return Holy Land encountered. What difficulty, Great Wilderness also had the new change. Thing kept this, concrete action mission in greatly comfortable palace. According to the Marshal Marquis Treaty, you must do your best, complete my request. According to today's result of the competition, you needs the completion duty wholeheartedly. Jiang Yi said, looks all around the main hall, was showing a faint smile to you. Tianqi and the others, turns around to leave. Yu Jingxiong stands in the main hall does not die a day of tablet, the expression is somewhat dignified. Although has prepared, also accepted the persuasion of greatly comfortable palace, but when really Jiang Yi takes, there is a feeling that a strangeness conflicts. The solemn royalty must be bound by child unexpectedly, but can also work for him? What duty that he sends? You thousand are very strange, this is in the dark. Kingdom history, the first time, the Marshal Marquis instruction. Some person of cold snort/hum, also can be anything, except for coordinating. Him installs to compel, is requested that we help suppress Great Wilderness. Yu Qingsong said, should suppresses the Great Wilderness abyss. Supreme Jinqing. Visiting of Jiang Yi, immediately causes here stir, many powerhouses converge. The main hall. Because, Jiang Yi carries steel visiting, the steel likely does not die a day of tablet. You determined that can use not dead a day of tablet? Supreme Jincheng does. Not get angry and head permits Yongshou of Dark Kingdom from the prestige. Looks at following Jiang Yi indifferently. Jiang Yi is facing the full room virulent vision, confidently. Does not die a day of tablet, today hands over in your hands officially, does after me. Finished up, among us again does not have the restraint limit. Works? Specific target in the greatly comfortable palace, you looks for Xiang Wanqing to lead. Hopes you can observe the Marshal Marquis agreement, does your best. Completes the matter. What duty, first said, permits Yongshou has evil, looks at Jiang Yi indifferently. You arrived there, naturally can know. Jiang Yi looked at permits, Tathagata. Shows a faint smile, did not die a day of tablet to give you, but my Marshal Marquis given name has not changed, according to the agreement, I can go to your restricted areas to be informed and experienced. Now is appropriate? Do you want to go to the Samsara mystical place? Permits Rolai welcomed the Jiang Yi vision, the corners of the mouth, brings back the curve that wiped to sneer. Heard that their very suitable soul boundary cultivation, I anticipated to be very long. You, if thought that I delivered you to pass personally. Sneering of permits. Tathagata becomes cruel, how they were calculating, for these days, are tidying up Jiang Yi, he delivered unexpectedly on own initiative. The Samsara mystical place is their territories, entered there, how they want. To play how play. You will not harm me in that before I come, had greeted with the greatly Comfortable palace, if I die and inside, they will not give up. You do not cause trouble intentionally, will be very safe. But if you destroy, recklessly, offend somebody the murder, we are not used. I go informed and experienced. That does not have the issue. Permits Rolai looks to permits Yongsho, of high place. Leads him to go. Permits Yongsho nods, when Jiang Yi turns around to leave. He was giving a strange hand signal, to permits Rolai. Permits Tathagata understands clearly, leaves the main hall with Jiang Yi. Permits Yongsho told to nearby guard, must go to the matter of samsara. Mystical place. Jiang Yi gives the Chaos Purple Mansion. Chaos Purple Mansion. Can Jiang Yi go to the samsara mystical place? He is really haughty, really doesn't fear death? With the personality of Permits Tathagata, entered there, hasn't played dead. Jiang Yi? They really could not understand this lunatic. Works does not follow the common sense completely, probably thinks that anything makes anything. Moreover, how to do how? Can such person live is really being the miracle? Goes? Uncle Yu extends them to know that Supreme Jin Qing comes the profound meaning of notice is sends invitation, requested that they tidy up Jiang Yi to the samsara mystical place together, if killed Jiang Yi, can together the assigned risk and responsibility. Yu Tianqi must return to the drop hammer heavily to close up. Yu Qingsong receives to stimulate in a big way, once regarded the opponent. Jiang Yi now actually does not have the qualifications of challenge, he must close up, he must transform the bloodlines, he must become stronger. Yu Qingyao said, do not go, I go to be able he. Chapter 711, Supreme Jin Qing. Do you understand our Supreme Jin Qing? Permits Rolai, the Jiang Yi belt/bring before their space stone door, has not actually gone, but greeted the clansman of accompanying, to be advanced. Has understood. Jiang Yi does not have anxiously. How many understands? Supreme Jin Qing, situated in dark green profound northwest coastal, is influential in the dark green profound mainland and sea. Also? Supreme Jin Qing inherits the years to be glorious, it is said over 10,000 years, most start to rise in the sea, close to the dark green profound mainland, ultimately dark green were latter accepted unreliably. Become the dark green profound royalty. Also? What also has is I needs to understand specially? Permits Tathagata does not have on space stone door, instead sat on nearby chains, is curling upwards the corners of the mouth arrogant say/way, you know. That what the royal two characters mean, do you know the influence and strength of royalty? Should be stronger than Holy Land. He is not only strong, but is strong many times. If not, Holy Land has a good reputation, they are not worth mentioning in the royal eye. Jiang Yi smiled, do you want to frighten me? I remind you, can challenge the royalty, only then royalty. If you are not, the fate that then challenges only has one, the death. But I now also live well. Is only the time issue. We have a look, who live is longer. Jiang Yi looks at slowly closed space stone door, said, we go, chatted the little while again? Permits Tathagata deliberately delays the time, you understood that the third will does return to the mystical place? Has understood. Jiang Yi looked meaning that he has not set out, sits with somebody's side. How many understands? Samsara mystical place is located in the dark green profound northeast part. Scarlet Big Rift Valley, but there is only a channel, true mystical place in void. Inside range is huge, the dark confusion, the environment is complex. Reason that they're called the samsara mystical place, was because is filling the strength of mysterious samsara. In some places, the person died, the soul will preserve. Some places, will Also die with no reason at all, the soul directly enters the samsara. But some places will flutter the ancient ghost. Permits Tathagata, he smiled, also some places are hiding the space crack. Some places, that crack will suddenly appear, submerges the world like the rainstorm. This heard actually for the first time. You hear these, but also wants to go? Naturally must go. You did not fear that vanishes mystically? Forbidden area that the places of these dangers were encircled specially, so long as I do not go, cannot die. Only if you drag me. Permits Tathagata intentionally leisure chatted for 3 hours with Jiang Yi. Sets out saying, walks, I lead you to go. Did welcome ceremony prepare? Jiang Yi said with a smile lightly. Permits Rolai smiles, has not said anything. They through stone door, moved toward the space sacrificial altar. The space energy rebellion, submerges them, is involved in void. This time spanned continued long time, finally appeared in the northwest. Hundreds of thousands of li, 0.5 kilometers away coastal. A palatial golden great city, occupies on the continuous coastline, half in land, half in sea. It not only huge broad, but also the city wall from surrounding to inside. Various buildings, almost as the resplendent in gold and jade green. Resplendent golden color, undertaking care of fierce scorching sun, is blooming the endless ray. Dazzling, radiant, probably a sun, the crashland, shines the mountains and rivers 10,000 li, 0.5 kilometers. The giant will steamships in nearby sea, even judges the pilots sailing. Direction according to this light source. No matter they where, so long as saw. The golden light, knows where was the land. Supreme Jinqing as the arrogant royalty, very strict rank distinction. Starts from the city wall, arrives at the urban center, is divided into 9 big levels, is one by one high. Supreme Jinqing seemingly seems like the place occupying land area huge great mountain, most central ninth, the lift off is 9,900 meters. Jiang Yi permits Rolai presents in space sacrificial altar, is located in 9th. Here is the Supreme Jinqing's restricted area, the true Su clansman lives. Here. Other continually powerful consecrate, does not have the qualifications. The sacrificial altar surrounding is arranging the powerful ban, can shut off the space channel momentarily. 3 stone platform float in the midair, Darius above is sitting a white-haired old man, is sending out the vast powerful imposing matter. Jiang Yi, welcome to Supreme Jinqing permits Rolai spreads out the both arms, laughs loudly. Jiang Yi, welcome. In front of the space sacrificial altar converged lots of youth men and women, on the mouth was saying welcome with raw hate, the look. Actually one by one. The azure close female who selects high arrives at front, sized up Jiang Yi. Several, raises the head slightly, said, visits to be a guest, begins. Spatially? You enhance the strength to defeat Yu Tianqi that elixir, delivers. Me several. Nearby youngster, curls upwards, the corners of the mouth, to sneer, how he may. Acknowledge that 8 elixir. The Holy Land face countenance is more important than anything. Jiang Yi expects permits Rolai to delay the time, to do this. I am only the young Holy Land disciple, without the qualifications is the guest of your royalty. Guides, I must go to the samsara mystical place. Was so low-key? Also the young Holy Land disciple, were you fear? Do not be anxious, you are solemn Marshal Marquis, has the qualifications to work as the guest. Marshal Marquis. The name of good power and prestige, listening to me too. Feel that fears. Ha ha ha. The Supreme Jean Chang's juniors are ridiculing Jiang Yi recklessly. Jiang Yi shakes the head with a smile. If no other welcome ceremony sends me to the samsara mystical place. If starts although I accompany. Permits Rolai goes down the arena, said, it's nothing special meaning, our Jean Chang's, many people have heard your name, has not personally seen you before. Going to samsara mystical place, wants to ask you to accept this invite, new. With everyone. Martial arts contest? With a Chaos Purple Mansion repertoire. Can trade. Freshly? We do not contend in martial arts. Compared with what? Do not think our supreme Jean Chang that uncouthly barbaric, new permits. Tathagata is colluding to the Jiang Yi check, urged, is quick, the meal has prepared. What trick is this? Jiang Yi is curious. Permits Rolai said, your samsara mystical place dares to enter, doesn't dare to eat meal in supreme Jean Chang? Accompanies. Jiang Yi goes down the space sacrificial altar, pouring to have a look at them to give him to prepare what bureau. Haha, walks, Permits Rolai waves, bringing Jiang Yi to Mount Front Golden. Luxurious car, riage, carriage. Played happiness. Azure close female and the others gazed after them too. Leave. Don't they go? Jiang Yi is slightly vigilant. They are not convenient. Permits Rolai smiles, that excitement that cannot conceal. The car, riage, carriage surging strong winds, shoot up to the sky, after leaving ninth, forward the dive, has rushed to first of most surrounding. Symbolized car, riage, carriage of Sioux, just to fall, the lively street was rapid, massive city peoples lowering the head retreat in groups, is expressing the respect. Car, riage, carriage broke through the lively street, enters the sea area, has ground the sea tide of fluctuating, arrived at one float in the sea level. Luxurious restaurant. Although the restaurant looks very luxurious, but compared with the wine shop, shops of surrounding other sea levels, actually seems very peaceful. Has the qualifications to come here, probably are few. Restaurant and sea level, only then, has 9 downward. The outer wall of entire restaurant is colored glaze forging, pure brightness. Is thorough, outside can see the turbulent sea tide directly, sea monster in groups. In the below's 9th room, the colored glaze makes the wall, the pearl spreads. Out on the floor, massive sea fish are blooming the rich water vapor, toes in. The spatial middle reaches, has the characteristics. One group of thinly clad females dance lightly in the room, their appearance is delicate and pretty, the look arouses, the dancer's posture is lithe, making people pleasant. In the room has 3 men to wait. One is Permits Chanchi, sits in repose with eyes closed in the cool stone. Another 2 are embracing the female, chatted to have a drink together. Person arrived. Come, welcome our Marshal Marquis, Permits Rolai shoves open the door, shouted loudly. Permits Chanchi opened eyes, exudes the eye of blood light to sweep. Another 2 men actually manage do not have the principle, to continue to hug. The bosom female, willful teasing, both hands paw. The Jiang Yi bright vision has swept the room, except for these beautiful females, has not detected other dangers. When he looks to that 2 men, the expression slightly changes. Comes, I give you under the introduction. Permits Chanchi, you have known. This is Permits Yuen Kue, excellent works, beast spirit mark. This is Permits Yuen Jia, is excellent works, beast spirit mark. They are the blood brother. Permits Rolai enters the room, is introducing, while greeted Jiang Yi to take a seat. Jiang Yi actually stands there, has not moved, the brow wrinkle is tighter. Permits Yuen Kue, the build is majestic, the whole face arbitrary air/chi, looked That has not looked at Jiang Yi, is pinching the bosom beautiful woman fine. Chin, enjoys her to contain in the good wine of mouth. Permits Yuan Jia high thin terse, the eye ground is flashing the cold light, has not paid attention to Jiang Yi, big hand uncouthly is moving on the bosom. Female. Jiang Yi does not know these two people, however bosom woman. Unexpectedly. Like their no-return Holy Land Lin Nan and Song Hanyue. Chapter 7:12, Three Heavy Doors. Is gawking doing? Isn't familiar with? Playing with woman, although is the vulgar interest, but enjoys occasionally. Is very comfortable. Permits Rolai evil smiling, sat near the table. Comes, sits down. Is the men? Nothing embarrassed. Who are they? The Jiangyi complexion becomes extremely ugly, on the come. Road thinks various planned repertoires, has not thought can only be such. Disgusting matter. The miss of this restaurant, one of the 9 big leading roles, is not only good looking, the key will be. Will serve the person. Permits Rolai said, suddenly lowers the sound, you felt that they don't look. Like no return Holy Land Lin Nan and Song Hanyue? The Jiangyi breath is gradually rapid, turns at heart is welling up the anger. I feel look like very much, the clansmen of Su also feel look like very much. Therefore. Hee. Some people come your help frequently, sometimes. Must make an appointment several days ahead of schedule. Actually looks like with Ji Ling Xian, the elegant monster, but these too long. Most looks like, the served person is most comfortable. Although I have no interest in the woman, but after having tasted one time, often thinks. Impression most profound one time, in the Dark Kingdom, compares notes to fight. After Song Hanyue, after coming back, I directly soar here, that time almost I. So tired. Permits Rolai said, permits Yuan Kuei and permits Yuan Jiao laugh loudly. Their arms woman also whole face, charming creeping motion body. Jiangyi deeply raises the tone, shows the smile of several points of distortion, your these royal sons' fondness are very never expected that. Special. Who has not selected the small fondness? You did not get up you Ching, but also caused the child, your fondness is also very wild, sits down, do not rub. Gently permits Tathagata is patting nearby seat, is greeting Jiangyi. Does not need, we to know that new, should go back. Jiangyi is restraining. By force the anger, does not look at that two females. Although looks like. But this feeling was too disgusting, is too irritable. Permits Yuan Kuei cold snort, /hum, what aloof from worldly affairs installs, we. Play the restaurant female. But you on the woman of purple mansion, heard that. You also do cause 2 children? Hee, I very admire your courage actually. Permits Yuan Jia also brings back the corners of the mouth, to sneer, we think. That you like this, therefore arranged such place especially. Everyone is the wolf, do not install the sheep, come, enjoys well. I gave you to prepare a special gift, permits Tathagata raises the hand. Patted the racket. Secret door after a screen pulls open slowly, inside goes out of a beautiful moving female. The pitch-black long hair hangs loose at will, such as bow, like is mild mannered, the flesh is white and tender, just like the beautiful jade, a white long skirt, performs solemnly, obviously noble. The frown like the picture, the eye pupil twinkle like the star, under the tall and graceful bridge of the nose, opens the ruddy small mouth. The lip is meager, sips on curved, has a plaintive faint smile. The appearance that Jiangyi looks at the female, flees at heart immediately a wicked fire. Like? Haha. Permits Rolai smiled, permits Yuan Kuei and permits Yuan Jiao also laugh loudly. Hee, like. Jiang Yi is clenching teeth, squeezes out the sound to sneer from the gap between teeth. This woman, unexpectedly with a no-return Holy Lord appearance. Permits Rolai said, that be not gawking, here does not have the bystander. Enjoys although. Today new except for and you, but also thinks and you are. Familiar, after all among us does not have so many bitter hatreds. Said goodbye. Jiang Yi turns around to leave, the door is actually closed loudly, the flowing light barrier floods the room together. Permits Rolai sneers, hints to the female, my this friend is a little shy, you bring to come him, serves well. Young master is good, I called pleasant. The female salute leisurely, gentle. Graceful, pure beautiful, probably of freshness and beauty in bud, the fine dust does not die. If you think to be disgusting you succeeded, puts me to leave. Jiang Yi somewhat could not control the anger. However, he suspected seriously this group of people stimulate him intentionally, makes any extreme matter, then seizes the chance to control him, even suffers him. Although he comes bringing death, but is not here. Is young master shuts out pleasant? Female elegant and charming Tren Jiang Yi asks to pull him. Do not bump me. Jiang Yi casts off the arm. He, can't let loose? We first add to the fun to you permits Yuan Kuei and permits Yuan Jia smile too badly, holds the clothes of bosom women's, uncouthly ripping open. The females call out in alarm, has not actually resisted, the whole face is charming, wants to resist also to welcome. Sufficed. Jiang Yi calls out, on the face appears the blue vein. I especially for the place that you prepare, don't you like? Felt we have not been familiar to this degree, isn't familiar with? Such good, turns over to you pleasant, you hide him in your space ring, when wants to use, to look for no one's place to use secretly. Although pleasant was here boss abandons very big energy to find, but here stretched across the mainland and vastness, the merchant ship trade was prosperous, wants to look for the appearance similar woman is not that difficult. Permits Rolai spoke, permits Yuan Kuei and permits Yuan Jia has started to enjoy. Uncouthly and skilled. They also dragged intentionally two females' side, making Jiang Yi look is clearer. Jiang Yi turns around, is restraining the anger diligently. Permits Tanchi opened the mouth and sighed, after you obtain the Martial Marquis title, the greatly comfortable palace acted to mediate, hopes that we therefore do not split with no return Holy Land, hopes that we can treat the name of your Martial Marquis normally. Us accepted, later has not therefore punished, no return Holy Land, has not harmed your no return Holy Land person. This time permits Rolai thinks of every means to invite you, but also used the private way between this men, lowers the posture, became friends with you on own initiative. If I am you, will accept this good intention, like the man, sits, dallies with the woman, drinks, writes off the gratitude and grudges. Like this waited for you to enter the samsara mystical place, can few some troublesome. If you are really embarrassed, carries off pleasant, this was also you. Accepted the good intention of permits, Tathagata. If you are not willing, to refuse to reconcile with Supreme Jinqing, waited for the samsara mystical place, perhaps you will really have the danger. If you really must solve the gratitude and grudges, first let's go these girls. The Jiang Yi eye ground is glittering the ruthless spicy ray, if not somewhat is sane, he really thought to turn around now, killed this group of bastards, burnt this restaurant. Permits Tanchi said, do not install, you got up, you Qingqing, oneself anything. Person, yourself were clear, we are also clear. Jiang Yi is not willing to have 1 minute again here, we have nothing to discuss, that the gratitude and grudges are more impossible to cancel. Let me enter the samsara mystical place, has what ruthless move, although come, my Jiangyi accompanies. You determined that can walk, permits Rolai sneers. If you are really the men, do not play this disgusting game, to the samsara mystical place, a real man hunts and kills me likely. Puts him to walk, permits Rolai shouted loudly one. The barrier fluctuates, silent dispersing. Jiangyi opens the door to leave, but at this time, permits Tathagata in room. Raised the hand, made an effort to pat the racket. The screen following secret door opens wide again, selected the beautiful female to walk high. The white clothing wins the snow, the black hair hangs loose, there is ultra dust refined makings, is unearthly. Her eye is hoodwinking, the level mist probably, looks at beckoning, the red lip is beautiful, the jade flute clear lives the splendor, both are symmetric, like picture boundary. The physique is slender, the graceful bearing is peerless, even without the smile, still has a graceful aesthetic sense. Permits Rolai is taking a look at the female, are you clear rhyme miss? Listens to them to introduce, you do look like the Jiangyi woman very much. Yi Anren? I have not seen that Yi Anren, only heard that she goes to Moonlight. Tian Bao, the appearance makings is passed on by everyone for the celestial. The body that Jiangyi walks stops fiercely, the heart jumps ruthlessly, then looked at the past. A gentle and charming female is arriving at side permits Tathagata, the tender body seems like the jade willow tree to be the same, is lithe and tender, the fairy maiden that a white clothing, in the beautiful picture probably goes out. Is ordinary. Beautiful to the extreme, the makings has the dust beautifully. Regardless of the makings or the appearance, is just the same as Yi Anren. At first sight, Jiangyi even thinks that Yi Anren came. The females raised the head, looked at Jiangyi, smiled, the delicate hands fluttered, untied the frail front piece, gentle lay down permits. Tathagata arms closes, permits Rolai, the big hand wielded, grasped the female uncouthly. Presses the ground. You're this, crowd of trash. Jiangyi is burning with anger, instantly eruption. The whole body skeleton shivers all over, the incarnation vermilion bird. Monster body, wears sun to fight the clothes, boils the roaring flame to charge into the room. However, a strange stabbing pain explodes suddenly in the mind, he called out pitifully. Sad and shrill, fell into the stupor. Chapter 7:13, Three Heavy Doors. Jiangyi wakes, is lying down in the moist woods. He rubs the head to be just about to sit, a severe pain transmits from the ankle place. Grating the sound reverberates in the mountain forest. Jiangyi looks up, an ugly wild boar is gnawing to nip his ankle. Go away. Jiangyi sticks out suddenly, other foot, trampled, flew the wild boar. Revolution, great dazzling heavenly scripture, restore foot wound, while haunches the body to observe the environment. Here dim gloomy and cold, in the air, is fluttering the moist bloody aura. Occasionally whispering as if weeping and complaining, transmits from the distant place, appalling. Samsara mystical place? Did that group of playboys throw me? Jiangyi has not looked like, is so agitated, disgusting today. Supreme Jinqing, this group of sons of the influential opened mind to him. Will make such despicable and shameless matter unexpectedly. Also has fun. Invited the past him. You want to play, I am accompanying. Before, I killed certainly at the point of death all the way. After Jiangyi will fit her wound, incurs the remnant blade to proceed, has not. Walked several steps under feet one softly, probably stepped on anything. Jiangyi rouses a strength, blows off the thick withered leaf, screens a pale face impressively. Yi Anren? Jiang Yi 1 startled, then awakens, this should be that female in restaurant. She had died, cut and bruised, the appearance is pitiful, was suffered dead. While still alive. Moreover, the whole body does not have the least bit to conceal, such optional throwing on the ground. Jiang Yi raises the air, chi one after another, how actually not to calm down. Coldly. This flock of domestic animal. Jiang Yi takes in the bronze tower the female body, condenses the hot wing. Shoots up to the sky, looks swift and fierce like electricity, is taking a fast look around the mountain forest of cover. Not far away, one group of white hoer is flying to flee to organize, the night/lodge bird between startled flying forests. On the Rocky Mountain kilometer away, there is an all-over-the-body jet black big tiger roaring mountain forest, the majestic overwhelming power, the malignant influences like the tide, are scary. Toward the distant place, has the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged cliff. Again, closes eyes to contemplate. Surroundings float several hundred over a thousand sharp swords, arranges swift and fierce sword, is protecting him. Strictly. Jiang Yi has flown several kilometers upper air, finally discovery goal. Beyond dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, a dignified image of Buddha like the mountain. Pushes the jungle greatly horizontally, cleans up the air, chi, a blood ghost. There is turning wells up. That is Saint Buddha, permits Tathagata. The malignant influences are strong, probably the river tide, turbulent impact. Inside also has massive ghosts, to hell, momentum terrifying. 10,000 Buddha kills. Permits Tathagata has reached the spirit origin realm, peak, whole body Fokwang. Rises suddenly, the giant image of Buddha is more real, is more dignified, sets up the world arrogantly, shocks the hills, his whole body surface spreads. Myriad, mysterious, extraordinary. In the world resounds the vigorous recitation sound, although indistinct. Fuzzy, actually the words and expression strength passes the will of the people probably. Bang. The image of Buddha whole body leapt the endless Buddha palm, the bang of blotting out the sky approached the front malignant influences. Malignant influences rebellion, innumerable ghost pitiful yells. Is facing holy Fokwang, they do not have the place of hitting back. Turns the malignant influences hit flaws of welling up, turns quickly wells up the gathering, fell back on the pit hole of jungle. The Saint Buddha, permits Tathagata Buddhist image is dignified, wears the Buddha clothes, walked resolutely. Saint Buddha. Jiang Yi rushes to hear. Jiang Yi? Saint Buddha turns head, tranquil grave. Your insane younger brother? His matter, I do not manage. Your concentric same soul, his matter, is your matter. He is the demon, has the evil thought that I am Buddha, universal restoration. We are different. You your twin younger brothers, what discussed universal restoration? You are supreme Jinqing filthy evil, could not clean up, what discussed that Fokwang? Shown. I spend me to spend the person, can spend the matter. Now so, in the future. Will also be so. Now, I can only bring salvation to the world. Saint said. Wears the Buddha clothes, enters the pit hole. His left hand Buddha mark interweaves, unifies a sitting cross-legged golden. Dylan, is putting the air/chi, of endless Holy Spirit, scatters the darkness. Burns down the ghost. Right hand, float 5 law beads, the encirclement. Starts the fierce astral wind speedily, if each resplendent the stars, are surging the powerful destruction power and influence. Where is there? Jiang Yi knits the brows slightly, hesitant, pursued. The cave is moist, the meteorology of blood ghost is the wild beast of prey. Hot-tempered impact. The Saint Buddha stride forwards, the control metal statue suppresses the darkness, marches forward toward inside forcefully. Roar, a having hair disheveled demoness to slash clashes suddenly, the sad and shrill scream, the complaint is torrential, in an instant, the trim pit hole seeps out the bloody water, appalling. Subdue. Saint Buddha raises the right hand, 5 law bead rays rise suddenly. Changes into 2, 2 are divided into 4, 4 regenerate 8, 5 bead. Evolve over 100 at an exceptional pace, wild charged into the demoness. Crushing. The demoness tragic death, the air/chi of blood ghost retrocedes violently. Dozens meters, even the bloody water of pit hole dissipated. However, the malignant influences rebellion, the trembling pit hole, 3. Python's howl to clash, whole body covered with blood, is burning the fearful. Deep fire, the sound wave that sad and shrill howling calls back from the dead. Probably, let's follow closely in the Saint Buddha, following Jiangyi headache. Wants to crack, probably the soul must be torn into shreds general. Subdue. Saint Buddha continues, Buddha beads suddenly, slash violently to strike who has not returned, the fierce bang kills 3 pythons again. After difficult advanced several hundred meters horizontally, the pit hole suddenly sees the light. Front unexpectedly is the huge place hemorrhaging lake, turns to well up. Fiercely, leaps the stench the courage vigor. Massive ghosts, enseethe in the blood lake, grating howling continuously, cannot withstand poignant. On the blood lake, the distortion of space-wide scope, was been probably ordinary by the courage vigor corrosion, very thin. Occasionally, will have strange blood color tearing to be void, often at that time, will have a lot of malignant influences on gush out, along with astonishing amount of ghosts. The ghost in many blood lake will also fire into the upper air at this time, wants to hit the crack. Where is here? Jiangyi is astonished. Blood eye, with hell connected channel. The Saint Buddha whole body is blooming the sacred ray, is scattering the air/chi of strong blood ghost. Can here enter the hell directly? Dead soul energy, the living person is difficult. If rushes hardly, meets the flesh to shed completely, the skeleton melts, light only remains the soul. Heavy state of mind entirely to extinguish. Does here really have the channel of connection? What here connects is 9 quiet deep spaces, manages the place of samsara. Has in the ghost of struggling, through the crack, will infiltrate here. Many dead spirit, can through the crack, re-enter the samsara. Saint Buddha returns to look at Jiangyi, you should not come to here, I have the saint light to protect the body, but you. Hiss. The strange sound conveys in Jiangyi together, suddenly behind. Jiangyi startled realized to turn around, the exciting roaring flame turns. Violently wells up, strikes an attitude to counterattack. However, he behind is not the ghost, but is the strange blood color crack that rips open. Suddenly, the crack distortion confusion, probably real close at hand, seems like exists in void. Roar. The vigorous sound dislodges the crack together fiercely, along with the air/chi of gloomy blood ghost, annihilates the roaring flame, charges into Jiangyi. Jiangyi decisive evacuation, but in the crack runs out of a big hand rapidly. Soul that seized Jiangyi. The Jiangyi pain called out pitifully, struggled vigorously. However, the body is retroceding, soul actually living was separated. Not. The Jiangyi scalp explodes, the consciousness is urging the body, charges into soul, that struggles. No. He wants dead here, but really does not die. He resurrects from the samsara with great difficulty, cannot enter the samsara again. However, Ghost in all directions to slash clashes, pack crack of rushing to be first. Submerged the Jiangyi soul. Jiangyi consciousness rapidly weak, staggering, put the ground. At this moment, he feels endless ice cold and despair clearly, but also flashes to pass merely, then did not have the consciousness. Chapter 7:14, Three Heavy Doors. No. Jiangyi was yelling, sits, the full cold sweat, the whole body feels cold. You awoke. A gloomy sound makes a sound in the corner. Jiangyi is slightly absent-minded, immediately looks at the past. You were too impulsive. A skinny withered old woman walks from the corner. Her whole face full, old-looking, awful, an eye is glittering the deep and quiet cold light, appalling. White moon/month senior elder. Jiangyi quickly touched the body, the real feeling makes him relax slightly, fortunately, is really living. However, a head-stabbing pain, cannot bear send out chanting in a low voice of pain. You go to the samsara mystical place, why doesn't inform us? White moon/month. Senior elder walks, gives his elixir, clothing gets down, slowly recuperation. Your soul is injured very seriously, involved your life. I am go informed and experienced, has not thought that, under the Jiang clothing/taking elixir, is rubbing the stabbing pain head. He has not told. No return Holy Land, because he is goes to bringing death, oneself go into. Action is more convenient, is easier to display. Do you understand there? Do you know their danger? My stupor how long? For half a month. Is so long? If were not Saint Buddha saved you, you possibly died there. Also the person. In greatly comfortable palace, with the samsara mystical place, warned luckily. Supreme Jinqing do not harm you, Saint Buddha delivers you. Jiangyi am rubbing the head, actually more rubs is more painful, probably brain fluid burnt hotly, the head must blast out as the same. Your soul was pulled, now is fusing with your body, felt that the pain is normal. The centralized attention, refining up elixir, can alleviate some pain. Thank you. Jiangyi lies on the bed, refining up, to melt elixir. However the head was too sore, loves him consciousness, the confusion, agitated. Uncomfortable. I have sent people to inform the enlightened ruler, calculates the time, 4. These days arrived. Jiangyi, I can feel that you have the secret. When you carry over the Yin. Deep wood from great wilderness, I knew. You start not to join Holy Land, afterward entered Holy Land, avoids being together with us, should be related with these secrets. I can understand you, will not force you. However, you eventually are the Holy Land disciple, but enlightened ruler you, when own disciple treats, you at least should tell her. In white you, the cold eye's pupil flashes through several complex, puts down 2 bottles of elixir, sets out to leave, you considered that we have not worked as the bystander you, hopes that you work as the family member us. Accompany enlightened ruler so many years, had not looked, she has so tolerated. A person, she really cares about you very much. Jiangyi is slightly absent-minded, had several points to touch at heart, but the stabbing pain was filled with the head quickly, making him very painful. 3 days suffers, Jiangyi almost collapses, but took 1 bottle of elixir. After continuously, has alleviated reluctantly, at least to the degree that can endure. Master. The Jiangyi weak summon, the result is a long time silence. Also injured? Also yes, the soul was almost torn. The master should also receive the damage. Jiangyi continues to rub the painfully swollen head, this feeling was too uncomfortable confusion. Was I? Since entered Supreme Jin Cheng, becomes very distressed. Has been vigilant obviously, how can like this? Should not. In the restaurant, how can the stupor? The stimulation that scene brings is truly serious, but also is insufficient. The stupor. Poison? I have not gone. Jiang Yi. The sound resounds in the mind together suddenly. Master? Jiang Yi is startled slightly, will summon, the mind transmits the sharp stabbing pain again. Jiang Yi takes up the second medicine bottle, pours elixir from inside, after. The clothing taking next, slowly refining up. The painful feeling dissipates slowly. Jiang Yi slow, leisurely vents anger. The door shoves open, no return Holy Lord walks, if surface cold frost, did. Dead? Enlightened ruler, Jiang Yi haunches the body, takes up the jade bottle. Poured elixir. Always does not greet walks, do you have holy land, has the custom too. Characters? Walks, allowing you to go out informed and experienced, can. You each time half dead that oneself toss about? If because of the great wilderness seal, I have not rumbled you. No return Holy Lord walks, uncouthly holds the wrist, skill, felt the little. While silently, throws away. Jiang Yi said with a smile bitterly and astringently, I do not want to annoy. Troublesome to Holy Land. Do you stir up few also? No return Holy Lord sits in the bedside, the calm face looked at the little while, our masters and disciples were the time chat. Well. Enlightened ruler, I really does not hide the truth from you intentionally. But, Jiang Yi cannot melt Holy Land, but intentionally is maintaining the distance. Because he is doomed to leave, will be doomed to take a fresh blind alley of all over the sky floating blood, he is not willing to have too many involvements with here, does not want to annoy the disaster to Holy Land. What is only? Don't we match, to understand you? Enlightened ruler. You turn over do not die a day of tablet, has raised with me? You challenge. The chaos purple mansion, has raised with me? You enter Supreme Jin Cheng, has raised with me? You only considered that your own consequence, you had considered to consequence that no return Holy Land causes? You are too selfish, is too arrogant, simply hasn't paid attention to us? No return Holy Lord, more said as Severer, was really angry. Jiang Yi lower the head, does not know how should face, how to explain. No return Holy Lord looked at his a while silently, the complexion slightly slow. Do you have my enlightened ruler? Has. Do you respect my enlightened ruler? Respect. I ask today your 3 issues, you must reply to me. First, you are what? Spirit mark. Burns a day of bird. Is short to me plays the fool. Potential that the strength that you show, you display, is not burns a day of bird to achieve. Burning a day of bird is very special bird of prey, even can expedite day. Spirit mark, I awakened the excellent works, the potential high is also. No return, Holy Lord uncouthly interruption, to be honest. I only listen to the truth today. I said. I cannot say. That do not recognize my enlightened ruler. Enlightened ruler, I really cannot say. Spirit mark, had anything unable to say. This is my secret that I must keep. Don't I trust? I am an enlightened ruler, is your master, I train your so many years, doesn't match your trust? Jiang Yi is silent, hesitated. Said that didn't say? The enlightened rulers are certainly trustworthy, is a very good person. If actually also had nothing. This secret is too important to oneself, related to entire God dynasty. Related to Celestial Empress and the others payouts, related to millenniums. Waiting. If not the specially important person, is the related person, he really does not want to say. Does not fear 10,000, fears the eventuality. No return, Holy Lord, sinking sound said, I am waiting for you. Today you must give me a reply. Enlightened ruler. Jiangyi thinks of God dynasty, thinks the previous generation, thinks that own mission, thinks, the facial expression somewhat is suddenly absent-minded. In this moment, the sound appears in the mind together, is rapid and resounding, Jiangyi. Jiangyi is startled slightly, ahead, then severe pain. No return, Holy Lord, sighed lightly, took the medicine. Jiangyi takes up the jade bottle, pours the medicine, opens mouth must eat. However, some Jiangyi strange feelings, probably wears not suddenly. Right. This feeling just appeared, the consciousness is a severe pain, hurts his irritation. No return, Holy Lord said, okay. Do not do such, painfully, spirit mark is your secret, I first did not compel you, when you want to say in the future. Said again. But the second matter, you must reply me. Jiangyi eats elixir, you said. No return, Holy Lord said, how you win you Tianqi, where your martial law from? Study. I can strengthen 2 times of strengths, is not elixir, because of special martial law. Jiangyi has not hesitated, this small secret can share with the enlightened ruler. What martial law? 8-ban the Saint Day secret art. Where do you from study? In eternal holy mountain. Really can turn time of strength? With gives me to have a look. This is the inheritance, and so on thing, can only, I cultivation. Other martial law. Even if you strength turns time, cultivation eventually is. The saint law, how possibly to resist with you Tianqi day law, hardly. These are my secret. Is the secret? Really is, Jiangyi thinks of the inheritance, thought of the monster. Ancestor vermilion bird, when his future bloodlines will be stronger, the vermilion bird will wrestle a day of technique and turns over to the yuan. Technique also as the enhancement, will wait for completely the awakening. Bloodlines, these military laws even can tear the spiritual god. But, thinks here time, the consciousness is absent-minded. A he absent-minded, anxious summon appears again. Jiangyi awakes. Chapter 7:15, 3 heavy doors. Awakes? Jiangyi is startled the god slightly, the consciousness transmits the sharp, severe pain again. However this time, Jiangyi has not controlled, whatever the fierce pain is. Stimulating the mind. You how? No return, Holy Lord hurries to set out, grasps the medicine bottle. To give him, takes a drug quickly. The Jiangyi breathing rapidly, is pale, painful cholera mind. No return, Holy Lord hard stopper medicine bottle, takes a drug quickly, your soul in the fusion body, is very frail. Jiangyi holds to kneel on the bed, to painful stimulation. Consciousness. Jiangyi wakes. The sound reverberates in the mind again, is anxious, and clear. Is the voice of Pale Sovereign. Jiangyi was clear finally, his pair of eyes hyperemia, is ugly looking, the consciousness put in the bronze tower difficultly. Inside scene is very fuzzy. Probably anything has, probably anything did not have. He saw the form of monster child indistinctly, saw Liyin, who contemplates the cultivation. However, that corpse? The samsara mystical place receives, is similar to the Yi Anren corpse? Takes a drug. No return, Holy Lord pours elixir, toward the Jiangyi mouth. Stopper. I eat your sir. Jiangyi sticks out suddenly, a palm of the hand. Racket to no return, Holy Lord. No return. Holy Lord, broke to pieces, probably the statue, broke to pieces the stone, howled to flutter. The space shakes, radical distortion. Room also disintegration. The whole world seems like in his present collapsing. In an instant, he consciousness absent-minded, returned the samsara mystical place unexpectedly. The world is dim, the forest is moist. The line of sight end, Saint Buddha permits Rolai uses the saint law, pushes the forest horizontally, is scattering the air/chi of evil blood ghost. This is Jiang Yi is absent-minded, actually awakens rapidly. His whole body roaring. Flame surges, the incarnation vermilion bird monster body, explodes, shoots the sky, killed to Saint Buddha. Saint Buddha turns around suddenly, the eye ground cold light presently. Controls gold/metal to leap everywhere, glare for the first time, such as the tide like the sea, submerges the vault of heaven. In an instant, several thousand over 10,000 Buddha palm rebellions, full submergence. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi wears fights the clothes, tears into shreds the Buddha palm, directly. Soars Saint Buddha. Jiang Yi, do you dare to kill me? Saint Buddha drinks greatly. Death. Jiang Yi kills speedily, the pair of wings, inspires to strike. Prestige of surging vault of heaven, frigid tearing, front surface. Disintegration. Saint Buddha. Saint Buddha disrupts, Fokuang annihilates, the vast world is torn to pieces. Next quarter. Jiang Yi goes back to the restaurant. Door slowly closed, can see inside confusion, dirty picture, by the slit. Permits Yuan Kuei, permits Yuan Jia, have lain on two girls, is supporting the waist uncouthly devastation. But the girl who permits Tathagata entire holds the bosom, presses ruthlessly on the table, lifts the both legs to start. Jiang Yi is burning with anger, this time has not actually lost, the incarnation vermilion bird monster body, collapses the door again, boiled the roaring flame to kill. Dares to cause trouble in supreme Jincheng, do you court death? Permits. Tianchi, permits Tathagata, permits Yuan Kuei, permits Yuan Jia, all set out. Glower. Gives me to vanish completely. Jiang Yi curls up the roaring flame, strikes the room horizontally, brutally. Cuts down everyone. Permits Tianchi, they are calling out pitifully the disintegration, the entire room avalanche, the endless sea water encroachment restaurant, the disintegration colored glaze wall, is attacking various types of furniture. Beds. The sad and shrill pitiful yell, resounds through the ear bank. However, Jiang Yi radical submerged in an instant, the consciousness is dizzy, all abate rapidly. Jiang Yi wakes. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi. The anxious summon of voice of pill sovereign in mind, repeatedly. Jiang Yi made an effort to shake the head, opened the eye. The sky is clear and bright, blue sky. The golden palace and golden ground, are exuding the golden ray. He, but also on supreme Jin Cheng's ninth, but also on space sacrificial altar. Around the sacrificial altar, stood the person. All is the Sioux clansman. Well? Surprise sound continuously, sacrificial altar surrounding people. Unbelievable looks wakes suddenly Jiang Yi that. How did he awake? Did not draw the tertiary dreamland him, how can also wake? Damn, was poor. What secret spirit mark of this fellow has, dies to nip in the dreamland. Unexpectedly is not relenting? The crowd discussed in a low voice, is very regrettable, is very strange. Jiang Yi looks dignified, brow big wrinkle, Yumi how? I said that everyone wants to know with you. Permits Rolai is frowning, how? To awake, suddenly, where stimulated to him. Jiang Yi raised the head, suddenly, looks float 3-stone platform to the sacrificial altar, that above old person is towing the thin dense fog return. Body, in the profound eye is glittering the cold light of difference. Dreamland? Did they draw in me the dreamland? I wouldn't go out of the space sacrificial altar, fell in the dreamland? But I follow, permits Tianqi to go down that moment of arena, in dream that was equal to entering others to establish officially? The Jiangyi whole body chill, this thinks that permits Rolai deliberately. Delays the time in the Dark Kingdom, to call the supreme Jin Cheng's clansman. Shames him to challenge him, has not thought that establishes the dreamland. Unexpectedly, when he falls asleep. You awoke finally, pale sovereign relaxes. I fell into their dreamlands, right. The Jiangyi complexion is ugly. Virtually impossible to guard against. Is ready obviously, but also encountered, planning. You, not only fell in the dream, you fell into the dream from the dream, fell into the dream and dream. This should be in the dream of nightmare spirit mark establishment the dream. The fallen dream is deeper, is easier to perish, it is said this dreamland. Highest energy achieves ninth. So long as can fall into fifth, likely lives in that forever, did not come back again. You will live and grow in the dream that they compile, they give. You to guide anything, you make anything, completely degenerates into the puppet. The Jiangyi whole body braves a cold air, master, thank you, otherwise. This time is not is yourself wakes. They should want to investigate all your secrets, but your secret deeply is too deeply ingrained, promoted the resistance sentiment, gave me the opportunity. Otherwise, since you fall into the second dreamland the time, my sound you could not hear again. Permits Rolai sees 3 old people who set out to the stage. 3 old people shake the head, slowly, had awaked, aroused vigilance, wants to draw in the dream him again, needs to wait for the opportunity again. However, even they are unbelievable, how Jiangyi will awake, suddenly. They are nightmare, spirit mark, what cultivation was the antiquity secret. Technique, 9 heavy doors. A heavy door represents the single-layer dreamland, 9 heavy doors are equivalent to 9 dreamlands. They established the dreamland ingeniously, guiding Jiangyi to be gradually thorough. For quickly steadier enters the second dreamland, they used the extreme and exciting method in first. The second dreamland induces the matter that Jiangyi most is afraid. Entered third, they utilize headache that soul-tearing initiates to disturb Jiangyi ingeniously, through gives medicine to continue to strengthen the dreamland depth, guarantees the Jiangyi deep sleep. Normal, 2 dreamlands can control Jiangyi, this type is easy to receive the stimulation Warhawk. In order to guarantee absolutely safe, they introduce third forcefully, is Jiangyi opens 3 heavy doors. Finally, he actually regained consciousness in third. Where has problems? Jiangyi has what secret, can make him have the strong resistance, then crashes the dreamland, layer upon layer return. Jiangyi goes down the space sacrificial altar, is confronting indifferently. Permits Tathagata, the supreme Jin Cheng's hospitality, was very novel, listens to reason. Likes well. This treatment is no one can enjoy. Permits Rolai is very regrettable, must pull out the Jiangyi secret shortly. My Jiangyi works, likes paying a man back in his own coin. Since you are so generous, I certainly return well. Jiangyi deeply stared at permits. Tathagata, although is the dreamlands, but that type felt that the present also circles at heart, disgusting, agitated. The azure-clothed young girl arrives at front, you're what spirit mark? Do you really want to know? You, to say, this mist did not mind listens. Actually, does not burn a day of bird. What is that? Everyone shows the facial expression of attention, can bite too. Death the spirit mark secret in 3 dreamlands unexpectedly, is not absolutely simple. Called the Archicopteryx, but my variation was called the first ancestor, the mark. Is I can suppress all spirit mark, is all spirit mark ancestors. The Sioux people are listening earnestly, the surprise first ancestor too. Characters, Jiang-yi, there will emit one, is you. Must call my ancestor. Chapter 7:16, 3 Heavy Doors. The Sioux people become angry out of shame. Jiang-yi, did you live enough? You know where here is dissolute. Jiang-yi taunted, I felt suddenly the chaos purple mansion is not hateful. Compared with your group of sinister despicable fellows, they are probably frank. The young girl scolded tenderly, do you dare to insult our supreme Jinqing? Jiang-yi sneers, do you also need to be insulted? You disgusting, aren't oneself clear? The young girls told about you, since once the chaos purple mansion, the entertainment way, helping you. Gives on me. A terse youngster walks, you can challenge day, dares to jump the ranks the challenge? I far more than can jump the ranks the challenge, you can also accept the group war. Jiang-yi lifts the hand, loud invitation, come. Has many are not concerned. About face, gives me to come many. The young girls drink greatly, helps him, gives on me. Stops, several old people to command immediately. However, more than 10 Sioux clansmen have activated spirit mark, launches to encircle to Jiang-yi. Jiang-yi moved, the underfoot ground blasts open, moves, if fast, directly. Soars front one person. You elected the wrong person. That person of appearance is fierce, a fist wields, the glare rises suddenly, the terrifying thunder and lightning seems like must tear the space. But Jiang-yi instantly, the right hand like the claw, disregards the manic thunder, the penetration in the past, the sound held the big hand of man. The strengths of over 800,000 boundaries erupt extremely instantly. The man palm disruption, covered with blood, the right arm shivers all over. Revolves at the scene. The Jiang-yi stride dashes about wildly, seizes the wrist, skilled at the man. Disrupts, flings ruthlessly to front. Female hands and feet that front is just about to kill one chaotic, hurries to avoid. Bang. The men were pounded layer on layer heavily on the ground, has not waited for the resistance, Jiang-yi to stick out suddenly a foot, takes the armpit place. Simultaneously the right hand pulls fiercely. Titter. The armpit spot disrupts completely, the bone flesh was attacked pinnacle. Nearly in smashing. When the arm encounters pulls in an instant, was torn. Unexpectedly livingly. The men called out pitifully sad and shrill, everywhere tumbling. The surrounding people have a big shock. Come, gives me to come. The Jiang-yi rave, the courage vigor turns wells up. The strength rises suddenly, he batters, kills to the supreme Jin Chang's powerhouses. Blocks him. Gives on me. The azure-clothed young girl scolds tenderly. Kills. The supreme Jin Chang's successors get angry completely get up, unify martial law, encircles crazily. Jiang-yi tread sticks out suddenly, the heavy blows strike horizontally. Takes the chest of front man. The resounding, the man armor and protects the spirit disruption, the blood. Spout, called out pitifully to flutter. About 2 energy raging tide crazy volumes come, to shake the space like the act drop mighty waves, but Jiang-yi condenses fights the close to resist. Hardly, taking advantage of the hit of raging tide, the large scale turnover. Falls before a female. Draws back to me. The female eyes glare twinkle, blows out 2 real blood. Swords unexpectedly, takes the Jiang-yi forehead. Jiang Yi swings the fist crushing, same place turn over, horizontal the right leg takes the female chest. The soft place disrupts, the breastbone avalanche, the female called out pitifully to flutter. Gives me the town/subdues. A person drops from the clouds, sky boundless one. Peace is gorgeous rune, interweaves the fearful barbarian bare outline, the lid presses mountain explosion sound Jiang Yi. Meanwhile, two lightning lasings, but, sturdy tenacious, twines the Jiang Yi body, must control him. The distant place, a person draws the full long bow, condensed, the death, black. Arrow by the jet black malignant influences, locked Jiang Yi. Suddenly slash violently to strike, the place visited, the space cut the trace. Instantly. The life and death moment, the Jiang Yi whole body strength rises suddenly. The directly stimulates, the whole body strength rises suddenly, achieves 1,000,000 extremely boundaries. Twines his lightning to disrupt accordingly, Jiang Yi in an instant shoots up to the sky, bellows like the thunder that the black arrow kills, the heavy blows disintegration rune big bear, underfoot roaring flame blasting open. The speed rises suddenly, the fist strength is torrential, the man an impact. Upper air. The men want to dodge already without enough time, was passed through the abdominal cavity by the Jiang Yi heavy blows, called out pitifully launched to go out. Makes way to me. A majestic man kills to Jiang Yi, firm aggressive, leading endless astral air/chi, is turbulent like the vast expanse of water. The people change color, in a panic retreat. The male whole body skeleton twists, dashes about wildly incarnation majestic. Good, is all over the body jet black, the muscle coils around like the python. Astral air/chi and malignant influences turns wells up, is quite terrifying. Bang. Fall of ground, good supernaturally brave, aggressive, boundless, treads the malignant influences on soar to the heavens, that barbaric impact head as if must beat the sky. This is quarries a mountain good, has the extremely terrifying bloodlines, may destroy the land, crashes Tian Shan, can push all horizontally. He is the Su, collateral branch, permits Yuan Kuei, the excellent works, beast. Mark, soul boundary fourth heavenly layer. Jiang Yi flutters the dive, a fist turns, the auspicious sign soars to the heavens, if torrential river, domineering and magnificent sight. Bang! The sky shivers, the sound is fierce, probably two war soldiers were ones. Turn 1, astral air/chi, the auspicious sign to rush, submerges expansive sky. Several kilometers. The Jiang Yi flying high surges, stands firm, forcefully. Quarries a mountain the good head to shiver all over, to continue to crash. Heavy strength at the scene disintegration ground. Jiang Yi drops from the clouds, gets hold of the fist, the stimulation fights. The Zhou strength, kills outrageously good. Roar. Roared good, the forehead dazzling gold/metal corner/horn spread the close trace, twined the whole body. Bang the dull thumping sound, its whole body surges fearful astral air/chi, majestically is harder, is wilder, 4. Hooves tread the ground fiercely, killed to Jiang Yi. Rumbling. Barbaric collision, thundering square, stirring. However, has not waited for permits Rolai and the others to shout loudly. Cheers, the present scene shocked everyone. The Jiang Yi whole body heat wave turns wells up, the auspicious sign is torrential, the sincere violent strikes the ox head, presses as quarrying a mountain to draw back, good, draws back again. 10 meters. 20 meters. 100 meters. 500 meters. 381 fists, the bang draws back quarries a mountain, the good more than 1900 meters. Jiang Yi shouts, is ugly looking, the 382 ND fist-boiled, terrifying astral air/chi, surpassed 1 million extremely boundaries. The ox head to split open, wails good, draws back dozens meters horizontally. Pounded on the hard tall wall. The wall runs back and forth in confusion, in an instant crashes. Quarries a mountain good along with the crushed stone of flying upwards. Sees one after another, retreats again, dozens meters. Jiangyi flutters the impact, holds that to drill day of bull horn, the oblique incident's expansive sky. Roar. Quarries a mountain the good rave to struggle, drills the ray that day. Of bull horn erupt the terrifying, to continue the violent to strike Jiang. Anti was actually lived by the Jiangyi domineering. Jiangyi wields getting angry wing violently, grabs Nu Jiakong to shoot. Cloud heaven more than 2,000 meters, the crazy strength rotates, the fresh breeze howls, suddenly lets go toward the distant place. Quarries a mountain aggressive good flings, it controls astral air/chi. Immediately, must stand firm the body. However, Jiangyi boils the boundless roaring flame in the upper air, unfolds several kilometers just like the sea of fire. The fierce tiger roared, like long cry. Massive beast of prey took shape, greatly one after another. The scene shocks, the golden light is boundless. Myriad beast heavenly emperor fist. Dashing about wildly, that the Jiangyi rave, the roaring flame rebellion, over. 100 beast of prey advance uninterruptedly, is dragging the boundless roaring flame, probably beast tide insurance submerged fully quarried a mountain good. Quarrying a mountain the cow is solemn, fourth heavenly layer, the body is hard, it struggles intensely, battering meets head-on the beast fist. However, the beast fist quantity were too many, each has the different characteristics. They probably real wicked beast, submerged livingly quarried a mountain good. Jiangyi kills speedily, penetrates the roaring flame raging tide, the heavy blows banging quarried a mountain, the good back. Wails good, crashes loudly, along with everywhere bloody water, pounded in the square. Jiangyi flutters, to shout loudly, trash. Collapse at the first blow. Next. Roar, quarries a mountain to shout good angrily, the body that finally just supported staggers, 2 steps, knelt there directly. Continues. 5 heavy days? 6 heavy days? On. The young girls yelled, if surface cold frost sufficed. The old people acted, stopped the confusion. Jiangyi looks all around the audience, wicked spout of saliva, supreme Jin. Chung, dirty city, you're great of stances, unseemly behavior royalty. You're a young Holy Land disciple, but also does not have the qualifications. Discussion royalty. To discuss the royalty, you must first become the royalty, but your whole life did not have the qualifications. Do not think that one you Tianchi, to be supercilious, actually you simply have not one. Do not think that no return Holy Land can treat as an equal to us in the dark kingdom, can really be able to speak the last words with us, you are unqualified. Jinqing, people berated angrily. Jiangyi continued to spit the mouth, one crowd of trash, regardless Jin. Chung, you're anything or not. Before ridiculing me, you must first have the qualifications to defeat me. Come, who comes, I deliver you life and death. Struggle. You won me, does not die a day of tablet I to withdraw, I won, I want your lives. Chapter 717, performs the martial stage again. Angrily rebuking of Jiangyi, depressed moving restlessly of people finally. They move restlessly dreaded very much. Does not die a day of tablet to be truly attractive, but in them also no one has the confidence to win Jiangyi. Let alone loses the life. Doesn't dare? I give you again a courage, 2 people on together. Jiang Yi is shaking 2 fingers, looks all around the audience ruthlessly, I ground 1, 3 people. 3 people with on, if can win me, I return to the Dark Kingdom to announce that the cancellation does not die a day of. Tablet. If lost, the life stays behind, accompanies the lives of 3 people. Again. The people glower, the breathing rapidly, this far more than is seduces, this simply is the shame. Do 3 people hit 1? They are the royalty. If permits Tianqi the boundary follows, cannot allow Jiang Yi is so dissolute. Certainly. If their little lord and Jin Qing can torture Jiang Yi ruthlessly. Hasn't dared? You were really the trash to the bone. 5 people on. Spirit mark is together insufficient, the boundary collects on 5 soul. 4th heavenly layer, 6th rank, heavens and Mahayana, even if is the supreme excellent works, okay. My Jiang Yi all met. Jiang Yi brings calling out of angry shame, the reverberation square. We accompany. The azure clothes young girl engagement, Phoenix, contains the ghost. Haughtily to this, but also there is anything not to dare. 5 people, 10 lives, including you. Including permits, Tathagata, permits. Yuan Kuei, permits Yuan Jia. We meet, permits Rolai also shouted loudly. We are accompanying, permits Yuan Kuei, permits Yuan Jia forward engagement. Combative. You lead do not acknowledge mistakes when the time comes. Follows me. The azure clothes young girl greeted Jiang Yi, must go to their practicing martial art stages of Su. You, when I retarded? Goes to the Dark Kingdom on arena. I and others your 3 hours, collects challenger, in the past, led. Dark Kingdom. The 5th largest, comfortable palace. Helps me create a propaganda, I must challenge Supreme Jin Qing. My 1 person, fight 5 people. Gambling makes, my does not die a day of tablet, their 10 human lives. Jiang Yi found the 5th palace head, said, directly soars the 3rd biggest. Practicing martial arts stage. Martial marquee is martial marquee, makes each time such exciting. The heads. Act accordingly immediately, mobilize the guards, to publicize to the Dark Kingdom everywhere. The Dark Kingdom causes a stir again. By an enemy 5? Young is good, has a look at others this vigor. Martial marquee is martial marquee, honest. If I have this fervor, I can soak for 10 days in the flowered building, but others are only thinking hits. Was this suppresses insanely? Fires off the chaos purple mansion, hits supreme. Jin Qing. Doesn't the royalty attach great importance to face saving? That did not suppress insanely, more than 1 year have not come back to. Install to compel, came back with great difficulty, does not get the rain and dew to moisten. Bullied the person, by an enemy 5? If I supreme Jin Qing, I could not endure. The kingdom moves restlessly rapidly, rushes to be first goes into the 5th. Largest comfortable palace, for fear that cannot snatch the position. Even the chaos purple mansion and no return holy land after obtaining the news. Gawked a while, immediately abandons the matter in hand, rushes to the greatly comfortable palace. 3rd lively causes a stir, the crowd cheers and moves restlessly. Was anticipating the war starts. In the side building and stage, people look at Jiang Yi that on the practicing martial arts stage closes eyes to contemplate, is the heartfelt feeling. The little fellow is not idling. This is feared that no return holy land grasps to close the confinement him. Again, can satisfy a craving ruthlessly? Oh, Forrest Tianlu sat in the side building that not returned, shook the head to sigh, was really a clothing/taking. Can't the stopping little while? Does this child have some crazy bowel syndrome? I think that he is still hiding in the hot spring fairyland, originally. Running Supreme Jincheng pulled up the tiger too. Han Ao obtained arena there. Lazily, Sat shakes the head, the feeling in the side building. Master, but can also prevent? Lin Nan stands near the window of side building, is looking at Jiang Yi on practicing martial arts stage. This is day. Has not hit to satisfy a craving, but must select 5. By him. Supreme Jin Cheng's, that few lords should be informed and experienced. In the sea area, but permits Tianqi, just entered the soul boundary, the excellent works that so long as they, Supreme Jincheng can adjust are strongest are the Mahayana excellent works. Even 4th heavenly layer, Jiang Yi can still deal with. Forest Tianlu this time actually a little confidence. Inside building in moonlight, Tianbao. Elder sister, under the quick feeling here atmosphere, compares greatly with your Guhua's ranks, is very different. Dong Huang Ruyan stands near the window, the deep inspiration, the whole face enjoys. After she obtains the news, comes back from Guhua, only pitifully late. For these days, to missing Jiang Yi felt annoying with Yu Tianqi competition. Never expected that Jiang Yi opened. The challenge was by an enemy 5, met. Head-on Supreme Jincheng. Stimulation. Too thrilling. Dong Huang Ruiying shakes the head with a smile, this younger sister truly became wild. Elder sister, you come actually. Dong Huang Ruyan draws Dong Huang Ruiying to arrive at the window actually. Developing the martial stage is broad and magnificent, several tens of thousands of people push on the stand, clamored lively, the atmosphere was earnest. Because rushes to hear people many, because of taking risk to rush by mistake. Therefore generally has a wild nature. The ordinary 35 people gathered together possibly could not feel that anything, tens of thousands people converge one ray in their vigor and look, making the air moves restlessly. His unexpectedly soul boundary 3rd heavenly layer. Dong Huang Ruiying is very strange, before also thinks that Jiang Yi hides in Qiao, south never expected. That others returned not making a sound, but also made imposingly in the dark. Kingdom. He leaves Guhuash at 6 months, is on the road that comes back obtains. What chance? Dong Huang Ruyan is also strange, was the breakthrough of soul boundary so uneasy? Bang! The heavy palace gate was opened by uncouthly collision, rushing of the Supreme Jincheng's juniors threaten. Developing the martial stage atmosphere is rapid, people look into the distance, sees so many Supreme Jincheng juniors for the first time. Jiang Yi sets out, who comes? Our brothers, permits Yuan Kuei, permits Yuan Jia, all jumps up the practicing martial arts stage, the majestic body, the wild imposing manner, takes to the audience the intense constriction. They are the heavens St. Mark's, quarries a mountain good, diamond Mang ox. Is the extremely aggressive good bloodlines, is cleverly in fighting more militant. I, remember my name, permits pill. The azure close female steps onto the arena, arrogant raised the head. I, permits song. A majestic man steps onto the arena, the whole body is twining dazzling thunder light, the aura is quite hot-tempered. You're 4? Jiang Yi was judging their aura, besides azure close female. Permits pill, other is completely soul boundary 4th heavenly layer. For people sneer, looked that was throwing over the black robe, to the crowd. Leads the youngster of black iron mask. The youngster coldly looked at little while Jiang Yi lifted the black robe. Moved toward the practicing martial arts stage. Who is he? Seeming like not very ordinary. Aura is reserved, could not completely understand. Who knows? These four of mounting the stage, I did not know, I can also know this? Are these all the Saint Marks? Supreme Jinqing is really the royalty, throws. 5 have not presented the Saint Mark. The people on stand discuss spiritedly. Even the people inside building felt strange. Who is this person? In Supreme Jinqing new generation that I know did not have such a person. Probably. Did Jinqing little lord? Should not, if is really Jinqing few lords, he should disdain in coordinates with others. Is the secret gathers? Permits Yuan Kuei, permits Yuan Jia, 2 brothers, are Supreme Jinqing gather. Granted Su. Supreme Jinqing uses the liberal geographical position advantage, Year 2. Year seeks for the powerful excellent works bloodlines outside, gathers the family, bestows the surname to bestow the name directly, treats by the family member, with this way ensure their bloodlines generations are powerful. This person may be the bloodlines that they gather secretly, moreover, is powerful. Jiangyi helps us stimulate dangerous elements in deep conceals. Many influences inside building are guessing the status of man. Forrest Tianlu and the others set out one after another, the complexion was slightly dignified. Who this person can be, contends in martial arts today. Will have the variable? Who are you? Jiangyi detected that from the man the special aura caused in the sea of qi unexpectedly moving restlessly of vermilion bird spirit essence. Permits receives favor, enters Su fortunately. The men bring the black iron mask, the sound is hoarse. Enters Su fortunately, indicating his status. Is Supreme Jinqing the powerhouse who gathers from the outside secret? 5 people collected. Person of being buried along with the dead? Except 4. Permits to Thagata, that trash, but also anyone. No matter who Jiangyi this person is, today killed. Chapter 718, Crazed. Permits pill arrives at front, the proud head is raising slightly, you have the right to put forward the condition, we have the right to change the condition. If we won, you hand over do not die a day of tablet. If you won, this on person, can kill many to calculate many, Supreme Jinqing will not investigate afterward. The Jiangyi heir/Qi smiled, you, when I am mental handicap? Didn't you investigate? You with chaos purple mansion kind of goods, on the mouth said. Did not investigate, in the hand suppresses compared with anyone. The Supreme Jinqing's clansman, who a few words saying knit the brows, makes the people complexion in chaos purple mansion side building ugly. Jiangyi said, doesn't want to be buried along with the dead? That changes the condition. If I won, from now on 10 years, no return Holy Land, casual. Turn over samsara mystical place. Do not persecute with any way, if there is any accidental death, within the Supreme Kim Songil year cannot take a walk. In the Dark Kingdom if accidental death too, by a set time 2 years, if over 3, 5 years. Your life is unworthy. This time was one's turn, permits Donchi to smile, but also comprehensively opened? Also 10 years? Has a dream. That takes the life to be buried along with the dead. Special 5 people got up together, must the face bargain back and forth, Supreme Jinqing nausea too. Family/home. Jiangyi, pays attention to your tone, permits Rolai sets out to angrily rebuke. I pay attention to your sir, one crowd of disgusting trash, the domestic animal and degenerate. Jiangyi turns around suddenly, refers to the stage the chaos purple mansion side building, do not watch the fun there, has the ability to have a look to the Supreme Jean Cheng's first seabed restaurant. Their maidservant Long is just the same as your women, the Su family is lining up to devastate. The people of Chaos Purple Mansion change color slightly, vision swift and fear sweeping, to Supreme Jean Cheng. The audience are silent. What? What did I hear? You talk nonsense, Permits Rolai shouted angrily. The Su family glowered. Dares to do is not at all? You're this crowd of disgusting trash, but also invited me to pass? Besides Chaos Purple Mansion woman, greatly comfortable. Palace and moonlight Tian Bao, even in the military waits for the imperial civil service examination results. The women who on leave a good name, you found the appearance to be similar, puts on makeup, changes name, hangs up. The leading role name, day by day, is lining up on a royalty, nausea to this degree. You have a face to call the royalty, do you? Have a face to live? Domestic animal. Degenerates. Shouting abuse that Jiangyi has a big mouth, the sound is resounding, the reverberation develops the martial stage. Everyone's complexion changed, unbelievable, revealed several points of scowl. Jiangyi, do not make false accusations, that is your dreamland permits. Tathagata, their complexion is ugly, this bastard actually shouted in the presence of everyone. Dream your sir, if we're not, I saw similar, no return Holy Land woman there, I special can go all out with you? Jiangyi angrily roars like the thunder, the Sheikh Palace. We? Lin Nan and other disciples were burning with anger, looked angrily too. The Supreme Jean Cheng's person. Do not listen to him to talk nonsense. How our Supreme Jean Cheng possibly does this disgusting matter. Jiangyi is implicating falsely. We take an oath in the name of royalty. Absolutely without this matter. Permits Tathagata, they quickly explained that but reputation issue major problem if we're really misunderstood, Supreme Jean Cheng likely draws on all parties to be hostile, not only in the Dark Kingdom, will be scolded outside world. Did Supreme Jean Cheng, who explain? In the side building of Chaos Purple Mansion, spreads the Daoxiong muddy voice. Nonsensical talk. Depending on his false charge, I can pat him here. In the Supreme Jean Cheng's side building, Permits Yongshou clenches teeth to respond. Does special did, but also did no face acknowledge? Permits, Tathagata said. Personally, waits for the Imperial Civil Service examination results after the military on woman fires off the martial arts contest, will arrive at that seabed restaurant to want a similar appearance woman dissolute. You talk nonsense. I put your entire family. Domestic animal. Degenerates. Trash. Today this martial arts contest, in any event, I must take the life of Permits. Tathagata. Come, 5 pairs 1, if one, you all die, draws 5 people. Buried along with the dead again, either. I want the life of Permits. Tathagata, but also wants the 10 years of admittance qualifications of Samsara mystical place. Jiangyi is red-hot tempered angry roaring of I, making the innumerable person surprise suspect. This definitely received the big stimulation, otherwise as impossible as so. Excited. Does Supreme Jean Cheng really have such flower building? Too disgusting, was too mean, is simply crazed. Permits Pill clenches teeth saying, you're lunatic, the wild dog, made false accusations. Depending on your slandering, Supreme Jean Cheng does not die with. You continuous. Your cheap person. Also is not the good thing. If I won, draws you to return to Holy Land, accompanies you Ching Ching. You're bastard, you are a domestic animal. Son of a bitch, who cheap person, the son of a bitch raises, 1,000 people of. Over 10,000 people of entering latrines. You court death. The Sioux people shouted angrily, completely. The scene is chaotic and excited, the audience is continually silent, no one has thought that the challenge tournament will evolve such vixen unexpectedly. The battle of words sufficed. The head in greatly comfortable palace berated loudly, the powerful oppression filled the audience. In the side building and stage, broadcasts the voice of Permits Yongsho, if you can win, the Samsara mystical place will open for 3 years to no return. Holy Land, I take an oath by the Supreme Jin Cheng's reputation, /honorary, does not persecute. If you defeated, not only need handover, does not die a day of tablet, but must die here, but your death, is not martial marquis, is contrary. How? In addition, inexpensive life of permits, Tathagata, is impossible. Must add. If I won, his dog's life is is impossible, Permits Yongsho retaliates severely. Permits Tathagata must explode with rage, this bastard opens the mouth, silent. Scolded him. The Jiangyi ground is flashing the red light, deeply inspires, drinks. Loudly greatly, inexpensive life stays in the Samsara mystical place. Today. Contends in martial arts, starts. In the no-return Holy Land side building, Lin Nanhan Ao, they are exchanging. The vision, frowns. They are not short with the Jiangyi being together time, has not seen him. Such crazily. He really sees, in the side building in moonlight Tianbao, Don Huang. Ruyan red lips slightly, this lunatic present appearance was too scary. The audience atmosphere is continually strange, the vision of many frequent. Flutter toward Supreme Jinqing there. Supreme Jinqing is so disgusting. That crazed? Xiang Wanqing appears in the stage, announced personally, no return Holy Land. Jiang Yi challenges the Supreme Jinqing 5 successors. The gambling makes Samsara mystical place 3 years of open period, as well as Supreme Jinqing does not die a day of tablet. On the practicing martial arts stage, the life and death has the life. What objection does everyone have? No. Voice of Permits Yongsho, Forest Tianlu simultaneously biography 2. Developing martial stage. Started. Develops the atmosphere of martial stage, to surge upward rapidly, today not. Only contends in martial arts, is the bloody battle, is to kill. Roar. Permits Yuan Kuei, Permits Yuan Jia sends out wild shouting, monster chi enormous and powerful, turns into Oxiaoti. Their height 10 meters, majestic strong. Whole body skin armor is probably steely, is glittering the indestructible. Cold light. Permits song the whole body thunder moist ebullition, the incarnation powerful. Lion vulture beast, the lion body eagle head, carries the show, unfolds pair of wings, he starts the strong winds to charge into the upper air, resonant. Crying howls along with fearful surges, to develop the martial stage. They are heaven's excellent works beast spirit mark, is soul boundary forth. Heavenly layer. And after their incarnation monster body, the whole body aura rises suddenly, the pair of eyes hyperemia, sends out wild roaring. Well, their aura was also strengthened. Took a drug? Many people detected. Exceptionally. Is fourth heavenly layer, but also eats the elixir enhancement. Potential? Too excessive. However, has not waited for them to discuss excessively, permits received favor. To show oneself spirit mark finally, caused calling out an alarm of whole body. Black sea tide stick out suddenly from his whole body, the turbulent Rebellion, the black molten iron, the bellow, is probably deafening. His whole body skeleton twists, the scales spread, the incarnation became a black flood. Dragon unexpectedly, the height 15 meters, sway violently, send out intense howling. Black flood dragon? He to the sage mark. Various side buildings first call out an alarm, the audience is shocked. Does Supreme Jinchu really have the supreme excellent works? Terrifying black flood dragon. This is can melt the dragon, the powerful unusual animals, dominates in the sea area, and has the bloodline's potential, is very likely to awaken dragon. Prestige. Supreme Jincheng sought for such special powerful bloodlines unexpectedly. Permits Chanchi is the fight Entellus, was known as that the ground warfare is invincible. Slow Chinjen is the black flood dragon, rises suddenly in the sea area. Strength. A land fights the beast, a sea area dragon vein, they can become Supreme Jin. Chang's future commanding absolutely. Chapter 719, Fight Raging Tide. Supreme excellent works, come 5 pairs 1, but also really thinks highly of me. The Jiangyi whole body boils the golden saint flame, the incarnation. Vermilion bird monster body, the ominous majesty is fierce, strikes the expansive sky horizontally, dashes to the lion vulture beast of upper air. First kills one, broke their encircling tactic. However, mirror domain, permits pill foot treads void, both hands raise fiercely, a long hair round of dance, the spirit mark twinkle, strikes the space of field. To sway in an instant unexpectedly violently, appears 3 giant mirror surfaces. Sudden appearance in front of Jiangyi. Crash bang. But Jiangyi instantly, the front surface cracks up, the body vanishes. The next quarter, he appeared in permits receiving favor front, each other, was less than 20 meters. Permits Chinjen is ready, the surroundings, turn the black tide of welling up. To turn violently well up, change to the thick war lance. 1 meter thickness. 10 meters, rumbled a loud sound, crashes the space, shells Jiangyi by the astonishing power and influence. These blackwater all are the energy, heavily like black iron. The shop curls several hundred meters black tide to condense, to fight the lance suddenly, but the weight is 10 million tons, the explosive force and impulse are the terrifying. Jiangyi just appeared, but also is somewhat stunned, Blackwater fights the lance to bring to be shattered, all serious power and influence, takes his surface gate. Meanwhile, permits receiving favor monster body turns over, the sturdy tail snap fights the lance ruthlessly, fights the lance speed power and influence on rise suddenly instantly. Jiangyi turns over fiercely, tightens the pair of wings, to resist hardly. Bang! The black tide turns wells up, the roaring flame loses control, the Jiangyi pair of wings and sun fight the close violent fluctuation. But the terrifying impulse is away from fights the clothes, attacks the pair of wings. Skeleton, almost living crushing. 3 mirrors likely, and about disintegration above. Quarrying a mountain to be good, Diamond Mang Ox, the lion vulture beast hits completely. Quarries a mountain good under elixir, stimulates the strength to rise. Suddenly, Manic Savage, drills Day of Bull Horn, to surge the destruction ray. Hit ruthlessly on Jiangyi. The diamond headstrong cow foot treads astral air, /chi, the whole body muscle. Wriggles, erupts the impulse of 1 million extremely boundaries, cruel bang on Jiangyi. The lion vulture beast triggers everywhere thunder, the ray to rise suddenly. The flaming sky, changed to the Sandaoshui, that thick thunder and lightning. The bang on Jiangyi. Jiangyi was encircled, the whole body skeleton disruption, the courage vigor. Turns to well up the crack. Has not waited for the resistance, 3 stretches of mirror surfaces interlock, but, the bang on him, his brutal whirling away. The bang approached beyond the kilometer. What spirit mark is this? Mirror? Space shift? Good fearful spirit mark. Has such spirit mark to control the field, for beast spirit mark can act in a self-serving manner simply. Jiangyi pulled rank. Royalty is the royalty, was too fearful. The audience are shocked, by sudden accident stimulating. Mirror space? Donghuang Ruiying and Donghuang Ruyan surprise, Supreme Jin. Qing trains such powerhouse very much unexpectedly. Jiangyi was flung distressedly, has not waited to stand firm, the mirror appears again, speedily hit. The Jiangyi whole body ties tight, strikes an attitude to rush ahead, but this time, he had not been delivered to the encirclement ring, but was shifted in front of the barrier. The powerful offensive that Jiangyi is ready, along with the wild roaring flame, contacts with the protection barrier front surface. Bang! The protection barrier erupts the powerful ray, raises to fly Jiangyi, who collapses at the first blow. Permits pill proud sneering. Roar, permits receives favor, permits Yuan Kuei, permits Yuan Jia, permits. Song, makes the best use of the time, condenses the powerful offensive. Rumbled outrageously the past toward Jiangyi. For stretches of mirror surfaces in the front condenses, receives and instructs their encircling Jiangyi. Meanwhile, permits pill flings the space mirror again, appears around Jiang. Must shift him forcefully, delivers, to permits Yuan Kuei in their encirclement ring. However, Jiangyi spreads the wings, to cry to hell, roaring flame rebellion. Burns a day of secret art, the first type, cholera world. The roaring flame turns wells up, the crazy violent anger volume, surges in an instant several hundred meters range, twisted the space. Bright mirror at the scene disintegration. What, permits pill is unbelievable. Kills. Jiangyi stimulates self-dash, the strength turns time, the domineering. Makes great strides forward fourth heavenly layer. His pair of wings inspires. To strike, is surging the golden saint flame, cuts the fluctuation the space. Plunged permits pill of distant place. Permits pill the complexion changes, controls the mirror decisively, receives. And instructs the distant place, permits who hits to receive favor they too appear in her front. Permits received favor, they just to appear, then must release martial law. Strongly, finally, Jiangyi? Shouldn't in the front? There. There. He came, permits pill shouts loudly. Permits Qingzhen turns around suddenly, nothing hesitant, the black wave of galloping rocks fiercely, changes to 888 blackwater chains, strikes the sky. Horizontally, interweaves the world shackles, attacks Jiangyi. Achieves the pinnacle to the strong control strength of Sage Mark, under the stimulation of elixir, his strength also rose suddenly to reach the tertiary peak. If in C, this power and influence and quantity, but can also be stronger. Permits song flutters to hell, bursts with joy powerful thunder tide, attacks. The Blackwater chains. Blackwater is heavy, just like steel, after continuing thunder moist strength. The power and influence was stronger, blazing to shine the trim backdrop. But quarries a mountain to be good, the diamond headstrong cow, too giant. Beasts to tread the cracked ground, arrives at the head to dash about wildly. Jiangyi attacks speedily, actually stops instantly, flying high surges. In this moment, front presents 3 mirrors. Perfect avoidance. Was not he discovered the mirror, but relied on the rich experience too. Sentence permits pill to act at this time in advance, drew in him the black tide chains. Finally, bet right. The Jiangyi flying high surges, after avoiding the mirror shift, the consciousness into the sea, nautical mile 100 beast seal of lighten completely. Probably beast of prey resurrecting if deep sleep is ordinary, moves restlessly in the consciousness into the sea, nautical mile. Rumble. The roaring flame turns wells up, the ebullition sky, the glare photo passes. Violently develops the martial stage. 100 beast of prey appear one after another, howls violently, dashes about. Wildly hot-tempered, from the first beast of prey to the last head, the entire journey is about several seconds. As the Jiangyi strength multiplies, they also become more manic. Bang! When the black tide chain submerges, all beast of prey are burning the torrential roaring flame, wild welcomed. The trim sky boiled. The roaring flame turns wells up, the tide is defeated and dispersed, thunder. Avalanche. The range unfolds more than 800 meters. Really a little strength permits receives favor slightly the congealing. Eyebrow, few people can rout his martial law directly, let alone coordinated. Fourth heavenly layer thunder tide. Quarrying a mountain to be good and diamond headstrong cow stops one after another, has not crashed in the flood red energy tide rashly. Be not gawking, to continue, permits pill to condense the mirror, will continue to coordinate them, front still spreads the fierce bellow in the hot tempered energy raging tide suddenly. The beast of prey shouts, firebird cried to howl, the entire arena swayed. Bang! 100 beast of prey take shape again, tread the ground, is seething with excitement the roaring flame, collision of advancing uninterruptedly also the energy tide that turns wells up, charged into permits to receive favor they all comes to hear, permits Qingzhen shouts immediately, starts the energy tide, turns fiercely wells up, changes to 9 significant tides, each heavy has 100 meters high, each heavy is carrying the destruction serious strength, they advanced uninterruptedly to hit to the beast tide of galloping. But permits song of upper air is also decisive the release thunder and lightning, the hit tide of blotting out the sky, strengthens the might. Coordinates to shell the beast tide. Bang! Strikes the field again rebellion, the beast tide is stirring with the water. Tide thunder tide hit, the powerful visual impact is stimulating everyone. The range is huge, the scene is astonishing. On the stand the public sentiment is roused to action, Marshal Marquis is. Marshal Marquis can stand firm unexpectedly quickly, but also launched the counterattack. Splendid. Permits Pill felt the Jiangyi aggressive imposing manner truly, first acted. The condensed mirror attacked, permits Yuan Kuei, permits Yuan Jia, oneself also. Broke down, gathered permits Qingzhen completely behind. Come next quarter, permits Pill condenses the mirror again, must shift in. Permits song of upper air release thunder and lightning coordination tide. However, in this moment, the mutation lives suddenly. Hits the energy of forming to lose control twice suddenly, the fierce rebellion, rumble galloping, was towed completely, intensely, charged into the upper air. Jiangyi sets up the expansive sky arrogantly, the front unfolds huge. Mysterious law. A law roaring flame turns wells up, the golden light is torrential, the middle has the blood color phoenix, to spread the wings to cry to howl, probably the black hole is swallowing the energy of galloping crazily. Twice from all sides collides, the release that jointly the formed energy is equivalent to 45 people, gathered in this moment completely, was involved in law. The myriad things turn over to the yuan, changes to the primary energy. Wish. The audience are shocked, is this secret technique, was too terrifying. Probably can change into itself to use all energies, moreover can swallow too. Except several times the energy. This is simply inconceivable. Permits received favor they to change countenance slightly, before coming to. Here, listens to permits Rolai to say Jiang Yi challenged Yu Tianqi process. But has not witnessed, is unable to imagine intuitively. Sees this suddenly, the brought shock is very intense. Chapter 720, Fight Raging Tide. Bang! Jiang Yi aggressive collision to law that revolved, controlled in the huge energy, the domineering evolves 8 fierce Yang Xingquan. The roaring flame is torrential, the ray is flaming, they probably real sun. Suddenly slash violently to strike, charged into permits of distant place to receive. Favor across the sky at an exceptional pace. I meet your strike. Permits Qingzhen fights, intent to be soaring, raises rushes the serious, black wave, condenses 9 significant gates in the front domineering. Front door bang formation, heavy solemn and respectful, the surroundings tide. Turns wells up. Each place reaches as high as more than 30 meters, from all sides forms 9 defenses. In the stage side building, all parties focus attention on. If such martial law in the sea, can call it simply defends absolutely. Roar. Quarrying a mountain to be good, diamond to be good, all rush to. Behind the 9th heavy Blackwater gate. If Jiang Yi breaks through 9 heavy doors to kill one after another, they will hit personally. Permits pill is also ready in full battle array, condenses the mirror, shifts them momentarily, or encircles Jiang Yi. However, she forgot Permit's song. Jiang Yi cried to howl in the upper air suddenly, the forehead spirit mark. Glare put, by the strong control, is controlling the solar Saint Fist change. Direction that ran amok rapidly actually, dragging the fierce Saint Flame, too. Soar to the heavens sticks out suddenly, took the upper air also to keep there. Permit's song. Lying trough, Permit's song look changes, blows out the sound swearing. Excitedly, flutters to run away, the whole body thunder moist ebullition, the speed rises suddenly instantaneously. Jiang Yi, you are deceitful. Permit's song, comes quickly, Permit's pill in. Great surprise, first controls the surrounding mirror, flung completely to. Permit's song. Buzz humming sound. The spatial warping, the mirror rushes promptly, the front surface hits. Permit's song. However, 8 solar Saint Fists follow closely, but, without and other knock. On collisions, then detonated under the control of Jiang Yi completely. Rumble. 8 fierce Yang Xingquan, 8 passed on the Qingxing law, exploded. Violently superimposes mutually, wild distortion that sky. Crash bang. The mirror was affected, almost smashing. At a crucial moment within, Permit's Songzhuang was shifted forcefully. The next quarter, behind Permit's pill presents the gigantic mirror. Accordingly disintegration, Permit's Songpu. However, his whole body is tattered, covered with blood, the fearful roaring. Flame also adhesion on the body, is burning the bone and flesh. Permit's song the pain wails. Develops the martial stage atmosphere immediately surging upward several times, splendid. Jiang Yi game's intent is soaring, unprecedented, the golden pair of wings cuts the sky, kills racing Permits to receive favor. Without the unnecessary idle talk, is the war. Jiang Yi, you are not our opponents, Permits pill the eye ground cold light. Presently, raises the spirit strength that rushes for the first time, surges a kilometer space. In an instant, the spatial warping surges up, 33 mirrors appear one after another, disperse Jiang Yi in all directions. Kills, Permits receives favor appears in all mirrors unexpectedly, probably. 33 Permits Qingzhen surrounded Jiang Yi, their imposing manner overlay, shocks the audience, they roared loudly, if sound dragon cry. The next quarter, all receives favor the radical distortion in the mirror. From dignified Black Flood Dragon Evolution, Black Flood Dragon Sword. The flesh is the blade bone, the scales is a blade edge, is seething with excitement, the terrifying power and influence. The audience are shocked, unbelievable looks at the picture in mirror. Did Permits receive favor turns into the blade unexpectedly livingly? This is anything inherits the secret technique. 33 mirror glare twinkles, 33 permits Chinjen, depending on astonishing power and influence, wild killed. The momentum is astonishing, suppresses all-around kills. Although real is only permits receives favor one person, but because among mirrors close space link, permits receives favor is equivalent appearance that at this moment can instantaneous in any position, in other words, they can be all fake, can all real. Jiangyi evades, not to be possible to evade. Develops the martial stage atmosphere to surge upward, several tens of thousands of eyes stare in a big way, for fear that misses anything. Burns a day of secret art, the cholera world. The Jiangyi whole body golden light rises suddenly, boils the terrifying roaring flame, sweeps across the audience in the extremely short time unfolds in several hundreds, the kilometer. This offensive originates the inheritance in Great Wilderness Seal, the roaring flame is stronger, the power and influence is more terrifying. But the Jiangyi roaring flame emerges in the vermilion bird monster fire. Fused the fire, the Een spirit wicked fire, the solar ceremonial fire and land beast spirit inflammations and tricolor monster fire slaughtering, as well as pure Yangde fire. The power and influence terrifying is peerless. Rumble. Space big rebellion, all submerged mirror, complete disintegrations, does not have any suspense. However, Permits Chinjen seized the opportunity that Jiangyi assumed an awe-inspiring pose, the domineering killed, in Jiangyi behind. Black Flood Dragon Sword jet, black like black ink, crawls to fill the strange blood mark. This moment eruption is the true Black Flood Dragon inheritance. Can cut the vastness, cuts off the tsunami. However, in the roaring flame of Jiangyi release is mixing the golden hot feather, the chaotic impact, actually consciousness interlinked with him. Cuts. The roaring flame in the Black Flood Dragon Sword strongly, chops to Jiangyi. Time, a lot of hot feathers and roaring flame were chopped into pieces, helped Jiangyi judge the attack position accurate. The pair of wings, glare twinkle, the stimulation fights the Zhou energy. In an instant, the domineering turnover, wrestles a day of technique to erupt, takes the Black Flood Dragon Sword. Bang! The Black Flood Dragon Sword shivers fiercely, flutters face up, superficial blood mark almost collapse open, /start. This is the suppression of 4th heavenly layer to 3rd heavenly layer. Is 8 bands the suppression of Saint Day secret art to elixir. Jiangyi fluttering Campsis grandiflora, domineering pursuit. The Black Flood Dragon Sword howls the turnover, boils the terrifying Blackwater tide, changes to 3 Black Flood Dragons one after another. Advancing uninterruptedly blockade Jiangyi. The Black Flood Dragon is heavy. Lifelike, probably permits receives favor clone general, their surging black tide is 10 million tons, disturbed the pursuit of Jiangyi actually. Bang! The Black Flood Dragon Sword stands firm strongly, erupts the bloodstain the blade air/chi, fighting intent is soaring, cut again to Jiangyi. The Jiangyi disintegration Black Flood Dragon, flutters to howl, meets the approaching enemy the Black Flood Dragon Sword. In this moment, the mirror appears again, respectively, in Jiangyi behind 2 positions. Quarrying a mountain to be good, the diamond headstrong cow, to roar wildly. The serious body treads the expansive sky, hits to begin shooting the resembles to kill, to rush to Jiangyi. Chaotic time at a crucial moment. Jiang Yi boils suddenly, the endless glare illuminates thoroughly the upper air, intensely to letting the person cannot open eyes. He turns over violently, without his hard with whom resists, but is relying on own speed. Advantage, is separated from the encircling and suppressing war circle. Forcefully. In this moment, the new mirror appears and not far away. This is Permit's pill condenses, preparing to receive and instruct to Quarrier. Mountain to be good and Diamond Ming Ox. According to their beforehand tactics, Permit's Qinzhen is the main attack, Permit's Yuan Kuei, they, although is fourth heavenly layer, is heavy in coordinating, therefore after she releases them to pass, prepares to receive and instruct immediately. Especially after Permit's song caused heavy losses, she was more discreet. However, Permit's pill does not know that what oneself faces is how a fight. Madman. The Jiangyi head transfers fast, used this very much ingeniously. Front his speed rises suddenly, directly soars the mirror that takes shape. Too suddenly. Also was too quick. Permits receives favor they still to block in the upper air, the golden light. In the ebullition sky, Jiangyi still has appeared in the mirror. Crash bang. The Jiangyi hit scene, crosses the space channel. Since Permit's pill prepares to receive and instruct, then the channel end is her side. Crash bang. Permit's pill nearby mirror, sudden disintegration. The sudden situation made her stare under. So was about to come back? Permit's pill turns the head in an instant, complexion, drastic change. Jiangyi cried to howl, fluttering suddenly, violently to strike. The successors who the sudden change, lets arena surrounding supreme Jin Qing. Gawked, he how in this? Permit's pill has a big shock, flurried, condenses the mirror crazily. Blocks in the front. However the Jiangyi speed is too fast, the whole body roaring flame turns. Wells up, the golden light rises suddenly, the vicious tendencies ominous. Prestige surges to strike the field. Just took shape in the mirror, the delicate moment that the space channel has not actually put through, Jiangyi. Connects the disintegration, easily accomplished attacks forward. Mirror avalanche, channel annihilation, swayed space rapid rebellion. Vermilion bird, wrestles a day of technique. The Jiangyi heart shouts, the pair of wings, inspires to strike, the sharp claws are surging the terrifying tearing strength, takes Permit's pill. Around Permit's pill the spatial warping, in the crucial moments, forms three stretches of mirror surfaces, hits on her, forcefully shift. However, Jiangyi wild suddenly violently to strike, sharp claws, depending on tearing all strengths, in mirror that the bang was disrupting, that destruction energy, infiltrates the mirror, attacks inside space channel. Crash bang, mirror blasting open, the space sways from side to side. The audience call out in alarm, countless people stood. They are absent-minded. And are shocked, the consciousness could not keep up with the line of sight. Quickly the speed. The next second, a mirror appears in 300 meters. Permit's pill throws distressedly, back covered with blood, reveals the spine. The nape is ripped open by the space rebellion, covered with blood. Chapter 721, hunts and kills the audience. Permits receives favor they, as soon as strikes to come up empty. Handed, loses the goal, will seek for Jiangyi, finally heard the pitiful yell, saw Permit's pill the pitiful appearance. What's the matter? What exactly had? Permit's pill, buoys up, quick life-saving. Outside Permit's, Tathagata, they calls out an alarm suddenly. The audience are in a tumult, calls out an alarm rises from all directions. Because, Jiangyi after driving away Permit's pill, suddenly shifted, plunged on Permit's Tsonghu therapy. Permit's pill ran away in the fright, actually forgot Permit's song. A Jiangyi claw seized Permits on the head, a claw seized the nape of the neck. Permits on the whole body chill, the vision rocks, panic-stricken, desperate, and absent-minded. When the audience vision looked in the past, Jiangyi soared to the heavens. Sticks out suddenly, on straight 300 meters. Titter. The bloody water scatters. Jiangyi tore down Permits on the head livingly. Murders resolute. No hesitates. No, Permits Yuan Kuei, they angry roar. Next is you. Jiangyi holds in the mouth the lion vulture head, glib. Closed, the skeleton disruption, the blood sprays the sky. The savage appearance, the shocking audience, everyone can feel, this Jiangyi was really got angry, really must kill. Permits pill, coordinates us quickly. Permits Yuan Kuei and Permits Yuan Jia rocks the strong body, stimulates the drug. Efficacy and within the body, the fourth heavenly layer strength is rising. Suddenly the peak. Permits pill haunches the body difficultly, the severe pain is hard to endure. She is supreme Jinqing princess, has been pampered since childhood, never by such serious wound. Permits pill, resting. Does not worry. The long blade of Permits receiving favor incarnation, cuts the expansive sky, takes Jiangyi. Does not have the space to shift, he instead can display freely, shows a more real strength. Permits Yuan Kuei, Permits Yuan Jia whole body astral air, /chi fierce, for hooves. Dig the upper air, one on the left and other on the right, coordinating. Permits Qinzhen to kill to Jiangyi. Jiangyi raises the roaring flame, condenses 100 beast of prey, cried to hell, the control beast tide killed. Bang. Strikes a big rebellion, the hot beast roared, struck beast crazily, Jiangyi received favor 3 people to launch intense praying with Permits. Chaotic. Crazy. Barbaric collision, barbaric battle. The powerful visual impact, lights everyone's fervor. Develops the martial stage, to fall into the unprecedented big stir, various types call out an alarm shout loudly continuously. The showdown between Beast Spirit Mark has developed the martial stage most appealing fight, because is barbaric, because is bloody, because also stimulates. However, more is 6th rank Beast Spirit Mark, among battle-like. Excellent works Beast Spirit Mark was too rare, let alone today entire 4. Excellent works Beast Spirit Mark, bloody fierce battles, too supreme excellent works. The intensity that they kill, kills the abolition. The audience atmosphere continues to surge upward, mountainous cry tsunami. Sound tide continuously. Permits Qinzhen changes between the great blades and black flood dragon. Monster bodies one after another, starts the numerous tides, fierce battle. Jiangyi. Permits Yuan Kuei, they are stimulating the 4th heavenly layer peak strength. The barbaric impact of battering. Jiangyi is fearless, the war is crazier, the war is more powerful. Has relied on self turns time of strength, because of the pure Yangde hot. Powerful stimulation, becomes even more terrifying. After more than 300 several wild collisions, the Jiangyi influence rises. Suddenly the pinnacle, routes Permits to receive favor wildly, the roaring flame turns wells up, condenses the huge vortex. Cried to hell, whole wide. World fierce Yang fist attacked overbearingly, about shelled brother Permits. Hu Yuan Kuei killed. Bang the explosive, the roaring flame turns wells up, 2 wild whales, good the pitiful yell, is fluttering horizontally. Jiangyi locks, Permits Yuan Kuei, fluttered killing in the past. Bang. The black tide across the sky, the fierce rebellion, unfolds several hundred meters, the heavy imposing manner pressed and covered strikes the field. Tsunami, the crosscuts. Permits Qingzhen stands firm strongly, re-enters the black flood dragon monster. Body, the forehead, spirit mark illumination, the whole body energy is turbulent, leaps the close scale, continuous impact upper air. The sea tide rebellion to the pinnacle, turns fiercely wells up, condenses. Violently, given scale, changes to two peerless long blades. Each is 10 million tons, crashes all, interlocks the violent to strike Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi turns around suddenly, cries to hell to soar to the heavens, 2. Wrestle day of technique assault double blade. Bang. The roaring flame rebellion, the sea tide is defeated and dispersed. Although Permits receives favor very strongly, but the Jiang Yi strength turns time, achieves fourth heavenly layer, suppresses his all-offensive. Stubbornly. Jiang Yi unfolds golden law, swallows and accepts Leicheng the complete energy. To turn over to the Yuan technique, to refine forcefully. Then golden law covers the pair of wings, the Jiang Yi speed rises suddenly, depending on the terrifying strength, kills racing permits to receive favor. Law surges, the energy is hot-tempered, gives to wrestle the strength that a day of technique rises suddenly again. Mega tsunami. Drug efficacy in permits Qingzhen, the body continues to assume an awe-inspiring pose, drastic fluctuation between the third heavenly layer peak and fourth heavenly layer. He roared loudly, the mouthful canine, spouted air/chi of the black ghost from inside, the angry volume expansive sky. In the black air/chi has the vault of heaven to be vast, the fog turns wells up, has the stars to embellish, dazzling, has the islands to fluctuate, the wonderful light winds around, when picture rapid general scroll, a sun blocking tsunami from the picture deep place, the disintegration vault of heaven, shatters the stars turbulently, annihilation islands. Probably obstructs a day of tsunami, destroys the day to extinguish, the terrifying momentum, soaks the soul. Is away from the protection barrier, several thousand people of holding breath. Cold air on stand, the fearful image pounded them consciousness, probably prints the mind. Suddenly, they as if placed oneself in the vast vastness, tiny such as the dust was common, helplessly looks at the tsunami to arrive, the world destroyed. Desperate, no use, and dismal. Many people look, really sits down exhausted there, the whole body is the sweat. Jiang Yi felt that terrifying power and influence, but was unprecedented, the front surface killed in the world picture scroll of destruction. At this moment, he probably true vermilion bird monster ancestor, cuts the day sea of rebellion, meets the approaching enemy the destruction tsunami. Unprecedented. Peerless incomparable. Bang. Jiang Yi's strength at this moment was too strong, aggressive impact, easily accomplished, passed through the entire destruction world. The world crashes, the energy of explosion also embezzled Jiang Yi. His whole body shivers fiercely, probably really must be ruined by the day sea. However, he throws over sun to fight the clothes, is seething with excitement, the boundless power and influence, wrestles a day of technique to cut the disaster. By the vermilion bird, the domineering killed. What? Permits receiving favor complexion changes, true feeling heading on. Kills the prestige powerful, even felt a suppression and threat of bloodlines. Bang. Jiang Yi comes, wrestles the day of technique, remaining prestige, not to reduce, dashes to permits to receive favor. Roar. Permits Qingzhen has not withdrawn, has not dreaded, by the powerful mortal body, the front surface hits Jiang Yi. Too powerful beast of prey, the first upfront relative, probably too almighty. Troops as rumble the same place, resounds the grating clangor. Tittered, bloody water splash. Permits Qingzhen retreats, the fearful wound from the nape, direct link, the scale of being proud was opened by the complete notch together. The audience in an uproar, even were used to the great strength of Jiang Yi, was startled to change his countenance. Permits receiving favor surges goes out, the bloody water sprays, horrible to look. Jiang Yi cried to howl, flutters the impact, killed intent to renounce. At a crucial moment within, about the mirror appears again, crash bang, the mirror was shattered, 2 cows moo resound through the expansive sky, height 10 meters quarrying a mountain is good and diamond headstrong cow rushes wildly, hit on Jiang Yi, one on the left and other on the right. Escapes. Permits pill the fierce respite, is enduring the severe pain, condenses the new mirror again, hit received favor to Jiang Yi opposite Permits. In Permits receiving favor surges hits the mirror, in an instant appeared beyond several hundred meters. However, in this moment, the screams again is resounding, Permits to Thagata, they gets angry anxiously shouted. Is you? Permits pill, thank you delivers them to suffer to death. Jiang Yi, by that moment of 2 good hits, the turnover, was avoided suddenly. Full power thrillingly. 2 come up empty-handed good, nearly hits each other, they deflect. Distressedly, want to avoid. However, Jiang Yi is attacking in an instant, 2 claw covered like lightning. Quarried a mountain, to be good and diamond mang ox nape of the neck, living. Tearing wild they. 2 good bodies are hard, once hard several times compared with the profound. Iron, however the claw of Jiang Yi is also his strongest weapon, sharp. Incomparable. Is accompanying the strange grating metal fricative, resounds through strikes. The field. The sharp claws of Jiang Yi cut 2 good nape of the neck bodies. Covered the cervical vertebra cruelly. And ruthless. At this moment, he has been waiting for. At this moment, he had expected. Moo. Quarrying a mountain to be good and diamond mang ox pupil condensability, the wild counterattack, astral air, /chi crazily the reckless rebellion. Not. Permits pill just shifted Permits to receive favor, sees this, the complexion was white. Jiang Yi, stop, we admit defeat. The Jinqing clansman under stage shout. Loudly immediately, is anxious and angry. Jiang Yi flutters to cry to howl, wears fights the clothes, astral of hard. Anti 2 good 4th heavenly layer peaks air, /chi, the impact, the whole body. Roaring flame surges, the bloodlines impact, the vermilion bird wrestles a reappearing trace of day of technique on the sharp claws, then. Bang! The terrifying tearing energy erupts on the sharp claws, is attacking 2 good vertebrae, is cracking the body of nape of the neck place. The crazy large handcart moo, the sound stops suddenly, 2 grinding pan heads. Along with spraying flesh skeleton, since the upper air crashes, loses the body of consciousness is also separated from the Jiang Yi claw, numerous pounding fall in the arena. Chapter 722, Shame. Died? 2 barbarian ox, did all die? Quarrying a mountain to be good and diamond mang ox, if grows, absolutely is. The powerful combat general, died on striking the field? I said that why Jiang Yi just considered as only receiving favor they too. Pester the chaotic war with Permits, eradication Permits pill this threat that has not worried, restored and other Permits pill, delivers goods to him and other Permits pill was too fearful. Independent combat is unapproachable, the tangled warfare is skilled in the tactic to plan, how no return Holy Land trains such a fight. Madman. Everyone on stand was startled by this frigid one. This moment exquisite hunting, even displays the stimulation that some powerful military law brings to Jiang Yi, be more intense. In the supreme Jincheng side building, Permit's Yongsho complexion is ugly. Has Permit's pill the coordination, they can definitely make the exquisite. Coordination locks the war rapidly, ended the fight. But, looks at the complete field competition, he suddenly has a strange misconception. Permit's pill the coordination, restricted permits to receive favor on the contrary, their displays. Also cannot say that permits receives favor, they not to have the tacit understanding with Permit's pill, does not suit this coordination, but is the fight experience of Jiangyi enriches to a fearful situation, the powerful strength coordination exquisite judgment, making him instead borrow the space to span, controlled the battlefield, sentenced various offensive and advance. Strikes Permits in field to receive favor, continually awakens in this moment. This tactic not wrong, but meets Jiangyi such opponent, instead is completely mistaken. They excessively rely on Permit's pill the mirror, instead limited the respective display. However, now awakened already late. 3 powerful excellent works beast marks, such dismal death and meaningless. Arena. Died, 3, U2. Jiangyi raises the roaring flame, fights, intent to surge upward, the vision swift and fierce, like the electricity, the golden Saint flame is filling the fearful ominous prestige. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, he looks like top hunting and killing in virgin forest. We admit defeat. Permit's Qinzhen looked at I nearby Permit's pill. What? Permit's Danjing immerses in the sorrow, in the chest cavity turned. The anger of welling up as if to burn thoroughly her. We admit defeat. Permit's receives favor to feel him with the Jiangyi disparity. If Permit's pill take undivided attention coordinates him, perhaps opportunity of giving it all, but he a little dreaded that the fight of Jiang experienced, really feared that suddenly had what accident/surprise, Jiang again Permit's pill hunting and killing. But Permit's pill mirror, spirit mark has room for very big growth, Supreme Jean Qing cannot lose her. Here has not admitted defeat, only then life and death. Jiangyi flutters. The violent strikes the expansive sky, killed to them. Damn Permit's pill one startled, condenses the mirror, decisively, attacks her. And Permit's receives favor. The next quarter, they all appeared outside the arena. Well? The audience are stunned. Does this is due, admits defeat directly? Admitted defeat? Haneo they gawked, then wild with joy. This lunatic won. Won the bad risk, won attractively. Since one means that the samsara mystical place open to no return holy land. Everyone. But there the special and precious cultivation mystical place, suits the soul. Boundary particularly. Can they organize, to be informed and experienced? 1. Jiangyi 1. Selects the Chaos Purple Mansion and Supreme Jincheng continually, the name of Martial Marquis, turns over to the name, to the reality. Was too strong. Martial Marquis is Martial Marquis, his splendid performance. Sufficiently thorough stable Martial Marquis, this title in the position of Dark Kingdom. The audience are shocked, even some people shouted loudly Martial Marquis. Again, won the Martial Marquis time like Jiangyi initially. The Xiang Wanqing corners of the mouth, bring back wipe the curve, comes to the upper air, announced personally, competition ended, winner, Jiangyi. According to both sides bets to make, starting today, within 3 years, on no return holy land to the enlightened ruler, below will arrive at the ordinary disciple in the future, can pass in and out the samsara mystical place that Supreme Jincheng controls freely. Supreme Jincheng cannot any situation conduct the stop in persecution. The greatly comfortable palace starting today, will send people to move into the samsara mystical place, the supervision, to continue personally for 3 years. moves into the samsara mystical place? All parties are surprised. This is a little ruthless, solicited the Supreme Jean Cheng's suggestions? In the Supreme Jean Cheng side building has not actually spread the protests. Because the samsara mystical place is too special, is too complex, is not there. One is controlling. In cheering and discussion of audience, Jiang Yi lifts the hand, aimed at Permits Rolai and the others. The atmosphere is rapid, everyone followed his hand to look to Supreme Jean Cheng's people. The Jiang Yi eye ground kills the intent bone-chilling cold, indifferent voice. Reverberation strikes the field. Isn't convinced? Hasn't hit enough? I enter the samsara mystical place today. Do we continue? Sudden announcement, making countless people stunned, makes the complexions of many dignified. Was this kills to get angry? That ugly matter that Jiang Yi said before, real? Rampant, was too rampant. You dare to go, we dare to accompany. Samsara mystical place welcome you, this time makes certainly the foot the courtesy, making you forget to return. The Sioux people retaliate. They are also thinking how to hit with Jiang Yi again, under saves the face. Never expected that he unexpectedly walking into a trap. The samsara mystical place is their territories, so long as Jiang Yi entered there, decides to ask them to have not to return. Han Ao, their smile stiff on face, just killed Supreme Jean Cheng's excellent works beast spirit mark, now enters the samsara mystical place to bring death? However, they are numb, is not thinking the stop. Jiang Yi restores the human form, since the space gets down, wears fights armor, moved toward front quarrying a mountain to be good and diamond is good. Toad the lion vulture beast of not far away. This action makes many people bewildered. Supreme Jinqing is just about the clansmen who mount the stage to gather up dead bodies also to stop one after another. Jiang Yi both hands spread out, since the roaring flame leaps from the palm. Then looks like the magma to sprinkle, wrapping to quarry a mountain to be good their body. Jinqing clansmen angrily rebuke, are you doing? We do not need you to help. Jiang Yi stops by calling them, do not move, favors. What looks at? Looks is. The Jinqing clansman brow big wrinkle, carefully looks, but more looked that is less right. Jiang Yi is controlling the roaring flame, condenses the turbulent vortex, is melting the corpse rapidly, is refining inside courage vigor and soul air, /chi. Spiritual energy. He and refine the pill of immortality? On the stand, some people call out in alarm. Refine the pill of immortality? Excitedly insanely the Supreme Jean Cheng's clansman look changes, resembles to performing martial stage. I made you favor, worried. Jiang Yi condenses the hot wing, charges into the upper air, directly soars no return Holy Land side building. The roaring flame in hand continues to turn wells up, refining up to melt 3 corpses fast. Jiang Yi, put them. Otherwise Supreme Jinqing is unable to coexist with you, Permits Rolai and the others rush one after another, combative, this bastard goes too far simply. Haven't we been unable to coexist? You insulted them, was insult Supreme Jinqing. Does your Supreme Jinqing also need others to insult? No wonder likes with the golden decoration semblance, you are concealing the dirty ugly innermost feelings. Do you court death? Permits Rolai angrily rebukes, endless? You come. Here develops the martial stage, I fight you, bets a fist with you. A fist bang, does not break to pieces you, my name is with you. You, permits to Thagata courage vigor upwells, almost the air, /chief faints. Jiang Yi, puts down the corpse. You can win, can kill, but cannot insult. Them. In the side building in distant place, here's permits Yongsho the low. And deep warning. Hee, can I win? Can I kill? Although here is an arena, you complied with the gambling to make, but according to your arrogant temper, I said maybe killed. One, even injured one, you will still record the dead enmity, after leaving office, is thinking law shamed me to kill me. You has the skill to win me frankly and uprightly, no skill kills secretly me. Covertly, in brief, do not speak these idle talk to me. Jiangyi rampant shouted loudly reverberates the audience, making many people raise the cold air, but actually, this martial marquis was truly unyielding. In Jiangyi, behind side building, the forest Tianlu indistinct feeling was not a little right, was so hot-tempered? What Supreme Jinqing did exactly have? Jiangyi confronts permits Rolai and the others to continue to refine to melt elixir. He is to stimulate Supreme Jinqing ruthlessly, making one kill. The samsara mystical place, before the point of death, can kill a happiness. Unscrupulously. This whole life, perhaps this time. Even permits Qingzhen moved the anger, since you strove for wholeheartedly, we helped you. Here kills me frankly and uprightly? Sneak attacks me to the samsara mystical place? I elect for you, samsara mystical place. Jiangyi said, the front roaring flame turns wells up, runs out of 9 elixir. 3 fishy smell red clear, is filling the rich courage vigor. 3 jet black like black ink, the soul air, /chi, that leaps presents the beast. Shadow indistinctly. 3 lusters are pure, the spirit strength rushes. Chapter 723, Combative. Did he refine elixir the corpse? This is any strange hermetic art. I forgot, he is the refine the pill of immortality master. Quite fearful, refining up elixir the life directly? Develops the martial stage to be in a tumult, no one has thought that sees. Such cruel one. Jiangyi is holding appreciatively elixir, looks at permits to Thagata. Indifferently, I asked again, the matter of seabed restaurant, did you acknowledge? I acknowledged. We are not dirty, permits to Thagata is angry, compile such. Dreamland master to drag Jiangyi to second, has not thought that this fellow. Response is so intense, goes to the dark kingdom to announce unexpectedly in the presence of everyone. Moreover makes to this situation many people have possibly accepted as true. Trash. Jiangyi said, suddenly makes a fist, crumb 3 blood pill, blood of Su, smelly. You, Su people collective forwarded, wish one could to rip Jiangyi. Exactly. Jiangyi receives miracle cure soul pill, lifts the hand saying, samsara. Mystical place, please? Please. Su everyone collective explodes drinks, hates to clench jaws. Jiangyi, do not impulse, slow 2 days. Haneo shouts loudly. Did not fear. The samsara mystical place also strikes the field. After March/3 months, I can live, even if Supreme Jinqing lost, if I die. There, Supreme Jinqing still lost, because they massacre Martial Marquis. Jiangyi laughs loudly, is proud, goes out of the practicing martial arts field with stride. Many Su family brow tight wrinkle. This saying said here's intentionally to others? So long as he died, no matter were really killed, truly is. Accidental/surprised, everyone will recognize that is their Supreme Jinqing. Does. Permits pill clenches teeth saying, he said anything leave alone, he wanted. The samsara mystical place, was our prey. We cannot kill him, but we can make him live, to might as well die. He said 3 months, we suffer his 3 months. Several tens of thousands of audience who play the martial stage are gazing. After Jiang Yi and Supreme Jinqing leaves, wishes one could to pursue, to continue to appreciate more splendid hunting and killing. But that is the samsara mystical place, is not the place that they want to go to be able to go. They sigh with emotion, admire, Holy Land can train the so powerful and aggressive successor unexpectedly. This is also only more than 10 years old, if grows, had the absolute strength, can be what kind of domineering heroic feelings. Moreover, if really grows, what level he will achieve. Can the nirvana peak touch half-saint level? In no return, Holy Land side building. Say/way that side the forest Tianlu terse man was worried about, master, if he enters the samsara mystical place, Supreme Jinqing really possibly kills him. Forest Tianlu hesitation moment, great wilderness moves restlessly, I must remain. The white moon/month, they went to chaotic sky Holy Land with the enlightened ruler, in a short time, does not come back. Like this, you lead your disciples to pass, do not interfere with Jiang Yi, do not play the conflict with Supreme Jinqing, your role is only the shock and awe. I understand. We not suitable have the conflict outside the dark kingdom with the royalty, I will grasp the discretion. The terse man was Forest Tianlu. First passed on the disciple, the slaughter deep pool. Also is 2 generations of disciples who no return Holy Land so far, the first promote entered the nirvana boundary. Forest Tianlu also said, attention observes, I felt that Jiang Yi should have. What goal? Inside building in moonlight Tianbao. Dong Huang Xingjia crosses the hands behind the back to stand, is looking at the empty developing martial stage, is out of sorts, silent. Initially knows Jiang Yi, always feels that he is dissolute and rampant. Maybe the attention, more can feel his specialness. That is dissolute and rampant, turned into the domineering and courage. Because Jiang Yi is really competent, is entitled. At this moment, Dong Huang Xingjia somewhat pitted the talent suddenly. Jiang Yi keeps Holy Land, really wastes. If can gather the God, by resources training of God, definitely has the infinite possibility. However, what secret on him has is worth the God old ancestor selecting and assigning the vice founder to come personally? Elder sister, saw? This is the Jiang Yi natural disposition, Gu Hua time was the restraint. Dong Huang Ruiying stands near the window, is pulling Dong Huang Ruiying. Dong Huang Ruiying shakes the head to smile, with here one compares, Jiang Yi in Gu Hua truly very clever. Sense for the samsara mystical place. By Dong Huang Xingjia in the float. Brocade box spreads the voice of vice founder. Do we want to meddle this matter? Dong Huang Xingjia wakes up from the ponder. The soul of vice founder read by the brocade box spreads the sound, I felt. That Jiang Yi is intentionally. In his extreme behavior has half of anger. Half are exciting. He insists on the samsara mystical place, should, not only need hunt and kill Supreme Jinqing is so simple, other goal. Dong Huang Xingjia said, I arrange. I must go, I must go. Dong Huang Ruyan registers excitedly. She thinks very much there has a look at battle between Jiang Yi and Supreme Jinqing. Definitely very splendid. I go, I should be easier to tail him. Dong Huang Ruiying also felt that the performance of Jiang Yi is somewhat unusual, this obviously is the stance of bringing death. If we're not insane, really had what goal? Dong Huang Xingjia nods, you led the person personally in the past, but remembered 10 million/countless, do not expose the status. Thump thump, outside side building, here's the knock. She came. The soul in brocade / bright box read rapidly quiet. Who? Donghuang Ruiying takes the veil, blocks from the appearance. Eastern Bright Palace Lord, can I come in? Outside broadcasts the wonderful sound. To Palace Lord? Come. Donghuang Xingjia hints Donghuang Ruiying and Donghuang Ruyan falls back on behind. Xiang Wanqing shoves open the door, the lotus steps leisurely, the monster flatters varied. The tall and graceful beautiful physique, perfectly to the impeccable appearance, probably rich sentiment medicine, making the entire side building many air / chi of several points of fluttering flags. Her arms are hugging only the white jade fox, took a look at people in the room, smiling. Has not disturbed you. Donghuang Xingjia shot a look at the Xiang Wanqing bosom fox unintentionally. Does to the Palace Lord? The Xiang Wanqing beautiful pupil flowing light, the charming smile bewitches. To seize the mortal form, does Eastern Bright Palace Lord pay attention to? Jiangyi, probably very much. Splendid, isn't such martial arts contest worth look at? I felt, by your status, does not need to come probably personally. Permits Yongsho, Yujingxiong came, I come, is indisputable. He, the Eastern Bright Palace Lord really thinks highly of them. The person. In this dark kingdom, the position or the strength, who can place on a par with you, who can you January 10th? You, were too low-key. Is holds to the Palace Lord my? Curious. I guard the threshing floor the competition, made you curious? What I am curious, you I also hear. 9 days of God and the liveliness that 100 clan battlefields kill, why did not have to incur the past you? This has anything to be curious, I am only the Palace Lord of Heavenly Palace. Is responsible for guarding aside the matters of 100 clan battlefields. God there naturally can be responsible. You are not the ordinary Palace Lord, your spirit mark can play the major role. There. Donghuang Xingjia smiles to shake the head pale, God, if the need, naturally, can have the transfer order. Since there does not need temporarily, I completed the labor of duty to be okay. To the Palace Lord, here is the dark kingdom, we as various parties, only need to pay attention to here to be good. Does not need to discuss outside matter. That, but actually is also. Since Lord to the Palace, I happen to have the matter to consult. Did Jiang Yi turn over, does not die a day of tablet? Young people, are quick-tempered, he wants to try not dead the effective day of tablet. But tries? According to my knowledge, he should hand over 2 not dead a day of tablet. Eastern Bright Palace Lord, do you monitor the Chaos Purple Mansion and Supreme Jinqing? This may be a little contrary. Donghuang Xingjia said, my person suspected, but to a Palace Lord such saying, should mistakenly. Xiang Wanqing giggle, smiles tenderly, you're such big character, repertoire my girl, appropriate? Before you, I do not dare to call the character Palace Lord, but who you there? Delegated personally. Do you manage this to call the assignment? This called the exile, called to relegate. Xiang Wanqing spooky joke. Donghuang Xingjia circles the profound meaning, the say/way, small mistake. But makes you calm. The smile that the Xiang Wanqing monster flatters had a change finally, she deeply looked at Donghuang Xingjia, in the beautiful eye flashes the corridor. Rare cold light. To Palace Lord, if all right, we must go back. Donghuang Xingjia nods slightly, bringing Donghuang Ruiying they to leave. On the Xiang Wanqing beautiful face, did not have the least bit smile, coldly said, Eastern Bright Palace Lord walks slowly, is good to the vice-founder. Eastern bright magnificent, your question for me. Dong Huang Xingjie footsteps, has not been saying anything, leading the person to leave the side building. Did father, she make a mistake? Dong Huang Ruyan asked quietly. She knows that the Xiang Wanqing true status, has not actually thought and also has the secret unforgivable mistake, there has not executed her, has an elder sister, thanks to her. Is her arms that fox, the Saint King? 9-day fox. Saint King? Dong Huang Ruyin complexion, big change. In the side building, Xiang Wanqing closes one's eyes, the beautiful jade. Dimple cold Ruhan frost, the women's clothing under long gown shivers gently. The fox of her arms lifted the view, said lightly, having anything is good to be angry. That day that you come perhaps, Dong Huang Xingjie has observed closely you. At the strengths of 9 days of gods, can certainly check that matter, you think that can conceal the truth? Chapter 724, Scarlet Big Rift Valley. The ray twinkle, Jiang Yi arrived at the Supreme Jin Cheng Space Sacrificial altar again. I special killed you. Had Jin Cheng Jr.'s unable to bear again, through toward Jiang Yi. Stop permits Chen Zhen drinks to stop. Jiang Yi sneers, couldn't wait? That do not rub gently, now goes to the Samsara mystical place. Permits pill arrives in front of Jiang Yi, almost face to face, you made Supreme Jincheng lose completely the face in the Dark Kingdom, I will dig up your face in the Samsara mystical place. Right? Since you are so polite, pays a man back in his own coin, I will dig up your skin. He maintains this rampancy, the crying father do not shout begging for mercy of mother when the time comes. Call some manpower, otherwise the crying father shouted mother may be you. Such as you hope. Our Supreme Jincheng ensure makes the foot the courtesy. Permits pill retrocedes 2 steps, about the instruction, first delivers to the Samsara mystical place Jiang Yi, we later walks, goes to the execution grounds. 2 clansmen bring Jiang Yi to move toward the front golden chariot, the chariot rumble, soars, rushes, to the Scarlet Big Rift Valley. Selects and assigns the clansman, takes the guard, enters the Samsara mystical place to capture alive Jiang Yi permits pill, the whole body is the blood. Must go back to recuperate, simply, cleans, while convenient. Permits Yongsho appears in the sacrificial altar, complexion gloomy scary. Uncle, vice commands. Lots of clansmen salute in abundance. Person? Has delivered, are follows. Grasps to me lives. Understood? Understood. We will not kill him, we will suffer him ruthlessly, suffers him. Partly remnantly half-waste, suffers him to live, to might as well die. Do not leave again accidentally, /surprisingly, we cannot throw this person. Permits Yongsho leaves the space sacrificial altar, rushes to the Supreme Jin Cheng highest, that great palace. He must personally explains the situation to the head of the clan and clan, particularly Samsara mystical place to the no-return Holy Land. Comprehensive open matter, Jiang Yi issue does not die a day of tablet. Scarlet Big Rift Valley. It is not a big crack, but is the countless fearful crack, tore northeast part. Several tens of thousands of li, 0.5 kilometers, land. The probably huge wound, filling the air, is desolate and solemn and stirring. The widest crack can be more than 10-20 li, 0.5 kilometers, longest tears more than 2,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, continually. Shocks magnificently. Many cracks just like Blue Dragon, roaring land. Many cracks spread across, wild spread. Many cracks are too deep to see the bottom, as if connected 9 quiet hells, The strong gale of howling circles year to year, sadly in the crack-deep place. The sound such as the demon roar, continuously, day and night continuous. Here without doubt is the northeast part land most magnificent natural landform. However, make Scarlet Big Rift Valley move the world truly, was in the numerous and disorderly crack groups really has a crack seems like really. Ripped open the life and death too, connected the mysterious and vast space. Samsara mystical place, with the Scarlet Big Rift Valley, the name moves the northwest land. Jiangyi rides the chariot is rushing to hear time, by the present vast scene. Is stimulated. The crack huge quantity, interweaves wildly, very magnificent. Downward from the high place, as if each strip is too deep to see the bottom, jet black to terrify person. However, on the sheer precipice of each crack is also covered with the vigorous big tree, is found in the caverns of many bird of prey. Many cracks are profound, have the waterfall, to have the lake, to have the woods, full of vitality, probably independent underground world. Rumble. The golden color fought vehicle-borne Jiangyi, to go for 5 days and 5 nights, arrived at the Scarlet Big Rift Valley central boundary. Here crack is more spacious profoundly, is also more desolate. And spreads in several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, giant crack to circle the huge quantity of birds of prey, probably the guard of patrol, is protecting the territory. The guards of Supreme Jincheng throw to a Jiangyi jade sign, said. Indifferently, the bottommost is the Samsara mystical place, takes the jade sign, goes to wait for death. Jiangyi catches the jade sign, condenses the hot wing to jump down. Chirp. In the big crack, several hundred over 1,000 birds of prey soar rapidly. Circle to surround Jiangyi, everywhere ominous light. Jiangyi is lifting up high the jade sign, downward dive. Is downward, the bird of prey quantity are more, circles in groups, probably. Look that the prey same looks at Jiangyi. Jiangyi disregards their deterrence, from top to bottom dives more than 5,000 meters, probably across tornado that the bird of prey composed, finally fell. The bottom. Here is not dark, instead is bright with many colors, bright gorgeous. Probably fell into the profound jungle. Besides the forest of cover, reaches 3 palatial palaces, lives apart, 3 positions. Each palace reaches as high as the 100 zhang, 333 m, outside. Is mounting the dense and numerous crystal stones, is blooming the ray. Illuminates thoroughly the darkness. A red palace, the inscribed horizontal tablet writes the abode of the immortals. A golden palace, the inscribed horizontal tablet writes Supreme Jincheng. A purple palace, the inscribed horizontal tablet writes the Brahma Academy. They are joint control in Samsara mystical place. The abode of the immortals is the place Palatial Mountain, situated in the Scarlet Big Rift Valley southwest, mountain 30,000 meters in height, reaches to the sky, just like Tianchu, the huge mountain massif suppressed the surrounding more than 10 big cracks. The abode of the immortals is also the master of Scarlet Big Rift Valley. There is occupying many terrifying monster clans, is ruling all monster beasts of Big Rift Valley. The Brahma Academy was northeast part the most famous academy, the background is abundant, trains the innumerable powerhouses, has opened sect Lipai, ruled a region by force. In the northeast part, burns the reputation of day of academy to endure compared with Holy Land, pursues the royalty position that because there 3 parties the geographical position and has joint control, this Samsara mystical place. No matter, wanting the Samsara mystical place to explore, needs to agree by them. In front of the purple palace, the atmosphere is lively. The men and women who one crowd wears the purple robe gather there, excited. Exerts looks at the surroundings. Words that I reminded, did you remember? The samsara mystical place is dangerous, should not be negligent. An elegantly beautiful Snow White. Beautiful woman teacher is reminding them seriously. Teacher Whiteley felt relieved that we, for this informed and experienced, taught painstakingly for 3 months, will not have the matter. We go and seek for the chance, is not to bring death, will encounter the danger. We to avoid. Teacher Whiteley, we nearly are 20 years old, is not the child. Completes this experience, we must leave the Brahma Academy, we will seriously treat. More than 20 students took a stand one after another. The students of Brahma Academy reach several tens of thousands of people, can have the qualifications to arrive informed and experienced here, through layer upon layer elite of inspection. If can live as going out of the samsara mystical place, they will face 2 choices: either completes the studies, leaves as outstanding student, either remains to burn a day of academy, is the teacher. Teacher Whiteley nods, proposes front 3, Nangong Jincheng and Cold Xian. Uses / gives Wenjia, you are the team's leader, must completely arrive at the responsibility. 3 people take a stand immediately, teacher felt relieved, we will be living. Along with me goes. Teacher Whiteley led the person to enter the broad palace. Jiang Yi looked at the eye, entered the golden palace. You were, the supreme Jin Cheng's guardians received the jade sign, is sizing up Jiang Yi. Dark Kingdom. Jiang Yi, simple say, / way. The guards knit the brows slightly, the tone is bad, delivers the person who. You come not to remind you? Leaves there do not propose that 4 characters. Again, particularly entered the samsara mystical place. Remembered. Do you name? Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi? This name is a little familiar. How I go? Wait, did you call Jiang Yi? Marshal Marquis of Dark Kingdom? The guarded guard size up Jiang Yi, this is Marshal Marquis, did not run up to no return. Holy land to hide, how to come to here? How to enter the samsara mystical place? Jiang Yi asked again. Inside has law. Guards, as if by prior agreement, knitting the brows head, is this determination, Jiang Yi? The boundary achieved soul boundary 3rd. Heavenly layer unexpectedly. Jiang Yi is just about to proceed, the guard stopped by calling him, doesn't. You're really what no? Takes the jade sign. This is the space key, when you want to come back, so long as activates it, it will guide you to go to nearby space sacrificial altar, only then takes it, the space sacrificial altar will deliver you. If lost, you may not come back. Jiang Yi catches the jade sign, across 2-fold stone door, arrived at the inner palace. In the inner palace ground portrays huge law. Law complex, is some complex rune that is difficult to understand. They have the life to be common, probably, flutters to wind in the inner palace ground. Around on the inner palace wall, carves completely the mysterious space spell. Probably the space limestone cave of distortion is common, inside lives in some fearful purple scale great wolves, reveals the cruel ray, observes. Closely following Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi move remnant blade, vigilant trend law. Rune and law turns suddenly wells up, raises the golden light that rushes. Submerged Jiang Yi. Chapter 725, wanders eternally. Is here the samsara mystical place? Jiang Yi stands on the steep cliff, is looking into the high mountains of be continuous fluctuating. Here forest is luxuriant, green and luxuriant, the river gallops, winds unceasingly. Here also has the monster beast in groups, the spirit bird of hovering. Seemingly full of vitality, without imagination, dim gloomy. Sound that the Jiangyi consciousness into the sea, nautical mile resounds pill. Sovereign, here, if is really I remembers that in samsara starry sky, the range will be big. Some forests have the wilderness, sea and islands. These mysterious strange secret places, hide in certain places. The bigger the better. Big, can let loose, makes happy. The Jiangyi corners of the mouth, bring back wipe the cruel curve, condenses. The hot wing to charge into the distant place. Master, which type of medicinal herb is here possibly growing? Pil Sovereign said, very important that named 1,000 ties the years to spend. The Jiangyi, passing over gently and swiftly upper air, is overlooking the jungle, is seeking for the target, what appearance it is long, which environment grows in? 1,000 tie the year's flower is not the growth in the samsara mystical place, but arrived here. The place of its real birth is 9 quiet deep spaces. 9 quiet deep spaces, called the samsara to be void, was the dead spirits in netherworld hell moves toward the place of samsara. There is fluttering many unique deep trees, named crosses the soul tree. They absorb the air/chi of survival samsara, will release to cross the strength of directing. Enters the dead spirits of 9 quiet deep spaces, wants to re-enter the samsara, the air/chi of samsara, and crosses the strength of directing to be indispensable. Crosses the soul tree to be on the wane after the air/chi of absorption enough. Samsara, but after on the wane, can the glowing vitality again. So moves back. And 4,000 times, when will recover again, will be in full bloom the charming blood color flowers, will then wither thoroughly, will annihilate in the deep space. These flowers will flutter in the deep space, the air/chi of some accumulation. Samsara, change to the new crossing soul tree, some will crash to the nether world hell, helping certain ghost thing re-enter the samsara. If the samsara mystical place and between 9 quiet deep spaces has the relation, when has the crack, might flutter 1,000 to tie the years to spend. Therefore, can bump into 1,000 to tie the years to spend here, mainly. Tries one's luck. Pil Sovereign introduced that 1,000 tie the years flower situation, said. But this luck, you best to bump into. If only wants to make fragrant revive. Can not need 1,000 to tie the years to spend, but wish makes fragrant true. Lives, the strength of air/chi, and the years it's inside samsara. Indispensable. Does its what appearance, have what characteristics? Found the place that the dead spirit occupies, there with 9 quiet void links, will then often wait for the opportunity. The samsara mystical place. Has this place, looks for several, tries one's luck. Jiangyi dives from the upper air suddenly, caught a wild boar to the jungle. Forces in the jade sign its belly, then re-enters the sky, overlooks the hills. To continue the pathfinding. The samsara mystical place years are glorious, the environment is close. Therefore possibly sees various mysterious spirit fruit treasure medicines. Everywhere, some will also bury in certain profound places, grow silently for several hundred over 1,000 years. Truly is the treasure trove. Jiangyi neglected temporarily, the urgent matter first found 1,000 to tie the years to spend. Only then found that can unshackle, kills a happiness with supreme Jinqing. In there, Jiangyi leaves the cloud layer, plunges the distant place cluster of mountains. Has the canyon of jet black distortion in Laoshan of 3 extrusions, inside. Gloom is dense, the malignant influences turn well up. In nearby several kilometers does not have the trees flowers and plants. Bleak. Jiangyi falls to the canyon in front, looked at the little while vigilantly. Just about to walks toward inside, in the darkness shines 2 lanterns. Suddenly, a chapter of Big Mouth to slash clashes fiercely. Lying trough. The Jiangyi complexion drastic change is the black scale python, the canine. Is exuding the black air slash chi unexpectedly, on that head presented dragon. Corner slash horn unexpectedly. Malignant influences rebellion, dark attack. The python sways from side to side the plump body to run out of the canyon. Opened the big mouth to swallow to Jiangyi. The Jiangyi fright dodges, sees one after another dozens times, fleeing of bad risk. Roar. The python raises to roar, exudes the sound of real dragon recitation. Just like the river tide of essence, boiled the surrounding several tens of thousands of meter spaces. In the hills jungle, massive beast of prey terrified running away, some kneel. On the ground directly trembles. Jiangyi was shaken has a dizzy spell, the difference requests publication. He is clenching teeth to stimulate to movement the hot wing, ran away 350 li, 0.5 km, to stop crazily. Was too dangerous. Jiangyi is just about to relax, the whole body exudes a chill, nothing. Hesitant, raises the roaring flame to shoot up to the sky. In an instant, that peak splitting, the dust and fog turns suddenly. Wells up, the crushed stone avalanche, inside flings the stripped bloody tongue. Curled toward Jiangyi in the past. What ghost thing? Jiangyi rushes to 2 kilometers altitude, overlooks. Downward. In the split peak is hiding a plump ugly monster unexpectedly, the whole body. Is the mucilage, almost fused together with that mountain. Jiangyi raised 12 spirit, continued to inspect the vast forest. Half celestial empress. Jiangyi just avoided several birds of prey to capture, suddenly noticed in the remote hills to present a mysterious mountain unexpectedly. The mountain is palatial, the peak enters the clouds, is blooming the gorgeous. Multicolored sunlight, reflects to dye the world. Looks into the distance with rapt attention, on the mountain also has the big Peace Palace probably, has the float main road, waterfall of galloping. Does here have sect gate? Does Supreme Jinqing make the branch here? Jiangyi more looks at the surprise, rushes over toward the distant place. More approaches, more can feel that mountain palatial grand. It was really huge, probably in the mountain the overlord, other mountains seemed very tiny. In its front. Moreover, the spirit fog fills the air, the palace in groups. 5 colors radiance came from covering powerful law. However, continues to proceed to approach, Jiangyi suddenly had a strange feeling. From the distant place, is only the feeling is very magnificent, is very grand. Truly, actually felt that indistinct dim, probably is not very real. What damned place? Jiangyi has the having mind filled with question, arrived in front of the mountain. The mountain is palatial, the peak enters cloud heaven. The waterfall gallops. The wonderful light winds around, massive palaces are scattered and organized. However, the entire mountain is dim, the transpiration the rich dense fog. Some probably fantasy, is seeming like the projection where scatters. When Jiangyi rushes to hear, in the jungle had gathered many people. There are both men and women, has the weakness, some hide in the hidden place. Alone, some in 3s and 4s gathers together. Their whole face frantic, is looking at the indistinct mountain. Where do you from come in? Jiangyi arrives by a thick, crazy man. The man sized up his 2 eyes, asked back, where do you from come in? Supreme Jinqing there. Are you person of royalty? Not like. How not like? He, man smiles, to continue to look at the mountain. Am I this / should am being supine the neck that resembles? I am earnest, where? Do you from come in? Don't you really know? Seeks with me happily. I really did not understand. Samsara mystical place except for the secret channel that Supreme Jincheng. Daluo and Brahma Academy control, several dangerous channels, disperse in the crack of Scarlet Big Rift Valley. Person who are these do not have the background not to have the influence, wants to come here adventure, by Supreme Jincheng. These actions of driving away, cannot only pass that several dangerous channel. Very dangerous? He, is bets the life and death 55 opens. The thick crazy man said is very free and easy, can live, looks at the life. Can find the chance, looks at the life. Finally leaves, can live across the crack, looks at the life. Therefore, in the samsara mystical place, besides Supreme the Jincheng and other influence of the people, other is the life and death, looks at the pale. Bravo. Jiangyi asked, what fishy does this mountain have? It is the reason that we bet to assign/life. The samsara mystical place not only has danger the place of dead souls, this type mirage, so long as this scene appeared, means that may have the big treasure born. The thick crazy man said, the voice of Pil Sovereign, thinks in the Jiangyi mind, right, here should be the samsara starry sky. The appearance of Scarlet Big Rift Valley is very possible, is the samsara starry sky crashes, big cracking that the hit stratum causes. Chapter 726, Wanders Eternally. Master, you said that the third wheel does return to the starry sky to be similar to the mysterious degree of eternal holy mountain? The reason that samsara starry sky forms is a riddle, but it truly has the relation with 9 quiet deep spaces and endless starry skies. Links with 9 quiet deep spaces, the air/chi and dead souls air/chi of their samsara, will corrode the space, affects here, forms the strange gloomy mystical place. Relates with the endless starry sky, was equal to that with vast had the relation void, will form the space vortex and space crack here, in spirit. Treasure that in void flutters, will receive the hauling to crash here. Treasure of void drift? Jiangyi was excited. Void, not only profound dark, vast boundless, is actually also fluttering in the different time, because of the different reasons, the treasure, that the avalanche space falls. They flutter in the starry sky everywhere, gradually deteriorates, gradually annihilates. Some spirit treasure when the floating third will return to the mystical place, possibly by the space vortex. Hauling, will be wandered. The marvelous scenes of these mirages, they are involved in the vortex. Time, receives the stimulation to release ancient memory. Jiangyi is looking at the indistinct mountain, anticipated excitedly. Is what treasure can reappear so palatially memory? The palatial mountain is forever glorious, the vast desolate imposing matter fills the world, attracts more and more powerhouses to rush. From several hundred to over 1,000. Is some crazy bravos. They hide in the woods, the look is frantic, is eager to try. Like this strange scene is the chance that anticipates to come across. This is in the legend, Mirage? Nangong Jincheng of Brahma Academy leads 7 students to rush to hear, pleasantly surprised and curious looks at the wonderful light to wind around the indistinct mountain that mirage appears, means that we'll have peerless spirit treasure born. The appearance of mirage does not have the rule, sometimes several years see. One rarely, sometimes will frequently appear. We were really lucky, just came to meet the mirage. School leader Nangong was wise, chose such direction. Hopes to have many treasure. The students' exciting 2 eyes shine, arrived at the forefront unrestrained/no trace of politeness. They are the students in Brahma Institute, is equivalent to the master in samsara mystical place, thing that therefore the space falls, what is natural is there. However, the arrogant self-confident standing in front, the bravos in forest, actually looked that continually has not looked at their one eyes. They are the gambling assign/life, will bet the life to go out, in them, the chance is bigger than the life and death, therefore does not have the awe at heart. Bang! The sky twists fiercely, sends out the depressed big sound, the gorgeous ray. Photo passes all over the sky, the cloud layer. The indistinct mountain suddenly becomes incomparably real, probably true. Towering in hills. Among the palace groups on mountain starts to present clearly the persons. Shadow has the disciple to cultivate, has the elder to give the law, some people ride the beast of prey to soar, 8 Feng Chang cross the expansive sky to come, bows politely respectfully. Summit that broadest palace wonderful glittering, screens 3 large characters which God clearly sect. Everyone felt absent-minded, as if spanned the past and present, appeared in the remote past, stood in this mysterious sect gate front, is looking up to its broadness, is witnessing its prosperity. God? Which God? Nangong Jincheng vision is frantic, as if can hear own heartbeat. Dares. Character to name sect gate with God, was definitely shocking the peerless. Large amount of some time, has the influence of domination all living things. Has the world shaking great power. Today really comes across the chance. The heaven cares. Just came in the half of the day, can change the destiny? Which God sect? Jiangyi is very shocking, wanders the great mountain that comes eternally, is hanging God unexpectedly given name. Dissolute giving a name, really has that strength? When the forest atmosphere is getting more and more earnest, when everyone observes closely that huge inscribed horizontal tablet stubbornly, 10,000 zhang, 3.33 m, glare that the mountain blooms turns suddenly. Violently wells up, unfolds dozens over 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, sweeps across the expansive sky, submerges the mountains and rivers. The ray is gorgeous, presents the slaughtering picture of riot. The sect gate, drastic change, 8 sides encircle. Had the terrifying antiquity giant beast to strike law crazily, had the mysterious powerhouse, to show the peerless magical powers. 1 million beast tides submerge the mountain, myriad powerhouses offer sacrifice to heaven jointly. Which God sect envelop in reactionary reign of terror. Shouted, kill heaven shaking, world floating blood. Shortly, the ray turns wells up, seeing drastic change. With the deafening loud sound, law of which God sect was burst, 1 million. Powerful enemies invade crazily, kills the summit from the mountain. Rivers of blood. Field littered with corpses. Which God sect a lot of elders shouted loudly dismal, after bowing politely. Summit, the respective belt/bring the disciple is rushing ahead outward. The archenemies invade, sect gate dead end. The filled with grief mood spans the past and present, is infiltrating the world. Jiangyi, they place oneself in the ray deep place, probably arrives at the battlefield. Their mood were affected, some excited, some angry, some are filled with grief. Some people were also affected the consciousness, roared to kill. The summit of 10,000 zhang, 3.33 m, mountain, the old people of after 5 vicissitudes retaliate elder submissively, treads resolutely ascends to heaven spatially. Their both eyes illumination, if the thunder rebellion, illuminates thoroughly. The backdrop, shakes the space. When many peerless powerhouses kill the summit, they sent out the desolate call, then detonated itself crazily. Which God is immortal. Mountains and rivers vary greatly. With call at the point of death, the blood and broken bone, sprinkled to the summit already, complex law, that portrayed In a flash, the law blood light rises suddenly, is centered on the mountain. Sweeps across the endless mountains and rivers. Bang! Ray ebullition, picture distortion. The endless mountains and rivers crash comprehensively. The mountain caves. The rivers and streams adverse current, the endless crack spreads rapidly, the underground magma shoots up to the sky, the air/chi of disaster sweeps across. The endless mountains and rivers. Various days, do 6, Barry? You special. Crack a joke. Pil Sovereign's consciousness in the mind reverberation of Jiangyi, the sound is resounding, the shock is also excited, even unprecedented blowing out. Swearing. Bang. Endless mountains and rivers, thorough avalanche. The quarry stone puts on spatially, the rivers annihilate, the terrifying aura fills the world. 1,000,000 beasts of prey were swallowed, the endless powerhouse was buried. Placed oneself, Jiangyi, in Ray, continually, they feel that the terrifying power and influence of clearly burying the myriad things, many people were pale. Kneel on the ground directly. But the next quarter, the ray dissipates, picture collapse to extinguish, all belong to the pure brightness. They still in the samsara mystical place, they also stand in the peaceful mountain forest. However, looks at the space. Some people call out an alarm, the vision is frantic. The sky of distortion is closing, one page of inscribed horizontal tablets. Flushed at the final moment, is 100 meters, heavy gigantic, probably cuts the space and time the steamship is filling the desolate air/chi. On the inscribed horizontal tablet writes, which God sect, 3 large characters, is only the typeface is ruined, is dying the blood. Around the inscribed horizontal tablet also flutters 5 broken bones, the white light is winding around, the courage vigor fills the air, appears 5 old people's outlines indistinctly. There that static domain sits, is protecting the sect gate final mark. The eternal drift, returns to the world finally again. Everyone draws back, they belong to the Brahma Academy. Namgong Jincheng shouted excitedly, Hand Rian draws out the generous animal skin. The animal skin rocks against the wind, changes to the azure giant bird. Carries Namgong Jincheng to charge into the upper air. However at this time who can also manage him, all bravos all move restlessly. Stares the eye of blushing to dash about wildly, charges into nearby mountain. Or the incarnation bird of prey, offers a sacrifice to treasure, the charging into sky of rushing to be first. The Jiangyi incarnation vermilion bird monster body, the whole body roaring. Flame is torrential, at the maximum speed cuts the sky, charged into the inscribed horizontal tablet that crashes. Takes them, do not bleed off. Pil Sovereign urged in the Jiangyi mind. Anxiously, is really hard to be calm. Is this various days 6 berries? Just that picture, clearly was various days 6 berries first to ban the technique, the mountains and rivers berries greatly. What's the matter? What sect gate of time is this which God sect is? How can control this banning technique? If is really one of the 6 burying, bringing in the total destruction is also in the reason. Chapter 727, The Life and Death Competes. Jiangyi responded quickly, the speed was fastest, cries the howling expansive sky, sped along speedily, bumps into the inscribed horizontal tablet. However, must stretch out that moment of claw in him, 5 broken bones that the inscribed horizontal tablet surroundings surround shiver, suddenly, the indistinct dim 5-old person empty shades actually regain consciousness. Probably General opened the eyes. In an instant, a terrifying fluctuation detonation expansive sky, the endless space seems like the rivers and streams tide, flood lifts heavy objects the heavy mighty waves, continuous Jiangyi was struck to fly by the front surface, the gold/metal feather flies. Upwards, the bloody water scatters, the body breaks, probably general, is very painful. Rushes to be first. All bravos who wallop toward the upper air, was submerged by the numerous rough seas. Somewhat regards the disintegration, somewhat spits blood the fluttering, probably rain sprinkles. Previous quarter to crazy, next quarter crashing distressed. Do several broken bones have such power and influence? Do they have the consciousness? What strength are these 5 old people, before death? The bravos between hills call out in alarm, felt a chill in the air. Be not gawking, acts together, hits with your most strong military law bygone days. They had wandered the endless years, strong power and influence also. Consumption was similar. Locks these bones, so long as scatters them, defends, relieves automatically. Many powerhouses shouted loudly the urging, the release, the strong tall law. Initiated toward the sky fiercely attacks. The bravos join up rapidly. Thunder like tide, dance vault of heaven. The hurricane thunders, curls up massive offensive jointly to strike the day. Astral air/chi, the shattering land, raises giant stone that howls, the momentum is astonishing. In surrounding area, dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, range, several hundred over 1,000. Offensive dense and numerous leaps, submerges the expansive sky, is attacking. That 5 white bones. These bravos have the weakness, initial period of spirit origin realm has. Soul boundary high rank also has. The offensive confusion, the strong and weak, actually really affected these broken bones. Twinkled at the ray of broken bone flickers, almost annihilation. They wander eternally, almost exhausted the energy. Has the effect. Again come. Everyone is excited, the sound is resounding, is agitated, initiation offensive that the rave howls randomly. However, the human nature is completely unmasked in this moment. Everyone felt that the white bones must disperse, only thinks others to make an effort, oneself pick up a bargain. Finally, violently the rebellion of glare and energy in the hills, actually no hit to the upper air. People expression one stiff, somewhat as embarrassed. But responded quickly. Released martial law, hitting of advancing uninterruptedly to the upper air. Bang! 5 old people's empty shadow all collapse leisurely/scatter, dissipates in 5 lines. At this moment, the sky flutters to sigh probably leisurely, having several to mutter the light language. The energy is too strong, the momentum is big, no one notices. 5 bone ray twinkles, were separated from the inscribed horizontal tablet. Was attacked to fly upwards, by the powerful energy. Snatches. The public sentiment is roused to action. All bravos hoarse, shouted loudly, observed closely a bone, respectively. Overrunning of rushing to be first. Inscribed horizontal tablet. Seizes that inscribed horizontal tablet, pill. Sovereign urged Jiangyi. Jiangyi also observed closely the inscribed horizontal tablet, flutters to soar to the heavens. Although the bone looks very powerful, but obviously in protection inscribed horizontal tablet. But the inscribed horizontal tablet, running amok deep spaces so long, has not crushed unexpectedly decayed. Definitely has what secret? That is my barbaric shouts is following closely Jiangyi, the sound rumble, deafening. A middle-aged man incarnation great alligator, is treading the torrential water. Tide dashes about wildly upwards, is large, the speed is swift and violent. He also observed closely the inscribed horizontal tablet. Another side, a female pursues tightly, her movement is elegant, ladder, sends First, cursory surpassed Jiang Yi, the delicate hands wielded to strike. Flings 9 diamond pestles. The diamond poke thunder against the wind, rises suddenly rapidly, the mutual resonance, must evolve the shackles, probably, surrounds the inscribed horizontal tablet. The Jiangyi whole body roaring flame turns wells up, the speed is raised. Instantly, pursues the female behind, nothing hesitant, a claw ripped to the female back of the head. Uncouthly. Female severe chi, speedily turn over, left hand jade sword impact, sword. Air/chi like waterfall, swift and fierce volume to Jiangyi. The Jiangyi speed quickly is more flexible, the pair of wings turns over. Avoids the sword tide, the whole body sticks out suddenly the dense and numerous hot feathers, along with exploded violently, submerged the female. The females called out pitifully, retreated distressfully, the diamond of control poked at the scene is also chaotic. Bang! The following strong winds turn well up, form the howling hurricane, probably. A evil dragon shoots up to the sky, the volume approached Jiangyi. The hurricane is violent, the momentum is astonishing, limit that going far beyond Jiangyi can withstand. Jiangyi clenches teeth, can only dodge toward side. The hurricane across the sky must run upon the inscribed horizontal tablet. Shortly. The dashing about wildly great alligator sways violently, starts the numerous tides, blocks the hurricane. The raging tide brings the piercing cold air, in. Galloping the rapid congealment, probably the place ice lake, entire hit. Accompanies chaotic thundering, the hurricane ice lake is blasting open. Comprehensively. The strong gale like the blade, tears the expansive sky, the ice piece seems like the giant stone running amok sky. Many powerhouses were affected, is somewhat unexpected, was killed by brutal suppressing, by distressed dying by explosion. These two all are the high-rank soul boundaries. Jiangyi seizes the opportunity, passed over gently and swiftly speedily the chaotic raging tide by the flexible movement, charged into the inscribed horizontal tablet. However, Nangong Jincheng appeared in the upper air, rode the azure giant bird. To directly soar the inscribed horizontal tablet, but direction that the inscribed horizontal tablet crashed, happened to faces his there. Jiangyi sees with own eyes unable to catch up, immediately condenses 36. Handles to fight the lance, howls, is curling the torrential roaring flame. Blocks Nangong Jincheng. You know that who I am. Don't you see clearly my close robe? Nangong Jincheng anger howls, controls the azure giant bird distressed surges. Go away, should not be in the way especially. The great alligator happened to treads the cold wave to hit, calls out, the tide. Turns wells up, wild raising the azure giant bird that flies to seethe. The azure giant bird glitters fiercely, changed the animal skin. Nangong Jincheng calls out an alarm, holds the animal skin to crash. Distressedly, the crazy release energy wants to activate it. Finally, after crashing several hundred meters, the animal skin strong winds howl, turns into the messenger bird again. At this time had missed an opportunity. Nangong Jincheng beats the breast and stamps the feet, the anger roared. Jiangyi has been close to the inscribed horizontal tablet, the raging tide. From great alligator gets angry the volume again, draws back his bang. Forcefully. The great alligator opens the big mouth, bit ruthlessly to the inscribed horizontal tablet. Gave up any idea of. A terse man kills suddenly, he seems like in void dashes. About wildly general, raises the space to fluctuate, faces directly the inscribed horizontal tablet. The great alligator turns around fiercely, starts the numerous tides, wants to block the man. It was the men easily avoid, both hands wield, the long gown rises. Suddenly against the wind, inside glare winds around, the vortex turns wells. Up, probably in the sleeve the universe, must swallow, to accept the inscribed. Horizontal tablet. At a crucial moment within, the seemingly common bone suddenly appears around. The inscribed horizontal tablet together, leaps the frigid courage vigor. Changes to the huge pair of wings python, is 100 meters, the monster chi. Torrential, aggressive aura fills the expansive sky, its one volume, first. Step twined the inscribed horizontal tablet upwards, toed aggressive, from. Sleeve. The python howls, the pair of wings attacks fiercely, dragging the inscribed horizontal tablet to charge into the following mountain. Haha, this was everyone sought other treasure in addition. On the mountain, a white clothing man laughs, controls the python to turn over. Violently, flings the inscribed horizontal tablet, pounds toward him. But the python in the sky wild surges, spouts the air, chi, of endless blood ghost, the cholera several tens of thousands of meters, startled as drawing back people who were just about to capture. However, a thunder eagle speeds along to come from the distant place. Intercepts in the midair, the speed was too fast, many people have not responded, thundering has rushed, punctures the bright thunder tide to seam. Like the chains to tie down 100 meters inscribed horizontal tablet, then. The pair of wings inspires to strike, fiercely oblique incidents expansive. Sky. White clothing man angrily roars, wants to control the python to pursue. The python was actually suppressed by the angry crowd in the upper air. Kills. Chapter 728, Exceedingly High Pagoda. The thunder eagle speed was too fast, whole body thunder tide twines. Penetrates the chaotic battlefield, in an instant vanishes in the horizon. Many person regrettable giving up, kill to these rob the chaotic battlefield of valuable bone. Jiangyi actually locks thundering, who goes far away, pursued not to stop. This thundering has the profound heavenly thunder eagle of Tianping. Bloodlines, is huge, spreads the wings 100 meters, the speed can pursue. The lightning. It is Deluo arranges one of the guarding here, is responsible for periphery. The inspection 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers. If there is spirit treasure born, it will rush most in a short time, takes forcefully. If there is a special spirit fruit to be mature, meets first clinches. Guarding like it, 50. Be responsible for the zones of different, respectively. The range from dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, to several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers. Jiangyi stimulates self-dash, is seething with excitement, the roaring flame. Full speed pursues thunder ing. Even so, but also almost with losing. In there. Jiangyi is breathing heavily, stands on a thick lush old tree, is looking at the mountain peak of distant place. The mountain peak stands tall and erect, tall and straight, probably the sharp sword refers to cloud heaven slantingly. The nest of profound heavenly thunder eagle in the peak, there is filling. Intense thunder origin force, affects the world energy, formed the heavy/thick. Dim cloud layer in the upper air. Cloud layer inside thunder and lightning tumbles, thunders unceasingly, is hot. Tempered and depressing. Must attain the inscribed horizontal tablet 10 million/countless, inside. Likely has the rap/set special inheritance. Pill sovereign also worries. Compared with Jiangyi. This thunder eagle should be the high rank soul boundary, I cannot snatch. Jiangyi is restraining the aura, carefully observes the environment. You can think of the means. Pill sovereign is confident to Jiangyi. Bang. The upper air thunder clouds turn suddenly well up, the endless thunder seems like the curtain of rain to fall in torrents, is covering the peak. The profound heavenly thunder eagle finds out the giant head, observed closely. Jiang Yi of distant place, with raw hate. Jiang Yi hurries to flee from here, has vanished in the horizon. Then he restrains the hot wing, dives to the forest land, the old route ran, hides. Continues to look around in the jungle. The profound heavenly thunder eagle is standing in the peak, cries to howl, the sound is incisive, reverberation hills. One after another, continuously unceasingly. What is it summoning? Jiang Yi has to plant not the good premonition, does the nearby have a mother? You manage it to do, takes the inscribed horizontal tablet by all means. The soul of Pil Sovereign red twines the Jiang Yi soul, personal observation. Outside situation. The Jiang Yi train of thought racing, is trying to find the solution. Diligently. However, this Thunder Eagle boundary is high, the speed is also fast, only if it leaves, otherwise brought death in the past. What to do? Jiang Yi is racking brains, the distant place hears the fierce bellow. Suddenly, a group of powerhouses are slaughtering crazily, are robbing a bone. Unexpected happening came toward here. Bang. Sky thunder Chaofan wells up, the profound heavenly thunder eagle launches the huge wing, pounces upon suddenly toward the distant place battlefield, speed. Quick, seems like thunder tide of galloping. Opportunity. The Jiang Yi spirit inspires greatly, soars to the heavens decisively, the incarnation vermilion bird monster body, directly soars the peak. The peak thunder tide thunders, glare dazzling. Huge inscribed horizontal tablet, static lying down there, ruined desolate. Full as the scar, above proliferates the motley bloodstain. What is mysterious? Is the bloodstain unexpectedly not dry, probably fresh, above silent flowing? Is filling the extraordinary power and influence succeeded in obtaining? Jiang Yi flings the chains from bronze inside the tower, ties down the inscribed horizontal tablet, drew in the second innermost shackles, departure that does not return. However, rumble. The inscribed horizontal tablet rocks suddenly fiercely, that extraordinary power and influence seemed like the mighty current to be filled with that jet. Black shackles. In the shackles is the collection valuable medicine, finally was crushed to annihilate completely. Moreover, the power and influence continues, the rebellion is getting more and more violent, attacked entire second unexpectedly, all pens were affected. What's the matter? Jiang Yi first detects, exceptionally, must throw immediately the inscribed horizontal tablet, but the bronze tower second all shackles unexpectedly. Spontaneous migrations, run amok in the endless darkness, composed some special law, probably wants innermost seal, that shackles, suppresses the inscribed horizontal tablet. This is Jiang Yi, unbelievable, feeling the change in second. Can the shackles also move unexpectedly? Also can compose law? While Jiang Yi surprised time, the bronze tower works loose to hang the chain. Suddenly, left him, hangs the vault of heaven, leapt the bright azure light. Moreover was getting more and more powerful, until the ebullition rebellion. Probably fierce yang, like shone the world. Accompanies rumble the big sound. The bronze tower is starting to inflate, from more than 10 centimeters to several meters, again to dozens meters, until over 100 meters. Before fine exquisite appearance, the enlargement that is continued becomes broad, grand, even filled the vast, boundless, terrifying, invincible might. Jiang Yi is looking at continually the enlargement bronze tower, the whole face is shocking. That power and influence soaks this side world, is attacking the Jiang Yi soul. Especially these rune of bronze tower surface carving, the Evident certain marks, are startled palpitation, difficult secure. The profound heavenly thunder eagle stops beyond dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, is looking the peak direction. Its swift and fierce vision rocks slightly, feels suffocated the oppression, thunder-tide uncontrolled retracting body that the whole body boils. Is robbing the bravos of bone also to stop crazily one after another, shock. Look suddenly is presenting the broad palace in upper air. They somewhat are. Even absent-minded, had the mirage to appear? What are you? Jiangyi and relation between bronze towers blurred unexpectedly, from time to time is clear, from time to time breaks. That power and influence actually blots out the sky, is submerging him, is trembling the body, is attacking the soul. That is anything, the soul of Pil Sovereign reads is twining the Jiang. Soul, is looking at the bronze tower surface, mysterious trace. Probably a mammoth epic picture scroll, records once the magnificence and solemnness and stirring of some time, seems like some mysterious inheritance, receives and instructs all living things to move toward the vault of heaven. Ancient and mysterious. Extraordinary and great. Pil Sovereign knows that the bronze tower has the secret, has not actually thought that brings such shock. The second space turned into the battlefield, probably, all Pen's thunder. Fiercely, filled a terrifying the imposing manner, is jointly suppressing the inscribed horizontal tablet in most deep place shackles. The inscribed horizontal tablet was suppressed, starts to counterattack. Strongly. The blood that the surface flows leaps one after another, the spiritual god that probably regains consciousness, gives out vast angry roaring. Prosperous rumble. The bronze tower continues to rise suddenly, arrives at more than 300 meters. From 100 meters, hangs the vault of heaven, the azure light is boundless. Is scattering the dark cloud, collapsed extinguished the thunder. Can it leave me? Jiangyi was just about to worry, consciousness the relation with bronze tower. To be suddenly clear. Second becomes dark and is profounder, probably ice-cold void. 66 washers. Firmly also become huge cloudier and colder, the probably ice-cold giant beast occupies in the darkness. When Jiangyi must seek for the inscribed horizontal tablet again, the surprise discovery, the center of iron firm encirclement presented a channel of distortion. The consciousness across the channel, the scene suddenly sees the light at present, entered third unexpectedly. What's the matter? Does the bronze tower open third should not use the flame? Calcine? Even to blood-sucking, still attracts my blood. This inscribed horizontal tablet has the issue, this above blood has the issue, is. Jiangyi is pleasantly surprised and vigilant. The third space by the strong dense fog package, was cut the dense fog, inside. Unexpectedly is a full of vitality mountain forest, with second ice-cold dark. Entirely different. Looking into the distance, is the lush forest, how like the boundless forest. Many mountains was submerged, continually. Some big trees, directly with day interlocking, sturdy huge, is magnificent. The Jiangyi consciousness sweeps in inside, the third range is over 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, unexpectedly, looks like to seal up the self-evolution the independent space. However, when investigates carefully, actually discovered the issue. By the cover heavy/thick leaf, the third mountain altogether has 9,981, each place crawls completely the strange blood mark, probably dense and numerous. Blood color big pythons, in strange coils around, is wriggling. Grave? In the Jiangyi mind flashes through a fearful thought suddenly. Here is not the full of vitality mountains and rivers world, but is the terrifying cemetery. Second is a shackles, third is a cemetery? This pagoda is anything. Is carving, the witch god sect, the inscribed horizontal tablet, lost the gloss, float in the third fog upper air. Jiangyi suddenly has a misconception, the inscribed horizontal tablet A. Little relates with this tower probably. Jiangyi walks quickly, pale sovereign reminded suddenly. The consciousness of Jiangyi removes immediately from bronze inside the tower, before a grand azure glow 10,000 zhang, 3.33 m, pagoda. Had also retracted to the thumb size, is falling from the upper air. Chapter 729, The Hopeless Situation Escapes. Jiangyi holds the bronze tower, runs away to the distant place crazily. Perhaps now not only the inscribed horizontal tablet, the bronze tower brought to the attention. Bang! The distant place thunder Chowda rebellion, the profound heavenly thunder. Eagle ebullition thunder and lightning, pounces upon suddenly toward Jiangyi. What is that? The bravos in mountain forest are somewhat absent-minded, was just that a mirage? Probably, how otherwise to have that terrifying imposing manner? However, has not seen the space to have anything to change. Well, bone? Some people awakened suddenly, search high and low, happen to saw before. Snatched that person of valuable bone, to stand on tiptoes the tip of the toe. Cautious ran toward the front virgin forest. He and that pursues. The crowd is in a tumult again, advancing uninterruptedly through. Jiangyi runs away in the cloud layer crazily, looks into the hills. Vigorously, seeks monster beast or mystical place that can use. However, the Thunder Eagle speed was too fast, differs dozens li, 0.5 kilometers. Distance to pull closer by it rapidly. Rolls the rolling thunder prestige. Enormous and powerful world, is frightened the beast of prey spirit bird along the way. Jiangyi is selecting for promotion, the speed diligently, actually does not cast off. What to do? Can use to ban soar speed? Jiangyi is feeling the bronze inside the tower's banning soar speed. Hesitates over and over, stayed in inside. This thing cannot need not to use. Even if used, several seconds, do not cast off the profound heavenly Thunder Eagle. Moreover, the profound heavenly Thunder Eagle definitely is the high rank soul boundary, several seconds time. He cannot kill it. Spelled. Jiangyi expression 1 ruthless, to the end the dive, hit to the front lush. Forest land. Prosperous. The profound heavenly Thunder Eagle build is huge, spreads the wings 100 meters, probably the piece blazing the bright thunder clouds, in an instant. Started the endless thunder raging tide, the ebullition backdrop, the bang of blotting out the sky approached crash Jiangyi. The thunder and lightning is sturdy, tearing world. At a crucial moment within, Jiangyi flings the cauldron furnace, thrilling. Hid. Prosperous rumble. The big piece thunder bombardment cauldron furnace, erupts the deafening loud sound. The cauldron furnace sways fiercely, radiance is fierce, probably a meteorite dropped from the clouds, pounds to the front mountainside. A loud sound, the mountain sways violently, the dust flies upwards, quarry. Stone impact. Cauldron furnace aggressive, dislodges several hundred meters wide endocrater. Almost crashes the mountain. Jiangyi was shaken to have a dizzy spell, struggles to crawl, received the cauldron furnace, the ebullition roaring flame, continued to run away forward. The profound heavenly Thunder Eagle pursues in the upper air, starts vast. Thunder tide again, the submergence hills of blotting out the sky. Before Jiangyi, the thunder tide covers, again incurs the cauldron furnace. Bang! The cauldron furnace thunders fiercely, pounds ruthlessly to the forest land. Raises the violent dust. Then Jiangyi bleeds profusely from the head. crawls, received the cauldron furnace, to continue to run away. The profound heavenly thunder eagle got angry, the huge body to the end dives. Probably thunder clouds drop from the clouds, charged into Jiang Yi. Personally, the sharp claws seem like the house to be giant, is surging the light of fierce thunder. Jiang Yi incurs the cauldron furnace again, is realizing to remind Li Yin. Explained the situation. Bang! The sharp claws surging thunder held the cauldron furnace ruthlessly, the pair of wings inspired to strike, brings to charge into the sky. Terrifying thunder from profound heavenly thunder eagle whole body ebullition. Persistent is submerging the cauldron furnace, wants to rumble, broken it. Jiang Yi is very painful in inside, actually tightens the body stubbornly. Waits for the opportunity. The profound heavenly thunder eagle rushes to a kilometer upper air, the whole body rebellion thunder, shells the cauldron furnace crazily, how actually not to destroy. Its look ling very cold, a claw holds the cauldron furnace, a claw covers the cauldron lid, howls loudly, lifts fiercely. Li Yin. Now. Jiang Yi is at this moment. Li Yin, the incarnation phoenix, to the bronze tower, holds Jiang Yi, to take advantage of opportunity to run out of the cauldron furnace. Cauldron cover Dakai, Li Yin soars to the heavens. Small bright saint technique. Li Yin tears Jiang Yi, the speed rises suddenly, probably the streams. Light slash only, directly soar the eye of profound heavenly thunder eagle. Suddenly, is swifter more and violent. The strength of Jiang Yi stimulation bloodlines, the sharp claws tie tight. The wild bang approached the grinding pan gigantic eyeball. Although both sides have 45 heavy day of vast gaps, but the eyeball absolutely is the profound heavenly thunder eagle friendliest place. Bang! The profound heavenly thunder eagle is unexpected, but also without yes, what's the matter, without seeing clearly anything, by the cruel disintegration, the right eye, the powerful impact even was then affected the skull. It raises the head fiercely, the sad and shrill, pitiful yell, the claw loosened. Li Yin disperses Jiang Yi, runs away to the distant place, attracts the attention. The profound heavenly thunder eagle angry pain, the subconsciousness thinks. That is Jiang Yi, raises removes minds the tide to attack. However, Jiang Yi, when Li Yin separated flees its head, the flying high surges, appeared in other that side. In the profound heavenly thunder eagle right eye screens the Jiang Yi appearance in an instant, the claw of Jiang Yi has rumbled in the past. Bang! The right eye disintegration, the bloody water scatters, the powerful impact affects the skull again. The profound heavenly thunder eagle violent anger, whole body thunder tide. Releases crazily, undifferentiated bombardment. The Jiang Yi whole body ties tight, stimulates to fight the Zhou strength. Condenses sun to fight the clothes, hard anti-thunder tide. Rumble, Jiang Yi was submerged livingly, covered with blood flew. High rank soul boundary, to preliminary fatal suppression. Master. Li Yin then looks, happen to seize thunder tide inside the blood color form of that say / way fluttering, he turns around immediately, uses the small bright saint technique to rush over. After Jiang Yi falls to the ground, the big mouth coughs up blood, the internal organs seemed like the disintegration, shivering, that the body could not stop. If not the armor, has turned into the fragment. At this moment, the life and death in his heart recited regained consciousness, reminded him. Whether escaped. Jiang Yi controls the life and death to recite, staggers to crawl, finally. Puts the ground, the consciousness is dizzy, mouth and nose overflowing blood. Master. Li Yin rushes speedily, alternates in the thunder that crashes again speedily. Thrilling holds Jiang Yi, flutters to run away. Bronze Tower. Jiangyi is supporting the consciousness of wanting the stupor, takes away the bronze tower on the way, then falls into the stupor thoroughly. Li Yin is going crazy in the upper air while Thunder Ying uses the small bright saint technique one after another, without a trace of disappearance. Here security. Li Yin Bao Jiangyi is running away more than 80 li, 0.5 kilometers, relaxes, puts down Jiangyi. Jiangyi had to wait, the body is also recuperating, but the violent of thunder struck the harm of bringing is too big, probably whole body each bone crawling. Full crack, is releasing the intense pain. Master, do you want to study the small bright saint technique? Li Yin looks that the Jiangyi appearance inspires secretly. The master is a master, facing soul high rank hunt, can think of the means. Counterattack unexpectedly, but high rank thundering wild with rage. Suddenly slash violently to strike cannot tear into shreds him unexpectedly. The body is a stick, changes into others, let alone third heavenly layer, 5. Heavy days 6 heavy days, probably turned into the fragment even. Okay? Sure. The small bright saint law has very big difference from ordinary martial law, the cultivation difficulty is big, but the might is truly strong, can use in the movement, but can also use in military law. And I remember, only then. The front 2 cultivation methods, behind, should have. I am impolite. Master you first waits, I look for the skin volume, described Saint Law in memory, the skill of again under labeling cultivating, probably. Needed to select the time. The small bright saint law not only can use on the body, but can also integrate martial phalli. Li Yin is glad to share own martial law with Jiangyi very much. You make to bronze inside the tower, slowly. Your body is all right. I ate medicinal herbs, quick restore. Jiangyi just took in bronze inside the tower, Li Yin, the voice of pill. Sovereign appears impatiently. Takes quickly the inscribed horizontal tablet. Chapter 730, The Great Antiquity bans the technique, the mountains and rivers. Does the witch god sect, you know it? Jiangyi takes out the inscribed horizontal tablet, is 100 meters, is sincere and ancient, above does not have the bloodstain, but the witch god sect 3 large characters are also concealing the stock vigorous extraordinary imposing matter. I do not know the witch god sect, but I am familiar with martial law who that 5 old people release. Very specially? Cannot be martial law, is not the secret technique of inheritance, but higher level, even to high-level world mystery, said that the great antiquity bans the technique. Jiangyi hears such title for the first time, even in the previous generation memory has not had. If I have not guessed wrong, inscribed horizontal tablet inside should hide. This set to ban the technique, the named mountains and rivers vary greatly. When our time is spreading a remote legend, the world inaugurates, the great antiquity stands like a tripod, along with breeding of the world myriad things, evolved with the strength of annihilation myriad things new. Student/life opposed, the named various days 6 buried. The strength of 6 burying respectively are, buries the mountains and rivers. To bury the world, to bury the stars, buries all living things, to bury the samsara, to bury various deity demons. Pill's sovereign voice, very heavy, is not only because this set of great antiquity bans the technique, because he felt more and more during his dark. Has an invisible strength, to guide Jiangyi probably. Before the Luofu mountain range had discovered the steel fragment that various days 6 buried, this time met unexpectedly directly. Is this accidental? Jiangyi hears to rouse, the whole body exudes the heat flow, just painfully. And sweeps away exhaustedly. He hurries the holding down inscribed horizontal tablet, careful feeling. However, except for that desolate air/chi and extraordinary invincible might, anything has not felt. Jiangyi is calm, attempts repeatedly, the inscribed horizontal tablet was unresponsive, probably and simply does not have the thing, is isolating the investigation of Jiangyi, probably. Jiangyi turns circle around the inscribed horizontal tablet, the breaking biting finger, sprinkles to the inscribed horizontal tablet which God sect. 3 large characters, then silently waiting. Finally is unresponsive. Jiangyi considered the little while, took in third of bronze tower the inscribed horizontal tablet. If the inscribed horizontal tablet has the relations with the bronze tower, then awakens the inscribed horizontal tablet, the place should in the bronze tower. Inscribed horizontal tablet float in dense fog, gradually had the relation with the bronze tower's third space. That relation is very weak, is very natural. Before seeming it to be very long, belongs to here. However, why 1 second will the bronze tower suppress it forcefully? What suppresses is the inscribed horizontal tablet above blood. After Jiangyi careful feeling, even more suspicion, inscribed horizontal tablet has the relations with the bronze tower, or is in the inscribed horizontal tablet band's technique to have the relations with the bronze tower. The inscribed horizontal tablet looks like the coffin, is the vessel, the beforehand blood is a seal, is the protection. But now, the seal relieves, banning the technique was free. The consciousness of Jiangyi is overlooking 3 spaces, here green fresh, peaceful only beautiful, the probably beautiful picture scroll, making people completely relaxed. However, hidden the mountain and woods is actually passing. The stock strange air/chi. Bloodstain that the especially those wriggle, like the blood vessel of mountain. Really are the graves? What following is burying? Still exists, has annihilated. Bronze tower, the bronze tower, what status you have, what secret has? Jiangyi is overlooking 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers, was recalling before bronze tower awakening, even more feeling bronze tower is hiding the huge secret. What it is, whom also once was. Why it wanders about destitute great wilderness, quiet how many years? Did the appearance of inscribed horizontal tablet receive the hauling of bronze tower? Jiangyi shakes the head, the feeling is laughable, he unexpectedly continuously bronze tower, when the space vessel is using. However, thinks again carefully, the bronze tower only allows him to make the vessel it probably has not opened wide to him truly, has not given him to inherit. A person of tower, throughout living in peace with each other. Perhaps, his present situation could not obtain the approval of bronze tower. Jiangyi braces oneself, attempts to have the relation with the inscribed horizontal tablet. However, attempts, the inscribed horizontal tablet is very tranquil, has no response including the third space. Jiangyi has not given up, considered the little while earnestly, tries the stimulation consciousness C to control the bronze tower comprehensively. Infiltrates the consciousness to the third trim dense fog. Finally, the dense fog had the response, turns fiercely wells up, raises the mysterious energy, the hit of advancing uninterruptedly the inscribed horizontal tablet. Terrifying disaster aura regains consciousness from the inscribed horizontal tablet, is getting more and more intense, shocks more and more, shakes the dense fog, fills third. Has the effect. Came. Jiangyi rouses, the whole body ties tight, feels diligently. The inscribed horizontal tablet disintegration, inside runs out of everywhere. Ancient Chinese characters loudly, the huge quantity, mysterious, extraordinary. They are surging. The disaster supernatural power attacks the vast dense fog, infiltrated completely. At this moment, the mountain that the woods submerge rocked fiercely, shakes. The space, the superficial blood-color trace, lived probably, leapt everywhere. Courage vigor, blended with the upper air fog. The entire third space is comprehensive, awakens, surges the unequaled power and influence. The Jiangyi consciousness sea is interlinked with the bronze tower, admitted. The mysterious ancient Chinese characters naturally, admits imposing manner. That turned wells up. Mountains and rivers vary greatly. The desolate air, /chi sweeps across the consciousness sea, terrifying power and influence tremor soul. This truly does not seem like martial law, is more like the dark day sound. Sent the law aim, seems like ancient casting a spell, infiltrates the space and time, integrated the Jiangyi body. This moment feeling is marvelous, probably was suddenly unique. He does not belong to this world, dominates in this world, or is controlling this world. This feeling flashes to pass, actually takes to Jiangyi enormous shock. Because this feeling looked like his previous generation to ascend the war of Tianqiao, finally soon that feeling of success time. Is various days 6 berries, is really various days 6 berries. Pil Sovereign is feeling a Jiangyi consciousness into the sea, nautical mile. Mysterious energy, has not shocked, does not have the pleasant surprise, but is absent-minded. At this moment, he does not know that should congratulate Jiangyi to obtain. Went against heavens will the strength, should be worried about the Jiangyi future. Before new eternal holy mountain was the antiquity god courtyard time, some not good premonitions, but now suspects that the Jiangyi samsara rebirth has a deeper secret. Is Jiangyi initially when ascended in Tianqiao to make great strides forward? The emperor boundary, what mysterious strength touched? 10,000 th God dynasty seals the destiny, jointly offer sacrifice to heaven, attempts the counter-chaotic yin-yang. The time, had the special effect on this world? Also, or is that celestial empress 1,000-year complains tearfully the summon in 9 quiet deep spaces, brought in anything to awaken anything from the endless samsara. In brief, the Jiangyi samsara rebirth should shoulders a deeper mission. Various days 6 berry. This is the world encounters the drastic change, during the common people. Faced with the period of destruction, are dark the disaster strength of awakening, even it can be said that great antiquity curse. Since mountains and rivers buried greatly appeared, other did 5 big bury? Where can they? Where will arrive? What will also designate apostle? Oh. Pil Sovereign sighed spookily lightly. Also can start? Was he must come back? I regain consciousness from Pil Palace, is the dark in direction? But I am not really willing to experience that type to despair again, I am not really willing to face various God the end again. Jiangyi has not noticed the unusuality of Pil Sovereign, immerses, in this terrifying bounds and the impact that the technique brings. He is excited, he is frantic, he had the endless heroic feelings. This set bounds the technique, if cultivates successfully, the might will certainly exceed his previous generation all inheritance, he will have the confidence to meet the dark green profound sovereign saying that meets the previous generation old enemy. In Jiangyi immerses, when the great antiquity bounds in the sensibility of technique, based on this in the mountain forest several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers away, more than 30 being selective Jinqing powerhouses arrive one after another, they wear cold silk soft armor, combative, but also rides the purple Qilin great wolf that supreme Jinqing is rearing in a pen. Chapter 731, The Land is a Mother, I-4. He, Jiangyi, should run to be very far. He, even if runs up to the end of samsara mystical place, cannot escape our hunts. Imagines him to hide here and there, suddenly the front surface runs into us. What expression can be? Permits pill, quickly, determined his position, I must suffer him. Impatiently. They were completely the elite in Supreme Jinqing New Generation, Spirit. Mark in 5th rank upward. Although usually is the different factions, has the competition and contradiction, but their goal is phenomenally unified today. And is urgent. Captures alive Jiangyi, humiliates Jiangyi. With the way of respective preparation, suffers Jiangyi in turn. Let Jiangyi enjoys well lives to might as well die for 3 months, making him collapse thoroughly, loses the fighting spirit, turns into the waste. This killed him to be happier than directly. Wants the definite jade sign, can locate his position, permits pill both. Hands hold the amethyst compass, with rapt attention feeling. Supreme Jin Cheng's all jade signs make, specially, not only turns on a law. Key, belt, / bring, respective mark. So long as starts the compass, can determine the positions of all jade signs. Clearly. But they give the Jiangyi jade sign, but also made a more special mark. Found, there, permits pill receives the compass, quickly, east the direction. Quickly, I could not wait in a big hurry. Jiangyi, the grandfathers came. Do not be negligent, the bastard may arrange the trap. More than 30 Jinqing juniors shouted excitedly. The purple Qilin great wolf sends out the resonant wolf, to hell, carries them. To crash in the mountain forest. Their build is gigantic, is vigorous, dashes about wildly in the rugged mountain forest, goes easily and freely, the savage. Malignant influences fill the air in the forests, startled is drawing back the beast of prey of various places. Half-celestial empress. What is this? Is my eye has the issue? They rode the purple Qilin great wolf, to sphere a plump wild boar, the expression was strange. The wild boar lies on the ground, desperate trembling. Pack of wolves low roar, everywhere ominous light. The sharp fang's sturdy claw can tear into shreds it probably momentarily. Is this Jiangyi? Did he turn into the pig? Permits pill, you determined that hasn't made a mistake? They go over hill and dale to dash about wildly more than 300 li, 0.5 kilometers. Actually held a pig? Permits pill, the complexion is uglier, the direction of jade sign truly is. Here. This obviously is a pig. Person of angry, wielded a sword to break out the wild boar, the blood sprayed, the internal organs flowed everywhere, inside. Fell a jade sign. Is this number 69 jade sign? Do we give Jiangyi that? Permits roll I can. Ignore the nausea, jumps down the great wolf, took up the jade sign. We were played, he threw the jade sign. Permits Qinzhen looks all around the hills, helpless, shakes the head. This fellow was too hateful, actually took the jade sign to feed the wild boar. Was this as shaming them as the pig? Some people questioned, jade sign should be Jiangyi lost, does not throw. Intentionally. Without the jade sign, how does he leave the samsara mystical place? Permits Qinzhen shakes the head saying, we underestimated Jiangyi was astute. He likely guessed correctly that the jade sign has the issue, therefore. Destroyed directly, will leave us for the future, he will have 3 roads to elect. One is to become friends with the Brahma Academy, makes the transaction with the monster beast of Daluo. Third, he will find the person in greatly comfortable palace, through them, leaves here. In brief, he will not pass our Supreme Jinqing again. Permits receives favor such analysis, the people suddenly Right, Jiang Yi. Comes to slaughter with them, arrives at finally, him noisily is tossed about. Either half dead, hauls back Supreme Jin Qing, like this, he does not need the jade sign, either the homicide Supreme Jin Qing many people, he do not dare. To go back through Supreme Jin Qing like this, does not need the jade sign. They more want more to feel reasonable, more wants more to feel embarrassedly. How do they think with jade sign localization, Jiang Yi? Actually had not felt. That has the issue. Had a girl to look down a wild boar, suddenly felt, this shame was very vivid. Damn. Is he so intelligent? Jin Qing Jr.'s look at the boundless forest is annoying and aggrieved. Without the jade sign, how to surround and capture Jiang Yi? The samsara. Mystical place is vast, wants to find the person who deliberately hides, to look for a needle in a haystack? Permits Donsho has the compass, what expression, without the jade sign? Couldn't find Jiang Yi? On Jiang Yi that character, coming not to be definitely dishonest, can find easily. Permits Rolai also said, if really could not find, we can also start the pack of wolves to hunt down comprehensively. Supreme Jincheng in the 10,000 purple Qilin great wolves of this samsara mystical place is not white support. Right. We have the purple Qilin great wolf. They also raised the spirit. The purple Qilin great wolf is Supreme Jincheng breeds in the samsara mystical place family/home beast, dozens first crowd, or several hundred. First crowd disperses in the different forest regions. The pack of wolves. Leaders are above soul boundary, seventh heavenly layer, many soul boundary. Peak. Moreover, various their very familiar terrains, if starts comprehensively. Jiang Yi nowhere may hide. Permits pill arranges about, we are divided into 3 teams, the dispersing raid. Who's there found, whose activation own jade sign, informs me. Who was attacked, the activation jade sign informs me. We keep in touch, soon can stop up Jiang Yi. If encounters the peculiar circumstance, can nearby relate. Nearby pack of wolves. Jiang Yi hides in the canyon dim corner, both hands according to the ground. Are feeling the pulsation of land silently. This is mountains and rivers berries in cultivation greatly. This banning technique before him the military law of contacting is completely different, it does not even need the spirit strength to stimulate to movement. Has nothing to do with spirit mark. But needs to use the thought sensibility. Land river, forms the subtle resonance, then through the body, initiates the disaster situation. Complex is abstruser. However, that just started sensibility mountains and rivers perplexed Jiang Yi must trigger the disaster strength let alone. However it is the great antiquity bans the technique after all, too seduced. Was too exciting, Jiang Yi immersion in, is not aware of fatigue, the relapse. Attempt that takes great pains. Mountains and rivers vary greatly, are equivalent to Mother S of land, Psi. You need to form the unique induction with the territory of underfoot, and welcome to La La Aim. Pil Sovereign in the most popular spoken language, is instructing Jiang Yi. Although he does not understand the true mystery that various days 6 bury. But experiences after all, has witnessed, therefore a little own. Understanding. Forgot that your spirit mark, forgot your spirit strength, forget your merit. Secret art and martial law. In various days 6 bury every berries are not related with the physique. Spirit mark and spirit essence. Speaking of essence, actually to the world. Source, taking advantage of energy. Mountains and rivers vary greatly, was equal to that you mother to the land. Are borrowing the strength. But you, are its envoy, is its medium. But also a little must pay attention, specially, the land is pregnant to raise. The myriad things is symbolizing the eternal life, but you must borrow is actually the strength of destruction. In this subtle relation, need yourself to sense. Pil Sovereign taught with skill and patience, raises ignites Jiangyi Qi. The Jiangyi immersion is sensing, is very tranquil, is very earnest. He in the rhythm of sensibility land is also sensing oneself body. Because he after the attempt, thinks repeatedly suddenly a very marvelous aspect, the body that his rebirth comes is actually land breeding. Makes the introduction with the god blood god bone of his previous generation. With unique law integrates underground, continuous, derives again spirit of lineage/vein the millennium land, flesh and blood that molds. Therefore from this perspective, his body should have the unique relation with the vast land. If the land is a mother, he is a child. Chapter 732, Disaster Law Aim. Time 1 minute/share 1 second passes by. Jiangyi does not know how long, the complete immersion was sensing, forgot the time, forgot the space, forgot all. Until some moment, in his consciousness exudes the weak fluctuation, his body starts to melt probably. Slowly, the land under body spreads the viscous ground, is twining him, is embezzling him. Jiangyi closes one's eyes, is tracking down this indistinct elusive feeling. Slowly toward underground perishes. Long time. He sank, probably the vast stratum deep place, but here not ice cold, was not dark, has not constrained, not bleak. He has not opened eyes, but feels with the consciousness. Here, vast boundless, warm peaceful. Here is fluttering the endless land spiritual energy, is flowing origin force of life. Here has the land mineral load lofty and steadfast like the mountain. Here has the big earth deity's lineage/vein to gallop like the river. Here has the source of rivers and magma spreads across. They that vast great, close at hand, that indistinct dim, is unable to touch. Jiangyi perishing in, is deeper and deeper, the surrounding space is also vaster, the mysterious novel thing is clearer. His body outline vanished gradually, as if integrated here completely. If really regards as mother the endless mountains and rivers, Jiangyi is equivalent now flutters in mother body. The rivers are the blood vessel, the spirit lineage/vein are the meridians, the mineral load are the skeleton, the land are the flesh. This mother was too huge, places oneself Jiangyi to look like a tiny cell. However, Jiangyi feels suddenly is very familiar, is very warm. After all, he once bred the millenniums in the vast stratum. I understood. Pil Sovereign felt the change that Jiangyi starts, thought through anything. Suddenly. The mountains and rivers, vary to designate Jiangyi greatly, may vary much. Because of the unique way of his samsara rebirth. If so, that Jiangyi simply is mountains and rivers vary greatly, the natural host. However, Pil Sovereign sighed in a soft voice, his rather Jiangyi was not. After all takes over control, various days 6 to vary, was equal to taking over control of the disaster law aim, future Jiangyi will face a more terrifying challenge, shouldered the serious mission. But in their time, took over control of masters and disciples who various days 6 buried. Not to have died a natural death. Jiangyi senses silently, silent perishing, waits till mother of land, he anticipated finally. In his front, is the group illusory ray, wrapped in a shroud of obscurity. Flickers. Clarity that can probably look, also probably is dim fuzzily. The feeling that one type is unable to explain is filling the air at heart. That group of rays, probably are the land sources of the whole world, exceeds the mysterious strength of understanding. Jiangyi body unconscious nearness forward. But that mysterious light shadow also spreads the close silk thread, is Touching him is feeling him, then wrapped slowly, accepted him. In an instant, Jiang Yi as if made great strides forward. The mysterious world saw exceeded this world, even Ling in the extraordinary energy of supernatural power. Indistinct, he as if saw the energy deep place, presented a fuzzy shadow. You are. The Jiangyi sound is overlapping, reverberates in endless void. At this moment, the Jiangyi genuine body partly kneels in the dark canyon corner, both hands according to the tread, are lowering the head lowly, the eyes open slightly, in the pupil is glittering strange radiance. Mysterious, the strength of invisible no qualitative land is following his both hands to spread to the whole body, infiltrates the meridians, blood vessel, body and skeleton even as the soul. The heart rushes the beat, inside profound, Huangshe fluctuates fiercely, was stimulated unexpectedly, the transpiration has the air/chi of strong yellow, and black. Bang! Sturdy python passing over gently and swiftly jungle, distressed collision. This position extremely secret canyon. The python is sturdy, the height is 100 meters, is only the whole body is tattered, covered with blood. The shocking wound is neighboring 7 kuns. 2.5 centimeters, placed together, probably approaches toward front again, can cleave in to it. It then looks at the lush forest land, the tight alert, the whole body ties tight. Until determined after no one pursues, spits the snake. Letter/believes, is swaying from side to side the body, slowly turned into the human form. She is a beautiful girl, the delicate and exquisite, close scarlet scale is covering the graceful body, is attractive. She looks at the bone that in the hand grasped, the eye ground flashes the corridor difference, the bright light, staggers as arriving in the darkness. Must prepare to refine. Who? Girl 1 startled, in the darkness really has a person, the drooping head squats there, both hands hold back the ground, the whole body are filling marvelous radiance. The girl whole body rises suddenly monster chi, opens the big mouth to want the incarnation monster body. However, Jiang Yi? The girl is startled, slowly restored, the normal state, was no longer anxious. You how in this? The girl shouted the sound, actually discovers Jiang Yi to be aloof, fell asleep probably. She looks at outside the canyon, sits to Jiang Yi, by simply took up the bone to look, the opens the mouth swallows down, starts to refine. Inside strength. This bone is accompanies the inscribed horizontal tablet to run out of one of the void 5. Jiang Yi perishes in the space of land, blends with that mysterious strength. This feeling is very marvelous, is very familiar. As if really returns to the arms of Earth Mother, returned to the bread that period. But this mysterious strength also holds the good intentions to him, the probably invisible big hand, is stroking him. Has not known how long, Jiang Yi had a more mysterious feeling, had the direct relation with this mysterious strength. He can feel the pulsation of land clearly, feels galloping of rivers. As if has a thought that can remold the mountains and rivers, the wilderness. Changes the oasis. Has a thought that, but also the vanishing mountains and rivers, bury the life myriad things. Did I comprehend? A Jiang Yi exciting, mysterious energy dissipates floating, the vast space. Also silent gloom, the consciousness gradually revives. Until this time, he felt the whole body boiling hot, probably burnt, but was not painful, comfortable of instead not being able to say. Comprehends to ban the technique also to follow the chance? Jiang Yi hurries to get the physical exam, actually suddenly discovered that side sits a girl unexpectedly. Who? Su Ling? Jiang Yi is slightly absent-minded, haven't I waked? Suling? Really is she? She how in this? Jiang Yimou looks as stranger, illusion? He collects, towards Suling on, the peak nose, smells the mild body fragrance, probably real. He toward her. Body throat probe head, vision following the nape of the neck, slowly. Downward. Under the close scarlet scale covers, graceful body, perfect highlights. Especially chest front, that too tall and graceful position, is conspicuous. Also let alone, glowing red, the appearance is very lovable. Attractive? An ice-cold sound resounds in the Jiangyi ear suddenly. Jiangyi raised the head suddenly, happened to turns to Suling that pair sets. Upright the eye of pupil. Looks at the little well again? Suling coldly is staring at him. The face of Jiangyi rubs was red, hurries to move out of the way towards side. Awkward cough several, Suling? Installs not to know? Not, you how in this? I am not strange in this, you how in this? I was not careful in the crack, then came. Jiangyi awkward straight. Grinning, just violated what muddiness, had a look to be good, casually, how? Also to lie. You are in luck actually, fall in the pit to fall to this place. Helps me. Defend, I also need to select the time. Suling closes the eye, to continue. To refine to melt the energy in bone. The treasure that is going all out to snatch, truly resources are well used, from the bone to the inside remaining. Courage vigor, has the inconceivable supernatural power, affected the bloodlines unexpectedly. Is really impolite. Jiangyi shakes the head, moving towards side. Maintains the distance. However, the Suling whole body covered the appearance of scale is too unique, compared. Simply does not put on also attractively. Because is the python monster body, therefore the stature after incarnation. Human form must graceful, is simply impeccable. Chapter 733, The Scarlet Scale Swallows a Day of Python. Does not wear clothes, has not really worked as the bystander elder brother. Jiangyi is turning away from Suling, simply, feels the change of body. Carefully. This feeling is unimportant, almost shouted excitedly. The boundary broke through unexpectedly, soul boundary fourth heavenly layer. This is as preliminary as the breakthrough of middle rank, is the true breakthrough, forcefully used to expedite childbirth before we're two more. From the meridians to the sea of Qi, from spirit essence to the soul, had the comprehensive sublimation. Moreover, blood vessel inside gold/metal bright blood rose dramatically. Unexpectedly one time also many, a golden light flows in the blood vessel, is releasing the air/Qi of powerful life, the strength of bloodlines. Great dazzling heavenly scripture was the inconceivable breakthrough fourth heavenly layer. This is the level that the previous generation soul boundary peak achieves. Arrived this level, not only the blood vessel becomes sturdier, to guarantee that the speed of flow of blood is maintaining the life vigor of rushing. What is more important was the heart had the change. The heart nearby derived the brand new heart. Each other common, as auxiliary, guaranteed incarnation monster body time. Provides the strength of enough life. Jiangyi is very excited, the change that this type derives the second heart. To make great strides forward the life and death boundary prepares, in other words he can awaken, the brand new inheritance. Sure enough. The inheritance of small nirvana technique appeared. In being on the verge of death condition, can activate the bloodlines. Potential in an instant, re-enters the peak. Even if the body is incomplete, can remold completely. Even the depression, can still be vivid. This is the benefit that the second heart provides, this is the terrifying place of small nirvana technique. When the bloodlines will strengthen in the future, big nirvana technique, not Only being on the verge of death condition, even if died, can still in some instantaneous resurrecting, the bath fire live. Moreover, true vermilion bird, monster ancestor, but can also the multiple rebirths, be equivalent does not refuse stubbornly to extinguish. Master, how many do you six bury to various days also understand? Jiangyi is feeling body each novel change carefully, this pleasant surprise comes was too sudden. They are the great antiquity, ban the technique, breeding along with world. Evolves the destruction strength of presenting. Is curses, is the disaster, the true destroying day extinguishes, annihilation. World. When world smooth development, they will be quiet, when the world presents the crisis, they will be awakened. The mountains and rivers vary greatly, is various days 6 berries first to bury, if displays comprehensively, can bury to extinguish the stratum of the whole world, as well as all of mountains and rivers breeding, making the world degenerate into the ruins. Other 5 big berry, has the prestige energy respectively, has the disaster respectively, can destroy the source of the world. Can I seek other 5 to bury in a big way? Jiangyi touches that strength. Now already somewhat infatuated, if comprehends comprehensively, even can control the endless mountains and rivers, waves to bury to extinguish the myriad things. Various days 6 bury, belongs to the different disasters that the world different sources evolve, should not gather to one person completely. However. But what? I have seen the scattered introduction from the historical data, the too abstruse aspect is not clear. This taboo strength needs yourself to comprehend, oneself explore. Pale sovereign voice is low and deep, is not willing to say. Under mountains and rivers buried. Me to try its might greatly. Impatiently. Jiangyi is calculating silently, can try with supreme Jin Qing. That group of people? The solemn great antiquity bounds the technique, jumps the ranks a burying 5 heavy day, should not have the issue, does not know that. Can bury 6 heavy days. Suling is deriving the supernatural power in bone silently, is nourishing the bloodlines. Her main body is the scarlet scale swallows a day of python, can swallow the day to accept, swallows the myriad things, therefore absorbed in the bone. Perfectly all strengths, even the bone melts thoroughly. Shortly, her body starts to twist, change the python monster body. The build is sturdy, frightening, is 100 meters, monster chi like blood. Each piece of scarlet scale has the grinding pan, is so big, the hard profound iron, is exuding the cold light. Very powerful monster chi. Is she spirit mark that what monster beast evolves? Jiangyi carefully is observing the huge python, is very difficult to imagine. The suling that petite body to change unexpectedly is so big. Probably initially still in spirit origin realm can is 100 meters. But Xiaofengwu, that bloodlines, can reach 20 meters altitude. Ka. After suling refining up the valuable bone, retracts the human form. From more than 100 meters, until more than 1 meter, the delicate and exquisite. Graceful, attractive, close red phosphorus is sticking to the body, outlined. The graceful attractive curve. Can you wear the body close? Straight shaking the head that Jiangyi looks. This miss does not care about the image probably. Dirty, my scale is my clothes. Suling takes out a red skirt, was in front of Jiangyi to put on. How did you return to the west? Here is northeast part. Southwest northwest is west. You killed 9th lunar month, so many people, did not fear that they do retaliate you? You snatched our spirit of eternal, did not fear that we do tidy up you? You came for a long time. Jiangyi from the tone of suling felt that she has Not known outside the matter of probably 7 months. Why asked? Your 50 Holy Land made with the 9th lunar month dynasty. You should go back to have a look. They make there, manages my anything matter. Aren't you Holy Land person? I just entered the soul boundary, what can help? Do they also lack my small python? That, but actually is also said goodbye. Jiangyi must deal with Supreme Jean Chang's chasing down. Suling looks at the steep stone wall, the movement is lithe, rubs to flee toward the cliff on. Wait. Jiangyi stops by calling Suling suddenly, finally the little missus simply have not paid attention to his meaning, lithe crawling arrives in top stone wall, drills following their narrow slit to the cliff on, then jumps to leap. Ran in the woods. Jiangyi hurries to detour to catch up, follows on the heels saying, does the Suling miss help? We are not ripe. Was slowly ripe. Among us also has a grudge. How that can be the enmity, can only be the misunderstanding. That is the enmity. You damage my second uncle, you violate the agreement, you rob the eternal spirit. Following I did not explain, but front that do not speak irresponsibly. Jiang. He is very speechless, that matter was too awkward. Be not entangling me. Help slightly busy. You came to here already 7 months, should transfer. Was similar, can direct several special places to me, was that type is. Occupying the dead spirit, or was very dangerously very special place. Do you want to do? Suling stopped, finally. Looks for an exciting matter to do. You've fallen into the pit time, did the head fall badly? Others avoid that place as far as possible, can you also toward their facing set? Refers to several places, casually. Suling strange looks at Jiangyi, you were live enough to die, wants to cheat? I am curious, wants to have a look casually. You, to die, at the point of death first, can make me taste? What do you mean? Jiangyi selects the eyebrow slightly, tastes? How tastes? The law, is this girl so open? You enter in my belly to live in an evening, next day I spit again you, when the time comes you die again are not late. Suling is the bloodlines of very curious Jiangyi. I did not have exactly enough, does not have the custom in the running woman. Belly sleeping. Must die in any case, is familiar with, do you care? I am not die, I am have a look. Considered? Does not have to consider. Suling thinks, said, I have met several places. In the, also on dozens li. 0.5 kilometers, over 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, appearance, you transfers probably. Everywhere several, should be able to see. Very far, must be about 800 li, 0.5 kilometers, there has a large-scale stone forest. The scenery is very beautiful, you walk toward the innermost, look for. Everywhere the gulf, gets down to have the dead spirit to occupy. Cross the stone forest, to continue to proceed, you will see a wilderness. Entered the wilderness to look breaks to pieces shirling everywhere, there was. Very special. Said is so ambiguous? I came here 7 months, detected that type of dangerous aura avoided by far. Has not approached. These are my reluctantly a little impressions. Thanks I look to look. Jiangyi turns around to leave, Suling actually with. Do you do? Follows you. Follows I to do? Before you at the point of death, I first taste. I really do not want dead. If by some chance you do take easy suddenly? Jiangyi did not know whether to laugh or cry, shakes the head, sneaked in the jungle. Chapter 734, Tempts the Enemy. Quite a while, Jiang Yi stood in front of a desolate Laoshan, the mountain. Massif crack, braved the black air/qi from the crack. In this tree's lush mountain forest, this gloomy Laoshan is towering. Notice that hole? Goes, and that's the end. Suling does not lose heart. Pinches the arm waist of Jiang Yi, makes me taste? Does not worry, when I died, I will crawl. Jiang Yi is grasping the fist. Walked the pit hole. How died also to crawl? Suling whispered, stays outside to wait. Jiang Yi just entered the pit hole, a gloomy cold air/qi heads on, strange. Twittering reverberates in the ear, probably really had the dead spirit too. Entangle him, absolutely terrified. Jiang Yi stimulates spirit mark, the whole body to leap violently the saint. Flame. Especially stimulates the solar fine fire and pure yang day hot strength. The gloom was stimulated, is defeated and dispersed rapidly. The Jiang Yi vision is bright, the whole body braves the roaring flame, is walking toward the cave. Here not only dark, but also is occupying the space force, probably. From the outside, in the rocky mountain is not big, enters does not have the end. Probably. Jiang Yi walked for a long time, was very very long, finally saw a dim light. In the pit hole deep place, crawls to fill the quiet blue vine, the peak of vine is putting the white flower. The vine is slender, the dim light is weak, the quantity are many. The white bloom like the lotus flower, the flower petal is holily spacious, is blooming the charming ray, the careful observation, these rays unify the beautiful female indistinctly, elegant and charming is dancing in the breeze. In the cave the soul air/qi flutters, is occupying massive dead spirits, but they were twined by the thin vine, probably food hangs there, was being derived the energy. The place that the white bloom puts, many close traces, are connecting the mysterious 9 quiet deep spaces. Its bright ray infiltration, to the deep space, looks like the beacon light in endless darkness, seems like the graceful female, to hear flutters in the dead spirits, that attracting the deep space is roaming about, then preyed on by the vine. That is the female monster is colored, the attraction dead spirit, preys on the dead spirit. This type of thing is very common in the netherworld hell. Turns into the woman appearance, the attraction dead spirit? It seems like has not designated the strength, making trouble is unsafe. Jiang Yi shakes the head, drew back from the pit hole. However, just went out of the pit hole, actually saw that side Suling is gathering round several people, the whole face is the smile of flattering. And a Jiang Yi a little impression, is when robs the inscribed horizontal tablet, was rumbled has flown that by him messenger bird. Is you? Nangong Jincheng vision concentrates, the smile turns into cold face. Immediately. Jiang Yi recognized him, he also recognized certainly Jiang Yi. At that time spirit treasure was born, he must go well shortly, was meddled by. This bastard, misses the good opportunity. Arrives noisily finally, the inscribed horizontal tablet has not taken, the valuable bone has not obtained. 1. Did we know? Jiang Yi looks at the group of people of academy, suddenly had planning at heart. Mirage appears, you snatched my inscribed horizontal tablet. Nangong Jincheng is staring at Jiang Yi, got hold of the fist, other martial yuan students. Reveals the bad look. He at that time in? Suling strange look, Jiang Yi. She was busy robbing the bone at that time, without paying attention to other place, originally Jiang Yi at that time there. Your inscribed horizontal tablet? Hee. Spirit treasure reveals itself, who snatches to calculate whose, when became your You can snatch the thing, but you cannot snatch with me. I snatched, how can you? He is very crazy. That, can't the man not crazy point, call the man? You know that who I am? You know that who I am. Jiang Yi raises the head slightly, forwarded 2 steps. Who are you? Nangong Jincheng knits the brows slightly, is so strong, is the Supreme Jincheng's person? Treats an illness, monopolizes various, refusing to accept. Nangong Jincheng chief smiled, runs into such arbitrary person, for the first time, my name was Nangong Jincheng. I manage you to call anything. To treat an illness? My normal charge is 3 knocks, I look at heavy that you get sick, must increase price. You are very crazy. Can similar words, repeat too? Doesn't your military institute accept for teaching martial law, teach the spoken language style of speaking? Are you insulting martial yuan? Mouth is not agile, the head is not easy to use. Spoke words casually. Insulted martial yuan? I am insulting you. Jiang Yi very impolite. Withstand / top his 2, turns around to leave. Did I ask you to leave? Nangong Jincheng half-step moves toward Jiang Yi. Lifts the hand to hold. Jiang Yi turns around, a palm of the hand pulls out to the face of Nangong Jincheng. Too suddenly. The sound resounding, palm of the hand solid pulling out on his face, the clear sound reverberates in the woods. The students of Brahma Academy stare the big eye, unbelievable looks at this. The one-side head of Nangong Jincheng arrives, the corners of the mouth overflow the fishy smell red bloodstain, his vision rocks, is unbelievable. Are you doing? You have not seen, has not endured, this called to hit the face. The hand of Jiang Yi raises suddenly, pulled out to the face of Nangong Jincheng. Nangong Jincheng, this secondary reaction, dodges promptly, but the fingertip of Jiang Yi has delimited his cheeks, and cut open several bloodstains. You annoyed the wrong person. Nangong Jincheng retrocedes rapidly, the whole body spirit strength wells up, changes to the purple strong winds. Gathers in the palm rapidly, forms fine hurricane, the palm of the hand size. Actually howls like the thunder, probably the vortex is swallowing wind origin. Force between world. 7 Academy disciples dispel in him behind, stimulate spirit mark, confronts. Jiang Yi, you know that who he is? He is the Brahma Academy day character. Institute talent disciple, is the crazy Wind Valley Lord child. You know whose I am? I am the Holy Land enlightened ruler passes on the disciple, Suling must shout that I sound elder brother, 3 Saint Marks that. I just killed Supreme Jincheng, that group of idiots had not caught me to the present. Will I fear you? Jiang Yi adopts the rampant stance intentionally. Great shout. Are you Holy Land disciple? Nangong Jincheng, they change his countenance. Slightly. Does the saint marriage go between pass on the disciple? Is intimate with Suling? Also kills the royal Saint Mark unexpectedly. Who this fellow is, how to see? Although their Brahma Academy has to exceed the Holy Land strength, there is a very strong influence, but is not willing to resist with Holy Land. Did you kill the Supreme Jincheng Saint Mark? Suling is very accidental / surprised. Called what permits Yuan Kuei, permits Yuan Jia, permits Tsung anything, 3. Beast marks, were insufferably arrogant rampantly, was patted by me. Permits. Pill that group of people, are leading the person to chase down me now. The Jiang Yi rampant Yang head, raised the hand refers to the Nangong Jincheng intentionally, they, do not annoy me, otherwise kills you. Nangong Jincheng, their complexion is ugly, as the academy disciple, they is. Always very arrogant, was also respected outside, whom never having to dare to point at them to threaten. Do not follow I. Jiang Yi retrocedes 2 steps, greeted Suling, in that does not have the thing that I must look, goes to the next place, to have a look. Proceeds 300 li, 0.5 kilometers? The Suling expression is somewhat strange, but followed Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi runs, follows a bit faster, I worry very much. What are you looking for? What, 300? Suling just about to opens the mouth, was held the arm by Jiang Yi, drags to crash in the jungle. Chapter 735, Secondary Attack. Was too crazy. I knew that many Holy Land people have not seen her so crazy. The nostril quickly toward to the space. Suling with him had not really seemed like the 50 Holy Land person. Does he dare to kill the Saint Mark of royalty unexpectedly? Between aren't Holy Land and royalty maintaining the respect? The students of Brahma Academy are very angry, which the people of their academy were not respected. This bastard was also supercilious. A student said suddenly, this fellow looks that is the type that a face makes. We must help his. Other students are bewildered. Helps him? What do you mean? This student sneers saying, he did not say that proudly. The Supreme Jean Chang's people are hunting down him? We go to greet with Supreme Jean Ching. Well, great idea. The academy students look to Namgong Jincheng. Namgong Jimseong Mian sinks like the water, looks direction that Jiang Yi leaves, coldly said, we should not meddle the royalty with the Holy Land. Gratitude and grudges, but he does not know good from bad, do not blame us not. Being impolite. He went toward that side, added that can run 300 li, 0.5 kilometers? We make a mark. Here, person who quickly looks for Supreme Jean Ching. Wait. How do we look for Supreme Jean Ching? If can bump into a short time. They can also trace the past, if our 35 days cannot bump into, the bastard ran early far. Lets him do what he pleases, tries one's luck. Could not bump into, is our luck is good, not being able to bump into, is that bastard luck is good. The students are discussing chaotically. Namgong Jincheng shakes the head, said, we do not have so many time to try. One's luck, looks for the purple Chilan great wolf simply. Supreme Jincheng Friedrang the massive purple Chilan great wolves in the Samsara mystical place, it is said the quantity achieves over 10,000 heads, so long as found raid team that a pack of wolves, they can help find Supreme Jean Ching. Looks for the purple Chilan great wolf? The student's complexion changed. Remembers that wild horse to result in the great wolf, is scared on the whole body. The purple Chilan great wolf is savage that becomes famous, the purple Chilan armor, the sharp claws like the sharp blade, the fang have the violent poisonousness likely, is very obviously strong, lives in groups, often dozens. Over 100 collective hunting. Nearby, this has the pack of wolves territory, walks. Namgong Jincheng greeted the students to follow. They soon found nearby pack of wolves territory. Here purple Chilan great wolf leader is soul boundary 7th heavenly layer. The pack of wolves quantity reaches 80, dense and numerous gathering filled. The mountain valley jungle is worrying the wild elephant group that they were just encircling. The white bones, the blood cross flow, the cruel bloody scene makes several female students almost faint everywhere. They just appeared, several purple Chilan great wolves almost through to eat them. Under the explanation of Namgong Jincheng, the great wolf head tie the pack of wolves is rushing to nearby summit. 80 great wolf collectives cried loud and long, resonant sound tied reverberation hills. Shortly, is riding the purple Chilan great wolf to rush to hear in permits. Rolai of distant place raid. What you said is Jiangyi, permits Rolai is encouraged, is so skillful. Jiangyi? This name somewhat is probably familiar. Nangong Jincheng, selected. The brow. Right, snatched, that lunatic of eternal spirit in eternal holy. Mountain is not calls Jiangyi? Because the Brahma Academy weight, etc. were on good terms with 50 Holy Land, Xiang Holy Land, therefore his many have heard initially that matter. A lunatic from South Holy Land, snatched the eternal spirit, but also killed many talents of 9th lunar month imperial city. Is this fellow? Really knowing a person by his reputation, not as good as meeting him face to face, this Jiangyi legend is more rampant. He also with 50 Holy Land Suling in the same place? Although permits Rolai has no contact with Holy Land but has heard West a Lord daughter, Suling. He is looking for anything probably, bringing Suling toward there. Is that direction, from here? More than 400 li, 0.5 kilometers. Nangong. Jincheng is pointing at the distant place. Luckily, oneself have not acted directly, otherwise likely plants in that lunatic hand. How long did he walk? Calculates that is 2 hours. Why do you want to say these to us? Permits Tathagata nearby man is terse. Doubt is sizing up Nangong Jincheng. What look you are, can I also deceive you to be inadequate? Nangong Jincheng snort/hum the sound, said, 2 days ago, 1 page of inscribed horizontal tablets, bring 5 bones to run out void, I when robbed. The inscribed horizontal tablet to be attacked by that bastard. Today bumps into accidentally/surprisingly, quarreled several mouths. Did Jiangyi attain the inscribed horizontal tablet? Permits Tathagata also heard that matter. Was robbed by the profound heavenly thunder eagle. Nangong Jincheng also once saying that nearby students could not treat, the surroundings all were. The purple Chilan great wolf was counted permits Tathagata they to ride. Nearly 100, dense and numerous, savage huge, mouthful canine, but also is staring at them stubbornly, that stance, probably greedy meat. I said these to you, but felt that fellow is very rampant, do not meddle your royalty with the Holy Land matter. Said goodbye. Nangong Jincheng emphasized. 1. In order to avoid involved itself afterward, greeted the students to leave. Jiangyi, he, found you. We walk, permits Rolai rides the purple Chilan great wolf under body to crash in the woods. 80 purple Chilan great wolves all follow under leader's leadership, their build is gigantic, the speed is swift and violent, goes easily and freely in the rugged mountain forest. The beast of prey in mountain forest also think that the pack of wolves must eat food, flees in panic. After 400 li, 0.5 kilometers, is slow, should in the nearby. Where Nangong Jincheng has not said specifically. He can refer to a direction being good, if the concrete place knows continually that had the issue. Past such a long time, has Jiangyi gotten out of the way? Even leaves, this direction right, we along looking, should discover. Permits Tathagata, they slows the tempo, spirit strength accumulation eyes. Swift and fierce observation forest. 80 purple Chilan great wolves have dispersed, form the huge encirclement ring. Toward the front, careful search. Suddenly, the front pack of wolves stops in abundance, is revealing the Fong. Observes closely front. In front? Pack of wolves first draws back, do not alarm him. He can fly, the speed is quick, do not alert the enemy. Permits Tathagata upturns from the purple Chilan great wolf body, is hiding, the Aura rushes to front. The pack of wolves stops under hint of leader one after another, hidden in the shadow of jungle. The purple eye is exuding the cruel ray. In a secluded inside the valley, Suling bored sitting there, drowsy. In the mountain valley corner has a covert slit, inside has the golden flame. To burn indistinctly. That is Suling. The daughter of 50 Holy Land enlightened ruler. 50 Holy Land is on good terms with the Brahma Academy, she should come in. Through the academy. I know her, she came to have over 6 months. Supreme Jean Cheng's many people first recognized Suling, then observed closely. That crack. Although without seeing person, however the unique golden flame should be. Jiang Yi. We make a move directly, waits for him to come out, cold handsome a man is. Eager to try. His name was Permits Jingshan, 6th rank, heavy earth spirit. Mark, the boundary in the soul boundary 6 heavy days, was in this team, the oldest strength is strongest, was responsible for seizing Jiang Yi. I thought that crack has the strangeness probably, where maybe very. Connecting, we wait for him to come out to begin again permits Tathagata. Suddenly had the patience, their teams were very strong, about 100 purple. Chilan great wolves, so long as acted, Jiang Yi not possibly escaped certainly. In front of Suling, seizes Jiang Yi forcefully, can, have a female, too. Raise the question, she is permits from, however, 6th rank fog spirit mark. The boundary 6 heavy days, is responsible for protecting permits, Tathagata. Permits Rolai sneers, Jiang Yi comes to resist with us, so long as has an accident/surprise, definitely as we do we also need scruples? Permits Jingshan told to nearby 2 people, you first arrive in the cloud layer, the attention is covert. If in the Jiang Yi bygone days escape, you must rumble him. First arranges pack of wolves dispersing, must pay attention. 10 million/countless, keeps quiet. 2 soul boundary 5 heavy day of beast spirit mark retrocede rapidly. Several hundred meters, changes to 2 great eagles, flies to the sky. Although Jiang Yi has killed by mistreatment 4th heavenly layer excellent. Works beast spirit mark, but they are 5 heavy days, pressed the Jiang Yi. 2 full day, power gap that this is unable to span absolutely. Let alone, they are only responsible for intercepting the blockade. You also disperse, everyone brings more than 10 purple Chilan great wolves. Surrounds the mountain valley, do not make the sound permits from however. Also to nearby person instruction. 7 clansmen retrocede quietly, ride the purple Chilan great wolf, to start to transfer the pack of wolves. Chapter 736, The disaster bans the technique. Jiang Yi, I thought were you toward escape. How looks at you crazily also. Permits Tathagata, whole face evil aura. This bastard publicized the homicide. Unexpectedly everywhere Jincheng Holy Spirit mark matter, was simply unforgivable. However, his rampancy stopped, was the opportunity that there. Supreme Jincheng displayed. What thing is he looking for? Permits Jingshan both hands according to the ground, are feeling the land pulsation of inside the valley silently. Is that crack linking the samsara deep space? Permits from however asked. Quietly. Probably place very ordinary mountain valley. Permits Jingshan felt strange. From his investigation, in mountain valley and underground no special energy. What does he look for here? Manages him to look for anything. So long as the pack of wolves surrounding mountain valley, Jiang Yi has no place to go. However, when they transfer the pack of wolves starts to get ready, just rush to 2. Beast spirit mark of midair, suddenly to raise the head, the swift and fierce. Pupil observed closely, the thick cloud layer. The form hits the Qian level together, speedily dive. That is. Their vision is swift and fierce, stares vigorously. Jiang Yi? Misread? Jiang Yi not an inside the valley? Jiang Yi drops from the clouds, without the release flame, without stimulating. Spirit mark, is hiding the aura as far as possible. When two beast spirit mark discover him, he has approached woods several hundred meters. Bang! The Jiang Yi whole body roaring flame ebullition, like the tide, the angry volume expansive sky, the consciousness into the sea, nautical mile beast seal. Of regains consciousness turbulently completely, with spirit mark. Communication everywhere roaring flame. Roar roar roar. Massive beast of prey condense one after another, takes shape in the roaring flame of galloping, sends out wild roaring, the acoustic shock expansive sky. The tremor jungle. What, permits Tathagata, they raised the head, suddenly, in the pupil reflects. Everywhere roaring flame, various monster beasts of rapid formation. 80 purple, Chilan great wolves, look completely to the sky, exudes the resonant wolf howling sound. The golden light is fierce, high temperature distortion. 100 beast of prey are towing violently the saint flame, rumbling of blotting out the sky. Beast spirit mark of 2 incarnation great eagles has not waited to respond. That by brutal submergence, various beast of prey attack crazily, the golden roaring flame turns, fiercely wells up. They struggle vigorously, actually by covered with blood of roaring flame. Bang, distressed crash. If not put on the special silk armor, can release the cold air, resists the roaring flame, perhaps died by explosion directly. After Jiang Yi achieves soul boundary fourth heavenly layer, the strength has the qualitative transformation. Be careful, permits from however holds permits Tathagata immediately. 2. Protect directly under the body, finally the jade in permits Tathagata. Decisive activation, vanishes in an instant, does not see. This is specially made space weapons, can, when encounters the danger, shifts beyond several kilometers instantaneously. Permits Rolai is only spirit origin realm, therefore before coming, took this thing especially, so long as has the fight, even if there are any possibly to affect him, he uses immediately, provides against contingencies. Rumble. The hit woods that the manic beast tide advances uninterruptedly, the disintegration giant stone, the destruction forest, under the consciousness. Control of Jiang Yi, is killing the Sioux people crazily, wolves of howling. Too suddenly. The woods of surrounding area kilometer range, go haywire immediately. The golden roaring flame is surging the terrifying high temperature, even the rock can melt, the manic roaring flame beast of prey undifferentiated. Bombardment, one after another detonation, launches the fierce battle with the Sioux people and wolves. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi drops from the clouds, to continue the ebullition roaring flame, the stimulation, the strength rises suddenly, releases the second beast. Tide again, intensifies the confusion, the bang is killing large quantities of wolves. 3 Sioux family, 50 purple Chilan great wolves, died one after another, even called out pitifully not to send. However, the pack of wolves leader voices the anger to howl, the whole body. Auspicious sign is enormous and powerful, the hurricane wreaking havoc. Audience, various disintegration roaring flame monster beasts, are scattering. The roaring flame, its eyes are cold and gloomy, is seeking for Jiang Yi in the confusion. The soul boundary 7th heavenly layer powerful strength, is ordinary like the battlefield king. Jiang Yi, does your idiot dare to ambush us? Permits Jingshan through the land pulsation, feels the Jiang Yi position, the vertical step dashes about wildly, raises the terrifying the gravitational field territory, crashes the land, the disintegration surrounding a lot of beast tides, including is turning the roaring flame that wells up to be pressed the ground. Jiangyi is just about the incarnation vermilion bird monster body, was actually covered by the gravitational field territory. In an instant, feels like his heavy great mountain explosion on the body, the whole body bone sends out the resounding 6 heavy day of comprehensive suppressions to 4th heavenly layer. The Jiangyi whole body twists, numerous lying on the ground, the field territory are getting more and more violent, the body sank continually, got buried into the soil. However, he is unemotional, has not called out, has not struggled, but sticks to the tread, sensibility land holds him, permits Jingshan, controls the gravity range, gets together to a Jiangyi more than 10 meters range, their suppression continues to rise. Suddenly, the ground bang sinks more than 20 meters. Jiangyi whole body collapse open/start, the blood scatters, incarnadine gulf. Jiangyi, you walk into a trap, permits from, however, waits for the person to raise, draws back the surrounding roaring flame, stimulating spirit mark to overrun. The pack of wolves cried loud and long, with leader surrounding in the past. Combative, cruel, angry. Jiangyi buries an underground, the consciousness is absent-minded. Surroundings all vanished suddenly probably. Without the land, without the forest, does not have the confusion, did not have the person, he stood in an indistinct fuzzy space, probably, the magma of land mineral load, the underground river course and distortion, the rich spirit strength, was clearly discernible. But that mysterious dense fog appears in front of Jiangyi again. Terrifying power and influence, vast boundless, as if connects with all. Stratigraphic facies of Jiuzhou 13 sees. Jiangyi lifts the hand, presses forward, touches the mysterious light group. A light language reverberates the endless dim space, mountains and rivers. Vary greatly. Bang. The Jiangyi consciousness returns to the pure brightness suddenly, the fishy smell red blood infiltration ground, interweaves spontaneously the complex trace, in an instant sweeps across the length and breadth stratum. Together. Depressed bang, the sound resounds in the Jiangyi ear, in the profound jungle. Reverberation, the sound is vigorous, terrifying, as if the fluctuating land is caving at this moment, violently. The big landslide opens the sturdy crack, the spread, the range is the astonishing more than 3,000 meters speedily unexpectedly, the place visited. The mountain is torn, the forest was swallowed, massive wolves crash. Well, permits Jingshan is startled slightly, was my strength enhanced? Permits Jingshan, were you insane? Permits calls out an alarm from however. Them loudly, startled looks, mountains and rivers, that periphery is crashing. Land fluctuate, fierce manic, tears the endless crack, the distant place river. Tide boil starts the torrential tide, the full submergence forest land. The terrifying aura that emerges suddenly, is filled with the world, soaks their souls, they felt the anger of land, felt the aura of disaster. The purple Chilan great wolf takes the monster beast, most sensitive, they in a terrified way look in all directions, runs away crazily. However, the range was too big, finally sweeps across more than 3,700 meters. Mountain jungle, thorough cholera. Not only the scene of disaster is terrifying, all mountains and rivers. Energies lose control, chaotic. Permits Jingshan must stimulate spirit mark subconsciously, controls the scene, the discovery surrounding energy was actually not controlled by him. The spirit strength that releases from the sea of Qi also loses control in an instant. Permits wants to run away from however them, was actually submerged by the invisible raging tide, probably, crash crack. The pack of wolves scatters in all directions galloping, actually has no place to go, because the trim forest land is caving. They were swallowed, was buried, the heavy/thick ground mixed the disaster. or brutally to submerge them. What is more terrifying, they felt that oneself in senile, has a mysterious strength to swallow their air/chi of life. Jiang Yi regains consciousness from the mysterious space, shock looks at the surroundings. Although was ready, anticipated, the destruction aura of burying myriad things. But this scene and this momentum, that invisible and fills, making him feel the fear. Is the great antiquity bans the technique worthily? He also just comprehends now, has such prestige energy, in the future will control to be terrorist completely? If achieves the nirvana boundary, even does the sage level, wave to be able. Destruction 10,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers? The mountains and rivers, bury greatly have such might, other days do 5 big. Bury? However, Jiang Yi felt the intense weak feeling. The spirit strength had not been consumed, spirit essence is also very active. However, the courage vigor of whole body, are greatly affected, has depth weak feeling that plants to send out from inside to outside. It looks like gets sick greatly. Chapter 737, From Underground Sound. Master. You buried Suling. The upper air transmits Li'in anxious shouting. Li'in was the bait by the Jiang Yi arrangement, heard outside sound to come. Out. The incarnation became the phoenix, prepares help/gang. Finally the land. Caves, the mountains and rivers are turbulent, in an instant sweeps across. Several kilometers, is giving to bury in drowsy Suling inside the valley. Suling? The Jiang Yi complexion changes, immediately must prevent, actually the discovery mountains and rivers, bury the drastic change scene of extinguishing. Already not by his control. Once the disaster law aim releases, breaking was possible without the conclusion. Moreover, his weak body one excited, unexpectedly dizzy, almost fainted deadly. In the past. Damn. Jiang Yi proposes the spirit, stimulated the small nirvana technique. Decisively. The second heart rushes the beat, the strong courage, vigor that inside occupies and then sweeps across the whole body in an instant, such as the rivers and streams flow rapidly are turbulent, the extraordinary energy also attacks the soul. That momentum is violent, even is overbearing. Jiang Yi whole body unnatural creeping motion, flesh boiling hot, might burn. But short a while, he seems like saved from death, the big sickness is cured. Really return to the peak. Weakly and sweeps away uncomfortably, vivid, the vigor rushes. Jiang Yi cannot attend to the mystery of exclamation inheritance secret. Technique, to the end hits in the stratum of rebellion, charges into direction. That the beforehand mountain valley is. What make his accidental/surprised is, the stratum of rebellion has not harmed him unexpectedly, the place visited, the energy is defeated and dispersed, the land twists, initiative avoidance. Jiang Yi seems like the sea monster, rapid advance in stratum, finally saw by. Swallowing Suling. Suling desperate struggling. To her the accident/surprise happens was too sudden, dozing off well, suddenly by cruel, embezzling, surroundings energy. Difficult situation wild. She the incarnation had become 100 meters. Python, body actually rapid withered, the air/chi of flesh is dissipating, the soul is weak, might turn into the skeleton quickly. Do not revolt, I lead you to leave. Jiang Yi rushes to there, the incarnation vermilion bird monster body, spreads. The wings more than 10 meters, the sturdy claw covers the python, to/clashes. To the tread. Fluctuating turns the ruins that wells up to crack, suddenly, great wolf leader. Unexpectedly wild killed. Its body rose suddenly more than 50 meters, majestic. Huge, the whole body auspicious sign turned wells up, periphery carried also. The land that turned wells up hardly. In nearby ruins, connects 5 great wolves to struggle, is the sole boundary. 6 heavy days, build inflation several times, are more than 30 meters. They are wild, are seething with excitement, the auspicious sign roaring expansive. Sky. Compared with the perfect leader, their bodies was thinner. You made anything to me. Does your bastard want to kill me? Unsuling huge body plate Jiangyi, anger and weak. Accident/surprise, is purely the accident/surprise. Jiangyi hurries to tow. Suling to leave. The great wolf leader violent anger angrily roars, the back body twists, the auspicious sign is torrential, launched 2 generous purple Chilan pair of wings unexpectedly. It starts the auspicious sign strong winds, shot up to the sky, pursues to Jiangyi. Other 5 purple Chilan great wolves sway the body violently, shouts resonantly, treads the ruins of fluctuating to dash about wildly, observes closely Jiangyi that goes far away stubbornly. Rumble. The ground gradually returned to normal after the fierce rebellion. More than 3,700 meters jungle mountains and rivers turned into the endocrater. Thoroughly, the dust and fog filled the air, the vast ruined sea, the terrifying disaster aura did not occupy loose. In the endocrater edge crooked forest land, Permits Rolai is still shaken, the complexion is pallid, vision is dull, unbelievable looks at the front collapse. The endocrater, in the mind is reverberating repeatedly just the sudden drastic change. That scene looked like underground has a peerless ominous beast to regain consciousness, the malignant influences enormously and powerful, seethed violently, divulged crazily. Is this Jiangyi that bastard does? What weapon is this? Some martial law? Didn't the entire team have? The endocrater deep place transmits weekly sound. Permits to Thagata, from awakens, quickly charges into the gulf. Bang! Soil layer in confusion inspires suddenly, a skinny withered man struggles. Having hair disheveled, the fright is difficult to decide, shivering that the whole body cannot stop. Jingshan? Permits. Third brother, Permits Rolai quickly stops in the halfway, is away from the dust and fog to wait and see. Man coughs weakly, the whole body is emaciated. He is Permits. Jingshan, was buried by the land, swallowed the air/chi of life. What makes us frightened is, usually is proud, and gravitational field. Territory that has at one's command also had the big earth deity's strength to lose control unexpectedly completely. He looks like the person of drowning. Will not swim in the stratum that in turning wells up was struggling, almost drowns. The land also ballooning of not far away splits, a withered hand searches. Suddenly, difficult struggling, pulled off the thin body. Is Permits from however, the hair is disorderly, the body is withered. Probably old young appearance. Jingshan? From however, Permits Rolai looks at their pitiful appearances, the whole body exudes a cold air, almost sits there. What's all this about? Did Jiangyi, that bastard, what thing take to bring in? Pack of wolves? Only then did we live? The feeling spirit strength that Permits Jingshan worries, really also had to respond, can transfer at will. But before, what's the matter? Completely is why uncontrolled. Permits to Thagata difficult opens the mouth of pack of wolves leader. Pursued. 5 great wolves, pursued. Permits from however unbelievable, other entire? Permits Rolai shakes the head, entire, below 5 heavy days, entire. Permits from however raised the head, with looking Permits Jingshan bumped the vision, saw each other fear an eye. Did a Jiangyi person almost kill them to be complete? How many heavy days is he? Has any evil weapon. I. My contact with Permit's pill. Permit's Rolai puts out the jade sign. Sends to the direction to Permit's pill. Jiangyi forces in the bronze tower Suling, the combustion roaring flame runs away in the upper air. Although his speed is quick, but the great wolf leader is soul boundary 7th heavenly layer, the pair of wings launches over a 100 meters, raises purple strong winds that howls, has howled in behind. Angrily roars, is in hot pursuit, is gradually pulling closer the distance. Unexpectedly, Jiangyi almost can feel the bloody air/chi of following great wolf mouth. It seems like really must cultivation the small bright saint technique. Jiangyi is looking into the hills everywhere, hopes that can see the special terrain, or as the beast of prey of ambush, can disturb the following pack of wolves. However flies to fly, Jiangyi felt not right, hot-tempered leader who behind chases slow, the distant place still stops in 5 purple Qilin great wolves. That in the jungle dashes about wildly directly. Overlooks from the upper air, the forest of distant place gradually started to move restlessly, and was getting more and more obvious. The beast of prey runs away, night/lodge bird soars to the heavens, probably is fearing anything. Bloodline's powerful feudal lords, such as gold/metal Yenqing lion and land bear king, star chart jade rhinocero, even as the diamond giant ape, comes unexpectedly one after another, disregarded battering, flees toward the distant place. Even/including Xinghua in underground snake mice, appearance in groups, dense and numerous runs away in each direction. The range starts to sweep across over 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, from dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, but also is expanding continually. What thing had to be born? Jiangyi stops in the upper air, feels inexplicable being flustered. Several thousand over 10,000 spirit birds of prey soar, enormous and powerful, blots out the sky, almost blocked from the vault of heaven. They run away toward various places, somewhat rushes to Jiangyi submergence, to come. They were really afraid probably, passed over gently and swiftly. Jiangyi time, completely disregarded the bloodline's imposing manner of his whole body. Sending out, considered is only running away in low spirits. The leader of purple Qilin great wolf no longer hesitates, turns head to run away. The following these great wolves retrocede 2 steps, sends out woo-woo. The low roar, turns around to run away. Leaves quickly, do not rub gently. Pale Sovereign reminded Jiangyi. Seriously, this momentum definitely had the major problem. Jiangyi is just about to turn around, in the remote mountain of distant place. Transmits suddenly sadly sound, looks like the stratum under several thousand. Over 10,000 meters to break, the sound is sad and vast, making his whole body be scared, the goosebumps cannot help but braved. The beast tide dashes about wildly, the roar is strange, changed stressed that. Probably frightened to desperate. Many beast of prey run unexpectedly are running, puts the ground, trembled. Gave up struggling. Chapter 738, Terrifying Monster. Had an accident? The surrounding area, the Bravos, within several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, flee in panic. They did not know to have an accident, but escape a beast tide. The underground sound made them feel the matter is not wonderful. Can have the big treasure to be born? I felt like some giant beast to regain consciousness. Treasure has the possibility actually, but should not be the giant beast. In the samsara mystical place, these have the unusual animals of special bloodlines to be carved up by Supreme Jincheng and Daluo. Especially Daluo, is relying on samsara mystical place the accumulation of bloodlines unusual animals, jump forcefully royal position. This special is the discussion time, quick escape. Quickly, do not rub gently in a big hurry, can frighten this monster beasts. Definitely has the danger to happen. The Bravos activate Spirit Mark, the release weapon, mixes runs away in the Beast Tide full power. Has the Beast Spirit Mark incarnation winged ant, flies alone in the midair. The eyeball runs back and forth in confusion, is searching high and low spirit. Treasure. This chaotic time, seeks for the chance time. As for what danger, what confusion, he does not care. There. The winged ant just passed over gently and swiftly the front mountain. Suddenly observes closely the deep valley of distant place, they're everywhere. Skeleton, infertile. However, the deep valley range is huge, inside has a deep hole, in the hole is glittering the gorgeous ray. Very possibly is the residence of some feudal lord-level beast of prey. Considered only to escape, the stored-up treasure did not manage. The winged ant charges into the deep valley immediately. Cave inside ray is bright, hangs all over the precious spirit fruit, but also is spreading thick spirit stones, seems resplendent in gold and jade green, in several corners, piled up with the armor weapon, but also somewhat special. Stone. The winged ant is wild with joy, flushed toward deep hole. At this time, the terrifying sound of stratum break stopped suddenly, the beast tides that various places ran away stopped one after another, anxious. Moved restlessly, anxious and scared. From the beforehand chaotic rebellion to the present peace, seems very strange, as if the world fell into static. Crashes in the winged ant in deep hole, not to pay attention, frantic whirls. Away all things, even spirit stones has not let off. Haha, was my. The winged ant to slash clashes excitedly, will fly to the sky, the following deep valley crashes loudly, the appeared crack rips crushes. The crack is spacious. Periphery the wild spread, sweeps across 10 li, 0.5 kilometers, at the terrifying speed. 20 li, 0.5 kilometers. 50 li, 0.5 kilometers. 100 li, 0.5 kilometers. Massive cracks spread crazily, are dismembering the land, is tearing the mountain, is breaking off the river. Many lakes sink loudly, flow in backward the stratum. Many old tree towering to the skies, Hol's Tenesmus, was embezzled by the crack. In 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, range, the innumerable beast of prey are wailing crash. The winged ant has a big shock, immediately must run away toward the sky. Below crack runs out of a sturdy python suddenly, opens the big mouth. Embezzled him. It called out pitifully sad and shrill, soon did not have the sound, the treasure in hand to enter the python belly. Meanwhile, in all cracks spread strange shouting, several thousand are over. 10,000 pythons is even seething with excitement, violently rustically charged into the sky. Jiangyi is overlooking the mountains and rivers of comprehensive rebellion. Thinks own mountains and rivers vary greatly. The one self that seemingly powerful several kilometers range, in the face of these over 100 li, 0.5 km avalanches, sees trivial. Master, what is that? The Jiangyi vision rocks, the whole body exudes a cold air. After over 10,000 pythons dislodge the stratum, to continue to soar. Some of them dozens meters thickness, several hundred meters thickness. Advancing uninterruptedly attacks toward the upper air, chaotic interweaving. Collides crazily. However carefully looked at the past, that at all was not the python, but was the tree root, hangs all over the blood, is growing the tree root of great mouth. They soar to the heavens, turn well up, is intertwined barbarically, finally turned into a towering great tree, reaches as high as several tens of thousands of meters, withstand/top the broken upper air 9 fog, as if touched the peak in samsara mystical place. Looked at the past from afar, great tree huge like mountain, from top to bottom all was the sturdy old root. Massive 100 meters, thick 10,000 meters old roots seem like the arm to wave crazily, but also steadily big. Mouth, hungry must eat the surrounding all. Which this is the trees, simply is a monster. Jiangyi looked to stay, the bravos in various places looked to stay, they have not seen the so huge monster. Really was too big, surrounding area several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, clearly discernible. Earth demon tree, Pil sovereign is twining the Jiangyi soul, is looking at the terrifying monster of distant place, sends out the unbelievable vibrato. Also is on the old tree monster? Jiangyi felt the bronze inside the towers. Iron dragon old tree to move restlessly, actually brought the jade bull to fly. It is on the old tree monster, but what? But fell far short with the iron dragon old tree, they grew in underground. Hungry will sprout through the soil the ground to prey on the prey, eats all things that they can see, after eating to the full, will drill to underground. Continues the deep sleep. Normally, they most can as long as several hundred meters. In the historical data records, most famous earth demon tree once had been to several meters high long, regains consciousness every 10 years one time. After preying on crazily, will fall into the deep sleep, afterward for some reasons vanished. Pil sovereign is really unbelievable, this earth demon tree many years, can unexpectedly as long as the scale. Roar. Roar. The earth demon tree peak enters cloud heaven, all python sends out roaring. Of terrifying, just like the demon roar, the enormous and powerful world, the sound moist rough seas, that raises the terrifying, sweeps across several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers. The sky shivers, cloud layer collapse to extinguish. Massive birds of prey called out pitifully sad and shrill, many beasts of prey were stunned. The voice, the ground beast of prey large expanse of lodging, the space bird. Group rain has sprinkled. Earth demon tree sways violently, the underground old root coils around 9 thighs, takes a step forward, each step drops everything may become vulnerable, it is brandishing several tens of thousands of meters thick. Tentacle, is preying on the beast of prey spirit bird between world, delivers. Indazue, that on the tree trunk splits, twines the mountain, entire pulls out. Delivers to mouth, the trees are not willing to let off similarly. It probably hungry insane was the same, takes a step wildly, sweeps away in all directions, place visited, everywhere soars. Fearful and apprehensive that Jiangyi looks, as the flurried beast tide escapes from several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers. The earth demon tree violent walk preys on more than 500 li, 0.5 kilometers, complete. Eating that can eat. The mountain did not have, the river water did, the tree spirit fruit sweeps away, several million beast of prey spirit bird preyed on. Many bravos, preyed on. Terrifying scene, sufficiently lifelong unforgettable. This thing, if moves from the samsara mystical place, throws supreme gene. Chung, is definitely magnificent. Straight feeling that Jiangyi looks shocked, too manic, good to raise one. It can long is so big, likely lived for over 10,000 years. Pil sovereign also the first time is saw such huge earth demon tree. Is satiated with food and wine, does it hide to sleep? Ate to the full resting, hungry awoke, awakes ate again. Except for these, has not selected other hobby. After Jiangyi shock, had the anticipation on the contrary. Its capacity for food is big, anything eats, therefore in very remote past. Some clans and tribes will rear in a pen earth demon tree, is used for the Battlefield cleanup, cleans up the skeleton. What special use does it have? Can eat, no feedback nature? In the blood of Earth Demon Tree has the blood essence, can the nutritious bloodlines. Blood fine effect strong? Jiangyi at present bright, nutritious bloodlines? Good thing. Effect it is said is very good. However, the Earth Demon Tree appetite is huge, the growth is slow, no one raises it for and other blood essences pill. Sovereign knows that Jiangyi is having what idea? Earth Demon Tree can as long as such scale, easily can swallow 10 million / countless the life, several 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers, the essence and blood is definitely powerful. However, long to such scale, perhaps even the sages can prey on. When can my iron dragon old tree grow? Jiangyi looks at distant place manic. Earth Demon Tree, talked over at heart silently. Ate to the full, should rest. Must hide, when my witch day comes back to look for you. Iron dragon old tree, nearly 2 meters, the normal condition as long takes 180 years as this scale now. Setting up monster life is powerful, is mainly because lives for a long time. They are frail earlier, show the strength. Basically after several hundred years old, even over 1,000 years old. After Earth Demon Tree eats to the full, the huge body disintegration disperses over 10,000 old roots loudly, went into the tattered ruins. Without a trace of disappearance. Various survivors look at the land of underfoot, shows the strange and panic stricken expression. Thinks that the danger of samsara mystical place is these strange ghosts, has not thought that underground also lives in such terrifying thing. Some people felt suddenly walks is unsafe. Elder sister, looks quickly. Jiangyi. In the sky, dozens li, 0.5 kilometers away. 2 graceful forms are partly visible, indistinct dim, shadow that probably the immortal throws down spirit. Chapter 739, She is not a person. Jiangyi. Finally found him. Donghuang Ruyan, pleasantly surprised, is looking into Jiangyi of distant place. They came in many days, sought for Jiangyi everywhere, but Jiangyi looked like hides, did not have the person's shadow. They even once worried that Supreme Jinqing has controlled him. Bumped into unexpectedly here. Seeming like very energetic. Donghuang Ruiying is beautiful, like the immortal, the surroundings blooms the space to fluctuate elegantly layer upon layer, is hiding their sisters' forms. Hasn't the Supreme Jinqing's person, pursued him? Donghuang Ruyan looks into the distance everywhere, has not seen the Supreme Jinqing's shadow. Supreme Jinqing, since put him, should have the means to trace his right. Whatever how he wandered around. Donghuang Ruiying is also strange, looks at the Jiangyi vivid appearance, has probably not clashed with Supreme Jin Qing. Should cast off. Jiangyi is seemingly crazy rampantly, actually ghost. Fine ghost essence. Supreme Jinqing underestimates his fate played running around in circles. He braves death, can do? Donghuang Ruiying beforehand suspected that Jiangyi dares to enter the samsara mystical place is no return holy land, gave him the energy, he will coordinate with no return holy land here, block Supreme Jin Qing jointly. However, she saw the no return holy land person the day before. Yesterday unexpectedly, is seeking for Jiangyi diligently, and worries. In other words, this fellow enters the samsara mystical place, not only has not greeted with no return holy land, but also no plan cooperates with no return holy land. He thinks that do fight with Supreme Jinqing? This is crazy, is the crazy? Lets him do what he pleases, with new Dong Huang Ruyan exciting urging. Dong Huang Ruiying is very speechless. Had not found Jiang Yi time. This girl seems to be in a trance, probably is the same, listless, red to keep. Broken. Now saw Jiang Yi, seemed like lives to be the same suddenly, in two. Eyes had up. He ran, pursues quickly. Dong Huang Ruyan has not run into such fun boy, can always bring the exciting pleasant surprise to her. Dong Huang Ruiying makes to hint to the guards who the distant place is hiding. Foot treads void, followed Jiang Yi. After Jiang Yi leaves by far, found a remote underground deep hole, put weak. Suling. The Suling aura is weak, has suffocated, the scale does not have the light. Gloomily, large expanse of shedding. Mountains and rivers vary greatly, can also plunder the life unexpectedly. Jiang Yi rejoiced that prompt dug her, well really possibly buried her. Again late directly, when the time comes 50 Holy Land must ask him to go. All out. Jiang Yi takes out the medicinal herbs of some supplement courage, vigor, and recuperation soul from bronze inside the tower, delivers to the Suling mouth. The Suling aura is weak, did not have the consciousness, will not chew, will not absorb. Jiang Yi puts out elixir to force, finally also keeps the mouth, has not swallowed downward. Jiang Yi does not have the means that can only squeeze out the solution of medicinal herbs, toward Chongling mouth drop. The solution is infiltrating the mouth, sends out the drug efficacy, slowly infiltrates toward the body. Suling do not have the consciousness of absorption, this nourishing way was too slow. If gives up, gives her to drop the life sweet dew pill sovereign. Reminded in Jiang Yi mind. Life sweet dew? The brow of Jiang Yi wrinkles immediately, has a lingering fear to that thing. Suling after all is a girl, if this stimulates what interest in come, with filling the medicine is similar, if afterward she under chases down him all over the sky, makes to 50 Holy Land again, where his face toward puts. Before because of Su Tianji the matter, they have made the bad impression on Su clear, if gave Suling to fill medicine again, perhaps 50 Holy Land really must work as the sexual harasser hooligan him. Life sweet dew is to save a life, the body has incomplete, the flesh has the consumption, will quickly restore. You were the peculiar circumstance at that time, takes the consequences for own actions. Determination? I am definite. Jiang Yi hesitant, took out the jade bottle, breaks off the Suling gigantic mouth, toward throat there, cautious, dropped one drop. After the life sweet dew enters the throat, blooms rapidly the air/chi of rich life, spreads to the whole body, from the internal organs to the skeleton, too. The flesh, received nourishing again. The effect is tangible. The Suling weak aura first stabilized. Suling has not regained consciousness, after drug efficacy, scarlet scale. Radiance was weak, does not have in the past gloss, the body, although restored, actually without the beforehand clarity. Drop of insufficient? Jiang Yi was strange. The effect of life sweet dew he has profound understanding, how to have possibly awakened Suling? She is not a person, pill sovereign came the sentence suddenly. What do you mean? She should be the monster. She is the human form that the monster beast turns into, monster body that rather than human turns into. How do you know? Jiang Yi sets out, is sizing up front huge, to the shocking python. From spirit origin realm, beast spirit mark will catalyze the mortal body. Gradually turns into the monster body, but that is only the result of evolution, really did not turn into the monster beast. Therefore the spirit origin realm late monster beast, in the final analysis is only the person beast shape. Only if the extremely special situation, the person beast shape, can reach more than 10 meters even limit, otherwise the heart and courage, vigor even are. Soul and other aspects, is unable the agreeing with huge body. Arrived the soul boundary, the beast yuan started to blend with the soul. Making the soul turn into the beast soul, will cause the change of flesh body. During this, the turned monster beast will be bigger, is close to the monster beast main body. The life and death boundary, is equivalent to the transformation of real sense. If we're defeated, beast spirit mark will vanish, the body loses the consciousness, degenerates into the monster beast thoroughly. If successful, then can between human and monster beasts, thoroughly for the time being by transformation. Moreover, the person is in control. This Suling, can later period of spirit origin realm on an incarnation 100 meters python, be very inconceivable unexpectedly. I before some suspicions, but does not remove, has the peculiar circumstance. But now, I can conclude, she is the monster beast. Wherefrom concludes, the true monster beast, needs the air/chi of that huge life to restore. If the beast shape of human evolution, a drop, lets her vivid restoration peak sufficiently. Is she unexpectedly the monster beast? Jiangyi is surprised, can the monster beast of incarnation human form? Absolutely is very unique bloodlines. Gives her again one drop. Some here also many blood pill. Jiangyi also takes simply completely blood pill, several hundred pour into the Suling mouth, completely, then dropped the life sweet dew. In the deep hole dark corner, the space exudes the weak fluctuation, Dong Huang Ruiying and Dong Huang Ruyan is hiding there, looks at the scene in hole peacefully. This python is Jiangyi grasps? To surrender? Elder sister, whisper what that he is thinking aloud? Dong Huang Ruyan whispered quietly. Let alone words. Dong Huang Ruiying reminded her with the look. All right, the space barrier is away from. Dong Huang Ruyan shut up suddenly, because Jiangyi and Ho looked unexpectedly. After Jiangyi, the life sweet dew delivers, suddenly is somewhat vigilant, has probably anything to stare at him. Dong Huang Ruiying both hands paddle, exquisite control surrounding space, on the alert front Jiangyi. Dong Huang Ruyan is anxious, is this fellow vigilance so strong? Jiangyi stared in the shadow, to look at the little while, the whole body leapt the roaring flame, condensed the hot feather, hit to deep hole each corner, illuminated all gloomy places. The cave is huge, ice-cold moist, does not have any life trace. Before should be, some giant beast has lived here, afterward for some reasons died, here emptied. The Jiangyi bright vision looked around to look, after determining not to have the danger, relaxed vigilantly. Dong Huang Ruyan grinned secretly thought close call. Chapter 740, Outbreak. Permits pill found permits to Thagata, following the direction of Jade Plate. Did others, how only remain your three? You how? Other clansmen are very strange. Permits to Thagata seems like normal, permits Jingshan and permits from, however unexpectedly, were thin, 35. Took off/escaped, thin and pale of whole face, depression, even white hair. Several days have not seen, probably were older. Permits Rolai sits on the rubble stone, the sound is low and deep, we discovered Jiangyi, asking nearby pack of wolves, to encircle in the past. But what, Permits Pill noticed in the front forest land that mood hot. Tempered purple Chilan great wolf, should be the head wolf of high rank soul. Boundary. Its pack of wolves? How to remain several. Jiangyi killed from the sky suddenly, a surrounding area 34 kilometers. Mountain forest will overturn shortly, buried everyone. Only then there too. Crawled, but. You looked at their appearances, Permits Rolai has. A lingering fear, if we were not discreet at that time, began using the space weapons decisively, perhaps oneself have turned into the bleached bone. Entire? People complexion big change, holding breath cold air. Entire. 90 purple Chelan great wolves, only remained 6. The closing eye of Permits Tathagata Pain, is not willing to recall then seen again. Does 34 kilometers range crash suddenly? Except for 6 heavy days, other. Entire? Talked clearly to me exactly had anything, do not want to conceal to. Me, Permits Pill, the complexion is ugly, is really unable to believe. Jiang Yi again, how sinister deceitful, again how vicious militant, eventually. Is only soul boundary third heavenly layer, how possibly the pit dead fourth. Heavenly layer 5 heavy days, are completely. I do not need to deceive you. That is how possible. No matter you do believe that it has happened. Did Permits Jingshan, what exactly have at that time? A majestic man is. Asking Permits Jingshan. He is most powerhouse in Permits Pill team, Su. Yongchun. The soul boundary 6 heavy day of peaks, the 6th rank what is. Spirit mark. Permits Jingshan weak, shaking the head, I do not know. How can not know? At that time Jiang Yi flushed after the space, I quickly surrounded him. However. Was too sudden, I do not have yes, what's the matter, was. Buried. Permits from however? Su Yongchun looks to weak permits from however. I do not know that had anything permits from however weak, shaking the head. How possibly not to know, gives me to think carefully permits Yensu berated. How death doesn't know. Really vexed for them. Permits Rolai said, are truly anything does not know, but I have a suspicion. What suspected? Jiang Yi makes us swallow the bait intentionally, definitely completed the arrangement ahead of time. That rubbish. Permits Pill, pays attention to your attitude. Do I also need to pay attention to the attitude? You are responsible for leading, actually lost so many people, even if you live are returning to Jin. Chung, must be punished. Does not think that in the clan arranged Saint Buddha. To swallow you forcefully thoroughly, you best redeem oneself through good works, capture alive Jiang Yi. Permits Pill the expression is intense, has not kept any face countenance to. Permits Rolai. Permits Tathagata is angry, suppressed silently. Because of responsibility. Truly in him, moreover Permits Pill has mirror spirit mark, is the Mahayana. Saint Mark, the position new generation position in the clan was next to. Permits Chanchi, waited to transform to the sage mark, she in the future will. Be ready proper commanding. Continued, Permits Pill position is not only high, with Permits Tathagata is. The different factions, she does not need to be polite with him. Permits Rolai pulled a long face silent the little while, said, I suspected. That Jiang Yi got down what law in that ribu? Law? I guessed that is law. Why Jiang Yi insists on the samsara mystical place. Listening to Namgong Jincheng, they saying that probably is searching high and low anything. I suspected that is some spirit grass and material that has the samsara strength, this type of thing happen to can start his law, destroys the mountains and rivers, plunders the life. The people seriously considered the little while, connects the nod, probably a little truth. Permits Rolai said, if is really law, we actually do not have so many worries. Law need enough time arranges, needs massive spirit treasure to make the energy storage, so long as we kill in the Jiang Yi unprepared situation, he can only treat, hence tide seizes. The people look at permits Jingshan their appearance, some worries. If law is truly good to solve, if is really some type of weapon? However, the Jiangyi design massacres there's so many people, they certainly have no reason to give up capturing. After permits Pil seriously considers, said, transfers nearby 2 batch of wolves again, jointly hunts down Jiangyi. Pays attention to maintain the distance, the scattered range, placed about 10,000 meters. In deep hole, after Suling clothing / taking hemorrhaging pill and life sweet. The situation gradually stabilizes. Jiangyi relaxes, sits contemplates inside. The might that the mountains and rivers vary greatly is truly terrifying, can sweep across 34 kilometers unexpectedly, was equivalent to the Seoul boundary. 6 heavy day of powerful offensive. Today first attempts, in the future, the might will be definitely stronger. However, this law aim bans the technique to have a drawback, is beyond control. The present is several kilometers range, it will be tens of thousands meters. In the future, even wide scope, once detonates, buries his friends. Like Suling this can find the way to control? For example, control area? However, what he borrows is the strength of mountains and rivers, the range is bigger, the might is more terrifying. If the range reduced, the might will also be affected. For example, can draw out that mysterious energy from the land deep place. Again directly? Such does not need to destroy the mountains and rivers. Moreover can control. Jiangyi senses the land silently, the consciousness is perishing to the mysterious space and again. Spatial warping, vast boundless. The land mineral load of fluctuating, coils around just like the big dragon. The underground river course of galloping is partly visible. Various marvelous energies are fluttering in the space, blooming. Even has come in twice, Jiangyi has to plant deeply shocks. Is looking all around here, really has a spiritual god to overlook the common people, spies on the world mysterious feeling. Jiangyi looks at the mysterious light group that the distant place is turning. Wells up, there not only has the vast boundless imposing matter, and has sincerity that is unable to explain, mysterious life fluctuation. Mountains and rivers land, is symbolizing the infinite life, is symbolizing the infinite possibility. Mountains and rivers vary greatly, should, not only buries, not only also destroys. Since can petition 10,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers, by the law. Aim, buries the myriad things, should be able to transfer by the law aim law. Mountain, the river changes course. I take the mountains and rivers as mother, but then incarnation mountains and rivers. Disaster. Destruction. Life. Breeding. All are not controllable, all controllable. Jiangyi light language twittering, silently sensibility. The mysterious light group flutters in the distant place, peaceful, gentle, and warm, probably is staring at Jiangyi, is staring at own child. Has not known how long, the voice of Pil Sovereign reached in the consciousness suddenly, you first awake, we encountered the problem, probably was discovered? Jiangyi awakens immediately. You look at Suling. The voice of Pil Sovereign is very light. Jiangyi turned the head to look at the past, the expression immediately became splendid. Suling huge body and strange is swaying from side to side, the eye partly opens. The eyes, the vision is exuding the blurred ray. Her whole body turns monster. She wells up, gradually changed the human form. Delicate and exquisite, graceful slender. The close scale is covering the whole body, compares the appearance that has not put on more attractive. In she breathes, makes the strange sound, the body sways from side to side, red Lip slightly, both legs unnatural gathering. Then, turns monster chi again. Wells up, gradually changes the body to become the huge python. Donghuang Ruiying and Donghuang Ruyan in corner also strange looks at that. Python. Can it unexpectedly the incarnation adult? Is spirit mark? However does the soul boundary initial aura, how possibly evolve 100 meters monster body? She how? Donghuang Ruyan inquired the elder sister with a look. Donghuang Ruiying shakes the head slowly, the situation of feeling python is a little strange. She how? Jiangyi sets out to look at Suling, had not a very good premonition. At heart. Your stopper blood pill was excessive. Do not deceive me, does blood pill have this effect? I ate so many, has not. Sent. Your several hundred blood danked ergo, supplemented the courage vigor of sufficiency, the life sweet dew mixes and inside, had not been consumed. Therefore. Stimulation. Growth. Jiangyi difficult opens the mouth. Chapter 741, Insane. According to the current situation, probably. Is that a matter? This what to do? The Jiangyi whole face is awkward, as personal experience. Quite understands that type of taste. The medicine that you give, yourself solve. Master. You're this saying a little said may be irresponsible. Is you make me feed the life sweet dew, is you ensure cannot have the issue. I have not made you feed blood pill. I feed, you have not prevented. I have not thought that you feed so many. I. The Jiangyi heart shakes suddenly, because Suling changed the human form. That blurred eye opened slightly, looked unexpectedly to him. The facial features of Suling stand fine, the appearance is attractive, this moment pupil light circulation, the look is blurred, must arouse to have. Multi-arousing. Ordinary cold as ice and frost, this moment spring water is mild, the striking contrast, brings the greasy seduction. Suling looks at handsome tall and straight Jiangyi, the sweet dew in body. Receives at present probably exciting, suddenly is violent, her whole body is dry and hot, during the breath sends out attractive light to recite, the red lip opens, puts out the fishy smell red snake letter, / believes. Jiangyi hurries to turn head, avoids that pair of fiery vision. Pill sovereign speechless, did you turn the head, she unable to see you? Be not gawking, hurries to give the medicine. Also can feed? Master, your was excessive. I make you give the calm medicine. Right. Hurry up, do not rub gently, can stopper many, I look at that she. A little could not control. Jiangyi moved greatly the medicinal herb, rushes to Suling there. Suling haunches the graceful body, unexpectedly initiative grasped Jiangyi. Hiss. Good heat. Jiangyi grinned secretly, this body was too hot. Suling smells his strong aura, the drug efficacy was stimulated again, the whole body is dry and hot and uncomfortable, she makes an effort to tie down. Jiangyi, opens the red lip on biting, to Jiangyi. This stature. The Jiangyi holding breath cold air, worthily is the snake python the woman. The line profile is simply impeccable, the feeling of delicate boneless is the exciting person. Suling, offended. Jiangyi suppresses that stimulation, suppresses the head of Suling, puts out the medicinal herb toward the mouth hard stopper. Suling was choked, the pain struggles, then sets upright the pupil, too. Congeal slightly, suddenly restored the pure brightness. Endures again, quick, comfortable. Jiangyi looks in the eyes with Suling, heart thump. Awoke? Crack a joke. Two people present attitude were too explosive. Jiangyi grabs Suling, presses on the ground. Suling entangles Jiangyi, the whole body is sticking. Moreover, a Jiangyi hand also an uncouthly toward her mouth stopper the medicine, that the mouth just said comfortable is really being dreadful. You in? Why? The Suling mouth was crowded the medicinal herb, the sound is unclear. She feels the violent heat wave that the whole body is fleeing, as well as that strange uncomfortable feeling, the pupil condenses slightly, suddenly thought of eternal holy mountain. I am helping you, do you believe? Jiangyi wants to cry, but have no tears, in the mind sends out hoarse roaring. Master shouted me to be useless, hurrying stopper, Pil sovereign is helpless, this unlucky child. The Suling miss, I am the good intention. Jiangyi makes a determined effort. Seizes the Suling neck, is pinching the chin, in addition only the hand grabs the medicinal herb toward her mouth hard stopper. However, the Suling eye ground cold light presently, the waist sways from side to side. For the first time, the both legs sudden tread operates the Jiangyi both legs. Well, did the drug efficacy manifest suddenly? The attitude under Jiangyi's surprised body, Suling is opening his both legs in an instant, bowing suddenly / violently to strike, takes the crotch. The Jiangyi sad and shrill pitiful yell, the whole person went against fly. Sins, Pil sovereign, sighed lightly. The Suling whole body monster chi ebullition, sways violently, an incarnation. 100 meters python, sends out manic roaring. Prosperous rumble. The land crashes, the crack propagation, a sturdy red phosphorus python, held to hit. You listen to me to explain. Jiangyi puts the ground, crawls to take two. One's heels to dash about wildly distressedly, was only the following dripping with blood, Tet hurts. Practices the python to boil scarlet the frigid monster chi, rushing over of. Also resembles insanely. The red phosphorus illumination, the big piece is separated, surges the terrifying heat wave, the violent of advancing. Uninterruptedly is striking Jiangyi. Red phosphorus hardly boiling hot, the bombardment ground, explodes the gulf. The trees and stones, was brutally penetrated. The front mountain, was submerged by the red phosphorus, tattered and torn. You were poisoned. I am feeding the antidote to you. Jiangyi stampede. Shouted loudly. Hiss. The red phosphorus python sways from side to side the huge body. Destroys the forest land, hits the mountain, goes crazy results and kills Jiang. I special not that hunger and thirst. Jiangyi charges into the upper air. Suddenly, raises the roaring flame, wants to shell Suling. So long as causes heavy losses to her, can make her temporarily calm, can through the drug efficacy of restore body counterbalance life sweet dew. Do you also want to kill me to eliminate a potential informant? Suling hells greatly, whole body creeping motion strange flowing light, the aura that the terrifying of swallowing the Namibian world explodes to well up, the volume. Approached Jiangyi. Jiangyi receives the hand promptly, runs away forward. Hissing. Hiss. The Suling violent walks, the huge body easily accomplished impact forward. Startled flies night / lodge bird, startled is palpitating the beast of prey. Between hills. Her eye fills the blood threads, furious. Before this bastard, almost buries her, now consciousness while her is not. Sober also thinks to be frivolous she. Luckily awakened, otherwise the consequence is dreadful. The domestic animal, the bastard, how Holy Land had / left such degenerate. Jiangyi then looks around unceasingly, worries distressedly. Supreme Gene. Chang's person likely in, if is so again noisy, will be discovered. Momentarily. Hiss. Suling entangles front peak, 100 meters body entangles vigorously tightly. The mountain massif cracks, the crushed stone splashes randomly. She begins. Supinely, opens the big mouth, the release the air/chi of powerful swallowing. The mountain jungle within surrounding area kilometer rocks fiercely, even the cloud layer is crashing, space fierce fluctuating like act drop. In a short time all kinds of the world energies gather in she big mouth, has not annihilated, has not built up, but presents its primitive strength. Completely, probably compressed this side little world. That moment that Jiang-yi then looks around, Suling whole body ray writings. Energy ball instantly suddenly/violently to strike. Because derived the space force of sky, its speed achieves the pinnacle, as if spans the space, in an instant stretches across dozens li, 0.5 kilometers. Agile and fierce bloodlines inheritance, along with terrifying power and influence. Bang! The energy of compression releases instantly, as if the disaster world triggers the explosion of terrifying, very powerful swallowing strength. Jiang-yi changes countenance, activates the armor, hard anti-explosion. The explosion power is peerless, the annihilation forest land, the cracking Rocky Mountain, shook the space, raises more than 10 Jiang-yi inside and outside. The Jiang-yi boundary is high, the body is hard, has not been injured, the taking advantage of opportunity surges, runs away rapidly forward. Suling anger howls, huge body 1 volume, disintegration that peak, flew to flee fiercely generally, captured Jiang-yi in the chaotic forest land. Is that Suling? On the mountain of distant place, one group of men and women were attracted. The attention chaotic. The purple close robe is demonstrating their honored status, the Brahma Academy. Is Suling, in the past, had a look. Is the female of head brings the purple veil, foot treads the fog, welcomed. Who dares to provoke the 50 Holy Land person? Other students stimulate. Spirit mark, all follows. Chapter 742, Agile and Fierce. Suling. You give me calmly. Made Supreme Jinqing, to come again. I do not have you to think the bastard, I really am to save you. You had not felt that your body isn't right? I am giving the calm medicine to you. Jiang-yi organizes to leap forward in the forests, is explaining to oneself. Loudly, hoping Suling can calm down. However, Suling is getting more and more hot-tempered, is howling hunt, is destroying the big piece forest land, raises the gigantic giant stone. Its eyes blush, the whole body scale is vibrating. Damn. Suling, offended. Jiang-yi stops again, complexion 1 ruthless, raises the roaring flame, to charge into the upper air. Stop. You know what you face is who? The distant place transmits cold chi. Supreme Jinqing? Jiang-yi turns head immediately, actually sees the purple clothes young girl. In the forest land of distant place also leaps one after another, men and women who wear the purple clothes, massively, angry, berated. Loudly. Brahma Academy? Jiang-yi relaxed, to continue to charge into Suling. Cannot hesitate, must control Suling. Cold Xian, killed this bastard. Suling howls, the whole body red light is fierce, leaps violently the flame, condenses the innumerable scale blades. Probably the storm volume crosses the upper air, shells Jiang-yi. The Jiang-yi front surface hits, the gold/metal flame rebellion, turns wildly. Wells up, aggressive raising flies all flame, the domineering appears in front of Suling. Stop. She is the daughter of 50 enlightened ruler, were you insane, cold? Xuanjiao scolds, in the hand the ice sword shakes, the sky leaps the fierce Dense fog instantaneously, inside sword shadow numerous, difficult. Differentiate Shusher, broad intense deterrent. However, she thinks that oneself words can blow that lunatic. She thinks that oneself style can frighten that lunatic. But that person has not returned unexpectedly, kills around the Suling. Surface, the whole body leaps the violent flame, spreads the volume expansive. Sky, changes to the dense and numerous hot feathers, probably the sharp sword. Submerged Suling fully. Hiss. Sad and shrill pitiful yell of Suling in roaring flame. The everywhere hot feather is sharper than the sharp sword, rumbles completely. On her huge body, punctures the scales, pierces the meat bone, 100 meters. Body is tattered and torn immediately. The fishy smell red blood floats with golden roaring flame everywhere. No, Cold Xian has a big shock, curls up the dense fog, killed. Does the bravo who where comes, even the daughters of enlightened ruler dare to kill? The academy disciples, holding breath cold air, quickly releases. Martial law, to overrun. Jiangyi drops from the clouds, condenses the fierce tiger heavy blows, on head that the wild bang in Suling raised. Surpasses the twofold day suppression, making Suling not have the strength to hit back. Bang the sound dull thumping sound, the Suling house head falls fiercely. Involves the huge body to crash with the surges. Bang. Jiangyi opening bronze towers third, transmits the loud sound, the dense fog. Turns wells up, the spatial warping, forms the violent vortex. The vortex deep place, in the dense fog, as if there is mountain jungle of fluctuating. The body that Suling crashes was towed, shoots up to the sky, was involved in. Third. Leave alone others' business. Jiangyi warned the Brahma Academy disciple. Who kills, leaves here rapidly. Pursues. Pursues quickly. Cold vortex their anxious chases. Although in the samsara mystical place has many bravos, does not have the awe. To them, but little has extremely actively attacks there, only if the peculiar circumstance will easily not clash. Who is this man? Dares to hunt and kill Suling unexpectedly. Suling is West a Holy Land Lord daughter, placed on a par with the successors of certain royalty sufficiently. However, they pursued dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, gradually lost murderer trace. Who saw his appearance? The jade dimple after cold vortex veil is dignified. Since this matter met, must manage. A little impression, but has not seen clearly. The students shake the head in abundance. Cold Xian told, continues to search for. So long as bumps into, we should be able to recognize. Has the student saying, I thought that person of strength is very strong. Dares to hunt and kill Suling, definitely is a lunatic, even if we found, is still not necessarily able to hold him. I look at under our best relation. Uses / gives Wenjia, informs Supreme Jin Qing while convenient. Cold Xian told about, you're several, looks uses / gives Wenjia. You're several. Informs Supreme Jin Qing. After finding, arrived here set, following trace. That I left, converged with me. Senior sister Cold Xian, you are surely careful. The students separate too. Act. Is quick. After Cold Xian reminded loudly, threatened the fog to charge into the upper air. Does the lunatic grasp Suling to do? Regards the monster beast, can kill 8? Regarded as important the Suling beauty, must humiliate her. Damn bravos. The samsara mystical place should the cracks of seal these hideaways, unable to let these know all the bravo recklessly unseemly behavior. Elder sister, follows quickly. Donghuang Ruyan is urging Donghuang Ruying. Excitedly. Knows that follows Jiangyi definitely to see the splendid good play. Suling. 50 Holy Land, Donghuang Ruing to Western Holy Land, not many understanding, but shouted in the words from that cold vortex miss. Guessed correctly anything indistinctly. Jiangyi is changing the position one after another, running out is very far, found a covert canyon, hid. Here is my space, you could not go out, first recuperates the injury. Jiang. E-sound biography to third. Do you want to kill me to eliminate a potential informant? The Suling hole. Body was the blood, the bone is punctured, was painful. Those who let her feel. Strange, the wound and the initiative healing, the speed is unexpectedly quick. Do you know the life sweet dew? Does not know. Is the type can restore the injury the valuable medicine, can and remold. Extremely in a short time cuts off limb, restores the vigor. However, if after restoring the injury, the life sweet dew has not consumed, will display the drug efficacy continually, mainly stimulates the growth, will arouse that feeling. The Jiangyi sound in the vast mountains and rivers. Reverberation is bearing the temper explanation. The Suling huge body coils around on a big tree, fart. Jiangyi does not know whether to laugh or cry, the small girl is agile and fierce. You cannot believe that when you return to Holy Land to know. I ambushed Supreme Jinqing at that time, did not injure accidentally you. Carefully, your injury is very serious, can only recuperate with the life sweet dew. But afterward you healed, the drug efficacy has not dispersed, I do not think everyone to be embarrassed, wants to give a calm medicine to you. Fart. Suling does not believe. When Eternal Holy Mountain, this bastard gives her second uncle to put the medicine, definitely is the habitual criminal. I use my reputation/honorary to take an oath, I have not really thought must offend you. Jiangyi must find the way to solve this misunderstanding. Otherwise she returned to 50 Holy Land to speak irresponsibly, his pureness ended. Do you have the reputation/honorary? My Jiangyi, although is not the good person, but my live broad and level, my reputation/honorary was much better compared with these affectedly virtuous fellows. Bah. We to say the least, my somewhat anything idea, will not start to you even. You are the monster, is a big python, I am a person, we are impossible. Bah. Again to say the least, if is really that person, since now held you, I can let off you? Now has started. Bah. You are first calm one. The Jiangyi helpless withdrawing consciousness, sighed, sinned. Suling played on sturdy lofty tree, angry as looking at the sky, waited to be very long silently, determined that Jiangyi not after retracting human form. Jump to jump. In the number a kilometer altitude, she crashes in the twigs one after another, footsteps even/including chose/point, the movement is live. However, after jumping several branches downward, she stopped, knit the brows slightly, looks down the chest front. Before was small and exquisite, not too big nor too small, just right, the jump ran, was very natural. Now exudes the mighty waves with the body large-scale jump unexpectedly big. Very. Suling shook the body, surging up, is very irritable, is very uncomfortable. Bastard. Suling takes out clothes, threw over on the body, started to observe this mysterious space. Very peaceful, without wind sound/rumor, without sound of water, does not have the voice of animal. Makes the person be flustered peacefully. Chapter 743, Jointly Raid. Jiangyi leaves the canyon, to continue to seek 1,000 is tying years. Flower. Number 5 Forbidden Area? Half-celestial empress, Jiangyi stands on the cliff, overlooks endocrater. That front is getting sucked into. The endocrater range 20 to 30 li, 0.5 kilometers, brave the gloomy death air/chi, massive. Ghosts are partly visible, send out the sad and shrill scream. Turns in the death air/chi that wells up to flutter together the pale stone. Above writes number 5 forbidden area. Here should be the special mark that Supreme Jinqing they make. As long as was encircled, specially, is definitely dangerous. Jiangyi hesitant little while, turns around to leave, not rashly rushes. For 5 days, Jiangyi vagrant in the vast forest, discovered one after another 2 special places, had not actually seen 1,000 the years to spend. Is this that slabstone forest that Suling said? Jiangyi goes out of the woods, is looking front wonderfully beautiful. Mountain forest. Each mountain peak stands tall and erect, tall and straight, is covered with the vegetation, probably sturdy, big tree peaks enter cloud heaven. However, here occupies in massive snake python class monster beast. Many green thin snakes seem like the vine to hang there, if carefully did not look. That is very difficult to notice. Some big pythons are sturdy, height dozens meters, the coiling around summit. Preys on the sky has been flying the bird of prey. In many corners also has the poisonous snake to appear and disappear, the place visited, the vegetation withers. Although Jiangyi did not fear that these snake pythons, actually realized intense dangerous aura from stone forest Richard. In this type, snake python kingdom, definitely has king existence. Suling is the python, can pass in and out at will, he does not dare easily to provoke. Jiangyi shook the head, turns around to leave here. However, shortly after he leaves, an azure snake that crawls from the nearby forest land observed closely him, snake letter/believes turnover, look ice cold. The azure snake body twists, splits up a new azure snake unexpectedly. It's quiet following Jiangyi, disappearance of new azure snake in forest land. More than 80 inside and outside in woods. The plump man who has read the upper body is strolling in the woods, closes one's eyes, both hands spread out, is feeling anything silently. In behind, more than 10 academy students who wear the purple robe are stimulating spirit mark, on the alert the jungle of danger. Again in the future, permits pill, permits Rolai, Su Yongchun and the others. Follow peacefully, is looking at the front that plump man, curiously. But in nearby jungle, but also is dispersing 100 purple Qilin great wolves. The scattered range is more than 20 li, 0.5 kilometers. They are restraining monster. Qi, puts to be light the footsteps, is searching the forest, carefully, is capturing and killing nearby beast of prey, in order to avoid causes the confusion. Chirp. A macaw cried the howling expansive sky, the whole body feather was colorful. Was attractive, but also is flowing the strange ray. It in the kilometer upper air circling little while, carries a girl to dive. Senior sister cold Xian. The students of academy see her to be safe and sound, relaxes. I had not found Jiangyi, do you have the discovery? The cold vortex jumps down from the macaw. The macaw charges into the plump man, the figure twists rapidly, integrates. The nape of the neck place of man unexpectedly, turned into the tattoo trace. Also, and other news. The students shake the head. Cold vortex, miss, fortunate meeting permits Donchi, the purple, Qilin great wolf is welcoming. Although she has not seen the underheating vortex, but some talent understanding academy present age. This cold Xian comes very ordinary, the talent is extraordinary, not only awakening St. Mark on Student Recruitment General Assembly, but also the signing letter written in blood, keeps the Brahma Academy at the scene. forever. Therefore, from starting to receive key training, the present saint Mark has promoted the Mahayana excellent works. Since came to the samsara mystical place according to the flow of academy. After she leaves, should to go back to be the teacher. Thank you can help. Cold Vortex surprise looks at permits Danshu Tathagata and the others, but invited the help, how to come so many people. After noticing Wood's dance and numerous purple Chelan great wolves, changes countenance again. They adjusted unexpectedly the pack of wolves, did Supreme Jinqing care about Suling? Should be we thank you permits Rolai rides the purple Chelan great wolf to arrive at front. A student gives cold Xian to explain quietly, seizes the person of Suling to call Jiang Yi, is Supreme Jinqing the enemy who arrests that Jiang Yi murders to kill cruelly, evil crazy, has killed their Jinqing many innocent people. Kills the person of royalty? What issue he? Does his spirit have, cold? Xian was unbelievable, kills the people of royalty, to be crazy enough, but also dares to kill the person of royalty in this samsara mystical place. The person who kills Jinqing catches the Holy Land person, he definitely has the issue, has the major problem. The students of academy shake the head. Such bravo let alone saw, listens not to hear. Jiang Yi, Cold Xian felt suddenly this name is somewhat familiar. Is eternal holy mountain seizes the eternal spirit, massacres that Jiang Yi of royal talent permits Rolai introduced to her ended also supplemented one, he is a from head to tail lunatic, the murder is innumerable, the cruel bloodthirsty, is the different kind in Holy Land. Is he? No wonder. Cold Vortex suddenly. West the lunatic who that causes the stir returned unexpectedly, but also made so crazily the action. An azure snake flees from the woods, hit to the chest of plump man, the fierce creeping motion, turned into the azure snake tattoo. The people spirit inspires greatly, anticipates looks at the man. Stature appearance, the golden hot wing, described with you were same. Should be he. The plump man opens the profound eye. Guides quickly, permits pill their great happiness, unexpectedly really found. The plump man draws out the macaw from the nape of the neck, jumps to jump onto, leading the people to capture Jiang Yi. He uses / gives Wenjia, one of 3 excellent works talents this academy sends. He has very unique ability. Swallows the spirit monster, integrates the body, becomes own part. The azure snake is the monster beast that he swallows, can be separated from the body, free activity. After integrates the body, all things that the azure snake sees, will reappear in his memory. After Jiang Yi goes round the stone forest, then went out of the vast forest. Quickly. Front is the boundless wilderness, vast, the cold wind is chilly. Without the trees, does not have the wormwood grass. Jiang Yi hesitated, this place has not covered up, if Supreme Jinqing seeks in the upper air, will discover him very much easily. However, the wilderness was being covered by the thick cloud layer, appears dim gloomy. Can using the cloud layer hidden trail. The Jiang Yi incarnation vermilion bird, fired into the cloud layer. The cloud layer range is huge, probably vastness of fluctuating, likely continuous mountain range, mammoth. Jiang Yi rushes shortly, that azure snake pursued here, followed close on is crashing in the wilderness, walked randomly in the close crushed stones, seeks is hiding in the goal to cloud layer. Where breaks to pieces sureling to be at. Is wilderness so big? Underground has any special thing, how ground even / including root grass do not have. Has not seen what monster beast. Space does not have the spirit bird, probably. Jiang Yi flies to fly in the fog, the quick feeling is not right. Space underground is spiritless. Bleak, deathly stillness. Jiangyi is feeling strange, the front fog turns suddenly wells up, the close. Crack spreads speedily, sweeps across several kilometers. The strange scream, sad and shrill wailing, reverberates in various cracks. Appalling. The Jiangyi fright dodges, a crack spread from him in the past. Touches crack. That moment in the vision, he saw the endless darkness, saw the ghost of. Struggling, probably the ghost of distortion also looked to hear, bumped into. The vision with him. Cleanness that sudden that the crack presents, vanishes. In an instant, then did not have the trace. But this did not finish, but starts. Receives this crack to effect, in an instant, the vast endless fog. Comprehensive rebellion, sweeps across several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, probably. The trim sky was submerged by great wolf. The dense and numerous crack, probably boundless thunder, tear the fog. Proliferates the vault of heaven. The sad and shrill squeal, the evil ghost sound of talking, resounds through the world. The huge range, brings the terrifying momentum. As if the trim world hit one with 9 quiet deep spaces ruthlessly. Massive cracks even tear the fog, extended the wilderness, brought the frigid. Evil dead air, /G. Jiangyi dodges speedily, by a lot of crack impact body, was almost actually. Torn him. Rumble. The upper air fog turns wells up, the desolate wilderness submerges in the gloomy death air, /G. This place, Jiangyi escapes from the fog distressedly, falls to the wilderness. Although is very thrilling, made him feel excited. Here really has the crack of such wide scope, to be easier to flutter thousand. To tie the years to spend? Was here. Jiangyi is maintaining the vermilion bird monster body, circles between the fog and wilderness, waits for the crack to appear intensely again. The short 3 hours, the distant place sky has the crack again, tears. Several kilometers range, the chain reaction is ordinary, the boundless fog. Comprehensive ebullition, the crowded crack seems like the rainstorm thunder. Submerges the trim world. The bleak wilderness was covered by the dead air, /G, the endless complaint. Malignant influences turn well up like the tide. The Jiangyi thrilling avoidance, plays with one's life running away, in an extremely difficult situation, but the eye is sharp and bright, seeks for 1,000 to tie the year's flower trace diligently. Because the wilderness range is too big, several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, Jiangyi has to bat around vertically and horizontally, /able to move unhindered, is having the luck diligently. Maintains the vigilance, should not be ripped by the crack pill sovereign is. Reminding Jiangyi, but has not made him lead this dangerous place. If really must try one's luck, this wilderness without doubt is the best place. Chapter 744, 1,000 ties the years to spend. My azure snake died, uses / gives Wenjie rode the macaw to pursue the wilderness edge, is looking at the bleak deathly stillness world, the complexion was dignified. Did Jiangyi enter the wilderness? On Permit's pill, their faces, the exciting smile solidified gradually, here is one of the samsara mystical place. Restricted areas, collides the most frequent place with 9 quiet deep spaces, the daily crack propagation are most can achieve 10 times, sometimes. Will also trigger a more terrifying big rebellion, the crack is sturdy. Arrives at myriad ghosts. He should go, uses / gives Wenjie cannot feel existence of his azure snake. After possibly is pursues the wilderness, by the crack was involved in the deep space. Pursues, permits Rolai, believed oneself judgment. Jiangyi enters the samsara. Mystical place is very possible, is seek certain with the samsara life and death-related thing, otherwise not possible braving death thorough wilderness. Permit's pill looks in the wilderness, the sudden ebullition fog, is turbulent. The crack propagation, is magnificent, is terrifying. Enters this place, too. Surround and capture plays with one's life simply. Moreover, the wilderness is smooth, vast, their large-scale operation alarms Jiang Yi very much easily. Ahead of time, Jiang Yi will have enough time to prepare his law or the weapon. Cold Shandao, my suggestion is we waits again. The wilderness danger was possibly killed momentarily. Jiang Yi is impossible to treat forever in that. If not come out for a long time, explained that he possibly could not come out forever. Permits is hoarse from however the sound, he, if comes out, which direction? From comes out? The wilderness range several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, where we too surround. If misses, Jiang Yi like sea monster entering the sea, sneaks in 10,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, forest, wants to look for him again, was difficult. Permit's pill looks to uses / gives Wenjia on macaw, disperses completely your monster beast, tails Jiang Yi as far as possible, so long as can surround him. Finally, I can deliver you field chance. What chance? Half-blood above purple, Qilin great wolf. What? Permits to Thagata, they looks neatly to Permit's pill, the purple Qilin great wolf is their supreme, Jin Cheng's exclusive family / home beast, has become their symbol. The most common purple Qilin great wolf can endure to compare spirit origin. Realm after grown, achieved half-blood level being equivalent excellent works. Moreover, the bloodlines of purple Qilin great wolf are difficult to train. Therefore rears and append the absorption spiritual energy year to year in the samsara mystical place, eats the food spirit fruit. After transforming to half blood, immediately sends out the samsara mystical place, guards supreme, Jin Cheng. Even so, is the purple Qilin great wolf or the quantity of half-blood is limited, but half-blood upward, is precious. Can you take responsibility? Uses / gives Wenjia eyeground twinkle bright light. He can fuse the monster beast, strengthens their strongest strengths. Can evolve them. The purple Qilin great wolf has the powerful monster beast of Saint Beast bloodlines, if can fuse, to him absolutely is the huge chance. Our patriarch had promised, when I was 20 years old, can ration above my, and a half-blood purple Qilin great wolves, I also miss for 3 months am 20 years old. So long as in the clan gives me, I transmit to you. Good deal, uses / gives Wenjia was excited, if confuse the purple Qilin great wolf, he discards the tattoo of whole body is also worth. If you really can help us capture alive Jiang Yi, I can also promise, gathers the strength of Jin Cheng, helping you fuse the purple Qilin great wolf. Thoroughly Permit's pill continues to stimulate. Good. Gave me. I hope certainly you catch Jiang Yi, that lunatic, uses / gives. Wenjia was more excited, fused purple Qilin great wolf, such giant beast to be definitely risky, cannot do well, can also abandon him. If can have the coordination of royalty, the chance of success will greatly promote. Permit's pill does not attend to Permit's Rolai and the others, the looks. Hinting, High Sound said, that also waits for anything, looks for Jiang Yi too. Me. Ahem. Jiang Yi could not escape, uses / gives Wenjia the plump body wriggles. Fiercely, appears one after another, massive marks seal, from cheeks to the nape of the neck, before the body to behind, crowded ordered, without wasting any place. Inside has the azure snake of coiling around, has the jet black falcon, has the fierce poisonous scorpion, has the strange monster insect, sable, wicked dog and centipede, spirit butterfly, wait, etc. As spirit mark blooms, all mark seal regain consciousness completely. Struggles and uses / gives Wenjie the body crazily, one after another to / clashes. Some fly to the upper air, some enter the ground. After uses / gives Wenjie emits the having mystical powers monster, the body is rapid, the withered root bamboo probably, even the aura becomes disorderly. Weak. He toward the mouth stopper several elixir, sat cross-legged on the macaw, calm, relies on each only spirit monster that the consciousness is feeling her to release. Su Yongchen coughs lightly, hints permits pill with the look. Really can deliver the purple Qilin great wolf? Although the head of the clan complied to permits pill, but eventually is the supreme Jin Cheng's property, how could to allow her to give to the bystander? Permits pill remains unmoved, is looking at the desolate wilderness indifferently. The Su Yongchen brow slightly wrinkle, will collect to remind, actually. Thought through anything suddenly. Permits, does pill want to boss around? Uses / gives Wenjie? If uses / gives Wenjie accepts the purple Qilin great wolf, can fuse successfully, the strength potential will increase inevitably, truly. Is worth supreme Jin Cheng gathering. As the matter stands, they are equivalent, not only has not delivered the purple Qilin great wolf, but also enticed the powerful Saint Mark. Uses / gives Wenjie is the Brahma Academy trains eventually, will their release. People? Jiangyi loafed more than for day in the wilderness, encounters 10 crack rebellions, tossed about in an extremely difficult situation, but also injured the soul, but saw finally that piece that Suling said broke to pieces Shirling. Breaks to pieces Shirling fluctuate, torn to pieces. Also is setting upright a steel, above writes the 9th forbidden area. Here space is weak, the crack continuously, does not appear like other places. Occasionally, but is continuous, spreads from the fog, has extended. Underground. Massive ghosts in crack, partly visible, some also struggle to clash. Breaks to pieces in Shirling to have the blood lake, braves the strong courage. Vigor, many ghosts occupy there. Master, is that 1,000 not years spends? The Jiangyi vision completely understood that the courage vigor of distant place, notices in the blood lake. To flutter the mysterious white bloom. That is the netherworld clever flower, can attract the ghost accumulation. Listened respectfully they're held to read, will also take holding to read for. The food. This flower just started as the red, later will turn into the purple, is the black, finally the exuviate turn into the white. The tourmaline, took each time numerously and disorderly holds, to read has the qualitative change, that if turns into the white, means it absorbed several millions holds to read. When holds to read the quantity achieves 10 million / countless, it will enter the blood color, but at that time, it will have oneself soul, turns into the netherworld hell fearful ghost thing. Jiangyi here surprisedly, is sighing with emotion pill sovereign learned. Is really anything knows. At this time, the distant place heard the bellow. The crack propagation, sweeps across several kilometers, detonates the trim fog. The fog turns wells up, the endless crack submerges the wilderness. And massive cracks even turn toward break to pieces Shirling gathering, is startled Jiangyi, to flee in panic. These cracks were too terrifying, has to be careful. However, when Jiangyi flees, breaks to pieces Shirling, in a crack the light shadow twists, flutters unexpectedly blood-red flowers. The flowers like the lotus flower, were being crowded around by massive ghosts. Gigantically, even caused in the following blood lake, the responses of these. White bloom. The white bloom drags, curls up the strong courage vigor, is attacking that crack. Probably is driving away, seems like towing. That? The Jiangyi vision concentrates. Yes, Pil Sovereign responded in an instant, Jiangyi inspired to strike the pair of wings, pounced upon suddenly toward that crack. Massive cracks spread recklessly, hang all over the world. Jiangyi hits 5 cracks one after another, the crack, probably invisible sharp blade, is cutting the Jiangyi soul, the painful feeling even causes the whole body convulsion. Jiangyi is very painful, actually no quarter stops, instead is getting quicker and quicker, he passed over gently and swiftly to break to pieces. Shiling rushed to the blood lake. Massive ghosts were stimulated, howl to clash. The Jiangyi whole body roaring flame turns wells up, burns down the ghost. However, that blood color flowers that rapid that sudden that crack presents. Vanishes, must flutter shortly, with disappearance of chains, but rapid fuzzy. At a crucial moment within, Jiangyi offers a sacrifice to the bronze tower. Draws out large number of chains from second. The chains across the sky, is surrounding the fierce black air, /chi, in that moment that the crack vanishes, all flushed. Chapter 745, The Hunting Starts. Comes back to me. Jiangyi bellows, the consciousness is stimulating the bronze tower crazily. The bronze tower blooming azure light, sways slightly actually seems like everything may become vulnerable, the shattering world. The vanishing crack slightly is unexpectedly clear, such brief time, the chains is twining the blood color flowers, thrilling drew. Good. The Jiangyi, great happiness, ties down the flowers, to tear. At this time, the netherworld clever flower and blood lake bloomed suddenly. The strange ripple attacked Jiangyi. The Jiangyi head buzzed the sound, consciousness overwhelmingly inside, various frigid complaints force one's way in crazily. Jiangyi holds a pitiful yell, as if forced in all kinds of memories to hold. To read uncouthly, is stimulating the soul, making him be in deep sorrow. The netherworld clever flower continues to bloom, the strange ripple, is submerging Jiangyi. Evil spirits dense and numerous soaring that surrounds, plunged Jiangyi. Jiangyi angrily roars fiercely, the whole body boils violently, the saint. Flame, the golden light is flaming, the roaring flame turns wells up, scatters. The evil spirit is clenching teeth to take away the chains and flowers, ran out, broke to pieces Shiling. Everywhere fog restores the tranquil, crowded crack vanishes completely, the wilderness returned to normal, but Jiangyi is actually in deep sorrow, sad. And shrill pitiful yell in wilderness, painful swaying back and forth. Hell clever flower can take the ghost to hold to read, can release the soul. Curse. Bears the pain, quickly refines elixir, being Xian jade bone pill. Otherwise, the curse speaks the brand mark to your soul, corrodes your consciousness. See. If we're serious, you were also possibly held to read the control by these, turns into the puppet. Pil Sovereign has not thought that thousand tied the year's flower to say. Appears presently. Bing Xian jade bone pills, the formula is stars orchid 30 and cold ice arrow grass 100 and snow lotus 5. Ice spirit flame grass 20. Jiangyi is enduring the severe pain, is recalling the formula in pill Sovereign ancient scripture diligently, throws to be corresponding the medicinal herb from bronze inside the tower. This feeling was too uncomfortable, probably oneself are experiencing all kinds of pitiful experiences, is repeating these dead spirits holds to read. He must turn into various different people probably, the soul is torn. Jiangyi looks for all medicinal herbs, with great difficulty entire, may just admit in the cauldron furnace, the medicinal herb turned into the ash one after another. The attention is not centralized, the consciousness is unable to control the Medicinal herb accurate, refining up inadequate elixir radically. A time. Twice. Around Jiangyi attempted 5 times, forces to refine Bing Xi and jade bone. Pill, refining up the hurried stopper, to the mouth. The cool feeling is infiltrating the soul, is cleaning up the fearful curse. Mark. Slow the half of the day, Jiangyi was restoring from the pain. In this period twice crack rebellions, almost here extinguishing, he. Jiangyi sits up the body, fearful looks to break to pieces the nether world. Clever flower that in Shirling drags. Pill sovereign said, in hell like this evil life form, there are more. Terrifying, therefore called the living person the restricted area. Really, is this 1,000 ties the years to spend? Jiangyi flung the head. Takes out the blood-red flowers from bronze inside the tower. Like the lotus. The ray of blooming is gigantically pure, does not have the slighting evil. Air/G. The flower petal is thick, is beautiful, artware that probably carves. Carefully. Truly yes. Had 1,000 to tie the years to spend, in refinement elixir will. Have the air/G of samsara. If chaff fragrant can regain consciousness from the deep sleep smoothly, was equivalent to the samsara rebirth. As the matter stands, from the soul to the muscle, will glow that type new student/life. The vigor Pill sovereign rejoiced very much, unexpectedly really found. 1,000 to tie the years to spend. Outside the hell looks for one, little looked for one to the hell. Little takes risk a time, little delays some time. Then, this/ should accompanied supreme Jinqing Wan well. Jiangyi 1,000 ties, the year's flower, to put in the shackles of second most. Deep place, on the face shows with ease the smile. The valuable medicine found, no hobbled, was courting death. At the point of death before, should come the field revelry. Purple Qilin great wolf? Pack of wolves, that Jiangyi thinks of burying of that day. Initially entered the samsara mystical place time, in the palace, in crack deep. Place had such great wolf to guard. Should be evidently supreme Jincheng in the monster beast that in the samsara mystical place rears in a pen. Since permits to Thagata can transfer dozens over 100 heads, casually, the pack of wolves quantity in entire samsara mystical place is definitely astonishing. The pack of wolves is good at tracing and encircling. If by several hundred surrounding, the mountains and rivers were buried one wave unable to kill greatly, he was perhaps bad. However, Jiangyi thinks it over, what the feeling is toughest is permits. Pill. Mirror spirit mark, can the optional knocking space channel, be able to handle various thunderbolts very well, but also possibly gives the volume him to the danger. First solves, permits pill. The Jiangyi incarnation vermilion bird monster body, boils the roaring flame. To leave breaks to pieces Shirling. What monster is that is colored? Donghuang Ruiying appears the form in the dim world, looks Jiangyi, that the whole face is leaving excitedly. Is my misconception, he is looking for that to plant flowers probably. Donghuang Ruiyan tracks Jiangyi, such several days, the even more obvious feeling he is seeking for anything, but that flower, that just robbed, at risk of life, likely is the goal. Should, and that's the end. Donghuang Ruiying was stranger, is this Jiangyi? Braves the true goal that the killed danger comes in? If he comes to probably look for the thing, comes in peacefully is not, why? Can such stimulate supreme Jinqing? Explain that he also has other goal. Elder sister, did you notice? He will often think aloud. He did not think aloud, he is speaking to whom? Who? I suspect in his body also to live in anything. Is your meaning? In his body is hiding some soul? Our time really came right, continued with coming up, might have a bigger Discovery. Dong Huang Ruing more traces Jiang Yi, more is felt that Jiang Yi has the secret, is the big secret. Elder sister, you look there. Dong Huang Ruyan referred to the ground in distant place. In the split land drilled some poisonous scorpions and monster insects one after another. They look at the direction that Jiang Yi leaves, split up too. One after another, the drill returned again underground. Dong Huang Ruing said, the supreme Jin Cheng's person should pursue. He, the good play performed. Elder sister, follows Jiang Yi, quickly. Dong Huang Ruyan exciting urging. The wilderness edge, uses / gives Wenjie fuses the monster insect that connected, opened the eyes. Found. In the position of wilderness most deep. Place, temporarily toward east. Jiang Yi should also wander a period of time in the wilderness, does not worry. To leave. We the position that makes the best use of the time to arrive at him. To leave is waiting. Uses / gives Wenjie, controls your monster beast, making them stare at tight Jiang Yi, we good to change the position momentarily. Permits pill, they take the action immediately, dashes about wildly around the wilderness edge. However, what they do not know, Jiang Yi had found the thing that oneself want, does not have any stay, runs out of the boundless wilderness after. Straightly, vanishes in the horizon, quickly. Not only uses / gives Wenjie, they come up empty-handed, the monster insect that even traces, cannot keep up with the speed. I have the falcon to stare at him, follows, uses / gives Wenjie rides the macaw. To capture in the sky, is leading the following pack of wolves. The pack of wolves no longer hides, full speed dashes about wildly in the lush jungle, is following close on sky uses / gives Wenjie. Chapter 746, Wildflower Full Mountain Slope. Jiang Yi does not know that following has tracing, but his vigilance is very strong, the imagination possibly has, therefore by the speed advantage. Frisked and scampered results in the straight line, to depart more than 3,000 li. 0.5 kilometers, suddenly transition direction, toward the forward flight over a 1,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, determined after the upper air has not threatened, found. The covert crack, took out 9 sovereigns, to refine a day of cauldron. We cannot refine the toxicant, this is the dignity of refine the pill of immortality. Pill sovereign, reminded Jiang Yi seriously. He remembers that Jiang Yi killed a poisonous master in Luofu initially, that set of poison. After stayed in the bronze tower, this boy has not hated to throw to the present. How I possibly am in front of your, to refine the poison. Master, tyrant. Yuandan can grind to the powder to use? In the Jiang Yi mind is reading pill. Sovereign ancient scripture, in top elixir, that now can refine, tyrant Yuandan. Is most special. Belongs to 5th rank elixir, can stimulate the potential of whole body. Extremely in a short time, from the courage vigor to the soul, achieves the pinnacle stimulated, erupts the strong strength, including character very manic. Serious, but can also lose the reason. However the drug efficacy is violent, comes quickly, rapidness of retrogression, moreover after the drug efficacy ended, meets the whole body. Prostration, in drowsy, serious situation, but can also whole body blood. Vessel rupturing. Tyrant Yuan pill? Do you want to do? Grinds to the powder, feeds to them, making them manic, making them stimulated, then waits for them to be weak. After you do not fear them manic, ripped you exactly? I am bring death. Jiang Yi has not hobbled now, was prepared for death at any time. However, when really dies, looked at the ability of Supreme Jin Cheng. That group of people. Pill Sovereign is very helpless, others are thinking living, this fellow is Hoping dying. Tyrant Yuan pill can grind to the powder, perhaps, but will have a strong flavor. A Jiangyi eyeball revolution is good to solve. Jiangyi hides and inside the valley, grasps the time refinement. The medicinal herb is sufficient, is high-spirited, elixir refinement unusual. Is smooth, one after another flutters. Enough 3 days of time, Jiangyi successfully refining up 37 Tyrant Yuan pill. In this period was only defeated twice. Talent. Pill sovereign is sigh with emotion, this child usually is few. Refine the pill of immortality, but can guarantee very high success ratio each time. If concentrates on the refine the pill of immortality, the achievement likely achieved his past level, even might exceed. Exceeds his refine the pill of immortality master? If really can achieve, on this day under the royalty, and even the sovereign said, who does not awe, who doesn't show goodwill? What a pity this child must ignore a proper occupation, carries too far. Can the Suling miss, inquire a situation with you? Jiangyi squats and inside. The valley is grinding Tyrant Yuandan, carefully, is relating bronze inside the towers Suling, while convenient. Puts Suling in front of standing mountain present, curious looks blood mark. That on the mountain wriggles. Do your recent several days meet the ectasis? What's wrong, did this red phosphorus keep off you to look at my body? Or do I dig up, now, looked at to you all the way? Do not misunderstand, I am not a hooligan. You are the anomaly. I really want taking advantage of your skin with. Skin that if you for these days not ectasis, shed before? Use is taking advantage of me, I afterward also. You. Go away. Do not move restlessly. I actually very appreciate your, later perhaps was the whole family has a dream. I do not mean us, I do not carry out the hybrid. In my family has a snake, you have seen, is of that tail long blade. Looks with the vision of your snake. Clan, is specially callous, specially handsome, has the man. To have the Duke snake flavor specially? You used to me your skin, I introduced you to him. You are sick. Go away. Coordination. Go away. You, if this, I may really prescribe medicine to you. Rumble. The land sways, the forest lodging, the crushed stone flies upwards. Jiangyi batters in the woods, is destroying the mountain, is shattering the land, is burning down the old tree, cleans up more than 10 li, 0.5 kilometers, ruins. Quickly. Only leaves behind dozens meters high soil bank. Then comes massive wild flowers from nearby woods neighborhood, colorful that. The soil bank embellishes, planted some wild flower weeds in the ruins, then sprinkles Tyrant Yuandan, the medicinal powder. After Jiangyi finishes, turns around to crash in the jungle, hunted and killed 100-meter python, after digging up the skin, drags, deducts more than 10 with the blade, then the scarlet scale mixes on the tattered bone. Suling their burrows, camouflaging, is the appearance of red phosphorus. Python. After finishing, Jiangyi lies down, gathering up beautifully dressed people. On hillside, looks for a comfortable posture, to lie down, grasp the fang of python, to pierce the belly. Hurts. Jiangyi badly bad smiled, closes the eye to feign death. The fog distortion of sky fluctuates, the Donghuang Ruiying sisters look. Following offers a sacrifice, to grave exaggerating scene, the surprise of whole face. Is this must do? Supreme Jinqing must pursue, did you kill yourself ahead of time? Half celestial empress, several bravos pass through here, surprised looks in. Confusion the bloody ruins. Quite frigid. This python must be more than 100 meters. Good attractive scale. On hillside has the person, was nailed tight by the thong. Mutually wounded, what a pity. Pitifully anything, received the python skeleton, goes back to refine a weapon. They are just about to enter the ruins, on the soil bank broadcast the sound. Suddenly, go away. Who? Who is speaking? They vigilant periphery, is living? Jiangyi gains ground. Blind. The father is also living. Trough. Do you live are not making a sound? Feigns death. Father is enjoying the feeling of waiting for death. Is sick. Go away. Anomaly. Several people leave resentfully. Shortly, several majestic barbarian bears were hearing the smell of blood. Rushes to hear, but has not waited to enter the ruins, Jiangyi on soil bank. The sound cries out strangely suddenly. The bear frightens, flees in panic. Jiangyi such patient waited for 2 days, finally hears the stormy sound of footsteps that the deep woods heard. Came. Jiangyi is drooping face up the head, meta blood from chest there, fills the mouth, rumble, spurts, splashed, completely the face. Appearance that called pitiful. In front? Permits Pill and the others stopped inside and outside more than 20, the anticipation somewhat is also intense. The poisonous scorpion monster insect of dispersion returns from the woods one after another, integrates on uses / gives Wenjie the body, the falcon also comes back from the upper air, sends the front real image. In front, but what, Permits Pill their heart one tight, Jiangyi in that arrangement. Trap? Jiangyi died probably, uses / gives Wenjie the expression is strange. Died? Do you smell carefully, have the smell of blood? Probably. In the past had a look, uses / gives Wenjie takes the lead. Pack of wolves first disperses, maintains the distance Permits Pill, is very vigilant, hence the following 150 purple Chilan great wolves, to disperse. Outward. They cautiously across jungle, walked unusual is discreet, the heart mentioned. The throat. Because Jiangyi, that bastard is not the good stubble, going crazy really. Ruthless. Because Permits Rolai brought the pack of wolves to encircle before, was buried suddenly, the death of dying, old, they have a lingering fear. However, when goes out of the jungle, the present scene lets their holding breath cold air. Sees only everywhere in confusion, the blood incarnadine stone, the broken bone hashed meat is alarmed. Sturdy python covered with blood, but also was deducted more than 10. Scatters in the ruins. Red phosphorus? Is Suling? Did Suling die? Cold Xuanwu was quiet, the vision rocked, the whole body felt cold. Did he really kill Suling? Too cruel, was too crazy. What enmity does Jiangyi have with Suling? Is the matter of eternal holy mountain? Suling wants to retaliate Jiangyi. Finally hit? The supreme Jin Chang's people are unbelievable, is the Holy Land person, how? To become this noisily? Jiangyi, that lunatic works really stops at nothing. You look on the mountain, is that Jiangyi? Did he really die? I stares well terrifyingly. Dies with injustice unredressed. When they see the hillside, the facial expression is splendid immediately. Did this bastard die unexpectedly? Chapter 747, Tyrant Yuandan. How he possibly dies. He is Marshal Marquis, Su Yongchun mentioned that. Marshal Marquis hurries to shut up, but is really unbelievable. Although this bastard crazy rampant, but can challenge Yu Tianqi, can defeat 5 people too. Besiege oppressively, how possibly dead on Suling? Did Suling perish together with him? The Holy Land people is a lunatic. Died. Although cannot suffer Jiang Yi personally, but looks at his appearance before dying, definitely is also very painful. The Supreme Jin Cheng's clansmen shake the head. The feeling, the intense so many days, ended unexpectedly. How I felt not quite right, permits Jingshan weak entering ruins, walks toward inside. His footsteps are very heavy, after falling to the ground. Raise the dust, looks very ordinary, but no one has thought that in the dust will be mixing Jiang Yi for the medicinal powder that they prepare. On hillside, how so many flowers? Su Yongchun also felt that the issue was entering the ruins. The surrounding scene seemed like perished together. How? The picture of hillside seemed like itself him burying, but also planted the flower. Others follow one after another, even the pack of wolves walks from the nearby forest land. More than 100 both feet step on the ground, raises more dust. Tyrant Yuandan, the medicinal powder flutters in the air, was inhaled the nasal cavity by them. Some quick people smelled the strong fragrance, immediately is vigilant. The flowers on soil bank stand should not be moving, uses/gives Wenjie arrives in front of the soil bank, takes off bright flowers, after careful judgment, said, delicate fragrance fine silk, has the exotic fragrance, the pollen can stimulate to inspire the air/chi, making people stimulated. However non-toxic harmless. The people relax slightly, gathered in front of the soil bank, is looking above the fong by Jiang Yi that pierced. Although Jiang Yi in front, but they look more feel strangely. Was this picture is too mainly strange. Who special died, gave back to himself, to pile up with the flower. This does well the grave to oneself ahead of time, at the point of death first. Crawled? Jiang Yi, do not feign death especially, permits Rolai shouts suddenly. Hasn't he died? The people retrocede intensely. Died, you looked at the appearance that died with injustice unredressed. The students of academy look straight frowns, that eye stares, was too scary. Moreover, the fong pierced the chest cavity position, definitely. Permits Don Chui whistling, hinted the following pack of wolves, to have a look. Before is almost moved toward the breakthrough by the pack of wolves leader. Who the pit died personally. The people hint mutually, are staring at Jiang Yi, is ready in full battle array. They were really anxious, therefore the breathing rapidly, the heartbeat accelerates. Then the whole body starts dry and hot, the aura becomes loud, spirit essence moves restlessly in the sea of qi, raises the torrential spirit strength. The pack of wolves responded obviously, they first were start to move restlessly, then the whole body purple qilin vibrated, the pair of eyes. Hyperemia, the sharp claws ripped open the ground, the savage appearance let. Fearful and apprehensive that nearby academy students looked. However their first responses are delicate fragrance fine silk effect. Uses/gives Wenjie just did not say, this type of flower pollen can stimulated. The purple qilin great wolf arrives on the soil bank, bit the thick fong. Flings fiercely, tears from the Jiang Yi chest, the blood gushes out. Immediately, incarnadine hillside. Died, permits pill they are staring at the hillside anxiously. Died. On the hillside broadcasts a sound. Died, permits pill they relaxes secretly, each other exchange vision, shows the smile. However the next second, their look changes, is staring at the hillside excitedly neatly. Just whose sound? Can the purple qilin great wolf speak? The purple qilin great wolf of even the mountain's top of slope gawked, an eyeball revolution, happened to on Jiang Yi dying with injustice unredressed. Hello. The Jiang Yi eyeball moved, grins to smile. He feigns death. Be careful cheats. Dispersing. Everyone excitedly look changes, startled retreat. Permits pill the shortest. Time haunches 33 mirror surfaces, disperses various places, prepares to shift. At any time. The massive purple Chelan great wolves scatter in all directions to retreat. Many great wolves rush to front. The great wolf leader on hillside goes crazy suddenly, bites Jiang Yi, the fang closed, the bloody water scatters, it moves the head crazily, chews. Wantonly, the scene is cruel. Light, you special light. The Jiang Yi sad and shrill pitiful yell, is struggling painfully. 5 purple Chelan great wolves, that before was saved from death, send out the angry wolf to be howling, one after another to uphill slope, crazy tear, and bite Jiang Yi. The pitiful yell of Jiang Yi resounds through the hillside, the flesh and blood flying in all directions, the scene is horrible to look. When the students of academy have seen this cruel scene, frightens, crookedly. Goes excessively. Keeps the living witness. Do not bite to death him, permits pill they. Responded, quickly shouted. The following 2 pack of wolves leaders send out to call out, ordering the great wolves on hillside to stop. Result their terror and bite is getting more and more crazy. They not only despised Jiang Yi, was dominated Yuan pill and blood is exciting, has lost the reason, wished one could to eat uncooked Jiang Yi. The Jiang Yi pain struggles, the whole body bone the chaotic sound, almost must be torn into shreds. But he insisted with hardship, without stimulating spirit strength, does not have to revolt. The leaders of 2 wolves also received tyrant Yuandan to stimulate, start hot. Tempered. They cried loud and long resoundingly, ordering the pack of wolves on hillside to stop. Finally they did not listen to the order completely. They revealed the fang, bringing the pack of wolves to throw, to that several great wolf tear and bite deterrence. The great wolf on hillside was provoked, crazy counterattack. The scene is rapid, had the accidental injury frequently, the result they killed on the hillside. The distant place is responsible for the vigilant pack of wolves also killing one after another. The scene is noisier, is more chaotic, the dust flies upwards, the bloody water scatters. The purple Chelan great wolf was flagitious on the natural disposition, at this moment was stimulated, the scene loses control thoroughly. Stop. Permits pill they angrily rebukes anxiously, always feels that the matter also has the strangeness, but with as agitated, the drug efficacy has infiltrated the whole body blood, they also start become manic. Has the Sioux juniors to bellow, killed to the pack of wolves, wanted to stop. A great wolf turns around suddenly, bit that person of head, fang closed, the bloody water scatters. No. The Sioux people angry roar, activate martial fafeng also to resemble. Killed. The scene slaughtered from the pack of wolves quickly, evolves the beast. Person, tangled warfare. The low hillside was thoroughly destroyed. Stop. You were poisoned. Stops quickly. Dispersing. Cold Xian had not been stimulated by the medicinal powder, treads the dense fog to shout in the upper air anxiously. However, the scene has lost control. Thoroughly, both sides' kill is getting more and more frigid. The Jiang Yi whole body is tattered, covered with blood, struggling crawls from the chaotic pack of wolves war. Jiang Yi, what did you make? Permits pill the eyes hyperemia, the whole body is dry and hot, she casts off the mirror, shifted several wicked wolves that plunges Jiang Yi, arrive in front of him personally. The face of Jiang Yi was gnawed as total wreck, appearance fearsome, he shook the eyeball, has not said anything. Did you intoxicate to us? permits pill consciousness, the confusion, moves restlessly, is actually maintaining several points of reason forcefully. You're what? You special speech. Antidote, permits pill neck that held Jiang-yi, uncouthly. Raises. Jiang-yi looked at close at hand permits pill, closed the eye, at heart. Twittering light language. Small nirvana technique. The second heart beats violently, the courage vigor of being ready along with the air/chi of terrifying life, sweeps across the Jiang-yi whole body in an instant, from bone to blood, by astonishing speed restoration. You. The Jiang-yi body heals, restores the peak, the corners of the mouth, brings back, wipes the curve, wrist/skill that held permits pill. Chapter 748, You Were My. You, permits pill. The complexion changes, works loose vigorously. The whole body swings, the intense ripple immediately shakes the surrounding space, condenses 12 mirror surfaces, the sharp blade volume to Jiang-yi. For you, the father almost bit to death by the wolf. Now, you were my. Jiang-yi held permits pill, did not have the worry, the roaring flame of being ready to release comprehensively, to burn day of a style that decided the cholera world, swept across in all directions, cholera several 100-meter space. The boundary promotion, the strength increases. 12 mirror surface, complete disintegrations, permits pill also has nearby. Massive pack of wolves, was embezzled by the roaring flame. Cheap person, I have said that wants you to assign/life. A Jiang-yi hand seizes permits pill the wrist/skill stubbornly, another hand is burning the roaring flame. Bang, to permits pill the head. Permits pill the head buzz the sound, raises fiercely backward, almost breaks off. You ching in inside you. Jiang-yi flings the chains, ties down permits pill, pulled the bronze tower. Stop, uses/gives Wenjie rides the macaw to kill, the right arm wriggles fiercely, stimulates the strength of bear, raises astral who howls air/chi. The Jiang-yi front surface on, swings the fist suddenly/violently to strike. The arm ballooning, the courage vigor combustion, was nourished the body and spirit that by the air/chi of land, became wins the past, does not need to stimulate then achieved 900,000 fist strength. Bang. Uses/gives Wenjie the arm shivers violently, the bone starts to go directly to the wrist arm bone from the knuckle, cracks one after another. Is accompanying the sad and shrill pitiful yell, uses/gives Wenjie a revolve to fly. Leads me to leave quickly. Quick. Run. Goes out. Permits Rolai calls out in the distant place, dashes about wildly, while is shouting cold Xian of upper air. He felt the issue, saw Jiang-yi seized. Permits pill the scene. This is a trap. From head to tail trap. Jiang-yi, this lunatic, did not hesitate to be gnawed to nip by the pack of wolves unexpectedly, braved the danger of death, made the bait to do with oneself, killed the bureau. No, the Jiang-yi main purpose is permits pill. Controlled permits pill, Jiang-yi had no worry. Permits Rolai has an intense premonition, before the scene of mountains and rivers avalanche must appear. Some Jean Chang's juniors awaken, crazy kills the pack of wolves, runs toward outside. Some actually cannot run away, because pack of wolves, too manic. In the bloodlines of purple Chilan great wolf is passing savage, at this moment. Was stimulated by the drug efficacy, the beastly nature was stimulated thoroughly. Permits Tathagata? Are you also living? The Jiang-yi vision congealed. Observed closely permits Tathagata of distant place. Permits Rolai then looks around, happened to bumps into the Jiang-yi vision, the Whole body chill, runs away crazily, leads me to walk quickly. Runs anything, solves him. The cold vortex foot treads the fog to kill too. Jiang Yi. You are not his opponent, comes back. Permits Tathagata to call out. Quickly. Jiang Yi has squatted down the body, both hands has held back the ground, the consciousness communicated the vast land space instantaneously, the mysterious indistinct phenomenon appears again, the big Earth Mother Air/Chi arrives at the front. Mountains and rivers vary greatly. The Jiangyi light language, the whole person as if integrated in that female Air/Chi in an instant, welcome to La La Aim. A blood color trace is centered on Jiangyi, the domineering unfolds, these. Blood that before the trace spreads attacks Jiangyi, sprinkled one after another, the ray rises suddenly immediately, the spread range from more than 3,000 meters, rises suddenly to more than 4,000 meters. Bang! The Air/Chi of disaster fills the ruins instantaneously, stimulated everyone's nerve. Air/Chi of Earth origin force and life between land, water origin force and other comprehensive rebellions, as if the land is wild with rage, the river course surges, the surrounding area more than 4,000 meters ruins crash loudly. The probably billowing raging tide of emotion, submerged all. Going crazy purple, Qilin Great Wolf, Jinqing Juniors of fleeing in all directions, completely by brutal embezzling. At this time, Tyrant Yuandan drug efficacy consumption was similar, they felt weak one after another. Bang! The land turns wells up, potential like river tide, wild brutal. They wail in the crack of avalanche, in the stone that in turning wells up. Struggles, is actually not able to resist the Air/Chi of that submerging disaster, they even felt to fear and despair from the soul, as if this stretch of land must bury them, as if this world must take back their lives, as if in front of them opened the gate of samsara directly. Cold Shanting in the midair, covers the mouth, alarmed and afraid. Looks at the land of comprehensive rebellion, looks at these embezzled great wolves and royal juniors. Not only she and frightened, is void two eyes that hide, the desperate disaster seen deeply was shocked by this suddenly. Saves me. To save me. The lots of students of academy wept and wailed, sad and shrill. The cold vortex awakens, raises the rushing dense fog, changes to massive birds of prey, plunged the students, plunged the royal juniors. However, the rebellion of disaster was too terrifying, many birds of prey have not flushed to be scattered, some hold the person, was actually being submerged to the stratum. When life and death, her full power release, pulled off 7 people. Unexpectedly. The consciousness of Jiangyi restores from the mysterious space, by intense weak submergence, the whole body worn out and aching, the consciousness is murky. Consumption unexpectedly compared with the previous time also big. However, Jiangyi kept Tyrant Yuan pill to oneself, is other present used. Tyrant Yuandan enters the body, stimulates the potential rapidly. The Jiangyi fierce respite, the eyes go crazy, send out hoarse roaring. Dashed about wildly in the soil layer, charged into Permits Tathagata who struggled. Permits Tathagata seems like person against the current, in frightened struggling, in desperate calling out, the spirit strength of release is unable. The shape Chingu La, just to come out to be confused. Moreover, the body starts thin, is unable to explain, is embezzling him weakly. Swallowing of land, the function of drug efficacy, shattered his will. Before Permits Tathagata stupor, a familiar form appears in the front. You cannot die easily. Jiangyi seizes his neck, brings to run out of the stratum. 3 purple Qilin great wolf leaders dislodge the soil layer of chaotic Rebellion one after another, the build rises suddenly to more than 50 meters. Majestic savage, the Fang drop is dripping the saliva. They launch the pair of wings, howls insanely wildly with rage. Although is weak, actually the violent disposition sends greatly, starts the auspicious sign strong winds, charged into the upper air. The massive soul boundary 6 heavy day of purple, Chilean great wolves also clash, is treading the chaotic ruins, endures the uncomfortable weak feeling. The anger is howling is capturing Jiangyi. Jiangyi, by the violent disposition that tyrant Yuandan brings, runs away. Crazily, the speed achieves the pinnacle. 3 purple Chilean great wolf head ties the pack of wolves is capturing crazily, the cruel aura fills the world. Their whole bodies start. The violent auspicious sign raging tide, condenses several thousand over 10,000 auspicious sign sharp claws, blotting out the sky struck the sky. Horizontally, the volume approached Jiangyi. Elder brother several, with Jiangyi fearless instead smiles, suddenly the dive, hit to the front Great Lake. He restrains the roaring flame, gripped. The auspicious sign sharp claws are in hot pursuit, continuous bombardment. Great Lake, vast momentum, deafening. The lake surface of big piece boiled. The auspicious sign sharp claws all clash, like the grinding pan, is greatly more indestructible, sharply like blade. Jiangyi underfoot roaring flame blasting open, is pushing his full speed. Submergence. Saw with own eyes, the sharp claws raging tide must catch up, he actually shifts the direction suddenly. At this time. Roar. The Great Lake deep place, a huge giant turtle raises the head suddenly, sends out vast roaring. The sound wave is torrential, the volume crosses the lake. Bottom deep place, the front surface hit vast sharp claws. Is accompanying the depressed chaotic loud sound, the sound wave smashing. Sharp claws, the hit lake surface. Dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, lake surface boils immediately, is wavy and turbulent, the water vapor is torrential. The purple Chilean great wolves stop one after another in the lakeside, on the alert lake surface. Crash bang. A giant turtle sets aside the water surface slowly, the huge body seems like the place Black Hill, sharp spur, probably thick war lance, direct access to the highest authorities, cold light twinkle. If foot treads the tide that turns wells up, lifts the fierce head, observed closely cruelly provoked its pack of wolves. The purple Chilean great wolves send out low and deep shouting, is looking angrily at the giant turtle. Although the giant turtle is powerful, the bloodlines are ancient, but their position is honored, does not dread. The giant turtle huge body reveals completely, is 100 meters, 1 million tons. In weight, the terrifying aura fills the Great Lake, more startled is palpitating the surrounding hills. You stare, slowly, I first walk. Jiangyi, while the drug efficacy still, the incarnation vermilion bird monster body, quickly flees from the lake bottom. He already knows in good terrain, calculates that all, step by step, were linked together. Chapter 749, True Terrifying Person. Elder sister, you know that what martial law that is? Elder sister, isn't he flame spirit Mark? Elder sister, he can bury the mountains and rivers unexpectedly. Elder sister, his fourth heavenly layer boundary, makes supreme Jin Qing almost be annihilated unexpectedly. Void, Donghuang Ruyan is looking Jiangyi that escaped the birthday, the surging emotions fluctuated, the fright was difficult to decide, before that. Sweet and pretty Jade Dimple did not have the relaxed smile again. She anticipates to see the splendid good play very much, has not actually thought that we'll see, so shocks the cruel burying scene. This is not splendid, but is the terrifying. Is Jiang Yi, what monster? Dong Huangruiying equally felt unprecedented shock. By the Jiang Yi talent and strength, truly can jump the ranks to hunt and kill 5 heavy days, but he just complete burying under 5 heavy day. Curled including 6 heavy days. And 7th heavenly layer underground. Moreover, Jiang Yi is Firebird spirit mark, the strength of nature can control. Should be the roaring flame, does he possibly control the strength of mountains and rivers? This surpassed her understanding category obviously. Does Jiang Yi, how achieve? Elder sister, under your record? This scene must give the father, hands over. The god. On the Dong Huangruiyan face, did not have the smile, had no interest. At heart, even also had a sense of fear to Jiang Yi. This lunatic to capture a live permit's pill, can bear the pain unexpectedly. Whatever the pack of wolves crazy tear and bite eats the food. What disposition, what will, can complete such cruel plan? The scene of covered with blood still paces back and forth in her mind to the present, can hardly be removed. What is more inconceivable, Jiang Yi was half dead, actually. Recovers suddenly, returns to consciousness, just before dying probably such. That at that time obviously bites. Even the testimony, she is unable to accept. With own eyes. Truly those who make her have the chill in the air is, the smile on the Jiang Yi face, flowing out. Then is strange, that cruel, then terrifying. I have been recording. Dong Huangruiying gets hold of the jade in hand, felt the intense threat from Jiang Yi. The person actually has crazily nothing to be worried. The crazy and powerful person, for the strong person, deserves consideration. Crazy, powerful, a more astute cruel person, is the true terrifying person. A Jiang Yi young age, has so waited to grow in the future, what kind of terrifying? Dong Huangruiying believes that the god pays attention to Jiang Yi should stemming from some secret, but the god cannot think absolutely Jiang Yi will have so one side value that this truly comes. The jade in her hand must hand over in God. Li Yin, leading me to leave here, proceeds at least 500 li, 0.5 kilometers. Jiang Yi, before the tyrant Yuan pill's drug efficacy vanishes, Li Yin Feng. He first is the severe wound dying, then stimulates the small nirvana technique. Was buried the plundering energy by the mountains and rivers greatly, finally. Stimulates the potential with tyrant Yuandan, the body has reached the limit. From the body to the soul, was greatly damaged. Li Yin just came out, Jiang Yi falls into the stupor, the expression pain, is pale. Master, you lives really regular. Every day except for doing does not have the bad hobby. Li Yin looks at the Jiang Yi appearance, is very sigh. With emotion. After the determination does not have the enemy captures. Bringing Jiang Yi to charge into the distant place. Who is that? Dong Huangruiying again with the past. He is Li Yin. 6 months ago appeared in the Dark Kingdom, excellent works. Spirit mark, preliminarily determined for the Phoenix. He brings the black iron mask year to year, no one has seen his true appearance, no one knows that. His origin, however his growth is fast, the best result was to kill the military waited for the Imperial Civil Service examination, results 5th. Dong Huangruiyan, when the Dark Kingdom waits for Jiang Yi comes back, has paid attention to this special youngster. Has not thought that he unexpectedly with Jiang Yi. Li Yin? I remember Jiang Yi, when caught silent/solitary saying that he also had the junior brother to name be Li Yin. He had said this saying, Li is really silent/solitary junior brother Jiang Yi. I suspected that Jiangyi really has what special master. Dong Huang Ruiying shakes the head to continue to track. Li Yin brings Jiangyi to depart beyond several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, hidden the covert canyon. Jiangyi this time really consumed excessively, the stupor enough 2 days. Woke. But is very weak, from realizing body, is exuding the intermittent stabbing pain. Master, you awoke. Li Yin sets out to support by the arm Jiangyi. How long did I rest? Jiangyi rubbed the painfully swollen head. 2 days. Is so long? What do you then also want to make? Needs me to remain to accompany you? Does not use, I can deal with. Jiangyi made an effort to shake the head, the medicinal herbs that took out several recuperation, put the mouth to chew to. Refine. This is martial law of small bright saint law, you are first familiar. Li Yin. Preparing the good military law, gives Jiangyi. Jiangyi receives, carefully looked, said, you enter bronze inside the tower. To close up, the medicinal herb uses casually, as soon as possible fuses the sword mark and martial law truly. When I shouted you to come out again, we possibly in hell. Hell? That is the place that I must lead you to go. Do we go to the hell to do? Li Yin stares the big eye, unbelievable. The place that after that isn't the person dies, can go to? Looks for a thing, may want long time, you are ready. Jiangyi takes in the bronze tower. Li Yin, after recuperating the good condition, was recalling the mountains and rivers of this release berry. Greatly. The scale was probably bigger, the might was also stronger. Is because comprehend was deeper? Jiangyi thinks, suddenly some sensibility. Initially, the inscribed horizontal tablet, dislodged the void time, has shown the image before which God sect destruction. Before 5 old people release the mountains and rivers, vary greatly, once being killed by weapons body jointly, takes the flesh skeleton as to direct formed large-scale blood. But before his release, mountains and rivers, vary greatly, was gnawed to nip to flow many blood by the pack of wolves, the beforehand ambush permits Tathagata time or more. Might that the mountains and rivers vary greatly with bleeding related? Is equivalent, blood sacrifice? Jiangyi more, thinks more likely. Blood sacrifice mountains and rivers, petition law aim? If so, the mountains and rivers varied greatly as if had the controllable method. The Jiangyi vision twinkle, the train of thought is more active. Since found the bootstrap technique, could delay the mentality again. For example, before with Permich Qingzhen fought, Permich Qingzhen once by the torrential mist deducted the potential of tsunami, he impression was profound. At that time, the mist presents the vast picture of compression, inside has the vault of heaven to have the vastness, has the islands to have the sea beast, then the tsunami rebellion, submerges a day of sea, sweeps across the islands. Probably. Drew endless Wangyang Li everyone, was submerged by the tsunami of heading on. Swallows, that disaster scene, the desperate aura, let the person sympathize. Then, the dense fog destroys, the tsunami arrives, brings the air/chi of stock. Disaster, the release the strong might. That offensive of if in the true sea, permits receiving favor will break. Through the boundary, shackles absolutely. Gives a try? Does not use the genuine burying mountains and rivers, but with the strength of mountains and rivers, deducts the potential of big burying. Even might true burying is not terrifying, but at least can control. Moreover, condenses the same place the energy of several kilometers range, the potential of release big burying, the might should be very pleasantly surprised. Jiangyi both hands hold back the ground, the consciousness perish to the vast Underground space, the sensibility, is trying the petition mysterious. Strength silently. Chapter 750, finally hunts down. Jiang Yi immerses, insensibility, cold Xian, who burns a day of academy. Contacted with her teacher Whiteley, Su Yongchun and the others also contacted. With Supreme Jin Qing. Uses / gives Wenjie and the others the deaths, making the Brahma Academy very angry. They assign the powerhouse to enter the Samsara mystical place too. Captured Jiang Yi immediately, simultaneously sent people to go to 50 holy land, passed on to Suling by the news that Jiang Yi killed. The Supreme Jin Cheng's crack guards, the elders is angry, permits pill and the others are the successors of their careful trained, will be Jin Cheng's future. High level, died a tragic death unexpectedly in oneself mystical place. They enter the Samsara mystical place personally, sends order to various place. Purple Qilin Great Wolves, full mobilization, hunting Jiang Yi. For several days, the Samsara mystical place falls into the unprecedented stir. The academy powerhouses cross the expansive sky, the god knows like the sea. Blotting out the sky are covering the hills jungle. The pack of wolves rebellion, calls out unceasingly, dashes about wildly in various places, is searching for the Jiang Yi trail carefully. The Brahma Academy even collaborates with Supreme Jin Qing, issues in the Samsara mystical place had never had the warrant for arrest. So long as who discovered the Jiang Yi trail, and helps them trace Jiang Yi, can obtain. Without the time limit passes in and out the jade sign of Samsara mystical place. The bravos in Samsara mystical place move restlessly immediately. Although they successfully came in the mystical place, but will want in the future. Must take the big risk. Therefore, there inside many people easily do not dare to leave, has not obtained the big chance not to dare to leave. But now, if they obtain the jade sign, then can come and go out casually, moreover does not need to care about the life and death. Was equal to that they can use the Jiang Yi whereabouts, trades their lives. Lots of bravos put down the search chance temporarily, traces Jiang Yi full power. But the portrait about Jiang Yi, under the Supreme Jin Cheng's arrangement. Rain sprinkles the hills jungle probably. Jiang Yi, where you are at. The slaughtered deep pool stands in the summit, is looking into the Samsara mystical place that falls into moves restlessly. Looks dignified. They since come to start to search high and low Jiang Yi, but does not have to a present shadow. We must find Jiang Yi as soon as possible, sends out the Samsara mystical place him secretly, otherwise falls to the Supreme Jin Qing hand, even if not. Dai will still discard thoroughly. Han Ao really took Jiang Yi, can live unexpectedly under Supreme Jin Cheng's surrounding and capturing now, but also deeply offended Supreme Jin Cheng and Brahma Academy, noisy, this called imposing. He enough, we should also take him to go home noisily. Looks at Supreme Jin Cheng this stance, we cannot return to the Dark Kingdom from there again. Lin Nan is looking at the distant place, the person in greatly comfortable palace. Should come, perhaps they are willing to deliver Jiang Yi. First found Jiang Yi to say again, no matter he wants to do, carries off forcefully. The slaughtered deep pool charges into the sky, is searching Jiang Yi. Han Ao, they are riding the lion vulture beast, follows rapidly. The spirit strength condenses the eyes, is searching the Jiang Yi form. Jiang Yi, looked where you also toward hide. Yu Qingyao looks at the pack of wolves that the hills are vast dash about wildly, on the elegantly beautiful face shows a smile finally. She most anticipates is this type of atmosphere. And this scene, this means that Supreme Jin Qing has been burning with anger. means that they likely killed Jiang Yi in the confusion directly. The no-return Holy Land person here, the person in greatly comfortable palace, should also fear that they meddle forcefully, carry off Jiang Yi. You thousand are also hoping Supreme Jinqing can kill Jiang Yi, except for that disaster, but feared that makes to rejoices without reason finally. Believe Supreme Jinqing, here is their domains. If really must punish Jiang Yi, no one can block them. Walks, found permits Yongsho, that group of people. So long as follows they, can appreciate to the Jiang Yi killed by mistreatment. Scene. Yu Qingqing foot treads the auspicious sign, moved toward the sky. Finally must start. Jiang Yi looks at the portrait that everywhere floats, no zone made. Similarly. However, he has not paid attention, sits continues small bright. Saint technique that turns Li Ying to give in the deep valley. This set of military law is truly mysterious. Even if there is a skill that Li Ying labels, said that thoroughly the essence of Saint Law, still made Jiang Yi have a headache very much. Because small bright Saint Law, the way of promotion speed does not imagine. Achieves the limit speed up forcefully with the stimulation body potential. But is released externally through own spirit strength, has the marvelous relation with light, nearly an integration in light, achieves the instantaneous speed up by this goal. But once the controlled release martial law realizes the instantaneous speed up in the motion process, except for needing the powerful control of spirit. Mark even needs to change martial law the release way, then blends with light. However, produces the resonance with the light, changes martial law to release the way, unusual difficulty. This set of martial law matches with the sword technique certainly, but falls to Jiang Yi here, actually very difficult conjunction. However, after Jiang Yi careful research, felt that sun fights the clothes too. Be able with bright energy, to have the induction, probably. If he wears fights the clothes, can very good integration bright, indirect promotion. Body speed. In various military law that he controls now, be only the solar Saint Fist and whole wide world Fierce Young Fist, these two sets are relatively easy to change the release way, easier altogether to melt with the bright energy. Thought through the key, is very difficult to display. At this time, the upper air transmitted sharp crying to howl, has a bird of prey to pass over gently and swiftly the canyon that Jiang Yi hid, circled the little while, has not discovered the target, continued to search toward front. Half Celestial Empress, 3 bravos rush in the canyon, examined the little while vigilantly, had not discovered that has the person. Jiang Yi has not paid attention, because his body is keeping the marvelous contact with the land, has strength of the invisible mountains and rivers, too. Wrap him, becomes canyon part probably. Only if who stood before him directly, otherwise was very difficult to discover. 5 Celestial Empress. Jiang Yi felt similarly, through from bronze inside the tower, permits to Thagata. Replied that I several issues, making you die a happiness. Killed me directly, permits to Thagata appearance is fierce, is looking angrily at Jiang Yi. The matter of Supreme Jinqing seabed restaurant. False. False. We are not disgusting. Why in my dream will have such scene? We compile. In order to let you were stimulated, loses the reason, quicker. Stalemate second layer. He, can write such dream, you are really disgusting enough. The second issue, how many purple Chilan great wolves does the Samsara mystical place have? Over 10,000 heads. Strongest strong? 10 soul peaks, they assume the Samsara mystical place most important place. Commands 200 great wolves, respectively. 30 soul boundary 8 heavy days, command the quantity, respectively, over 100. Other leaders are soul boundary, 7th heavenly layer. Although in the samsara mystical place, does not have the life and death. Boundary purple, Chilan great wolf upward, but is not because they cannot grow. That level, but is here does not need. The massive soul boundary great wolf. And nirvana boundary great wolf, in supreme Jin Qing, there even also has the Holy Spirit boundary purple, Chilan saint wolf. The purple Chilan saint wolf is the protection saint beast in our supreme Jin Qing. The position must exceed to command. Jiang Yi, you died, you killed 200 purple Chilan great wolves one after another, has contracted enmity with the wolf clan. They quick all will transfer, captures and kills you crazily. Jiang Yi remains unmoved, you were dying, should not be concerned about my matter. The third issue, Supreme Jin Qing, should have day of spirit mark, is who? You die to see him. Said that can't say? He, you do not have the qualifications to see him. You die to see him. He was 25 years old, had passed the life and death boundary, enter the nirvana boundary. Can 25 years old pass the life and death boundary? Jiang Yi surprise, good. Quick speed. You eventually are only excellent work spirit mark, forever is less than day. Of spirit mark. Jiang Yi, you, regardless of makes crazily, in the royal eye. Eventually is a joke, the growth limit that because you have not opened has been placed there. Like Yu Tianqi, dozens years later, he will make great strides forward the Holy Spirit boundary, wields the royalty. But you, the halting nirvana peak, collapse at the first blow forever in his eyes. This is the life. Life. That the heaven sets. Permits Tathagata is getting more and more excited, the expression is getting more and more fierce. My life, you could not see, your life, can foresee. Jiang Yi seizes the neck of Permits Tathagata, was saying to his eye, you consciousness interlinked with Saint Buddha, matter that you see, he should also be able to see. Right. I am staring at you, he is also staring at you. You. Exposed, Permits Rolai to grin fiendishly. Jiang Yi approaches the eyes of Permits Tathagata, he said with a smile. Saint Buddha, I hear, hurry to inform your clansmen, assembles to hear all wolves.